Chapter 1, Rebirth. Fear permeated every corner of Chun Nan's mind, accompanied by a heart-wrenching agony coursing through his body. Am I dead? Chun Nan shook his head vigorously. In his memories, the earth had succumbed to a cataclysmic flood, during which he had selflessly reserved his provisions for his wife and children, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a rescue ship. Little did he know that his wife had already been unfaithful, and that the two children were not his own. Driven by a desire to confront that treacherous woman, he found himself subjected to her and her lover's relentless humiliation, ultimately being cast into the ocean to fish for food, meeting a gruesome end at the jaws of sharks. A cacophony of familiar voices filled his ears. Take a drink, take a drink, take a drink. Chun Nan lifted his gaze, and the sight before him ignited a mixture of anger and astonishment. I've been reborn? This is the class reunion from 3 months before the apocalypse. Familiar yet strange faces swirled around him. However, his anger flared upon seeing his wife, Qin Rongrong, seated in another man's embrace, delicately sipping from a glass of red wine, and then sharing it mouth to mouth with him. Oh! The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers, completely oblivious to the fact that Chun Nan had sobered up from his drunken stupor. He and Qin Rongrong were university classmates, having married immediately after graduation. As an orphan, he had joined the Qin family, and shortly after their wedding, she became pregnant. It was only during the apocalypse that Chun Nan discovered Qin Rongrong had been impregnated by another during her studies, and his role was merely that of a scapegoat. At this moment, Qin Rongrong was feeding wine to the wealthy heir, Wu Hao, who had initially caught her attention due to his wealth, leading to her becoming his plaything and ultimately being discarded. Now, shamelessly, she was playing this game in front of her husband at a class reunion. Chun Nan discreetly took out his phone to capture this moment. Since fate had granted him rebirth, he vowed to repay the humiliation he had suffered tenfold. He then raised a glass and strode directly to the pair, dousing them before anyone could react. A pair of shameless scoundrels. Chun Nan, weren't you drunk? When did you wake up? Exclaimed one of Wu Hao's sycophants in surprise. Wu Hao himself appeared bewildered. He had organized this reunion with the intention of pursuing the campus beauty, Lin Yenner. However, upon learning that Lin Yenner was unavailable, he had shifted his attention to Qin Rongrong, a woman he had long since tired of. Doing so in front of her husband added a unique flavor to the situation. Chun Nan, what do you mean? We're all old classmates, just having a bit of fun, Wu Hao replied, visibly displeased. Indeed, it's been years since we've seen each other. Don't be so petty, remarked a man named Zhang Tai, Wu Hao's chief sycophant. The others nodded in agreement, well aware that Wu Hao was a wealthy heir in Donghai City, while Chun Nan was merely an orphan. They knew which side to take. As the center of attention, Qin Rongrong sprang up. Chun Nan, how dare you pour wine on me? Do you wish to end our marriage? In her eyes, Chun Nan had always been obedient, dutifully catering to her every whim, cooking and cleaning without ever considering that he might possess such audacity. Shameless harlot, let's get a divorce. Chun Nan retorted angrily. Had it not been for the events of his previous life, he would never have perceived her true nature. As the saying goes, reunions often lead to the dissolution of couples. Qin Rongrong, now under the gaze of so many, felt her pride wounded. If you want a divorce, then so be it. Just don't regret it later, Chun Nan. With that, she turned to Wu Hao and declared, Wu Xiao, ignore this pathetic fool. I'll go to a hotel with you shortly and make him furious. The crowd erupted into another round of cheers, taken aback by Qin Rongrong's audacity. Some even whistled, while Wu Hao wore smug expression. Though such women were plentiful, having one among their classmates was a point of pride. Wu Xiao is indeed a killer of married women, someone praised. Chun Nan, don't be angry. Once Qin Rongrong has entertained Wu Xiao, he might give you some projects to work on, ensuring you make a fortune in no time. Zhang Tai chimed in with a grin. Chun Nan let out a cold laugh. Oh, really? Why don't you send your wife in instead? Zhang Tai fell momentarily silent as Chun Nan surveyed the gathered crowd, clearly recalling each of their faces. In his previous life, some individuals awaited rescue, and aboard the rescue ship, they humiliated themselves in their desperate attempts to cling to Wu Hao's leg. Zhang Tai even went so far as to break his own leg, while another person had once trampled on his face. These are the so-called classmates. However, he has now been reborn, and none of this shall occur again. With 3 months to prepare, he is determined to make these individuals regret their actions. Under Chinan's insistence, he took Qin Rongrong directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qin Rongrong, wearing an expression of indifference, believed Wu Hao had returned to seek her out, thinking her chance to marry into a wealthy family had come again, and she wished to cast Chinan aside immediately. Chinan could easily perceive her intentions, unaware that Wu Hao was merely toying with her. To his knowledge, Wu Hao was already married and had a beautiful wife at home. During the apocalypse, Chinan had indeed seen Wu Hao's wife, who was a stunning beauty. The thought made him smirk. Given the opportunity, he would certainly seize Wu Hao's wife and let him experience the taste of having his own wife taken by another. Chinan, you are the one seeking a divorce. The child and the house will belong to me, and you shall leave with nothing. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Qin Rongrong aimed to extract the last ounce of value from Chinan. Truly, the heart of a woman can be most venomous. Chinan was unfazed. Now he was a reborn individual, and acquiring some money would be a trivial matter. Even before the apocalypse began, he would ensure Qin Rongrong regretted her choices. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Qin Rongrong eagerly called Wu Hao. Chinan vaguely recalled that in his previous life, he had gotten drunk and was sent home by someone, while Qin Rongrong returned late at night, presumably having gone to a hotel with Wu Hao. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Chinan's mind. Congratulations, host, on binding the apocalypse survival system. Chinan was filled with excitement. There was indeed a system. Although he was unsure of its utility, he knew from observation that such things often held surprises. In light of the drastic reduction of the population in the apocalypse, the host may earn corresponding points by completing relevant tasks. Simultaneously, the host can obtain more points by increasing the birth rate, which can be exchanged for various items. After some fiddling, Chinan managed to grasp the basic function of the system. System, is there no novice reward? He inquired tentatively. The system binding grants unlimited storage space, which can be utilized for storing supplies during the apocalypse. Initially, Chinan was elated, but then he became troubled. While having infinite space was indeed advantageous, he still needed to prepare the supplies himself. Currently, he was utterly destitute. Even if he were to take out a loan, he could scarcely acquire many items. Would he really have to wait until the apocalypse arrived to raid those large warehouses? Wait, I recall that on this day, a mysterious buyer cleared out the lottery prize pool, amounting to over 200 million. Chinan suddenly remembered that he was a reborn individual. He worked in finance and was particularly sensitive to numbers. He still recalled that set of winning numbers. Sometimes he fantasized about what it would be like if he were to traverse to that moment, thinking about the fortune he could amass. With this thought, he rushed to the lottery store. Qin Rongrong, when you discover that you have been toyed with by Wu Hao, while I am worth over 100 million, I wonder what expression will grace your face. Yet, he was unaware that the lottery might not necessarily be effective for a reborn individual. Chapter 2. A turning point in history in a lottery shop. Chunin emptied all the money he had on him to buy a winning number he recalled from memory. He then awaited the results, dreaming of the over 200 million he would win, even if he had to share it with another person. He began to fantasize about what he would do with his newfound wealth, planning for the next 3 months ahead. According to his memory, 3 months later, the sun would suddenly enter a hyperactive phase, emitting mysterious rays that would cause the polar ice caps to melt. Within a month, sea levels would rise by 70 meters, followed by a torrential downpour that would inundate vast areas of the earth. People will be trapped in their homes, with water and power outages leading to food shortages. Initially, some managed to uphold moral standards, but as the situation deteriorated, the darker sides of humanity would be laid bare. In the later stages, most regions would be submerged, with only a few tall buildings providing refuge for the survivors. Chun Nan had shared the food at home with his wife and children, as well as with Qin Rongrong's parents, and eventually faced the grim prospect of being forced to share his own flesh in desperation. After enduring a long day, Chun Nan excitedly opened his phone, clutching the lottery ticket with anticipation. The winning numbers were announced as 06, 08, 12, and 18. But the subsequent numbers he could not comprehend, as they did not match the numbers he remembered. What on earth? This is absurd, Chun Nan lamented, having gambled everything on this ticket, only to find he had lost. The dreams of wealth, the desire to confront Qin Rongrong, to prove his worth to those who had looked down on him, all vanished in an instant. He finally understood that playing rock, paper, scissors where you go first, and the opponent waits a half hour to respond, is a futile endeavor. Winning or losing was never in his control. The outcome was dictated by fate itself. How infuriating! Chun Nan cursed, lamenting the treatment of a reborn individual. He would have preferred to perish in the jaws of a shark. Now, he found himself without a single cent to his name, save for a broken phone, and no prospect for dinner that evening. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a major historical event, with a reward of 100 times the original amount. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. What? 100 times? Chun Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he did not fully grasp the concept of altering history, he surmised it was related to his lottery ticket. What truly intrigued him was the reward. The jackpot held over 200 million in cash, so 100 times that would amount to over 20 billion. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a notification. Your Shenlong bank card has received a deposit of 25,800,000 yuan. 258 billion. The sudden influx of wealth was overwhelming. Just a moment ago, he'd been lamenting his losses, and now he found himself with a 100-fold return. Is this money legitimate? Chun Nan felt a twinge of fear. Such a sum could invite scrutiny, and if investigated, he might find himself in dire straits. The system assured him that all rewards were traceable, allowing him to use the funds without concern. Naturally, if rebirth were possible, what issues could the system not resolve? If it could handle such matters, it would certainly manage a little money. After acquiring his newfound fortune, Chun Nan's first order of business was to indulge in a lavish feast, having endured the hardships of the apocalyptic days. He had starved for over a month, only to be rescued and subsequently mistreated. Chun Nan chose a 5-star hotel, devouring an extravagant meal before retreating to a presidential suite to rest. Now, as a man worth over 100 billion, he found ordinary establishments beneath his notice. Reclining on a luxurious bed, Chun Nan gazed at the balance on his phone, feeling as though he were in a dream, fearful that he might awaken to find it all gone. Unable to sleep, he opened Douyin Live and began browsing some tedious videos. These individuals could never fathom the cataclysmic changes that would unfold in 3 months. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared on his screen, exclaiming, "Thank you for your support, brothers." It was Lin Yin'er, the campus beauty from their school days, with a figure and appearance that scored above a 9 out of 10. Incredible how sophisticated the algorithms are. He recalled Wu Hao had mentioned her previously, and now she was right before him. Lin Yin'er had always been Chun Nan's dream goddess, though she had a penchant for wealth, aspiring to marry into a top-tier family. She had never even considered someone from a slightly lesser affluent background, and now, several years post-graduation, she remained single, feeling the pressure of age. Fortunately, she had found success on Douyin Live, leveraging her stunning looks and figure to amass a substantial following. Impressive, over 300,000 followers. Chun Nan watched as Lin Yin'er sang and danced in her video, enthusiastically calling out to viewers who sent her gifts. At that moment, she was engaged in a game, competing against another woman whose attire was far more revealing, and with a guardian at her side, her health was rapidly depleting. Chun Nan promptly invested 1,000,000 yuan, sending several virtual gifts, which filled the screen with dazzling animations. Lin Yin'er appeared momentarily stunned, halting her dance. "Host, why have you stopped? Impressive. You took down the competition in one go," Lin Yin'er exclaimed, quickly recovering her composure and expressing her gratitude for the gifts. "Thank you, my brother Haonan." Chun Nan's online persona, Haonan, was inspired by the character from Young and Dangerous, and he had chosen the name for its similarity. Just a few gifts had elicited such excitement. He mused about what would happen if he sent more. Perhaps having money made him less concerned. After all, an ordinary person's monthly salary equated to just one gift. The system had mentioned rewards for increasing birth rates, and while he was unsure of the specifics, the thought of recently acquiring over 200 billion in cash filled him with anticipation. It seemed Lin Yin'er was not all that special after all. Chun Nan began to view her as a potential partner for raising a family. After all, what was money? The apocalypse was merely a heap of worthless paper. Lin Yin'er continued to play, and Chun Nan effortlessly assisted her in securing victories. Her gratitude toward Haonan grew, and he received a private message from her, revealing that she had followed him. "Thank you for your support. Do you know me?" Lin Yin'er inquired curiously. In this day and age, wealthy individuals were abundant, yet it was rare for someone to bestow such generous gifts without expectation. After several games, Chun Nan had spent nearly 100,000 yuan. "It's nothing. Feel free to reach out for more games in the future," he replied, adopting an air of nonchalance befitting a wealthy patron. Lin Yin'er thought to herself that she had indeed encountered a benefactor. Typically, those who gifted such sums would harbor ulterior motives, yet Haonan seemed indifferent. This realization only fueled her desire to keep this benefactor close, especially since Chun Nan's account appeared to be at a low level, indicating he had never gifted others before. It would be wonderful if such a benefactor could become her personal supporter. Photos, photos, photos. A flurry of enticing images arrived, igniting Chun Nan's excitement. This was far more thrilling than the live stream itself. "Thank you for your support. Rest well." Lin Yin'er concluded the conversation and logged off. Chapter 3. The long-legged Su Xiaoyu Chun Nan was in no rush. Fishing required patience, and one could not expect others to come running simply for a few gifts. Contemplating the system's task of increasing birth rates for rewards, he began to formulate new ideas. Finding someone to bear children was a straightforward endeavor, especially now that he had ample funds and no shortage of women. However, he was not so desperate as to settle for anyone. After all, the offspring would be his, and he did not wish for them to be of unappealing lineage. However, Donghai City is rather small, and with merely 3 months remaining, if he wishes to uncover additional resources, he must turn to the internet. Douyin serves as an excellent platform, offering ample choices. Nonetheless, the only drawback is the excessive beauty filters. Once he acquires the contact information, it is imperative to ascertain what the other party looks like without makeup. What? You say some women would rather die than allow you to see their bare faces? Does this pose a challenge for Chunnan? Money can resolve most issues. With this thought in mind, he began scrolling through short videos, leaving traces on those with remarkable physiques and appearances, adding over 20 streamers in a single evening. Some were rather shy, merely exchanging greetings, while others sent provocative images, bolder than what Lin Yenner would wear. Initially, Chunnan found some interest, but gradually succumbed to aesthetic fatigue. He did not engage deeply, merely exchanging a few casual words before logging off. After all, significant matters awaited him the following day. First, he needed to secure accommodation, with only 3 months remaining before the apocalypse, and he would be trapped for a month. He must prepare thoroughly. His first choice remained the original community. Firstly, to seek revenge on Qin Rongrong, it was essential to remain in close proximity. Secondly, this location was near the seaside, where he planned to procure a large boat in the near future. The system's rescue missions could yield points, and to save others, one must possess a boat and abundant supplies, making proximity to the sea quite convenient. He recalled that the building he once resided in had a spacious penthouse, seemingly over 200 square meters. Suddenly, Chunnan remembered a prime location. In his previous life, as water levels rose, those on the lower floors were compelled to move upwards. Eventually, even the penthouse was occupied. Most importantly, he recalled that there were 2 penthouses on the rooftop, and in the one across from him resided an exquisite young woman, rumored to be a kept mistress of a prominent figure. Early the next morning, Chunnan could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to the sales office of the community. The development here was vast, aside from some small apartments. The penthouses were less sought after, mainly because genuine wealthy individuals seldom coveted seaside properties, as prolonged stays could lead to rheumatism. Qin Rongrong had initially gone to great lengths to acquire a unit here for the sake of her image. Moreover, there was another significant reason for Chunnan's choice to buy here. Qin Rongrong worked in this vicinity. Indeed, Qin Rongrong was a real estate sales agent, and in recent years, her income had been quite decent, which contributed to her disdain towards Chunnan. Previously, he could not comprehend this, but after experiencing the days of the apocalypse, he finally discerned Qin Rongrong's true nature. Her sales achievements were likely obtained through less than honorable means. Brother Nan is here, looking for Sister Rongrong. As he stepped into the sales office, a striking beauty with long legs clad in black stockings greeted him. This girl, named Su Xiaoyu, was also a real estate agent. Due to Chunnan's frequent visits, many in the office recognized him. I am not looking for her. I am looking for you, Chunnan replied with a subtle smile. Although Su Xiaoyu's looks were not top tier, they were certainly comparable to Qin Rongrong's, especially with her long legs paired with professional attire and stockings, capable of captivating most men. Su Xiaoyu playfully smiled. Brother Nan, are you not worried Sister Rongrong will get jealous? After saying this, she deliberately brushed against Chunnan, who, being quite handsome and familiar with them, was the target of her playful teasing. I genuinely seek you out. I wish to purchase a property. Chunnan unabashedly touched the fabric of Su Xiaoyu's stockings, which felt rather pleasant. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly stepped back. She had never seen Chunnan so bold before, especially considering that Qin Rongrong was notoriously domineering. Just then, Qin Rongrong entered, and Chunnan's expression darkened. Her gait was slightly awkward, clearly indicating she had a tumultuous night with Wu Hao. Chunnan, are you regretting it and here to beg for reconciliation? Qin Rongrong said disdainfully. It appeared that Wu Hao had painted quite a rosy picture for her, leading her to believe she could ascend to the status of a young mistress. You think too highly of yourself. I came to find Xiaoyu to buy a house. Is this how you treat customers in your establishment? Chunnan scoffed. Hearing his words, Qin Rongrong burst into laughter. Chunnan, have you gone mad since I dumped you? Buying a house? Do you even have over 1,000 yuan on you? As Chunnan's ex-wife, Qin Rongrong was acutely aware of his financial situation. Typically, his salary was handed over to her, leaving him with merely a few hundred for petty cash. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu grasped the situation. It became clear that Qin Rongrong and Chunnan had divorced, explaining his odd demeanor and boldness. Xiaoyu, is there still a well-decorated penthouse available on the top floor of Building 18? Prepare the contract. I wish to make the payment now. Facing their skepticism, offering cash was undoubtedly the most effective way to deliver a slap in the face. Su Xiaoyu appeared troubled. Caught in the middle of a couple's quarrel, what was her position? Stop boasting. Chunnan, do not waste my time. When our manager arrives, you will see, Qin Rongrong said coldly. Just as she finished speaking, a burly man entered, the sales manager, Wu Daji. I heard someone wishes to purchase a penthouse. Which big boss has graced us with their presence? Wu manager, this lunatic here just divorced me yesterday and has come to stir up trouble in my workplace. You must stand up for me. Qin Rongrong's green tea demeanor resurfaced. Wu Daji grinned lecherously, taking a moment to ogle Qin Rongrong. He was quite familiar with Chun Nan, having coveted Qin Rongrong for some time, but refrained from acting on it due to Chun Nan's daily presence. Now that they had divorced, it made things simpler. I say, brother, men should be magnanimous. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why cling so desperately? Chun Nan responded with a cold smile. Wu Daji was no saint either. During the apocalypse, he had seized countless resources, but now was not the time to settle scores with him. I said I want to buy the penthouse. Do you not understand human language? Or do I need to summon your boss? Chun Nan reiterated. Seeing Chun Nan's audacity, Wu Daji grew furious. You think you can just waltz in here without understanding the rules? It takes at least 5 million to qualify to even consider a penthouse. Wu Daji sneered. Chun Nan, do not embarrass yourself here. As your ex-wife, I cannot afford to lose face, Qin Rongrong taunted. Verification, is it? Xiaoyu, fetch the card reader. Chun Nan said with a chilling smile. Although Su Xiaoyu harbored doubts about Chun Nan, Wu Daji waved his hand, eager to see how Chun Nan would continue to maintain his facade. Soon, Su Xiaoyu returned with the card reader, her expression filled with disdain as she thought. Let us see how you keep pretending. Xiaoyu, what is the price for that penthouse? Chun Nan casually inquired. Brother Nan, the top floor penthouse is currently listed at 13 million. Su Xiaoyu replied cautiously. Although she was skeptical of Chun Nan, her long-term interactions had led her to believe he was a decent person. The word of Qin Rongrong's reputation had spread, and they were somewhat aware of her wrongdoing, so they did not want to witness Chun Nan's humiliation. Brother Nan, perhaps you should consider other options. Su Xiaoyu glanced at Wu Daji, knowing he was no good man, if not for financial necessity. She would have left this job long ago. Chun Nan smiled faintly, producing his bank card. Swipe it in full. Let us sign the contract now. What? Su Xiaoyu momentarily failed to comprehend. Enough. Get out immediately. You are not welcome here. Qin Rongrong shouted loudly. She had never realized this man could be such a pretender, acting lavishly despite having little to his name. Wu Daji also wore a mocking expression and exaggeratedly exclaimed, Oh, I heard someone cleared out the lottery pool yesterday. Over 2 billion. Could it be that you won? He laughed heartily. As remembered by Chun Nan, someone indeed won yesterday, although the winning numbers had changed. Furthermore, Chun Nan received 100-fold compensation for altering history, and he suddenly began to grasp the system's rules. Generally, minor matters do not count as changes. Only events that affect the majority can trigger rewards. However, whether Chun Nan won or not did not deter Wu Daji from mocking him. As it was only 8 in the morning, even if he had truly won, it would be impossible to claim the prize so quickly. Thus, he certainly did not possess such wealth. At that moment, however, Su Xiaoyu exaggeratedly widened her mouth, exclaiming that the manager had successfully processed the card. Initially, she had merely attempted it symbolically, but to her astonishment, it truly succeeded, an astounding amount of 13 million. How could this be? Qin Rongrong's expression shifted, and she seemed to realize something. Chun Nan, you wouldn't dare to crazily misappropriate client funds, would you? Over 10 million. Prepare yourself for prison. Chun Nan worked at a financial company, where his daily responsibilities involved assisting business owners in managing their finances and investing in stocks and funds. Although he was merely an ordinary employee, he occasionally managed substantial amounts of capital. Do you think I lack principles like you? Chun Nan scoffed, fully aware that Qin Rongrong did not believe he possessed such capability. Just then, his phone rang. It was the call from Xia Yao, the manager of the investment department. Chun Nan, where on earth are you? What time is it, and you're still not at work? Xia Yao's furious voice echoed. Chun Nan hesitated for a moment. Although he had acquired wealth, the 20 billion was still insufficient for the materials he needed to procure. His company, a financial institution, was indeed the best place to generate wealth, though he cared little about the abundance of beautiful women within. I just secured a fund of 200 million. I'll return to the office this afternoon, Chun Nan casually stated. The once furious voice on the other end fell silent. 200 million was indeed a significant amount, and sometimes their company struggled to achieve such performance in a month. Treat the clients well, and when you return, you'll receive your reward. Xia Yao's tone transformed into one of seduction. Speaking of this superior, she was a quintessential woman of power, typically strict and demanding, yet generous with rewards when results were achieved. She was also one of the women Chun Nan was determined to conquer, though now was not the time. Once he leveraged his memories from his past life to thrive in the stock market, Xia Yao would undoubtedly become his possession. Chun Nan, you really did misappropriate client funds. I'm calling the police to have you arrested. Qin Rongrong seemed to have grasped some incriminating evidence. Chun Nan thought to himself how treacherous a woman's heart could be. Having divorced just yesterday, and today she was intent on ruining him. Brother Nan, why not just return the money? You shouldn't engage in illegal activities, Su Xiaoyu said, her voice trembling with anxiety. Return what? Get out of my way, Wu Daji bellowed. Regardless of the circumstances, the money had already entered the company's coffers. He would claim his bonuses and commissions later, and how Chun Nan was dealt with would be of no concern to him. Chun Nan quietly observed the two fools, and soon the police arrived. Officers, this person has embezzled public funds to buy a house. Hurry and arrest him, Qin Rongrong shouted. You need to provide evidence when speaking. I am a law-abiding citizen, Chun Nan said, unfazed. You're still pretending? I think you should be sent directly to a mental hospital instead of the police station. Qin Rongrong mocked. However, after some questioning, the police checked the relevant data, and their expressions changed upon seeing Chun Nan's complexion. It was not because Chun Nan had any issues, but rather they discovered he had a clean balance in his bank account. Investigate further before calling the police. Don't waste public resources. The officer clearly did not want to offend Chun Nan, who was among the wealthiest in Donghai. Hey, why are you leaving? Qin Rongrong was utterly confused. Only Su Xiaoyu vaguely understood something, her gaze toward Chun Nan transforming. Go, prepare the contract, and bring the keys. Chun Nan disregarded Qin Rongrong completely. Su Xiaoyu was filled with joy, unable to believe such a fortuitous event had befallen her. With sales exceeding 13 million, her commission could amount to several thousand, equivalent to months' worth of salary. Now, Wu Daji dared not speak further, although he had some doubts. Chun Nan had indeed made the payment. Manager Wu, I've purchased a spacious flat, and I haven't even had a sip of water yet. With your service attitude, I'm going to complain to your boss. Wu Daji's expression changed. He was merely a senior employee, and a customer complaint would be troublesome. Qin Rongrong, why haven't you poured brother Nan a glass of water? Wu Daji hastily instructed. Why should I? He's just a fraud. Qin Rongrong's face darkened. It was absolutely out of the question for her to serve Chun Nan. Are you refusing to work? Wu Daji shouted angrily. Qin Rongrong looked aggrieved, secretly vowing that once she married into wealth, she would make them pay. In the end, she begrudgingly poured a glass of water and brought it over. Chun Nan smiled as he took a sip. Puffed. He splashed the water directly onto Qin Rongrong's face. Do you intend to scald me? Qin Rongrong was furious. The water was not hot at all. Chun Nan had clearly done it to humiliate her. My apologies. I've been feeling fiery lately and wanted something cool, Chun Nan sneered. Did you hear that? Brother Nan wants something cold. Why aren't you going quickly? Wu Daji grinned eagerly. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu returned with the prepared contract. Chun Nan signed it without a glance. Let's go. Xiaoyu, take Brother Nan to see the house. Okay, Brother Nan. Su Xiaoyu obediente replied, then swayed her alluring figure ahead to lead the way. Meanwhile, Qin Rongrong had just replaced a glass of water when she saw Chun Nan had already left, and she angrily smashed the cup. Qin Rongrong, where did your ex-husband get so much money? Is he hiding it from you? Perhaps this spacious flat has a share for you too? Wu Daji said sarcastically. Hearing his words, Qin Rongrong's eyes lit up. She had just divorced yesterday, and it was impossible for Chun Nan to have earned several tens of millions overnight, so he must have concealed his assets. Chapter 5. Personal maid Brother Nan. Did you really divorce, Rongrong? Along the way, Su Xiaoyu continued to probe. She had vaguely overheard the two police officers talking earlier, revealing that Chun Nan's account had over 20 billion in cash. Not to mention fixed assets, just in terms of cash. Even the wealthiest in Donghai could not produce such an amount, meaning this man before her was now the cash king of Donghai. Does it seem like a facade? Chun Nan saw through Su Xiaoyu's thoughts at a glance. Women like her in real estate sales were rarely earnest in their work. Although Su Xiaoyu was not as overt as Qin Rongrong, she too was fishing for a wealthy partner. With her excellent conditions, she could easily attract a rich husband, and once she married into wealth, she would live a life of luxury. Now, in her eyes, Chun Nan was undoubtedly a prime catch, and having just divorced yesterday meant few knew of his situation. Brother Nan, a man like you is far too good for Rongrong. Su Xiaoyu began to speak of some of Qin Rongrong's shortcomings, although he had already seen through Qin Rongrong's character in his previous life. Hearing Su Xiaoyu's gossip made him realize how foolish he had been. As the two entered the spacious flat, Su Xiaoyu was nearly glued to Chun Nan. Brother Nan, I've actually liked you for a long time. It's just that you were married before, and I didn't T1 intrude. Su Xiaoyu cooed, her eyes sparkling. She had made up her mind. No matter what, she needed to secure Chun Nan first. Otherwise, as time passed, someone else might seize the opportunity, and she did not genuinely expect to marry Chun Nan. But a tycoon worth over 20 billion was enough to set her up for life with just a wave of his hand. However, I still don't know you well enough. Chun Nan pretended to resist. Su Xiaoyu smiled slightly. You'll get to know me soon. An hour later, Su Xiaoyu's stockings had already torn, and Chun Nan had gained a preliminary understanding of her. Brother Nan, do you like the house? Su Xiaoyu laid on the soft bed, thinking how wonderful it would be to stay here forever. Not bad, albeit a bit monotonous. We still need to acquire some items. This task is entrusted to you. Chun Nan was indifferent, as he wouldn't be residing here for long. He was primarily satisfied with the house hunting process. He requested Su Xiaoyu's account and promptly transferred 2 million over. You handle it as you see fit, It need not be overly complicated, just practical. Anything extra can be considered as a fee for running errands. Su Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the balance in her bank account from the text message. Although Chun Nan said nothing, she understood her position. It would be impossible to live here, yet visiting occasionally was still feasible. Rest assured, Nango, I will take care of everything. Su Xiaoyu thoughtfully helped Chun Nan organize his clothes. Observing her conscientiousness, Chun Nan felt a stirring in his heart. Xiaoyu, seeing how resourceful you are, I happen to need a housekeeper. How about you come and assist me? Su Xiaoyu hesitated, despite Chun Nan's generosity. She worried that he might lose interest at any moment, leaving her without a source of income. I'll pay you 100,000 a month. I'll advance 3 months' salary. Chun Nan casually offered, and before Su Xiaoyu could respond, he transferred another 3 million. Ah, Nanga, you're too good to me. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight. Even if Chun Nan grew tired of her in 3 months, it would be worth it. The interest on 3 million in the bank would likely exceed her salary, so why bother with the job? With this thought, Su Xiaoyu pressed Chun Nan down, her long legs rendering him unable to resist. An hour passed as they playfully bantered before exiting the spacious apartment. Nanga, where are we headed now? Su Xiaoyu, having little desire to visit the sales office, had long held a disdain for Wu Daji. Having bought a house, we should certainly purchase a car, otherwise, hailing taxis would be quite inconvenient. Chun Nan replied with a smile. Su Xiaoyu secretly thought Chun Nan was indeed an understated tycoon, but she wondered why he had not displayed this before. Being wise, she refrained from asking too many questions. A man will share what he wishes, and excessive inquiries only lead to disdain. They drove directly to a Rolls-Royce dealership, and upon entering, they were promptly greeted. Good day, sir and madam. We are delighted to assist you. Which model would you like to see? Approached a voluptuous saleswoman. As a luxury vehicle sales representative, she immediately recognized that Chun Nan was the decision-maker among the two. Su Xiaoyu, dressed in attire befitting a real estate agent, might have seemed out of place were it not for her striking legs. Chun Nan's eyes brightened. The quality of the Rolls-Royce sales staff was indeed exceptional. If one were to assign a score, it would undoubtedly exceed 85. What is your name, beautiful? I am Lu Yun. You may call me Xiao Yun. The saleswoman responded with a smile. Which cars are available for immediate delivery? Chun Nan inquired directly. Lu Yun's eyes lit up at his words. Having initially underestimated him based on his attire, she now realized she had misjudged. Typically, those inquiring about immediate delivery were eager to make a purchase. Would you like to pick up the car? Ideally, I would like to drive it away right now. With only a few months left until the end of the world, there is no point in ordering a custom vehicle. Lu Yun perked up, adjusting her clothing, a button on her shirt inadvertently coming undone. Currently, we have only one Phantom available for immediate delivery. It was originally brought in for an auto show and will be taken away in a couple of days. Lu Yun led them to the center of the showroom, where a luxurious display vehicle awaited. Chun Nan surveyed the car and found it satisfactory. In his past life, he had never imagined he would drive such a luxury vehicle. However, with only a few months left, the quality mattered little. It was more about maintaining appearances. Xiaoyu, do you like this car? Chun Nan suddenly asked. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback that he would seek her opinion. If you like it, then I like it. Her experience in the service industry had honed her conversational skills. Then let us proceed with the paperwork. Chun Nan nodded. What? Lu Yun was taken aback. Having sold luxury cars for so long, she had encountered many wealthy individuals. But this was her first time witnessing such boldness. Not even inquiring about the price before placing an order. This was a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 10 million. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? Lu Yun quickly prepared the contract, still somewhat dazed by the unexpected transaction. Chun Nan, however, this vehicle will not be registered in my name. It should be under Su Xiaoyu's name, Chun Nan stated nonchalantly. Both Lu Yun and Su Xiaoyu were left in disbelief. Lu Yun was shocked because she had seen many wealthy heirs or businessmen pretending to gift cars to impress women, only to register them in their own names. It was a first for her to see a car being registered directly in the woman's name. Su Xiaoyu was equally astonished. She was acutely aware of their relationship, and now a vehicle worth over 10 million was being gifted to her. Nango, you really don't have to. Although she desired it, she hesitated to seem too greedy. It's just a car. With those long legs, any ordinary vehicle would hardly suffice. Chun Nan joked. Chapter 6. The beautiful driver, it mattered little whose name the car was under. What was significant was the freedom to drive it whenever she pleased. Chun Nan understood that with only 3 months left until the end of the world, neither cars nor tanks would be of any use. Gifting the car to Su Xiaoyu allowed him to drive it whenever he wished, ensuring her unwavering loyalty. Thank you, Nango. Su Xiaoyu blew him a kiss, practically clinging to him. Lu Yun looked on with envy. She felt that her own looks and figure were quite commendable. So why had no such affluent man taken an interest in her? Observing Chun Nan's tall stature and decent looks, she felt her cheeks flush as she imagined the possibilities. Lu Yun quickly finalized the paperwork and handed the keys to Chun Nan, while the vehicle was registered to Su Xiaoyu. Lu Yun was acutely aware of who truly held the power. Nango, I believe I've never driven a Rolls-Royce before. I'm uncertain how to operate it. Su Xiaoyu emitit, samwhat imbeddest. In truth, Chen Nan was equally clueless about the vehicle's interior features. Xiaoyan, I would like to hire a driver. Do you have any recommendations for someone professional? Chen Nan asked directly. Lu Yun beamed with excitement. She nearly asked if they needed a driver, or if she could take the position herself. However, maintaining her composure, she inquired about his compensation expectations. 100,000 a month will suffice, Chen Nan declared. Lu Yun nearly gasped. 100,000 a month was nearly equivalent to her half-year salary. What do you think of me? Lu Yun asked with anticipation. Su Xiaoyu immediately became wary. This woman was no less qualified than herself, and it seemed she was attempting to usurp her position. However, Chen Nan was unfazed, thinking that if she was offering herself, he might as well accept. If it were you, I would double the salary, without waiting for her agreement. Chen Nan added her contact information and transferred 20,000 directly to her. Lu Yun was overjoyed. Happiness had come so unexpectedly. 20,000 a month was a fortune. She would gladly accept any role, even as a driver. Observing Chen Nan's nonchalant demeanor, Su Xiaoyu realized that her worth was 5 times that of the newcomer. There was no point in competing. As long as she treated Nangu well, her position as his personal maid would remain secure. Perhaps she should even lend a helping hand to demonstrate her sincerity. After purchasing the car, Lu Yun immediately took on the role of driver, escorting the two on a shopping spree. Chen Nan expressed that their identities had shifted. They could hardly continue wearing their previous attire. After a few hours, Chen Nan had transformed his entire outfit. Not only he, but Su Xiaoyu and Lu Yun also acquired numerous new items. By the end of the afternoon, they had spent several million, and both women, already possessing exceptional qualities, became even more stunning in their luxurious new apparel. Lu Yun felt more convinced than ever that she had made the right choice. Over the course of one afternoon, Chen Nan had spent over $1 million on her. Moreover, the intricate relationship between Su Xiaoyu and Chen Nan began to unveil itself. They were not yet officially a couple, yet she exhibited a remarkable generosity. As they journeyed home, Su Xiaoyu casually showcased the length of her legs, comparing them to the height of a Rolls-Royce. Liu Yan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, reflecting on how this affluent young man certainly knew how to impress. Although she lacked Su Xiaoyu's long legs, she believed she possessed her own advantages in certain respects. This thought prompted her to straighten her posture, adjusting her seatbelt in the process. When a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into the community, all eyes were drawn to it. The elderly residents, particularly, speculated about which fortunate family had struck it rich to afford such a luxury vehicle. As Chen Nan, adorned in opulence, stepped out of the car with Su Xiaoyu, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Chen Nan was a familiar face to most in Building 18, and many recognized Su Xiaoyu, the young lady from the sales department, known for her remarkable legs. Old Qin, isn't that your son-in-law? One elderly gentleman exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Qin Rongrong's parents were present, fully aware that Chen Nan and Qin Rongrong were divorced. Chen Nan, you shameless scoundrel. No wonder Rongrong wanted to divorce you. It seems you have been involved with someone else all along. Zhang Hohat, Qin Rongrong's mother, shouted angrily. The crowd, taken aback, murmured among themselves, what? The daughter of the Qin family is divorced? Qin Rongrong's father, Qin Gong, added his voice to the fray, chastising Chen Nan for having been welcomed into their family despite his poverty, only to reveal himself as a treacherous ingrate. They remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Nan had purchased the penthouse, seeking to shift the blame for their daughter's divorce entirely onto him. You know full well the shameful deeds your daughter has committed. Do you still have the audacity to speak? Chen Nan retorted with a cold smile. Finally receiving the opportunity for revenge, he found them presenting themselves so conveniently, especially in front of such a large audience. This was a form of self-publishing that spread faster than any news outlet. Surely, within a day, the entire community would be aware of the Qin family's affairs. Zhang Hohat, invigorated by the confrontation, declared, Chen Nan, you ungrateful wretch. Who do you think provided you with a home when you were without family? Our Rongrong married you without demanding a penny in dowry, and you dare to cheat on her and flaunt your mistress here? Chen Nan listened in disbelief. In his previous life, he had endured relentless manipulation by these two elders, who had conditioned him to sacrifice everything for the family. Have you finished? Perhaps you should reflect on your daughter's character, Chen Nan scoffed, producing his phone to play a video he had recorded the previous day. The footage revealed Qin Rongrong sitting on another man's lap, feeding him alcohol, while a crowd egged them on. It was evident to all that this man was not Chen Nan. So that is how it is. I always thought Chen Nan was a decent lad. What a shock to hear of the sudden divorce, an elderly woman remarked. Ah, today's youth are far too reckless. How can one behave like this when married? It's truly disheartening, another elderly gentleman lamented. The elderly residents of the community, who often engaged in petty rivalries, began to take pleasure in the unfolding drama. Qin Rongrong's parents, no strangers to making enemies, were now the focus of ridicule. Chen Nan, you are making baseless accusations. It was you who strayed first. And only when the relationship soured did Rongrong look elsewhere. Just look at you, bringing your mistress to the community. Zhang Hohat continued to berate him. Get away from us. We don't want to see you again, Qin Gong added, clearly wishing to expel Chen Nan as quickly as possible, hoping to control the narrative. Why should I leave? This is my home. Chen Nan shot back defiantly. You've left with nothing. You signed the papers. This place is no longer yours, so be quick to depart. Zhang Ho-hat insisted. Chen Nan let out a derisive laugh. His purchase of the penthouse was precisely for this moment, intending to make the Qins regret their actions. Excuse me, Annie, but Nan is now the proud owner of the penthouse 2601 in Building 18, as evidenced by this purchase agreement. Su Xiaoyu interjected with a smile. What? The penthouse? That's worth over 10 million, exclaimed one onlooker, shocked that Chen Nan could afford such luxury. Some even spotted the contract, revealing that it was fully paid, an astonishing 13 million. And this Rolls-Royce, isn't it over 10 million as well? Another elder gasped. Zhang Ho-hat sneered. Don't be fooled by him. I know this vixen, and she is a colleague of Rongrong. She must have forged that contract to deceive us. Some began to recognize Su Xiaoyu and cast doubt on the situation. Auntie, you should blame your daughter for her poor judgment in letting go of such a potential partner. I've resigned from my job and am now Nan's full-time caretaker, Su Xiaoyu declared. She understood Chen Nan's intentions were to humiliate these people. She felt a strange sense of gratitude towards the two elders. Had they not acted so foolishly, she would never have had the chance to engage with someone like Chen Nan. You shameless seductress, just a mistress pretending to be something more. Our Rongrong must have been blind to associate with someone like you. Zhang Ho-hat shrieked. I suggest you both leave. You're impersonating the owner. Tell the security not to let them back in. Qin Gong remarked derisively. The crowd glanced at Su Xiaoyu, their opinions wavering. After all, everyone knew Chen Nan's prior circumstances. It seemed implausible that he could have achieved wealth overnight. I suspect that car is rented, an elderly gentleman suddenly suggested. Chen Nan, you should just leave. Even if you found a mistress, flaunting it in our community is appalling. Don't spoil our neighborhood's reputation, a woman who was friendly with Zhang Ho-hat added. Such individuals often found it difficult to tolerate the success of others. Chen Nan observed everything keenly. These elderly residents had once been the driving force behind the chaos during the apocalypse. In his previous life, he had endured their bullying, and one day, they would pay for their misdeeds. At that moment, Qin Rongrong returned home from work. Upon seeing the luxurious Rolls-Royce parked in the community, her eyes lit up, wondering when a nouveau riche had emerged in their midst. Rongrong, you're back. Come quickly. Your colleague is utterly shameless, seducing your husband, and even forging a purchase agreement. Claiming to be the owner of the penthouse. Zhang Ho-hat called out. Indeed, and that scoundrel Chen Nan has even rented a luxury car to show off. It's utterly laughable. Qin Gong scoffed. What? That car belongs to Chen Nan? Qin Rongrong's expression shifted dramatically. Then she spotted Chen Nan, dressed in designer attire, alongside the elegantly poised Su Xiaoyu. The adage that one is judged by their attire rang true. Su Xiaoyu, already youthful and beautiful, appeared exceptionally affluent in her ensemble. Su Xiaoyu, you wretched woman. I wonder why you suddenly quit your job. It turns out you become involved with that fraud. Chen Nan. Qin Rongrong seethed, her anger surging. The jealousy of a woman can be a formidable force, especially when confronted by someone who outshines her. Her vanity recognized the value of Su Xiaoyu's attire. Even her handbag was a limited edition worth tens of thousands. More significantly, she had moved on to someone who had recently been her own devoted admirer. Indeed, in her eyes, Chen Nan had merely been a lapdog, someone she could command at will. Yet, this man had ceased to be subservient, freshly divorced. He was now with Su Xiaoyu, lavishing her with luxury. Qin Rongrong, mind your words. Nan is no fraud, Su Xiaoyu shot back. As the woman accompanying the man, she understood the importance of timing. This was hardly an occasion for Chen Nan to engage in a public quarrel. Thus, she stepped forward to defend him, showcasing her designer items. Look at this handbag. It cost over 10,000. And this dress, several thousand more, which Nan insisted on gifting me. And behold this diamond necklace. The most expensive in the store, worth hundreds of thousands. Nan promised to gift me an even finer one next time. Su Xiaoyu exhibited her spoils from the afternoon, each utterance slicing through Qin Rongrong like a blade. You shameless mistress, do you dare flaunt your gains here? You will regret it once you realize you've been deceived. Zhang Ho-hat remained obstinate. Rongrong, tell everyone whether this housing contract was forged by her. Qin Rongrong's expression darkened, at a loss for words. After all, Chen Nan had genuinely paid 13 million. Qin Rongrong, do you now feel remorse? Did you think that a spacious flat was all that Nangu possessed? Su Xiaoyu continued her scathing sarcasm. She retrieved the vehicle registration from her car, displaying it triumphantly before the onlookers. Behold, this Rolls-Royce Phantom was just gifted to me by Nangu, worth over 10 million. As she sighed in admiration, she tucked the registration into her limited edition handbag. What? Qin Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. It was indeed Su Xiaoyu's name on the document, the epitome of luxury that she had never even touched. Looking at Chen Nan, clad in designer attire and standing there with poise, he bore no resemblance to the timid wastrel he once was. Now, even the likes of Wu Hao, the wealthy scion, paled in comparison to Chen Nan. As the saying goes, A wealth of knowledge enriches one's demeanor, and Chun Nan now possessed both ample wealth and the confidence that came with it. Furthermore, he had the perspective of a man with divine insight and a system, an aura unmatched by others. Su Xiaoyu, do not be so arrogant. I have already secured a lawyer. Chun Nan concealed our joint assets during the marriage, and I will reclaim everything you possess, Qin Rongrong sneered. Su Xiaoyu's expression shifted slightly. There was indeed a legal basis for her claim. But upon observing Chun Nan's unflappable demeanor, she knew all would be well. How shameless. Did you think of Nan Gu as your husband when you were unfaithful? Now that he has achieved success, you wish to share in the spoils, Su Xiaoyu scoffed. Do not harbor any illusions of obtaining anything. Chun Nan has signed a clean break agreement, and all of this belongs to me, Qin Rongrong confidently asserted. Her excitement grew. A spacious flat, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Su Xiaoyu's exquisite attire. If it all belonged to her, she would be fabulously wealthy, with assets worth at least 30 million. Su Xiaoyu remained unfazed. After all, Chun Nan possessed over 20 billion in cash. If such a magnate could not handle a shameless woman like Qin Rongrong, he would be unworthy of his wealth. Perhaps you should consider how others perceive you. To betray your husband in his presence is truly enlightening. Su Xiaoyu's remark left Qin Rongrong speechless. Rongrong, is this car and house truly purchased by Chun Nan? Zhang Hohot questioned, disbelief evident in her tone. Qin Rongrong nodded, still puzzled about where Chun Nan had acquired such wealth. Oh, that scoundrel. After all these years of hard work and bearing him 2 children, he conceals so much property from us. Chun Nan, you have declared a clean break. If you do not return that money to us, I will pursue legal action. Qin Rongrong sneered. Chapter 8. The elegant Xia Yao Chun Nan paid no heed to Qin Rongrong's threats. Since she wished to humiliate herself, he would indulge her. Xiaoyu, do not waste time with such individuals. I have booked a seafood feast at a 5-star hotel. Let us dine. Chun Nan remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Qin Rongrong. All right, Nangu, Su Xiaoyu replied with a victorious smile, bending to open the car door for him. Qin Rongrong glared with resentment as the Rolls-Royce drove away, convinced that everything would soon belong to her. In the car, Lu Yun had listened long enough to grasp the situation and felt a twinge of sympathy for Chun Nan. During their meal, Chun Nan casually invited Lu Yun to join him, stating, please, do not be formal. I am quite easygoing. His demeanor endeared him to Lu Yun, who appreciated his lack of arrogance. After dining, Lu Yun drove them home, while Chun Nan instructed her to take the car and return to pick him up for work the following morning. With over 200 billion at his disposal and only 3 months until an impending crisis, he needed to spend over 2 billion daily, a formidable task. Yet Chun Nan felt it insufficient and sought to acquire more funds to purchase additional supplies. The next morning, Chun Nan awoke to Su Xiaoyu's attentive service, which was quite commendable. Thank you for the compliment, master. Su Xiaoyu responded sweetly. This outfit was purchased yesterday. In addition to this, I have various themed attire. Chun Nan mused that yesterday's expenditures were well worth it, but he had business to attend to today. Otherwise, he would have liked to see more outfits. Early in the morning, Lu Yun awaited downstairs, a stunning beauty by the luxurious car, an exquisite sight indeed. Many had missed her presence the previous day as she remained in the car. Who would have thought such a stunning woman was a driver? Good morning, Nangu. Lu Yun greeted, her outfit today notably alluring. She wore a black blouse paired with a fitted skirt, complemented by black stockings and high heels, igniting the imagination. Xiaoyun, you look beautiful today, Chun Nan sincerely praised. Really? I'm glad you like it. Lu Yun's eyes sparkled. She had noticed how he lingered on her while trying on clothes yesterday, prompting her purchase. Just then, Qin Rongrong, preparing for work, glared at the sight of another beauty beside Chun Nan, her anger flaring. After a single night out with Wu Hao, Chun Nan had already exchanged 2 women, each more beautiful than herself. Chun Nan, wait for me. My lawyer will soon sue you for asset restitution. Qin Rongrong spat, seething. Why was it that he could drive a Rolls-Royce while she had to ride a small electric scooter to work? You're welcome to try. But allow me to remind you kindly that your dreams of grandeur are likely unattainable. As far as I know, Wu Hao's long been married, Chun Nan retorted, leaving with a final jab at Qin Rongrong. Upon hearing his words, her expression shifted as she began contacting Wu Hao. Chun Nan dismissed her entirely and proceeded to work. He was employed at a financial firm, where the performance was mediocre, but the presence of beautiful women was abundant, often relying on them to drive sales. When Chun Nan's Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the company entrance, it immediately caught the attention of many. Curiosity arose regarding which boss had arrived, prompting even the manager, Xia Yao, to come outside personally. When Lu Yun emerged, dressed provocatively, a throng of men could scarcely tear their eyes away. Wealthy individuals certainly knew how to indulge. Even their drivers were stunning, leaving others to wonder if she was hired for driving or companionship. Keep your voices down. Be careful the big boss hears, someone cautioned. As manager, Xia Yao wore a perplexed expression. There were no significant clients scheduled for today. Could this be a new client? When Lu Yun opened the car door and Chun Nan sauntered over, realization dawned on the crowd. Isn't that Chun Nan? Someone remarked, noting his transformed demeanor. He doesn't seem like the same person. Look at that aura. He certainly doesn't resemble the timid fellow we knew. It truly is him, Xia Yao confirmed, her curiosity piqued. Observing Chun Nan approach, she felt a moment of confusion. During their phone conversation yesterday, he had exuded an unusual confidence, unlike his usual submissive self. Do you not recognize me, Manager Xia? Chun Nan inquired coolly. As a manager in the financial sector, Xia Yao epitomized the archetype of a strong woman, typically clad in professional attire. However, her outfits were slightly more alluring than standard business wear, as the industry often demanded. Chun Nan, what brings you here? Xia Yao maintained her cool demeanor, yet was curious as to why he had arrived in a luxury vehicle. As we discussed on the phone yesterday, I have brought a sum of capital and hope you can assist me in managing it, Chun Nan replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. The allure of a powerful woman often ignited a man's desire for conquest, and Xia Yao was undoubtedly the embodiment of such an exquisite temptress. It has come to my attention that Xia Yao, despite her tender years, has become a widow. Over the years, there have been no whispers of romantic entanglements, and although she has reached the age of 30, she appears scarcely older than her 20s. How astonishing. Xia Yao seems somewhat displeased with Chun Nan's demeanor towards her. Typically, when encountered in the company, others address her with the utmost deference. Yet Chun Nan now regards her with a hint of scrutiny, exhibiting a pronounced aggressiveness. 200 billion. Chun Nan casually remarked. A chuckle escaped someone in the room, and even Xia Yao's countenance was aflame with indignation. Chun Nan, have you lost your mind? 200 billion? At least draft a rough outline before boasting. Another person derisively commented. Indeed, do you fancy yourself the wealthiest in Donghai? Even a tycoon would struggle to produce such a sum in cash, chimed in a flamboyantly dressed woman. Xia Yao's expression turned frigid. Is this the excuse you concocted for your absence yesterday? Did you deliberately rent a car to put on a show? Let me be clear. If your performance this month does not meet expectations, you shall pack your belongings and depart. With a cacophony of laughter, the crowd dispersed. And Chun Nan remained unfazed. These individuals, with their narrow-mindedness, would inevitably face the consequences of their actions. Chun Nan gestured for Liu Yun to return, as Su Xiaoyu needed to procure some items. Although their residence was elegantly furnished, many essentials were yet to be acquired. He then strode directly into Xia Yao's office and calmly seated himself before her. Is there something you wish to discuss? Xia Yao's expression was one of barely concealed fury. Having squandered so much time early in the day, I was contemplating where we might dine at noon, Chun Nan replied with a smile. He examined Xia Yao's ensemble today, a lace-fitted blouse atop a form-fitting skirt that ended mid-thigh. The sheer tights clung to her legs as if she wore nothing at all, and the 10-centimeter heels accentuated her regal and aloof demeanor. You have 10 seconds. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you shall find yourself at Human Resources to collect your final paycheck. Xia Yao inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling. She was astute. Unlike the superficial beauties outside, Chun Nan's behavior today was unusual. Either he possessed some hidden leverage or had indeed lost his senses. Without further ado, Chun Nan declared, to be candid, I am a concealed scion of wealth. I possess 200 billion that I require your assistance to manage. However, judging by your disposition, you appear somewhat reluctant. I lack the time for your jesting. Xia Yao retorted angrily, having anticipated something novel from Chun Nan, only to be met with more ramblings. Do you not believe me? Chun Nan raised an eyebrow, finding her difficult to engage. But will you still doubt me once you see the balance in my bank account? He glanced at the laptop before Xia Yao and seized it. With a mere login to his banking account, she would ascertain whether he spoke truthfully. Chun Nan, what are you doing? Xia Yao exclaimed in anger, her face betraying a hint of panic. Chun Nan paused momentarily, pondering if the computer harbored some secret. He had noticed Xia Yao hastily closing it upon his entrance. With that thought, he swiftly opened the laptop, revealing the screen was still displaying the previous content. His eyes widened in shock as a stream of blood nearly surged from his nose. The screen showcased artistic photographs of Xia Yao, of a particularly provocative nature. Flipping through, he discovered several more images in various alluring poses. These enticing photographs, juxtaposed with Xia Yao's icy beauty, created a dissonance, yet they exuded a unique allure. There were dozens in total, and Chun Nan perused them, thoroughly indulging his gaze. Do not look, Xia Yao exclaimed, her urgency palpable. At that moment, all her previous bravado dissolved. She appeared as a petite woman caught in a moment of vulnerability, as if a hidden secret had been unveiled, her shyness impossible to conceal. What to do? How embarrassing. How could one dare to intrude upon another's privacy without permission? Xia Yao's mind raced blankly. Her carefully crafted persona as the Ice Queen shattered in an instant. If this were to be revealed, how would she face the world? It was an utterly mortifying predicament. Seated across the desk, she attempted to snatch back the computer, but her height proved insufficient, leaving Chun Nan to gaze lecherously at her artistic photos. As a woman, particularly one of Xia Yao's striking beauty, she held great concern for her physique. However, as time pressed on, The inevitable passage of years had left her form and complexion not as they once were. Thus, she sought to capture her most splendid self while she still had youth on her side. Earlier that day, the photography studio had sent her the images, and she had been reviewing them when Shannon had unexpectedly entered, leading to this embarrassing moment. I had no idea manager Xia had such a side. You are truly beautiful, Shannon sincerely complimented. Infuriated, Xia Yao sprang from her seat, ready to reclaim her computer. Yet Shannon swiftly closed the previous page and logged into his bank account. The balance was displayed clearly before them. Now do you believe me? Shannon observed Xia Yao with a scrutinizing gaze. Having glimpsed the photographs, he was now eager to see her true self. Xia Yao was momentarily stunned, staring at the amount on the screen. She had not anticipated that Shannon truly possessed such wealth. Could he genuinely be a wealthy heir? For a fleeting moment, she forgot the earlier embarrassment and swiftly seized her laptop. But in the haste of her movement, her high heels faltered, causing her to tumble into Shannon's embrace. Was this deliberate? Shannon mused privately, pondering whether he had captured her admiration, but doubting it. Xia Yao, no longer exuding her usual commanding presence, resembled a startled young girl. Touching her flushed cheeks, she felt a wave of anxiety. What was happening? Today had been fraught with mishaps, and her clumsiness was unwelcome. Reflecting on the earlier incident, she began to entertain troubling thoughts. Would he misconstrue her fall as intentional? She completely overlooked Shannon's subtle gestures, instead fixating on whether her tumble into his arms might be misinterpreted as a calculated move. Though she typically embodied the persona of the Ice Queen, witnessing Shannon's bank balance had prompted this unexpected turn of events, igniting her imagination. Xia Yao vacillated on whether to offer an explanation, fearing it might appear overly contrived. So, Shannon, do you genuinely intend to entrust such a sum to our company for management? Xia Yao inquired, her uncertainty evident. She was acutely aware of Shannon's previous demeanor. Fortunately, while she was often strict, she had not singled him out. Yet how could a wealthy heir choose to conceal his identity and work here? Was it for her sake? Xia Yao felt a rush of color to her cheeks. Since the untimely demise of her husband, she had not entertained the company of men. The earlier incident of him viewing her private photos, coupled with their physical contact, left her feeling flushed. To be precise, I am entrusting the management to you. I place my utmost faith in your capabilities for this company, Shannon replied, a unique smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Xia Yao's heart fluttered at the thought that Shannon's intentions were directed towards her. Yet, considering her status as a widow, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Over the years, many suitors had pursued her, but most sought only fleeting amusement. Few affluent men would consider marrying a widow. Moreover, she bore a significant burden. Her daughter suffered from a severe illness, necessitating exorbitant medical expenses that ordinary individuals could scarcely endure. Will you continue to come to work? Xia Yao regretted her question the moment it escaped her lips, chastising herself for asking such a foolish thing. I may not always be present, but I will frequently check in on the management of funds, and as for commission, you shall receive it according to company policy. What? Xia Yao gasped in astonishment. This was 200 billion, and according to company policy, a management fee would be deducted from the funds. That management fee alone would amount to hundreds of millions, and their commission would be drawn from that figure. At 10% of the company's stipulated amount, she stood to gain 10 million. Shannon, since you are an employee of the company, I believe your commission should be returned directly to you. Xia Yao found herself at a loss. It is often said that one cannot receive rewards without merit. Shannon is, in effect, presenting her with money. It is indeed a substantial sum that she finds difficult to decline, yet true to her character, she remains reluctant to accept it. Do you think I lack this little money? Shannon jested, reveling in the situation. The usually aloof manager, Xia, now resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. The root of her discomfort lay in having witnessed something she ought not to have seen, which rendered Xia Yao so apprehensive. All right, it's settled then. Otherwise, I may seek other companies. No, Xia Yao exclaimed nervously. Join me for lunch today, and we shall discuss future operational strategies. Shannon cast a lingering gaze upon her. Xia Yao nodded, recognizing that dining with clients is a commonplace aspect of their profession. However, recalling the day as events caused her cheeks to flush deeper. By the way, we're something a bit more elegant, Shannon remarked teasingly. Chapter 10. Exceptional physique. When Xia Yao reintroduced Shannon, everyone was astounded. They had not anticipated that he would indeed bring in 200 billion in funding, and that the money was his own. Aling, Xiai Oxin, bye-bye, Kiana. From this moment forth, you shall heed Shannon's directives. Xia Yao reverted to her powerful persona. These four were precisely those whom Shannon had requested, and naturally, Xia Yao acquiesced to all his demands, for he was their most significant client. The girls singled out were visibly delighted. Who could have imagined that Shannon was a hidden magnate? Previously, they had missed their opportunities, but now they found themselves in a position to benefit from his favor. I have already prepared 50 billion in funding. From now on, follow my lead, Shannon stated with satisfaction. He intended to accumulate resources incessantly. Although he possessed limitless space for storage, the prerequisite was to have ample supplies. No one knew how long this calamity would persist. After all, in his previous life, he had not lived long enough to witness its duration. He must stockpile vast quantities of materials while also requiring considerable capital. The stock market was undoubtedly the quickest means of acquiring wealth, a veritable legal casino. In light of his past experiences, he would have prioritized self-indulgence, surrounding himself with beautiful women and hoarding supplies to live comfortably. However, with the system assigning him tasks, its whims were unpredictable should he disobey. He would have no place to lament should the system abandon him. At 9:30, as the market opened, Chun Nan prepared several stocks and urged the girls to buy vigorously. He possessed a remarkable aptitude for numbers. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this profession. In his previous life, he engaged in various analyses daily, thus recalling precisely which stocks had performed well on specific days. Sitting beside him, Xia Yao furrowed her brow. These stocks had mediocre performance, and Chun Nan's urgency to purchase in bulk seemed hasty. As a strong businesswoman, her capabilities surpassed Chun Nan's, and had she been her former self, she would have expressed her objections loudly. Now, however, she could only offer soft-spoken counsel. I suggest we refrain from investing so heavily in these stocks. It could lead to being trapped. Chun Nan, however, remained unfazed. As a reborn individual, he would have made the same judgment as Xia Yao in the past. If I succeed, promise me one request, he said with a smile. If you won't heed my advice, then so be it. Xia Yao replied coldly, to Xia Yao's astonishment. Within half an hour of the market opening, the stocks Chun Nan had purchased began to surge. How is this possible? She exclaimed, taken aback. Did he possess some insider knowledge? The stocks he had chosen were among those with the highest daily gains. He seemed like a stock market deity. Wow, Ningguo, you are incredible. You are my idol. Xiao Xian could not help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling. No wonder Ningguo is so wealthy. If only he were my boyfriend. Bei Bei added, unable to contain her admiration. Here was a billionaire, a rarity even in Donghai, and yet he was so youthful. Nevertheless, they all knew Chun Nan was married and had not entertained thoughts of advancing their own positions. However, being his clandestine lover seemed appealing. Even if Chun Nan's marital status remained a secret to the company. Everyone, keep a close watch on the data, Xia Yao commanded, her expression darkening. These young women were undeniably bold. Oh, stop talking. In front of Manager Xia, do you think you have a chance? If Nangu were to find a girlfriend, it would certainly be someone like Manager Xia, Aling quipped. Upon hearing her words, Xia Yao's face flushed again, while Chun Nan remained oblivious, having invested the entire 50 billion and awaiting a price surge. However, as noon approached, the stocks that had nearly reached their caps began to plummet. Initially up by 7 or 8%, they now barely held on to 2 or 3. What is happening? Is there an issue with my memory? Chun Nan thought to himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the reward for altering history. The system's voice echoed in his mind, leaving Chun Nan bewildered. Was this akin to purchasing a lottery ticket? Had his substantial purchases prompted the market manipulators to raise prices only to offload their stocks onto him? Chun Nan cursed under his breath. This stock market, notorious for its volatility, had almost become his undoing even as a reborn individual. Sell everything, Chun Nan suddenly commanded. The girls hastily began to liquidate their holdings, and fortunately, their timing was swift. They managed to secure a profit of around 2%. 50 billion at 2% amounts to 1 billion. Yet according to Chun Nan's plans for the day, he had hoped to earn at least 5 billion. This thought caused him to sigh deeply. Nangu, you made 1 billion in just one morning. Why the long face? The girls expressed their envy. Such an achievement was beyond their wildest dreams. I did not meet my goal. Chun Nan mused inwardly, recalling that according to the initial price surge, he had likely lost 4 billion. Given the system's tendencies, would it not return a 100-fold reward for his losses? That would be delightful. As the impending apocalypse loomed, the system announced, reward for host, exceptional physique, achieving a physical condition 10 times that of an ordinary person. The mechanical voice of the system reverberated in his mind, igniting Chun Nan's excitement. A physique 10 times that of an ordinary individual would serve as an unparalleled survival skill in the face of the impending disaster. Otherwise, all his stockpiled resources would be rendered futile if he were to perish at the outset. The average Special Forces soldier possesses a physique merely 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person. With his 10-fold advantage, he could easily dispatch 10 adversaries with his bare hands. Of course, these attributes were not the main focus. Possessing an exceptional physique meant that driving would be less exhausting. Although he typically preferred others to take the wheel, he still bore the cost of fuel. This afternoon, we shall take a break and return home to rest tonight. We work the night shift, Chun Nan declared suddenly. The stock market was no longer viable. He would wait until the evening to explore the market across the ocean in the beautiful country. We have to stay up late. The girls appeared discontented. Overtime pay is 100,000 each, and I will cover it. Chun Nan promptly transferred funds to the young women. There is nothing that money cannot resolve. If there is, it is simply that the money is insufficient. Yay! Thank you, Nangu. I can work overtime every night from now on. Bye-bye exclaimed. The overtime pay for one night nearly equaled their annual salaries. They would not hesitate to work overtime or even take on additional tasks. Long live Nanga! The girls cheered, each more excited than the last, and eventually, every one of them bestowed a kiss upon him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao silently scoffed at the scene, thinking him a notorious philanderer, though she soon reminded herself that she was not someone of significance to Chen Nan. Lost in her thoughts, her cheeks flushed anew. Shall we go, Yao, Jia? You are joining me for the night shift. Chen Nan, satisfied, stroked his cheek, wishing Xiao Yao would grant him a kiss as well. Wait while I change my clothes. Xiao Yao pondered why she was so compliant. Could it truly be due to the allure of wealth? Or was it that he had glimpsed another side of her? Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yao appeared before Chen Nan clad in a strappy evening gown, as her office was stocked with attire for frequent social engagements. Chen Nan was aware of this, which prompted his earlier request. Xiao Yao's fitted gown accentuated her flawless figure, devoid of any excess flesh. She appeared far younger than her 30 years, having already borne a child. Chen Nan found himself momentarily transfixed. He had never witnessed this side of Xiao Yao before. Chapter 11. A reunion with Wu Hao. Xiao Yao felt a sense of resignation. She had not had many social engagements recently, and, coincidentally, she had just sent her other clothes for cleaning, leaving only this single strappy gown. Previously, having been frequently provoked, my garments became drenched in perspiration, rendering them uncomfortable to wear, so I decided to forego them altogether. After all, I was clad in a long skirt, unperturbed by the prospect of exposure, yet I was unaware that Chen Nan had already perceived everything. This rare opportunity was one that Chen Nan intended to seize wholeheartedly. He even began to suspect whether Xiao Yao was subtly hinting at something. A group of male colleagues in the office regarded Chen Nan with envious and resentful gazes. Although they had not scrutinized him as closely as Chen Nan did, the fitted gown worn by Xiao Yao was undeniably stunning. Truly beautiful, Chen Nan sincerely complimented. Xiao Yao shot him a glance, one that radiated an aggressive aura that was evident to all, yet she found herself compelled to endure it. Contemplating the prospect of Chen Nan's 200 billion in funds potentially earning her millions in commissions, Xiao Yao felt an undeniable increase in her affection for him. While he might not be particularly concerned about such sums, for Xiao Yao, this financial assistance was akin to a lifeline. Her daughter's illness had lingered for far too long, necessitating a substantial surgical fee alongside the requirement for imported medications, with ongoing maintenance incurring significant expenses. As Lu Yun intended to accompany Su Xiaoyu to purchase some items today, the two could only travel in Xiao Yao's second-hand auto. Given Xiao Yao's income, it was surprising for her to drive such a vehicle. However, over the past few years, she had sold her house to cover her daughter's medical needs. Was she perhaps unaccustomed to such a car? Xiao Yao felt somewhat embarrassed, especially since Chen Nan was a billionaire accustomed to riding in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's all right. Do you not remember my previous rides on a little electric scooter? Chen Nan replied nonchalantly, focusing intently on Xiao Yao as she drove. One could not deny that Xiao Yao's driving skills were commendable. One could only wonder about her proficiency in other areas. Given your wealth, why do you choose to work at our company? Xiao Yao could not help but inquire further. Chen Nan was at a loss for words to clarify. Should he confess to being reborn? Should he mention a system that rewarded him with money? If I said it was for you, would you believe me? Chen Nan playfully uttered a line of cheesy romantic dialogue. Xiao Yao was unsure how to continue the conversation, opting instead to concentrate on her driving. Where shall we dine? She asked, seeking to divert the topic. Let us go to Donghai Grand Hotel, Chen Nan suggested casually. It was the most renowned five-star hotel in Donghai City. Previously, he had lacked the opportunity, and with the impending apocalypse in a few months, it seemed prudent to indulge while he still had the means. Xiao Yao fell silent, and soon they arrived at the hotel entrance, where patrons were either affluent or elite, with numerous luxury vehicles parked outside. Oh, is that not Chen Nan? Do you even know where this place is? You dare to enter in a shabby auto. A jarring voice rang out. Chen Nan looked up to find it was Wu Hao, who was driving a Panamera, with Qin Rongrong in the passenger seat. Last time, Qin Rongrong had treated him well. He had plans to enjoy more time with her, so he brought her for lunch during the midday break. Chen Nan, where's your Rolls Royce? I suspected as much. That car was indeed rented, and yesterday's vehicle must have been a facade. Qin Rongrong descended from the Panamera, exuding an air of superiority. Rolls Royce. Chen Nan, you divorced Rongrong, and now you seek to rent a car to flaunt? How juvenile. Wu Hao laughed heartily. Xiao Yao was only then made aware that this woman was Chen Nan's ex-wife, and it appeared they had already divorced. Have you finished? If so, kindly step aside and do not disturb my mood. Chen Nan, who had initially been in high spirits with Xiao Yao, had no desire to engage in dialogue with the pair. Wu Hao, however, was not finished, recalling the day Chen Nan had the audacity to splash them with wine. Chen Nan, you truly do not cherish your wife. Rongrong has only been divorced for 2 days, and look how I am treating her, he remarked, deliberately placing a hand on Qin Rongrong. Qin Rongrong also conspicuously puffed out her chest, as if to proclaim that her post-divorce life was more splendid than his. At this moment, Xia Yao began to understand. Chen Nan's wife had likely been involved with someone else for quite some time and was now intentionally humiliating him. Darling, is this your ex-wife? Truly, seeing is believing. It amazes me that such a wreck could attract anyone. Xia Yao affectionately linked her arm with Chen Nan's. Upon Xia Yao's arrival, Qin Rongrong instantly dimmed in comparison, for in terms of appearance, figure, and aura, she was leagued behind, especially with Xia Yao's elegant yet alluring attire. Even Wu Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered, even surpassing Lin Yenner, whom he had long admired. How could such an exquisite woman be with someone as impoverished as Chen Nan? You vixen, who are you referring to? Qin Rongrong retorted, her wounds reopened. Chen Nan, how dare you even speak? At least I had an emotional foundation with Wu Xiao, while you divorced just 2 days ago and are already out deceiving women. I suppose this one was hired from some establishment? Chen Nan, feeling the softness of Xia Yao's waist, casually wrapped his arm around her slender figure. Through her gown, he felt no barrier, as if he were intimately close to Xia Yao. My dear, let us not stoop to the level of such women. Shall we proceed to dine? Chen Nan whispered into Xia Yao's ear. Xia Yao shivered slightly, but, recalling that it was she who had initiated this cooperation, made no effort to stop Chen Nan, allowing him to embrace her. Wait a moment, miss. Do not be deceived by him. He is merely a poor boy, freshly divorced and completely destitute. Wu Hao seized the opportunity. If he could win this woman over, he would have no need for someone like Qin Rongrong. Whether I am deceived is none of your concern, Xia Yao replied coldly, her demeanor radiating the essence of a highborn queen. This only fueled Wu Hao's desire to conquer. I cannot bear to see such a beautiful girl wasted on someone unworthy. If you intend to dine here, I can assure you that Chen Nan has no means to settle the bill. My father is the chairman of Hao Yu Group, a VIP client here. If you do not mind, you could join me for lunch. Not interested, Xia Yao replied icily, then proceeded with Chen Nan into the hotel. Watching Chen Nan depart with the beauty, Wu Hao's face twisted with resentment. Come, I am eager to see how Chen Nan intends to pay. Qin Rongrong also felt a sense of injustice. She had initially thought that Chen Nan, having emerged from a divorce, would struggle to make ends meet. Yet, the woman beside him seemed more exquisite than the last. Observing their arrival in an auto, Qin Rongrong was convinced that yesterday's Rolls-Royce Phantom was indeed rented, and that Chen Nan's wealth was likely tied up in his lavish apartment. Today, she was determined to humiliate him thoroughly, at the very least ensuring that the woman recognized his true nature and left him. Chapter 12. Patience is a virtue within Donghai Grand Hotel. Chen Nan had initially desired a private room, yet Xia Yao adamantly refused, insisting they find a cozy table instead. As it was mealtime, the establishment was bustling with patrons, and when Xia Yao entered clad in a form-fitting dress, every gentleman naturally turned to admire her. I had suggested a private room, yet now that you have chosen to sit here, it appears others are unable to enjoy their meals, Chen Nan teased. Xia Yao shot him a glare. Having already taken advantage of her, he now sought a private room, which would leave her unable to refuse any of his potential advances. Ladies and gentlemen, may I take your order? A lovely waitress approached with the menu. Without even glancing at it, Chen Nan declared, bring us your most expensive signature dishes, and a bottle of Romanicani. Hearing his words, Xia Yao quickly interjected, perhaps we should skip the wine. We need to drive later. Not to worry. I do not have work this afternoon. We can dine leisurely and stroll afterward. The wine is not overly strong, and I shall be sober well before we depart. Xia Yao offered a wry smile. She was concerned about the expense. Although her income was substantial, she typically practiced frugality. While Chen Nan's selections were manageable, merely several tens of thousands, his choice of Romanicani, priced at $1 million, was beyond her experience. Neither had she nor Chen Nan ever tasted such an exquisite wine, which was precisely why he ordered a bottle to try. At that moment, Wu Hao and Qin Rongrong approached, taking seats adjacent to Chen Nan. Wu Hao, with his squinting eyes, fixated his gaze on Xia Yao, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. Little did I know, it would have been better to retreat to a private room. However, at this moment, she felt it inappropriate to voice her thoughts. Waiter, I would like a serving of Australian lobster, a king crab, and pan-seared French cod, along with a portion of Almas caviar, and please uncork a bottle of 82 La Fight, Wu Hao proclaimed loudly. Country bumpkin. Xia Yao couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Chen Nan couldn't suppress a chuckle. Then I must be an even greater country bumpkin. Although his ordering was not as ostentatious, it still exuded the air of a nouveau riche. Chen Nan, you brought this lovely lady out for a meal, and you only ordered 2 cups of plain water? Wu Hao remarked sarcastically. Wu Xiao, how can you speak of her like that? After all, she arrived in an auto, so surely ordering a fried rice should pose no issue. Qin Rongrong interjected from the side. Darling, how can it be that even a 5-star hotel has flies? Chen Nan said with a smile, looking at Xia Yao. Although these two were bothersome, they also served as effective wingmen. And Xia Yao found herself regretting her earlier collaboration with Chen Nan in their charade. Now, the term darling had become addictive, and Xia Yao, unable to refuse, had no choice but to address the matter at hand. Chen, are you planning to invest in foreign stocks in the future? If so, I will need to make some adjustments to the schedule. Indeed, earning money from our own people pales in comparison to profiting from foreigners. As for the schedule adjustment, just include today S4 plus yourself. Who could refuse the opportunity to cohabit with 5 beautiful women? Not a problem. I will have a word with the boss. Xiao Yao nodded. After all, he was the big boss. By the way, please arrange a lounge for me. Staying up late is detrimental to health. And one must take breaks as needed, Chen added. This seemed to hint at ulterior motives, yet who could blame him for being a significant client? It was said that Xiao Yao was reporting on financial operations, but in reality, Chen Nan orchestrated everything. Their conversation was not too loud, but it was evident they were in harmony, which made Wu Hao beside them itch with jealousy. Miss, I have uncorked a bottle of 82 Lafite. May I have the honor of inviting you to taste it with me? Wu Hao approached with an audacious grin. Chen Nan, however, remained unfazed, relishing the sight of Qin Rongrong's furious expression. Wu Hao treated her as a mere plaything, flirting with other women in her presence, showing complete disregard for her feelings. Xiao Yao had reached her limit. This man had harassed her repeatedly. Though Chen Nan was a big boss, she could no longer endure this lecture. Waiter, what is your establishment's policy? It's unacceptable to be harassed repeatedly while dining. Xiao Yao huffed. The waiter quickly apologized, knowing that the table's expenditure exceeded 1 million. They could not afford to offend such significant clients. Sir, please return to your seat and refrain from disturbing other guests. The waiter politely requested. Wu Hao's expression changed, feeling cornered, while the others displayed disdain. Although Xiao Yao was a stunning beauty, they merely admired her, unlike his shameless pursuit, especially knowing she had an escort. Look closely, they only ordered 2 cups of plain water. They are not here to dine. Sharing a meal with individuals like them is beneath our dignity. What is wrong with your establishment to allow such people in? Wu Hao argued defensively. He had not even glanced at the menu when Chen Nan ordered hastily, oblivious to the fact that they were significant patrons. He thought that if the hotel intervened to evict Chen Nan, he could easily invite the goddess to dine with him instead. Sir, kindly do not disturb other guests, or we will have to call security, the waiter, now a bit annoyed, said. Internally, he thought this fool had no business interfering with others' choices. If he had the means, he should dine in a private room, instead of acting pretentiously here. Bring your manager here. I wish to file a complaint. Wu Hao shouted. The hotel manager had already noticed the situation and, upon approaching to inquire, was well aware of the dynamics. Sir, how would you like to handle this? The manager did not acknowledge Wu Hao, but instead quietly sought Chen Nan's opinion. Please have him removed. While these two may serve as decent wingmen, they're indeed spoiling the dining atmosphere. Primarily, Xiao Yao was growing increasingly impatient. Her outfit was already daring enough without being scrutinized. The manager waved his hand, and several security personnel promptly arrived. Wu Hao smirked confidently at Chen Nan. See, security is here to escort you out. Madam, if you wish to avoid being expelled alongside him, you may join me for lunch, he said, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Xiao Yao. However, before he could finish, he was seized by security, with Qin Rongrong screaming in protest. You got it wrong. It's those two. Qin Rongrong exclaimed. You are the ones being escorted out. The head of security scoffed. The other patrons burst into laughter. Who were these two pretentious individuals who thought they could act without consequence, just because they had money? Some had even heard Chen Nan's extravagant ordering, and it was clear that their meal would exceed 1 million, marking them as true tycoons. Once the two nuisances were removed, the remaining guests enjoyed their meal thoroughly. Even Xiao Yao, who typically monitored her diet, indulged a bit more. The bottle of Romani Conti, valued at 1 million, was polished off between the two of them. Observing Xiao Yao's flushed cheeks, Chen Nan found himself entranced. Truly a feast for the eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim. Do not look, Xiao Yao instinctively retorted, suddenly recalling that she had uttered the same words earlier that morning when Chen Nan admired her artistic photographs. Chen Nan had initially considered resting in a room, but he realized it was wise not to rush things. Chapter 13. The auto show. The Donghai Grand Hotel is situated within a bustling commercial district. After their meal, unable to engage in physical activity, they opted for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Who could resist the charm of shopping alongside an exquisite beauty? In Chen Nan's eyes, Xiao Yao was the epitome of perfection. If you were to assign her a score, she would undoubtedly receive a 99. The remaining point was irretrievable and could not be reclaimed. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves in the auto exhibition hall on the first floor of the shopping center, coinciding with a luxury car show that had attracted a large crowd. Some attended to admire the vehicles, while others were there to ogle the car models. After all, a luxury car exhibition necessitated the presence of high-caliber models. However, when Xiao Yao entered the venue, all gazes fixated upon her, rendering the elegantly adorned car models overshadowed. Incredible beauty. Is this a new car model? Spectators gawked, some even aiming their cameras at her. Xiao Yao quickly shielded herself, feeling shy under the intense scrutiny. Most importantly, She was acutely aware of her vulnerability beneath her long gown, devoid of any undergarments, leaving her feeling exposed. Without hesitation, Chun Nan assumed the role of her protector, wrapping his arms securely around her. Ladies and gentlemen, please step aside. My girlfriend is not a car model, so no inappropriate photography, he declared, embodying a sense of possessiveness. At this moment, Xia Yao felt a sense of security in his embrace, dismissing any inclination to argue. ISNT, this our former campus Belle. Xia, why are you dressed like a car model? An unwelcome voice chimed in. Chun Nan turned to see a woman in her 30s. Her gaze laced with mockery directed at Xia Yao. Zhang Yan. Xia Yao's expression soured. This woman was not without her own allure. Yet her revealing attire made her resemble a vulgar figure. If Xia Yao appeared like a car model, then Zhang Yan resembled a brazen flaunter. Yet, she remained self-satisfied, her every gesture highlighting her ostentatious designer jewelry. What's going on? Chun Nan inquired, puzzled by her evident malice. She is a former classmate from my university. She always opposed me because she had a crush on the same boy who pursued me, Xia Yao whispered. Once a campus beauty, Xia Yao had countless admirers, which only fueled Zhang Yan's jealousy. Recently, Xia Yao had been rumored to be dating a wealthy boyfriend, prompting Zhang Yan to boast incessantly in their class group. Often mentioning Xia Yao had long since dismissed her, but unbeknownst to her, Zhang Yan had learned about Xia Yao's current situation as a widow with a gravely ill daughter, which only intensified her taunts and insinuations in the group chat. Xia Yao, this is a luxury car exhibition. Can you, driving a dilapidated Audi, really afford it? Zhang Yan mocked without mercy. Zhang Yan, I have no grievances with you. Why speak so harshly? I simply wish to stroll about, going wherever I please, and it is none of your business, Xia Yao retorted coldly. Known for her aloof demeanor, she had never feared anyone, yet Zhang Yan was aware of her family's circumstances, which made her feel somewhat inferior. Is that so? I was dining at Donghai Grand Hotel earlier and spotted a shabby Audi. I thought I was mistaken, but it turned out to be you. Zhang Yan chuckled. She then glanced at Chun Nan, asking, is this your foolishly generous boyfriend? What lofty position does he hold? Xia Yao is my superior. Chun Nan replied casually, indifferent to Xia Yao's feelings. Oh dear, are you a case of an old cow eating young grass? Young man, do you know that Xia Yao's husband was involved in a fatal accident and left her with a mountain of debt? But since her husband is deceased, she must bear it alone. By the way, I heard she has a gravely ill daughter. How can she afford to dine at a five-star hotel when her own daughter cannot afford medical care? Zhang Yan brazenly divulged Xia Yao's private matters. Chun Nan finally grasped Xia Yao's plight. It was no wonder she earned a decent income, yet drove a second-hand Audi. Thinking of her usual strong demeanor, he felt a pang of sympathy and instinctively hugged her tighter. Feeling the support on her shoulder, Xia Yao was touched, but the peculiar expressions of those around her began to draw attention. So what? Why does it concern you? Chun Nan retorted without mercy. You a lowly bum. Dare speak to me like that? Zhang Yan's expression darkened, surprised that this young man was indeed a tough nut. Darling, you must help me take revenge. Zhang Yan pouted at a bald man in his 50s nearby. The man did not look at her, but instead fixed his gaze on Xia Yao. Compared to Zhang Yan, Xia Yao was undoubtedly a celestial being descended to Earth, and it seemed she was currently facing difficulties. Spending a little money might easily win her over. However, there was a complication, the flower protector beside her. So when Zhang Yan sought his sympathy, he immediately stepped forward. You brat, apologize to my girlfriend at once, or I will have you thrown out right now. The bald man huffed. I came here to buy a car. Who dares to throw me out? Chun Nan replied bluntly. With tenfold human physical prowess, he was not intimidated by an average person. Did I hear you right? You, a mere parasite, think you can afford a car here? Zhang Yan scoffed. Xia Yao, with such discerning taste, relying on a man who can only boast is hardly better than selling yourself. Perhaps you might get the chance to buy the cheapest luxury car. Zhang Yan continued her self-indulgent tirade, then deliberately pulled out a deposit slip from her bag. Unlike me, my boyfriend insists on buying me a BMW 5 Series. It's a pity there is no stock today. Otherwise, I could pay in full right away. Seeing her smug expression, Chun Nan nearly retched. A boyfriend? He could barely be considered a father figure. Chun Nan, let us go. Xia Yao wished to avoid further entanglement with such people, lowering her standards. Oh no, weren't you bragging just now? Show me the car you plan to buy. Zhang Yan blocked their way. Chun Nan was already growing impatient. Where's the salesperson? A young woman in a short skirt hurried over. Sir, how may I assist you? I want that Ferrari 911 in the center of the display. Swipe my card. Chun Nan proclaimed with authority. Excuse me, sir, this model is the top configuration with modifications. Priced at around 2.6 million. The young woman cautioned, fearing Chun Nan was unaware of the price. The bald man burst into laughter, truly believing this young man was a billionaire. By the way, put Xia Yao's name on it, Chun Nan casually mentioned. Perhaps we should reconsider. Xia Yao quickly waved her hand. Although Chun Nan was wealthy, she could not casually accept such a lavish gift. Zhang Yan also scoffed, continuing her charade. Keep pretending. You both play your roles well. Zhang Yan, do not underestimate others. Xia Yao could no longer contain herself. She could endure humiliation, but Chun Nan was her major client. If she could not even protect his dignity, how could they cooperate? The astute and capable manager Xia re-emerged, just as the mall manager approached. The bald man eagerly walking over, clearly acquainted with him. What is going on? The manager inquired with a smile. "Lee manager, you arrived just in time. These two paupers are here pretending to have money, even claiming they want to buy that Ferrari." Zhang Yin seemed eager to showcase her status. The manager appeared puzzled. Theoretically, anyone could attend the car exhibition as long as they did not cause trouble. However, upon seeing Xia Yao in her fitted skirt, his eyes lit up. He was clearly a lecher. "What is this? If you disrupt the exhibition, I can have you thrown out immediately and even demand compensation for damages," the manager sneered. Generally, when faced with such a situation, most would be terrified and seek a private resolution. But upon imagining Xia Yao's enchanting figure, the manager became increasingly excited. "What are you? Is this how you treat your customers at a car show?" Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, the manager's expression changed. No one dared speak to him like that. "Guards, throw him out." The moment the manager finished his sentence, several tall security guards rushed over. "What are you doing?" Xia Yao gasped in shock, unable to believe how unreasonable the other party was. "And that vixen, strip her of her clothes and throw her out." Zhang Yin shouted in agreement. She realized that her man was now fixated on Xia Yao. After all, in terms of looks and figure, Xia Yao surpassed her by far. The manager did not refuse. He wanted to witness what it would be like to see such a stunning beauty stripped, or perhaps compel Xia Yao to kneel and beg, thus allowing them to act with impunity. Xia Yao's face paled. No matter how competent she was still a woman, faced with a group of unreasonable security guards. She had no means to resist. The thought of being stripped bare made her shudder. She would undoubtedly make the headlines tomorrow. Gripping Chun in tightly, she thought, "What should I do?" Surprisingly, Xia Yao displayed a vulnerable side. Chun Nan, unfazed, reassured her, "You're safe with me." At that moment, several security guards had already approached. Chun Nan smirked and charged forward. With 10 times the physical prowess of an ordinary person, the guards had barely registered what happened before they were sent flying. "You are disrupting the exhibition. Call the police. I want this kid put away." The manager was astonished by Chun Nan's skills. What era are we in? Being able to fight is worthless. However, before he could finish, Chun Nan had already slapped him to the ground. "You are finished. How dare you hit Lee manager?" The bald man shouted. Yet, he was met with the same fate, as Chun Nan swiftly took down several of them. Xia Yao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Women need protection. And she was no exception. Over the years, for various reasons, she had been alone, having to feign immense strength. Just then, another young man approached. Upon seeing him, the manager looked as if he had seen his father. "Wang Zong, you must help me. This man is disrupting the exhibition and has assaulted others." Wang Zong was the true mastermind behind the exhibition, a figure who navigated both the legitimate and underworld. At this moment, the young saleswoman returned, her face flushed. "Sir, your paperwork is complete. We just need the lady beside you to sign." The young woman could hardly believe her luck. She had unexpectedly sold a luxury car, the commission alone equating to a month's salary. "Please sign here." After the earlier scare, Xia Yao was at a loss. With Chun Nan's indication, she signed. "Congratulations, Miss Xia. This Ferrari is now yours, and you may drive it away immediately." The young girl exclaimed with excitement, more jubilant than if she had purchased the car herself. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang, taken aback by the stunning beauty of Xia Yao, was momentarily surprised, yet being a man of experience, he refrained from staring further. "Mr. Wang, is this how you treat your clients?" Chun Nan remarked with a playful smile. Manager Li's complexion turned pale. He was utterly bewildered, never having anticipated that Chun Nan could indeed afford a Ferrari. "Mr. Wang, this is all a misunderstanding. It was they coerced me into doing this." Manager Li hastily shifted the blame onto the bald man. Mr. Wang scoffed, likely grasping the situation. "Sir, I apologize. It was our oversight. As compensation, we will offer you 10 complimentary maintenance services." He then turned to the bald man and Zhang Yin, commanding, "Throw these two out." "Hey, what do you mean? You look down on us? We are clients here too. My boyfriend just ordered a car and has already paid the deposit. You don't want to do business, do you?" Zhang Yin fumed. The fact that the man beside Xia Yao had purchased a Ferrari filled her with jealousy, but being thrown out would be too embarrassing. "What deposit?" Mr. Wang's expression shifted dramatically. They only sold cars in stock, and there was no 3-month wait for delivery. Manager Li broke into a cold sweat, urgently explaining, "Mr. Wang, this person deliberately had me cooperate with him, claiming it was a deposit, but in reality, he was deceiving that woman. When he tires of her in a few months, he will abandon her." You didn't receive any benefits?" Mr. Wang snorted coldly. "Go settle your salary with finance. You need not return tomorrow." "Mr. Wang, please. Give me another chance. I promise I won't do it again," Manager Li pleaded, but it was futile. Zhang Yin understood the bald man's scheme. The deposit had likely never reached the company, but was pocketed by Manager Li, who might even return a portion. "You old bald fraud, dare to deceive me." Zhang Yin shouted in fury, clawing at the bald man's head. His face paled, and he quickly fled, having suffered great humiliation, fearing that someone like Mr. Wang would remember him. Once out of the crowd, Zhang Yin relentlessly pursued him, and the bald man, incensed, slapped her back. You shameless woman, this is all you're doing. Why provoke them? Don't you know your own worth? Compared to that woman, you are nothing. Without further regard for Zhang Yin, who was now sobbing uncontrollably, he left. Xia Yao sighed in relief, only to find Chun Nin still tightly embracing her, stirring an unexpected feeling within her. What is happening to me? Xia Yao touched her face. Ordinarily, she would feel repulsed by men getting too close. Yet today, Chun Nan's embraces brought her a sense of security. Mr. Wang reiterated his apologies, and Xia Yao waved her hand, not wishing to discuss it further, although the unexpected addition of a car troubled her greatly. This car is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. A beautiful woman deserves a luxurious car. Don't be so modest. Forget the pleasantries. Remember you still have to work late tonight. Consider it your overtime pay, Chun Nan said with a smile. Xia Yao was speechless. Such a generous compensation for overtime was excessive, and she would certainly need to work harder to justify it. Chapter 15. Xia Yao's captivation. The two had no intention of leaving just yet. Thus the car remained parked as they continued to explore other places. However, unlike at the beginning, they were now much closer, with Chun Nan's arm wrapped around Xia Yao's slender waist, resembling a true couple. Soon, Chun Nan noticed that Xia Yao's dress seemed to have some water stains, not from fright, but due to the heat and sweat accumulated while being held by him. Since she wore nothing underneath, the sweat had trickled down to the hem of her dress, making walking rather awkward. Your dress appears a bit soiled. Let me take you to buy a few new outfits, Chun Nan suddenly suggested. Xia Yao wished to find a hole to hide in. Today had been utterly embarrassing, and she was unsure if Chun Nan had noticed anything, yet it was too awkward to refuse at this moment. They spent the afternoon shopping in the mall, and Xia Yao, now more relaxed, indulged in a shopping spree. Having already purchased a Ferrari, a few more outfits seemed trivial. She bought several ensembles from innerwear to outerwear. Women never tire of shopping. Fortunately, Chun Nan had an extraordinary constitution, or he wouldn't have been able to keep up. What delighted him most was that Xia Yao did not shy away from him while choosing items, even seeking his opinion while selecting lingerie. The two truly resembled a couple, and Chun Nan noticed that the styles Xia Yao chose were particularly alluring, which excited him. They returned to the company only after dinner, where 4 beautiful female colleagues had already prepared. Upon seeing Xia Yao return in a Ferrari, they were instantly envious, especially noting her new designer attire. As they shot Chun Nan intrigued glances, he wore an expression of innocence, having done nothing more than embrace her a few times. Nangu, you truly play favorites, Bei Bei teased, leaning against Chun Nan. Indeed, taking manager Xia out for a lavish time without including us. Xiao Xian added, sulking. The 3 women put on a show, and with 5 of them, it was quite a spectacle, although they were aware that they could not compare to Xia Yao. That night, the market in the beautiful nation had opened, and Chun Nan brought forth a capital of 100 billion. Perhaps his rebirth had bestowed upon him a unique gift. The clarity of all events from his previous life remained vividly etched in his mind. Everything appeared as if data on a computer, so he remembered the stock market's fluctuations with precision. This time, he selected numerous stocks, diversifying his investments to avoid drawing undue attention. Compared to our A-share market, the beautiful nation imposed no limits on price fluctuations, with some remarkable stocks surging by 20 to 30% at times. This venture was remarkably smooth. The larger market and the influx of global capital worked in his favor, and his diversified investments did not significantly alter the historical trajectory. As the first half of the night passed, the women were incessantly squealing, as if engaged in vigorous activity. Even Xia Yao looked at Chun Nan with astonishment. At this moment, he resembled a stock god, exuding charm with every gesture. While ordinary women might be easily won over by money, a strong woman like Xia Yao could only be conquered through professional success. After spending the day together, the once guarded heart of Xia Yao began to ripple with intrigue, evolving into a hint of admiration. Let it go. With the target achieved, Chun Nan decisively made his move. The latter half of the night was similar. No significant increases were expected, all firmly imprinted in his memory. Heavens, we have nearly made 20%. A Ling exclaimed. 100 billion at 20% equated to a midnight profit of 20 billion, a feat that even La Fight could not rival. Nangu, I admire you so much. The women exclaimed joyously. Though it wasn't their money, those in the industry knew the significance of such accomplishments. Had Xia Yao not been present, they might have directly expressed their admiration for Chun Nan. All right, let's call it night. Each of you receives 1 million as a bonus. We will continue tomorrow. Chun Nan clapped his hands. Wow, long live Nangu. Bei Bei was the first to rush over, planting a kiss on his lips. Not merely on the cheek this time. The others soon followed suit, showcasing their kissing skills. Ahem, time to head home, Xia Yao said with a hint of jealousy. The women hastily gathered their belongings and scurried away, for Xia Yao commanded too much respect in their eyes, and they feared inciting her ire. Once they departed, the spacious office was left with only Chun Nan and Xia Yao. The break room is ready for you, Xia Yao stammered, having lost her earlier assertiveness. She had occasionally worked late before, which led to the creation of a break room. Thank you for today, Xia Yao said, unsure of what she was thanking him for, but being alone with a man in a room felt inappropriate without doing something. How would you like to thank me? Chun Nan teased. Xia Yao's face flushed as she swiftly leaned in to kiss Chun Nan. It was essential to show sincerity. After all, others had already demonstrated it. Xia Yao was undeterred. However, as she prepared to retreat, Chun Nan held her tightly. No. Xia Yao felt a surge of nervousness. I need to take a shower first. 10 minutes later, clad in the new outfit she had purchased that day, Xia Yao appeared in the lounge. An hour later, with a contented smile, she fell into a deep sleep, utterly exhausted from the day's events. In contrast, Chun Nan, endowed with exceptional vitality, felt no fatigue. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. The following day, when a group of male colleagues saw Chun Nan emerging from Xia Yao's private lounge, they were visibly disheartened. Their goddess had been sullied. Yet, Chun Nan paid them no mind and went out to procure breakfast. By the time Xia Yao awoke, it was nearly noon. The sight of breakfast laid out before her filled her with gratitude. She understood her circumstances well. As a widow with a gravely ill daughter, she never anticipated achieving any status with Chun Nan. A man like him, young, wealthy, and handsome, would surely have countless women vying for his attention. She merely hoped to receive a fraction of his affection. What are you thinking? Chun Nan inquired, embracing her beneath the covers. I was contemplating how long I could have you, Xia Yao replied, holding him tightly. Of course, it would be forever. Chun Nan responded with a smile. You're deceiving me. You have so many beautiful young women around you. How could you care for someone like me, an older woman? Xia Yao pouted. Who says you're old? I appreciate experience. Regardless of how many women I may have, you are my favorite, he reassured her, seeing this different side of Xia Yao, which contrasted sharply with her usual demeanor. Chun Nan couldn't help but fetch her a new set of pajamas. Fortunately, he had purchased enough the previous day, and this change occupied the entire afternoon. Shortly thereafter, Su Xiaoyu called, informing him that Qin Rongrong was causing trouble and had blocked the entrance to the apartment. It must be said that Su Xiaoyu was a competent caretaker. Since he had not returned home the previous night, she wisely refrained from asking questions, as such situations typically indicated important matters requiring late hours. Chun Nan made arrangements, informing Xia Yao of the evening's events, and departed from the office. The beautiful driver had already been waiting at the entrance. But today Lu Yun's attire was even more alluring than the previous day, dazzling Chun Nan's eyes with her headlights before dusk had even settled. At this moment, outside Chun Nan's apartment, Qin Rongrong and her entourage were blocking the entrance, attempting to force their way in. Inside, Su Xiaoyu was too frightened to open the door. But fortunately, the door of the apartment was quite sturdy. Although Qin Rongrong and Chun Nan were divorced, she was accustomed to being domineering at the office, and Su Xiaoyu felt a degree of trepidation towards her. This was a person who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals, as evidenced by her deliberate act of blocking the door, knowing full well Chun Nan was not present, simply to humiliate Su Xiaoyu. You seductress, lure my husband, and you still have the audacity to live here. Qin Rongrong shouted from outside. Come out, little vixen. I'll tear your fox-like face apart. Zhang Hohat echoed her insults. Despite the decent soundproofing between the floors, their deliberate shouting at the stairwell attracted considerable attention. In the community, few knew each other well, and thus remained unaware of the family's true nature. Under their vile words, onlookers pointed fingers at Su Xiaoyu inside. At that moment, the door of Chun Nan's apartment swung open, revealing a woman clad in silk pajamas, her appearance and figure nearly flawless. Could you keep it down? She said, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Qin Rongrong, upon witnessing the woman's perfect physique and beauty, felt a surge of envy, especially as the woman resided in the apartment. Very few knew about the top-floor unit, as the occupant usually kept to herself and did not interact with others, making this first encounter quite astonishing. This is a public area. What business is it of yours? Qin Rongrong retorted, unable to tolerate any woman more beautiful than herself, thus feeling a sense of hostility. At that moment, Chun Nan finally returned. As the elevator doors opened, he immediately spotted the beauty from across the hall. This was one of the reasons he had purchased the apartment. In his previous life, a flood had inundated the basement levels, and many had rushed up. It was then that he learned a stunning beauty resided here, though her fate later had not been kind. My apologies for the disturbance. I will resolve this promptly, Chun Nan said, stepping forward to apologize and leaving a favorable impression. Although he knew the woman's name was Shui Furong, they were still strangers, and he could not address her directly. Shui Furong regarded him with a haughty gaze, clearly unimpressed, as if to say he was unworthy of residing in such a luxurious apartment. Don't disturb me. I'm trying to rest. Otherwise, I will lodge a complaint. She huffed. Chun Nan thought to himself, you little vixen, let us see how you maintain that arrogance when the end of the world arrives. Chun Nan, you bastard. You finally returned. How dare you keep a mistress behind my sister's back? A tall young man interjected. This was Qin Rongrong's brother, Qin Wei, who, despite his imposing stature, possessed little capability and had been living off his sister and brother-in-law in his 20s. Their parents had long ceased to earn income. leaving them reliant on Qin Rongrong and her husband. In fact, even the wedding gifts and down payments for Qin Wei's house had been covered by Chun Nan and his wife. As Chun Nan arrived, Su Xiaoyu finally opened the door. "Nangu, they scare me to death. You're safe with me. I'll make it up to you tonight," he reassured her, patting her shoulder. "Everyone look. This shameless seductress is flaunting her allure right here," Zhang Hohot shouted, prompting disdainful looks from the surrounding crowd, clearly swayed by the mother-daughter duo of Zhang Hohot and Qin Rongrong. "Qin Rongrong, have I not shown you enough courtesy? Leave at once, or I will not hesitate to be impolite," Chun Nan warned, his patience wearing thin as her incessant provocations continued. "Do not be arrogant, Chun Nan. My lawyer is on the way. You will sign the divorce agreement, and this apartment should rightfully belong to me," Qin Rongrong sneered. Having endured humiliation at the hotel earlier, she was still seething with anger. "Your audacity astounds me. This apartment was purchased after your divorce, so it has nothing to do with you," Su Xiaoyu interjected. Had it not been for the crowd, she would not have allowed Qin Rongrong to block her path and insult her. "Do not get too pleased with yourself, Su Xiaoyu. I saw Chun Nan with another woman today. Once he tires of you, you'll be left in tears," Qin Rongrong taunted. Unfazed, Su Xiaoyu was well aware of her position. As long as she served Chun Nan well, she would not suffer. "Chun Nan, if you dare to fool around outside, you must vacate this apartment, or I swear I will make you regret it," Qin Wei added. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Witnessing the spectacle of the original partner confronting the mistress, an affair more dramatic than any television show. "Very well, since you have no shame, I shall not show you any mercy," Chun Nan declared with a cold smirk. He promptly shared a video from earlier in the community group chat, ensuring that not only one building, but the entire neighborhood of over 1,000 households would be aware of the situation. Many present opened their phones to witness the passionate scene, quickly discerning the truth of the matter. However, Qin Rongrong's shamelessness had reached new heights. She was now indifferent to public opinion, fixated solely on obtaining Chun Nan's apartment. At that moment, a well-dressed man emerged from the elevator, a hint of panic on his face. "Lawyer Zhang, you've finally arrived," Qin Rongrong exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile. As long as she could prove that Chun Nan had concealed premarital assets, along with the agreement he had signed, this luxurious apartment would be hers. After that, she would have no need for reputation. Selling the apartment would allow her to purchase another elsewhere, ensuring her life continued in splendor. "Ms. Qin, I apologize, but after investigation, it has been confirmed that Mr. Chin's assets are all obtained legally, and all of his wealth was acquired after your divorce," Zhang Lucier stated directly. "What? How could that be possible? How did he manage to amass over 10 million in just one night?" Qin Rongrong expressed her disbelief. Chun Nan sneered. Although he was unaware of how the system operated, if it could not handle such matters, it would hardly be worthy of its title. "The truth is that on the night of your divorce, Mr. Chin's second uncle's wife's brother, to put it simply, an overseas tycoon unexpectedly passed away. Lacking any relatives, he bequeathed all his assets to Mr. Chun, and after paying the requisite taxes, this fortune rightfully belongs to him." Upon hearing this, not only did Qin Rongrong find it absurd, but even Chun Nan shared her sentiment, realizing the system was quite adept at creating such narratives. However, Zhang Lucier remained unconvinced, feeling he had interfered in matters that did not concern him. Given the enormity of the sum, exceeding 200 billion, if it were indeed true, the media would have reported it long ago, yet he found no information online to substantiate it. This was enough to prove that Chun Nan was a formidable figure, prompting him to explain everything and then hastily depart. Chapter 17. Preparing supplies. Qin Rongrong was left in a daze. How could this be the case? Surely the lawyer would not deceive her. After all, was Chun Nan not an orphan? Where could these overseas relatives come from? She remained oblivious to the extent of Chun Nan's inheritance, but it was now irrelevant to her. "Chun Nan, did you know all along? Which is why you deliberately chose to divorce me that day." Qin Rongrong spat bitterly. "You truly have a thick skin. Do you not hold any awareness of your own actions?" Chun Nan retorted disdainfully. Witnessing the loss of the multi-million-dollar apartment and her tarnished reputation, the Qin family was incensed. Today, regardless of the cost, they must extract something from Chun Nan, otherwise it would be too great a loss. "We treated you like our own son, and this is how you repay us. Rongrong, severing ties with us now that you are wealthy," Zhang Hohot wept. "Chun Nan, do you not remember who provided you with a home? As an orphan, if it were not for our family taking you in, you would still be wandering aimlessly." Qin Gang began to lament as well. Chun Nan remained unfazed, disgusted by the family that had utilized him as a mere tool. With every penny he earned surrendered to them, and the two children not even his own. Moreover, in his previous life, he had realized that Qin Rongrong's family was fully aware of everything, clearly treating him as a fool. "Truly an ingrate, Chun Nan, even if you disregard my sister, those two children are still yours. Now that you are wealthy, it is only right that you provide some support," Qin Wei chimed in. They were shrewd enough not to explicitly demand child support from Chun Nan, fearing exposure of their deceit. "Children?" Chun Nan glanced at the two youngsters beside him, one 5 and the other 3, whom he had nurtured with care. only to end up bearing the blame for others. How dare you mention children? Qin Rongrong. Those two children are the offspring of you and your extramarital lovers. Do you truly believe I am unaware? Chen Nan scoffed. In his past life, he had suffered greatly, thinking only of how to protect the two children until the very end when Qin Rongrong finally revealed the truth to him. Chen Nan, do not speak nonsense. Qin Rongrong's expression changed. Although she denied it, the expressions of the Qin family betrayed them. Outsiders could see clearly, finally understanding the root of this farce. How shameless. Demanding child support for two children that do not belong to your husband. An elderly woman could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "The world has truly declined. If I were that man, I would demand compensation from them." Someone shook their head. Do you genuinely believe that your deeds go unnoticed? One child belongs to Wu Hao, and the other to the doctor who provided you with false documentation. Do I need to elaborate further? Chen Nan continued. What? This is utterly shocking. Two children, each with a different father, and both are from outside affairs. The crowd erupted in chaos. Some even began live-streaming the incident in the community group, while Qin Rongrong's family looked utterly mortified. Amidst the finger-pointing and murmurs, they fled downstairs in disgrace. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, though a few single women cast flirtatious glances at Chen Nan. Nobody knew the extent of Chen Nan's inheritance, but the ability to easily purchase a luxurious apartment in yesterday's Rolls-Royce suggested he was worth at least over 100 million. Now that Chen Nan was single, they all saw it as an opportunity, but upon noticing Su Xiaoyu beside him, adorned in Balenciaga, their confidence waned. Brother Nan, you truly are impressive. Managing to handle these matters with just a few words, Su Xiaoyu remarked as she approached him after the crowd had dissipated. Have you acquired everything? Chen Nan asked with a smile. Brother Nan, just a moment, Su Xiaoyu replied with a mysterious smile as she quickly returned to her room. By the time Chen Nan closed the door and sat down, Su Xiaoyu had changed into a complete maid ensemble. Welcome home, master. Please allow me to serve you. Su Xiaoyu knelt gracefully before Chen Nan. Truly, my dedicated maid. The household is impeccably managed, Chen Nan observed as he explored the surroundings. He did not hold high standards for quality of life, yet Su Xiaoyu had arranged everything splendidly, far exceeding his expectations. Given his newfound wealth, why should he be frugal? Is this deserving of a reward? Chen Nan inquired, looking at Su Xiaoyu. 2 hours later, Su Xiaoyu lay in Chen Nan's embrace like a languid kitten. Master, you are becoming increasingly formidable. Chen Nan's extraordinary physique is not something an ordinary person could withstand. Only someone like Xia Yao, who had longed for such an experience, could match him. Su Xiaoyu pondered when she could enlist Lu Yun's assistance. Another night passed, and early the next morning, Xia Yao reported her achievements. Having tested the waters the previous day, Chen Nan was now fully confident. Last night, he invested over 200 billion in funds, and in just one night, the returns exceeded 30 billion. Coupled with the earnings from the previous days and the rewards from the system, Chen Nan now possessed nearly 300 billion in assets. Xia Yao had become thoroughly convinced by Chen Nan, both physically and mentally. This operation was unprecedented. Earning over 50 billion in merely 2 days was something even the current richest person in the world could scarcely achieve. However, this wealth held little significance for Chen Nan. In 3 months, whether it was 300 billion or 3 trillion, it would all be akin to worthless paper. At that time, the universal currency would be supplies. In the face of calamity, even 100 million would not suffice to trade for a single bowl of instant noodles. It was time to prepare supplies. Chen Nan allocated 200 billion to Xia Yao for continued operations while he set out with 100 billion to procure essential supplies. First and foremost, he bore the responsibility of the system and the mission to save lives. Amidst the impending apocalypse, he needed a large vessel, a super ship capable of accommodating numerous individuals and supplies. After careful consideration, Chen Nan resolved to purchase an ocean freighter. Why not a cruise ship? Chen Nan was clear in his reasoning. Even those large cruise ships could only accommodate a limited number of passengers. In contrast, ocean freighters had superior resilience against storms. Furthermore, freighters were easier to modify. The largest freighters in the world could carry tens of thousands of containers, while the biggest cruise ships could only transport a few thousand passengers. For the time being, he did not intend to reveal his possession of space, making container storage essential for supplies. Additionally, containers could be transformed into makeshift living quarters, allowing for more individuals to reside. However, after further contemplation, Chen Nan decided to also acquire a luxurious cruise ship. As a man endowed with a system, how could he reside on a freighter with a group of beautiful women? Yet if he separated the two vessels, he needed to maintain absolute control. Otherwise, it would pose a problem if those on the freighter revolted. Soon, he devised an effective strategy. As long as he managed the fuel supply, both vessels would remain firmly within his grasp. Once the deluge struck, possessing a ship might buy him some time, but without fuel, it would be no different from a floating plank of wood. Encountering danger could lead to disaster. Chen Nan vividly recalls the time when the polar ice caps melted, releasing numerous viruses and causing many marine creatures to mutate, resulting in hostile behavior towards humanity. Chapter 18. Lu Yun is also moving in. Despite possessing an extraordinary physique, Chun Nan remains diligent in his physical training. Su Xiaoyu, who will subsequently become Chun Nan's right-hand companion, is also encouraged to exercise under his guidance, engaging in daily workouts. Exhausted from morning until noon, Su Xiaoyu was unable to accompany Chun Nan on his outing. Lu Yun, serving as a dedicated driver, was always on standby. Just as they were about to set off, Chun Nan's phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. Upon checking, he discovered a message on Douyin. How Nan Gij? Why haven't I seen you online these past 2 days? It was a message from Lin Yenner. Ever since he received his system rewards, Chun Nan had been preoccupied with various matters, leaving him little time to browse Douyin. Is there something you need? He replied casually. It seemed that our school beauty, Lin Yenner, could no longer contain herself, especially after having received such an abundance of gifts during her live streams. Given the plethora of streamers on Douyin and the powerful beauty filters, the true appearances behind the screens remained a mystery. Thus, most viewers were merely freeloaders. Those with genuine wealth in reality were not lacking in female companionship. So after 2 days of restraint, Lin Yenner finally reached out to Chun Nan. How Nan Gij? I have performance tonight. Could you lend your support? Lin Yenner replied. I'll consider it later. I've been quite busy these past few days, Chun Nan teased, not giving a direct answer. After that, Lin Yenner fell silent, and Chun Nan paid little mind to it. However, after about 10 minutes, his phone buzzed again. Pictures. Pictures. Chun Nan's eyes lit up as Lin Yenner sent over a series of artistically styled photographs. Although they did not quite match up to Xia Yao's, they were already the pinnacle of what could be shared online. Despite having gotten to know Su Xiaoyu and Xia Yao better in recent days, each possessed unique qualities. Lin Yenner remained his goddess from school days, while Xia Yao exuded a more mature femininity. Suddenly, his phone chimed again with a video. This time, it was a dance video of Lin Yenner, dressed in a cute outfit complete with white stockings, her hair styled like a schoolgirl, which instantly transported Chun Nan back to his school days. What time tonight? Chun Nan inquired. 9 o'clock. Gij is waiting for you. Lin Yenner quickly responded. Since someone had put in effort, Chun Nan believed he ought to provide a glimmer of hope. This was his principle in courting. Throughout the afternoon, Chun Nan remained busy, first renting an enormous warehouse to store supplies. This would enable him to conveniently transfer items into his storage space, as accumulating resources was crucial in the impending apocalypse. Fortunately, his space possessed an everlasting preservation feature, alleviating concerns of spoilage. As a coastal city, Donghai primarily relied on tourism and transportation, with essential supplies sourced from external regions. Thus, Chun Nan had to purchase substantial amounts of daily necessities from various suppliers. Even the short-term supply fell short, but with 3 months remaining, as long as funds were sufficient, everything would be manageable. Subsequently, Chun Nan purchased a large cargo ship at double the market price from the port near his residential area, understanding that such vessels were not readily available without substantial cash. As for a cruise ship, he was not in a rush. Once he acquired the cargo ship, he could begin renovations and stockpile fuel. Although he had met an untimely demise in his previous life, given the circumstances, it was clear that this flood would not dissipate quickly. Thus, the more fuel, the better. Nanji, why are you acquiring so many supplies? And such a large cargo ship? Are you planning on engaging in international trade? Lu Yun, who had been following along, asked with curiosity. You will find out in a few months. Chun Nan replied with a mysterious smile. He could not explain the situation regarding the apocalypse, but everyone would understand when the time came. By the way, I appreciate your hard work these past few days. You really don't need to commute every day. There are plenty of rooms at home. I'll have Xiaoyu arrange one for you. Chun Nan suddenly suggested. It was rather excessive to have such a beautiful woman serve as a driver, and having her commute daily without a fixed rest schedule was unfair. Living together would be more convenient. Aloof, Nanyi. Lu Yun's cheeks flushed as she would finally have the opportunity to reside in the spacious apartment just like Su Xiaoyu. Take me to the company. I won't be returning home tonight. Lu Yun's excitement dimmed slightly as she had finally managed to secure a place to stay. Yet Chun Nan would not be home. It was not that Chun Nan had suddenly become saintly. He simply found himself missing Xia Yao after just 1 day apart. Indeed, every man harbors a yearning for a mature woman. The joys of such companionship can only be truly understood by those who have experienced it. Upon returning to the company, he was greeted by 5 beautiful women waiting for him. In just a few days, they had all been captivated by Chun Nan. Xia Yao maintained her confident demeanor in front of others, but would show a hint of vulnerability only in Chun Nan's presence. Chun Nan, do you have any plans for today? Xia Yao asked, remaining focused on work. Everything is as usual. I will provide you with prompts shortly. Chun Nan approached and embraced Xia Yao without hesitation. A slight blush crept across Xia Yao's face, and the other 4 girls exchanged knowing smiles. They dared to joke with Chun Nan, but refrained from acting overly playful in Xia Yao's presence, instead settling into their respective workstations. By the way, how is your daughter's health? Chun Nan suddenly inquired. Although he had kept up with Xia Yao, he was not well versed in her family circumstances. having learned everything through Zhang Yan. Upon mentioning this topic, Xia Yao's expression grew somber. The delay was too long. Yesterday, I transferred her to the best hospital in Donghai. But the situation is not optimistic. What about the debts your husband incurred? Chen Nin asked. They have all been settled. For the past few years, I felt as if a boulder was pressing down on me. And now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief, Xia Yao said with a hint of resignation. Chen Nin had been rewarding her with 1 million each day, allowing Xia Yao to relax a little. I heard that your current living situation is quite chaotic. Would you like to move in with me? Xia Yao felt a pang of sadness. Although she was confident in her looks, she was still a widow and felt her age weighed against her. While she would still be regarded favorably compared to ordinary women, she always felt inferior in Chun Nan's presence. No need, Chun Nan. I never expected so much. I only wish for you to treat me well. Just consider me your confidant. If you get married in the future, I won't interfere, Xia Yao expressed her stance. Chun Nan refrained from saying more. Her understanding nature spared him considerable worry. He wanted her to move in primarily out of concern for her safety in the impending apocalypse, as beautiful women could easily become prey in such dire circumstances. I won't force you. However, your current living situation is not ideal. I will arrange an apartment for you near my home. This time, Xia Yao did not decline. Having accepted so much already, she was willing to accept this as well. Mainly, Chun Nan was exceedingly wealthy, and his ability to earn surpassed their spending habits. Chapter 19, Sister Flowers. That evening, Chun Nan delegated everything to Xia Yao, as he had already put in his fair share of effort. Reflecting on his promise to Lin Yin'er, Chun Nan opened Douyin once more. Previously too busy to pay attention, he now noticed that other streamers had also sent him messages. How Nan Gij, what are you up to? How Nan Gij, I missed you these past few days. How Nan Gij, could you lend me your support? The allure of wealth was palpable. In just a few days, a multitude of women sought his attention. He opened each streamer's profile, throwing a few coins to those who were live. Thank you, my How Nan Gij. Wow, How Nan Gij is here. I love you. One by one, the beautiful streamers flaunted their charms in the live broadcast, and Chun Nan found his spirits greatly uplifted. I must say, the prowess of Douyin's big data is indeed impressive. Upon witnessing Chen Nan showering numerous beautiful women with gifts, it became evident that his audience consisted exclusively of alluring ladies. In no time, his backend received a flurry of messages, replete with various selfies. At this moment, Lin Yin'er sent another message. How Nan Ji, the P session is about to commence. Have you arrived yet? Yin'er is waiting for you. She accompanied her message with a provocative image, igniting a fire within Chen Nan. Upon entering, he discovered that Lin Yin'er was already prepared to engage with her counterpart. Welcome, my How Nan Ji, moi. Lin Yin'er exclaimed with excitement. Today, she donned a set of yoga attire that merely concealed her essential areas, showcasing her flawless figure in its entirety. Notably, this ensemble was skin-toned, perfectly complementing Xia Yao. Without further ado, Chen Nan tossed 2 huazi, the dazzling special effects illuminating the screen. The big brother is here. The opponent is in peril. Fans who had witnessed Chen Nan's generosity were in awe. How Nan Ji is impressive. Even before it begins, he is already showering huazi. Lin Yin'er then performed a dance, delighting her fans. Indeed, her flexibility rivaled that of professional dancers, which pleased Chen Nan, prompting him to send 2 more huazi. At that moment, a sports car effect burst onto the scene, and to Chen Nan's surprise, it was Wu Hao. It seemed he was eager for everyone to recognize him, as he opted to use his real name. Thank you for the sports car, Wu Hao. Lin Ypsilon remarked nonchalanté. Yin'er, dance for us, Wu Hao commented. However, Lin Yin'er chose to ignore him. After all, a mere sports car worth 100 or so was not sufficient to her dance. Observing her disregard, Wu Hao sent another sports car, yet this time Lin Yin'er did not even acknowledge it. Had it been before, she might have entertained him, but with How Nan Ji present, she was resolute in aligning herself with him. Perform a show, and I'll send you a huazi, Wu Hao continued to message. Who is this fool? He thinks he can elevate himself with just 2 sports cars. A fan could not help but exclaim. You want to flirt with the streamer at this level? Look at How Nan Ji, who sent several huazi without making a single request. That is a true big brother. Such is the nature of the online realm. Everyone has undergone 9 years of compulsory education. What gives him the right to flaunt? Unless one is a true tycoon like Chen Nan. The average person with a Ferrari online is hardly regarded. Chen Nan smiled slightly, relishing in Wu Hao's discomfort, and casually tossed out a few huazi. Wow, I adore you. Hey Nan Ye. Lin Yin'er squealed. Even before the peace session had commenced, if it were to escalate, it would surely be quite an event. As Lin Yin'er spoke, she displayed her dance prowess, and although everyone could see, it was evident that this performance was dedicated to How Nan Ji. Meanwhile, Wu Hao, seated in front of his phone, wore a grim expression. After all, he was a rich second-generation heir and had often lavished gifts upon Lin Yin'er. He had not anticipated being ridiculed by netizens today. After a period of pursuit, Lin Yin'er had previously shown interest in meeting him offline, only for a fierce competitor to emerge. What a say few huazi. As if I couldn't send more, Wu Hao began to retort. He then sent 1 huazi. After all, He could spend tens of thousands treating Qin Rongrong to a meal, let alone Lin Yin'er. Although there had been accusations of him showing off before Xiaoyao, he still had the means. Thank you for the huazi, Wu Hao, Lin Yin'er replied, her tone still indifferent. Damn it, Wu Hao fumed. Why was it that the same huazi received such different treatment? Yin'er, say Wu Hao, gee, I love you, and I'll send you more huazi, he messaged. This left Lin Yin'er in a quandary. While she did not wish to acknowledge Wu Hao, it was a live broadcast, and it would not be unreasonable to utter a few words to please him. Yet before she could respond, Chen interjected. You pathetic loser. Thinking you can demand affection with a few huazi? Have your wife come online. I'll send her 100 and let her profess her love for me. Ha ha ha, indeed. Let your wife come on. Wu Hao, where are you? Why the silence? With Chen inciting the flames, netizens began to deride Wu Hao. Call me a pathetic loser? Today, we shall see who the true loser is. Wu Hao, see? Yin'er, aren't you supposed to be dancing? I guarantee a victory for you, he boasted confidently, having just charged $1 million for huazi, enabling him to send hundreds. He doubted anyone could truly shower such gifts upon an online beauty, given that many streamers were far from attractive in reality, relying on beauty filters. His familiarity with Lin Yin'er alleviated his fears of being deceived, and she had always been his goddess. Securing her affections would make $1 million seem trivial. Go ahead and play. With Haonanji here, do you think you stand a chance? Fans began to mock again. With him, let him face off against the opponent. Today, whoever loses must eat dung live. Lin Yin'er appeared troubled. Typically, streamers would relish such situations, but she feared Haonanji might misconstrue her relationship with Wu Hao. Haonanji, what should I do? Lin Yin'er pranivitli mesigt. No worries, just play along. I'll make it up to you later, Chenan reassured her. With Chenan's guarantee, Lin Yin'er finally felt at ease. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. Just hope you acknowledge your defeat. Oh, no way. Is Haonanji truly going to the other side? The streamer lamented. It was a pity for the big brother to venture there. All thanks to this fool, named Wu Hao. Not only did he fail to impress, but he also earned disdain from others. Once you witness my prowess, you'll know whom to flatter. At this moment, someone joined the live feed, and Lin Yin'er promptly connected with them. To her surprise, it was a pair of twin sisters named Zilin and Ziqi. The two bore an uncanny resemblance, both tall, likely around 170 centimeters. Chenan's eyes widened. He had not anticipated encountering such exceptional individuals, and he owed Wu Hao a debt of gratitude. Chapter Haimui, Dising Wu Hao. The peace session commenced, and Wu Hao immediately sent 10 huazi, nearly obliterating the opponent's health bar. The other side was taken aback by the arrival of such a formidable ally for Lin Yin'er. 10 huazi equated to 30,000, a sum few could afford. Brothers, let us go. The twin sisters exclaimed with pleading faces, appearing quite pitiful. They had previously engaged with Lin Yin'er in peace sessions, often winning due to their twin advantage. Some wealthy individuals were fond of this dynamic, yet today, their opponent was too strong, rendering the sisters' elder brother silent. In Lin Yin'er's live stream, Wu Hao mockingly declared, I thought he was impressive. He is merely a loudmouth. Chenan had already sent a considerable amount, leading Wu Hao to conclude he was merely feigning wealth to attract Lin Yin'er's attention. After all, true affluent individuals seldom participated in such antics. Previously, some big spenders on Douyin would spend tens of thousands in a single day to reach the top. Wu Hao had prepared $1 million, initially intending to woo Lin Yin'er, and thus he was willing to part with that sum. He envisioned that if he could win Lin Yin'er's favor today, she would soon throw herself at him. For streamers of this caliber, earning a few thousand in a day was already considered significant. Meanwhile, many viewers from Lin Yin'er's stream had shifted to the opponent's side. The streamer has struck gold. A big brother has arrived. Where did this big brother come from? The fans of the twins wondered. Did you not see my Haonanji's arrival? Streamer, perform a talent. Haonanji will surely reward you handsomely. Some began to flirt with the twins under Chenan's name. Ziqi and Zilin, although initially perplexed, obediently twisted their bodies a bit upon seeing the comments. Welcome, Henanye. The twins' voices were indeed melodious. According to their profiles, the two girls were just 20 years old, brimming with youthful vitality, younger than any other streamers Chenan had encountered. Without further ado, he sent 10 huazi, instantly equalizing the health bars on both sides. Wow, there truly is a big brother. The fans gasped in astonishment. The twin streamers had conjured an effect akin to $1 million follower level. It was merely the beginning, and the fervor had already escalated. Thank you, Haonanji. We adore you. Ziqi and Zilin exclaimed with delight. The live broadcast has continued for quite some time, and it is the first instance of such an overwhelming display of gifts being sent to them. Unbeknownst to many, Gu Haonan hails from the opposite side, where a rather pretentious individual has foolishly attempted to engage with him. Lin Yin'er's fans have also flocked to this side to leave comments. The audience began to grasp the situation, yet it did not affect the atmosphere. The twins were elated, evidently recognizing Gu Haonan as a true big brother, not the sort who would resort to selling houses or cars for a loan to impress. They prepared a dance performance for Gu Haonan, hoping he would enjoy it. The twins energetically commenced their dance. If the camera had not zoomed out, one might assume these sisters stood at around 7 meters tall, undoubtedly possessing model-like figures. Moreover, judging by their movements during the dance, it seemed they had not overly enhanced their appearance. Otherwise, the surrounding background would undoubtedly appear distorted. Indeed, one ought to express gratitude to Wu Hao for this moment. Chen Nan nodded in approval, resolving to exchange contact information later. After all, who could resist the allure of double the joy? This joy transcends mere arithmetic. Enchanted by their mesmerizing dance, Chen Nan continued to shower them with huazi, seemingly indifferent to the cost. Meanwhile, Wu Hao observed his health points dwindling and promptly began to send gifts again. He remained steadfast, believing he could surpass the opponent. Wu Hao sent another 10 huazi. Lin Yin'er appeared somewhat distracted, not out of fear of losing, as Chen Nan had assured her that even in defeat, he would comfort her. The primary distraction was the stunning twin sisters on the other side. While they may not individually surpass her, their figures were remarkable, and they were twins. Although she was still innocent to the ways of the world, she was aware of men's preferences. Should Gu Haonan become the protector of the twins, Wu Hao would undoubtedly be the villain in this narrative. Consequently, no matter how fervently Wu Hao sent gifts, Lin Yin'er remained unperturbed. It seemed she had been completely overwhelmed by the gifts I showered upon her, Wu Hao mused. On the opposite side, Chen Nan continued to send gifts leisurely. Whenever Wu Hao caught up, he would add a few more. It was not that he was reluctant to spend money. Rather, he intended to keep Wu Hao hanging, forcing him to exhaust his resources. These second-generation rich individuals may appear glamorous, yet their monthly allowances were typically limited to a few tens of thousands. Occasionally, they might acquire funds through other means, perhaps supplemented by a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands, allowing them to flaunt their wealth before ordinary folks. Chen Nan smirked, contemplating how much more Wu Hao could spend. As the final 2 minutes ticked away, the health points for both sides remained relatively equal. Each side had sent approximately 100 huazi, and due to the overwhelming gifting, the broadcast had risen to trending status. The official stream was promoted, attracting an increasing number of viewers, and both sides witnessed a surge in followers. Incredible. Both young streamers are exceptionally talented. To be fair, both sides have justified the expenditure. If I had the means, I would be equally generous. Chen Nan noted that time was running short, and Wu Hao seemed ready, having prepared a substantial amount. He then rapidly sent out 100 huazi in one go. Wu Hao, believing Chen Nan had exhausted his funds, followed suit, watching Chen Nan pause. Ha ha ha, a mere pretender. He must have sold a house to gather some cash to play the big shot. Unlike me, who was merely a modest allowance, Wu Hao boasted. In truth, his own 100,000 was hard-earned pocket money, saved to impress Lin Yin'er. Before he could revel in his perceived superiority, Chen Nan sent another 100 huazi, igniting excitement on both sides. The intensity was unprecedented. They were nearing 1 million huazi. Wu Hao, the pretender, has been defeated. Wu Hao, concede your defeat. Wu Hao, quickly bow to Gu Haonan. Some fans, reveling in the spectacle, joined in from both Lin Yin'er and the twin sides. Wu Hao was taken aback. He was nearing his limit, yet seeing Chen Nan pause sparked a glimmer of hope. With only 30 seconds remaining, he surmised that his opponent might be out of ammunition, allowing him to seize the tower. With this thought, he unleashed all his account S coins, surpassing the opponent. 10 seconds remaining. The twins grew anxious. Gu Haonan, give it your all. I want to bear your children. The streamers were becoming increasingly fervent, as such significant viewership meant victory could lead to tomorrow's trending topics. In the final 10 seconds, Chen Nan's fingers flew, sending out dozens of huazi, instantly overwhelming the opponent's health points. Yes, we won, thanks to my Gu Haonan. The twins blew a kiss through the screen. Lin Yin'er, though somewhat prepared for this outcome, felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, Gu Haonan had clearly been summoned by her, yet he had aided the opposing side. It's all Wu Hao's fault. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. Now I've lost, and my big brother has gone to someone else. Chapter 21. Lin Yin'er's sense of crisis. Wu Hao was utterly dumbfounded. He had spent 1 million, yet still lost, realizing he had been toyed with from the very beginning. Otherwise, Chen Nan could have crushed him with absolute superiority. Instead, he had allowed Wu Hao to maintain a glimmer of hope, only for him to exhaust his resources without achieving victory. The streamer's fate was dire. His big brother had helped others defeat him. Wu Hao, accept your defeat. Live stream doing a handstand while eating crow. The viewers in Lin Yin'er's stream united against Wu Hao. It became apparent that the audience did not harbor animosity towards the wealthy, as they admired individuals like Gu Haonan, who were low-key yet substantial, but they could not tolerate Wu Hao, the ostentatious second-generation rich. Chen Nan re-entered Lin Yin'er's stream, where she was currently facing her punishment, though it was but a trivial matter of performing a few squats. She felt a sense of injustice and grew increasingly resentful towards Wu Hao. Gu Haonan, I've been treated so cruelly. Lin Yin'er, having completed her punishment, rushed to express her grievances upon seeing her big brother return. I didn't mean to target you. I was aiming for that impoverished fool. Ye Henan commented. Ge Haonan is amazing. Ge Haonan is formidable. Wu Hao, why are you silent now? Trying to weasel out? Quickly start a live stream. If you can't handle it, don't pretend to be a big shot. A chorus of fans began to tag Wu Hao. It was all in jest. Besides, such scenes were disallowed in live broadcasts, leaving Wu Hao with no option but to evade responsibility. After all, he had sent 100 Huazi. Surely Lin Yin'er would be moved enough to defend him. However, Lin Yin'er ignored him entirely, focusing solely on seeking comfort from Ge Haonan. Wu Hao, don't think you can evade your debts. You're from Donghai, and your father is the chairman of Haoyu Group. If you fail to fulfill your end of the bet, I will ensure you pay for it. Chen Nan revealed Wu Hao's identity. Wow, Ge Haonan is incredible. He figured out the opponent's identity so swiftly. What a true big shot. The audience was left astonished. Although secrets are hard to keep in the digital age, to gather someone's information in such a short time speaks volumes about one's capabilities. Wu Hao's expression shifted as he pondered whether Lin Yin'er had divulged his information. However, considering the sheer number of gifts sent, it was plausible that the opponent was indeed a significant figure. Should they seek him out in reality, it could lead to trouble. Setting aside the opponent's strength, merely the connection to his father would be challenging. Although 100 Huazi is not an excessive amount, his father would likely disapprove of such expenditures on a streamer. Moreover, he had a formidable wife, with her family holding more power than his own. If this matter were to escalate, it could lead to chaos. Does Ge Haonan know me? That makes things easier. Let us treat today as a joke. Come find me in Donghai another day. I'll arrange everything for you, Wu Hao jested. Not interested. Chen Nan retorted. The fans were not pleased, perceiving Wu Hao as attempting to elevate himself. What a pretender. Try to associate with my Ge Haonan. Wu Hao felt speechless, regretting using his real name. Unable to withstand the barrage of online insults, he ultimately logged off. Ge Haonan, are you also from Donghai? Lin Yin'er inquired eagerly. Though her family was not from Donghai, she had spent a few years studying there, considering herself somewhat of a Donghai person. Indeed, I'm acquainted with someone from there. Chen Nan replied. Only then did the crowd comprehend the generosity of Ge Haonan, realizing he had long been acquainted with the streamer. Really? I had no idea I was acquainted with such a big boss, Lin Yin'er jested. You'll find out soon enough. Chen Nan refrained from elaborating further. Ge Haonan generously sent out Huazi, and the screen commenced to flicker with special effects. This time, Chen Nan showered 500 Huazi in one go, surpassing even his previous expenditure at the twin streamers. Upon witnessing the critical hits on the screen, Lin Yin'er's feelings of grievance dissipated instantly. Thank you, Brother Haonan. Lin Yin'er exclaimed with excitement, before commencing a sultry dance that left the fans utterly captivated. Brother Haonan is truly impressive. The #1 tycoon on Douyin. A female fan commented. Brother Haonan, do you have a girlfriend? If so, would you mind having another? Another fan cheekily inquired. Brother Haonan, do you enjoy the company of boys? I believe I could be of service, a faux girl chimed in. Get lost. A chorus of voices erupted in protest. Chen Nan was quite pleased with the dance, though he would have relished a more risque performance. It appeared that Lin Yin'er was on the verge of capitulation, merely awaiting the right opportunity. He recalled that Wu Hao had mentioned organizing another class reunion. It was likely that Lin Yin'er would soon arrive in Donghai. Moreover, he had indicated today that he too hailed from Donghai, which he believed would heighten her anticipation. However, Chen Nan was unaware of the astonishment his actions had instigated among many, as numerous streamers privately followed him, with some even expressing their willingness to make an appearance. Chen Nan remained indifferent to this, yet he noted that some younger girls were less reserved than mature women. At that moment, the twin sisters also sent him private messages, mostly expressing their gratitude. The sisters requested Chen Nan's WeChat for easier communication. This arrangement was decidedly more convenient, as many aspects on Douyin required scrutiny, making it difficult to post content. Conversely, private chats on WeChat allowed for greater freedom. Just after accepting a friend request, he received a set of photos. Thank you for your support, Brother Haonan. We just heard that you are from Donghai. We're in the neighboring city. Do visit us when you have the chance. The sisters had always been flaunting their charms on Douyin. Although they had garnered some followers over 6 months of streaming, the majority were rather unimpressive. They had encountered few true big shots, with the most generous having contributed only a few tens of thousands, unlike Chen Nan, who had amassed over 1 million in a single day. Moreover, Chen Nan had returned to shower even more Huazi on Lin Yin'er, prompting the sisters to resolve to take initiative. Chen Nan admired the sisters' images, nodding in satisfaction, although they wore more fabric compared to Xia Yao's photos. The double delight was nonetheless distinct. Very nice, very nice. I've been quite busy lately. If you have the opportunity to visit Donghai, all expenses will be covered. Chen Nan replied. Subsequently, Lin Yin'er sent another private message, saying, Brother Haonan, I feel I've imposed on you today. A few days from now, I have something to attend to in Donghai, and I will personally express my gratitude. Seeing Chen Nan's lack of response, she inquired, Brother Haonan, are you resting? Not at all. The twin sisters just chatted with me for a bit. Chen Nan casually replied. Lin Yin'er felt a pang of urgency. It seemed the younger crowd was more audacious, swiftly engaging with him. It was clear she needed to step up her game, lest her big brother become someone else's. With that thought, Lin Yun logged off, donned a more provocative outfit, and proceeded to snap several selfies, selecting the most flattering ones to send to Chen Nan. Images. Images. Indeed, the power of money made everything easier. He had an abundance of photos to peruse daily, yet the most alluring remained those on Xia Yao's computer. Chapter 22. Acquiring supplies early the next morning, before Chen Nan even opened his eyes, he felt the quilt stirring beneath him. A most peculiar wake-up service he found quite agreeable. The four beauties had already returned home, and others had yet to arrive at work. Summer Yao, clad in a sexy V-neck camisole, had clearly dressed for the occasion. Attire unsuitable for the office. After half an hour, Chen Nan finally got Summer Yao to finish her breakfast, and she reported on the work progress, which was comparable to the previous night's results, boasting nearly a 20% profit. Summer Yao's admiration for Chen Nan had reached an indescribable level. This was the management of hundreds of billions in funds, yielding such substantial profits daily. This was precisely why she felt compelled to awaken him early. Return to rest soon. Take care of your health, Chen Nan advised, for his robust physique allowed him to labor tirelessly day and night. Before others, Summer Yao presented herself as a commanding figure. Yet before Chen Nan, she transformed into a demure woman, a contrast that left him astounded, filling him with a sense of conquest. Shortly thereafter, their dedicated driver Lu Yun arrived to pick them up, inciting envy among the male colleagues at the company. Not only did she drive a Rolls-Royce, but she was also strikingly beautiful, rivaling many of the office's attractive women. However, Lu Yun's attire today was peculiar. She typically wore form-fitting, alluring clothing, yet today she donned a long trench coat. The only visible portion was her slender calves adorned with sheer black stockings, while the rest remained tightly wrapped. Chen Nan paid little mind, assuming Lu Yun was simply feeling unwell today. Lu Yun, if you're not feeling well, head home early to rest. I can take a cab without issue, Chen Nan expressed with concern. He had been quite satisfied with Lu Yun's performance lately, rather than relying on her looks. She chose to rely on her abilities. Furthermore, she worked diligently without complaint. Chen Nan contemplated whether he should seize the opportunity to pursue her. At times, he was curious about the sensation of driving himself. I'm fine, Ninga. Lu Yun's face briefly flushed with an unusual hue. A batch of supplies has arrived today. We need to inspect them, she continued, referring to the process of receiving the goods into storage. Previously, he had rented a warehouse of 100,000 square meters for the purpose of stockpiling supplies, to avoid revealing the existence of his storage space. He had to collect supplies in batches. The warehouse was filled with vast quantities of water, food, and medical supplies, alongside a small cold storage unit containing a plethora of fish and meat products. Upon arrival, Chen Nan transferred most of the supplies into storage, leaving some for transportation to the cargo ship he had purchased. This method of incoming and outgoing supplies raised no suspicion, and the cargo ship was undergoing renovations. Despite the extensive work, everything would proceed smoothly as long as the funds were available. Just as Chen Nan finished tidying up and prepared to leave, Lu Yun entered wearing a pair of alluring red-soled high heels. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He recalled Lu Yun had been wearing flat white shoes while driving. How did you come in? He inquired, as Lu Yun typically waited in the car while he conducted his affairs. I noticed you hadn't come out for a while, so I thought I'd check in, Lu Yun responded, her demeanor today exuding a captivating charm. All is well now. Let us go, Chen Nan replied nonchalantly, though he noticed Lu Yun's long trench coat seemed to be making her perspire. It was summer, and such attire might lead to illness. Lu Yun, aren't you hot in all those layers? He asked. Lu Yun nodded, appearing somewhat anxious, and slowly began to unfasten her coat. Ninga, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Could you support me? Lu Yun said. She appeared to be sweating profusely, which startled Chen Nan, though he failed to catch the glimmer of mischief in her eyes. It seemed Lu Yun had moved into a spacious flat, and Su Xiaoyu likely understood Chen Nan's intentions, thus providing Lu Yun with advice. Having seized this rare opportunity, Lu Yun was determined not to let it slip away. Chen Nan cautiously supported Lu Yun, sensing her discomfort, and they were left to rest for a moment. After more than an hour, the two finally exited the warehouse. Upon leaving, Lu Yun still wore her long trench coat, yet her calves were now bare. Chen Nan remained quite pleased with his driver. She had been diligent and patient, always waiting for him no matter where they went. With all preparations proceeding smoothly, having money in hand made everything more convenient. Next, there is a need to renovate his dwelling. Although Chen Nan now possesses a physique 10 times that of an ordinary person, it is prudent to prepare for the unforeseen. Who knows what desperate actions those lacking resources may resort to when the apocalypse descends. The foremost priority is to ensure a stable power supply at home. According to memories from his previous life, shortly after the flood struck, the entire electrical system collapsed. After all, the high-voltage power lines would be submerged in water. Maintaining power under such conditions would be akin to courting death. They might be trapped for about a month before boats could conveniently navigate to them, and a lack of electricity would be quite distressing. Chen Nan sought out a renovation company to transform his home. acquiring a small generator in the process and reinforcing his doors and windows. Additionally, he made it a daily routine to stockpile a considerable amount of supplies, a deliberate act intended to display his resourcefulness to the residents of the community. He wanted to see who among them would remain oblivious when the world, as they knew it, came to an end. Furthermore, he discreetly arranged for extensive surveillance throughout his building, as it was impractical for him to monitor these individuals around the clock. Naturally, these actions were conducted covertly. With sufficient funds, nothing is beyond reach. Consequently, the entire building and some surrounding areas fell under his watchful eye. Initially, the installation of surveillance was an unintentional act, but it soon revealed intriguing occurrences. For instance, there was a couple downstairs who habitually engaged in exercise at the ungodly hours of the night, right in the public stairwell. The woman, named Tang Wanner, was familiar to Chun Nan. She was relatively young, yet her husband exhibited violent tendencies, often resorting to physical confrontations over trivial disagreements. The primary issue stemmed from their years of marriage without any children, despite medical examinations revealing no problems. Her husband unjustly placed the blame solely upon her. Chun Nan recalled that in his past life, Tang Wanner was driven out by her husband to procure food and subsequently fell victim to numerous misfortunes, ultimately succumbing to starvation. Additionally, there was Shui Furong, who resided opposite him. On one occasion, the man who kept her as a mistress took her out, treating her like a dog in public. It became evident why she chose to live on the top floor. It afforded her the convenience of such encounters. The once aloof Shui Furong displayed no dignity in the presence of that man. Indeed, the wealthy often engage in peculiar behaviors, and Chun Nan gleaned more insights than those depicted in films. As days flew by, Chun Nan spent his time shopping with Su Xiaoyu and Lu Yun. In the evenings, he accompanied Xia Yao and others in money-making endeavors. Now, his expenditure was akin to a torrent, with some supplies even procured from overseas. Some items were intended as rescue supplies, while others were for his personal use, naturally chosen with quality in mind. Before long, a month had passed, and Chun Nan's financial resources had exceeded 100 billion, multiplying several times over. This was the result of his frenzied purchasing. Otherwise, his funds would have been even greater. Su Xiaoyu and Lu Yun increasingly recognized the wisdom of their choice, as Chun Nan generously provided them with pocket money exceeding 100 million, encouraging them to spend it swiftly. They were aware that Xia Yao was facilitating substantial financial operations for Chun Nan, with daily earnings in the tens of billions, rendering it impossible to exhaust the funds. During this time, they occasionally encountered Qin Rongrong. Upon seeing Su Xiaoyu and Lu Yun purchasing luxury goods and driving a Rolls-Royce, was filled with regret. All of this should have belonged to her, yet it had now fallen into the hands of others. Given the nature of the Qin family, it was inconceivable that she would let this go without a fight. However, on one occasion, Qin Wei, accompanied by a band of ruffians, sought to teach Chun Nan a lesson, only to be decisively defeated by him alone. As a result, Qin Wei was apprehended, and from that point on, Qin Rongrong no longer dared to provoke Chun Nan. Ultimately, it remains unclear what means she employed to have Wu Hao intervene and secure her brother's bail, which momentarily restored her sense of self-importance. One day, while Chun Nan was enjoying a massage from Su Xiaoyu, a sudden chime echoed through the air. Congratulations to the host. Su Xiaoyu has successfully conceived, rewarding the host with 10,000 points. Pregnant? Chun Nan sprang to his feet, realizing that the conception process must have taken some time, and today confirmed its success. This marked the first occasion the system rewarded him with points, leaving him curious about their potential utility. In previous instances, he had been quite pleased. The first reward was over 20 billion in cash, and the second granted him a tenfold enhancement of his physique, providing him with boundless energy. Opening the exchange panel, he perused the various options available for redemption. His mind was flooded with information. Enhancing his physique to 20 times, 10,000 points. Redeeming 100 billion in cash, 10,000 points. Super medical skills, 5,000 points. One fully armed bodyguard, 1,000 points. A tenfold increase in charm, 10,000 points. Chun Nan assessed these offerings. Most bore little relevance to his current needs, such as cash and charm. Money was no longer a concern. As for charm, what purpose would it serve in an apocalypse? The matters easily resolved by a packet of instant noodles hardly warranted the expenditure of 10,000 points. Currently, his tenfold physique sufficed, though if more girlfriends were to come into play, there might be a future need. He ultimately decided to redeem for 5 bodyguards. Recognizing that in the face of an apocalypse, survival was paramount, followed closely by securing resources. Moreover, health became increasingly critical, with the melting polar ice caps. Ancient viruses could resurface, posing grave threats to lives. Even in an era of advanced medicine, humanity still faced many insurmountable viruses. The bodyguards acquired through the system were guaranteed to be utterly loyal and fully equipped. Although Chun Nan was uncertain about the extent of their armament, he speculated that they should be on par with elite special forces. Armed with these resources, Chun Nan felt more prepared to confront the impending apocalypse. Unbeknownst to Su, She was already pregnant. She mistakenly believed her technique had caused Chun Nan discomfort. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and the system relayed that the bodyguards had arrived and were ready for inspection. Chun Nan hurried to the door, revealing 5 imposing men standing outside. Master. Numbers 1 through 5 reporting for duty. Chun Nan was taken aback, unsure of their origins. They did not resemble robots, yet lacked the emotional nuances typical of humans. However, such matters were not his concern. The current societal stability meant these individuals were not immediately necessary. Thus, he arranged for them to be stationed aboard a cargo ship, allowing for oversight of construction while also facilitating better control over the vessel. Should anyone aboard harbor ulterior motives, Chun Nan would not hesitate to take drastic measures. Afterward, Chun Nan attentively checks his pulse. The system had inexplicably imparted a wealth of knowledge upon his successful redemption. He suddenly found himself endowed with extraordinary medical skills, capable of diagnosing ailments with a mere touch. This newfound ability bordered on the supernatural, leaving him to ponder what other wonders the system might possess. With this realization, he became even more determined to pursue procreation, understanding that each child could yield substantial rewards. Brother Nan, can you truly practice medicine? Su Xiaoyu asked, her disbelief evident. Well, have I ever deceived you? Chun Nan chuckled. Although Qin Rongrong had borne 2 children, and he had played the role of a surrogate father for years, this would be his first true child, and to deny his joy would be disingenuous. Su Xiaoyu was filled with excitement. Although she was ostensibly a caretaker, she hardly had to lift a finger in her daily responsibilities. She recognized that Chun Nan had many women around him, yet she was the first to experience pregnancy, akin to the firstborn son of an ancient emperor. Regrettably, this would mean she could no longer accompany brother Nan in physical training. Don't worry, in a few months, things will stabilize, Chun Nan replied with a mischievous grin. Both immersed themselves in the joy that impending parenthood brought. With Su Xiaoyu as a precedent, Chun Nan gained deeper insight into the system, realizing that to obtain further rewards, one must diligently fulfill the system's tasks. Fortunately, over the past month, Chun Nan had unwaveringly engaged with Douyin, amassing a considerable following of female streamers across the nation. Currently, there are over 10,000 beautiful women following Chun Nan, primarily due to his extravagant wealth. He has spent more than 100 million on Douyin in just a month, elevating him to the status of a super VIP. Most Douyin users are aware of this affluent individual who generously gifts tokens to attractive women. Chun Nan has added hundreds of beautiful women to his WeChat, and these women are genuinely stunning, not merely relying on beauty filters. How can one discern the authenticity? There is nothing that money cannot accomplish. Initially, Chun Nan shows more generosity to the women he is interested in, which prompts many to proactively reach out and connect with him on WeChat. They often send him selfies, some of which are heavily filtered, but Chun Nan ensures their authenticity through verification. Among the hundreds of women on his WeChat, half have participated in video calls, while those who haven't are required to send makeup-free videos. After all, a man of Chun Nan's stature is rare, and he does not tolerate disobedience, promptly blocking those who do not comply. Only after rigorous selection have the current women remained, and he has lavished them with numerous gifts, with each woman receiving an average of hundreds of thousands. Many female streamers have hinted at wanting to visit Donghai, but Chun Nan has declined their advances. He is not in want of women, as his primary goal remains to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Chapter 24. The campus Belle comes to Donghai City. Many female streamers, upon receiving Chun Nan's rejections, have become bolder, engaging in playful banter with him daily. Regardless of the circumstances, these streamers are not at a loss, as Chun Nan is genuinely generous with his gifts. Such a benefactor is a rarity, one who gives gifts without expecting anything in return, and even if there are expectations, they are initiated solely by the female streamers themselves. Thus, it is commonplace for Chun Nan's WeChat to be inundated with artistic photos and displays of unique talents. In the past, Chun Nan could hardly have imagined leading such a lifestyle. He remains indifferent to most, with a particular fondness for Lin Yenner and her twin sisters. Occasionally, Chun Nan intentionally adjusts the amounts he gives to each of them, causing Lin Yenner to grow bolder while her sisters strive to keep pace. Women often fear comparisons, ultimately benefiting Chun Nan. It is uncertain how many of these women will survive in the apocalypse. Chun Nan plans to offer them a warning in the final days, as there is backup options. Their ability to endure until his rescue depends on their own fortune. On the other hand, Lin Yenner has been troubled recently. As the first streamer Chun Nan followed, she initially received special attention, but later she found herself treated like any other streamer. She yearns to marry into wealth, dismissing ordinary wealthy heirs like Wu Hao as mere backups. From Chun Nan's various actions, it is evident that he is an extraordinary tycoon. No one online has matched his generosity. Only those worth over 100 billion could afford such lavish gifts. Moreover, the distinction between having wealth and casually gifting such sums is significant. Lin Yenner has resolved to secure Chun Nan's affection. With age, she has gained clarity. True affluent heirs typically marry within their social class. Coming from an ordinary family, Despite her beauty, her chances of marrying into wealth are slim. The aristocracy prioritizes mutual benefit. Without a prestigious family background, one is often disregarded, as there are countless beautiful women vying for attention. Thus, she has lowered her expectations, willing to accept a life as a clandestine lover, regardless of the man's age or appearance. Haonan, I plan to visit Donghai in a couple of days. Will you be available to pick me up? Lin Yin'er sent a private message to Chunnan. She found it peculiar that Chunnan had yet to add her on WeChat, unlike other female streamers. Unbeknownst to her, Chunnan had her WeChat information already, as they were university classmates, and he intended to temper her arrogance. Chunnan thought to himself that the moment had finally arrived. It seemed Wu Hao was organizing a class reunion, likely to pursue Lin Yin'er. He probably believed Lin Yin'er would seek him out, given that Wu, too, had gifted over $1 million in the past. Such money could easily attract many women, leading Wu Hao to assume Lin Yin'er would willingly offer herself. Little did he know, this provided Chunnan with another opportunity to humiliate him. If Wu Hao realized that Haonan was actually Chunnan, his confidence would likely wane. Classmates, in 3 days, our Lin Yin'er, the campus Belle, will return to Donghai. Let us gather then, Wu Hao announced in the class group. Haha, it seems Wu Xiao's influence is substantial. Even Linda Xiaohua is coming back. I hear she has become a social media sensation with 1 million followers. Wu Hao's followers began to flatter him. Lin Yin'er had transitioned from tens of thousands of followers to a significant boost in popularity, courtesy of Chunnan, who had brought her immense traffic. Especially after Chunnan's generous gifts, the entire internet is now focused on this tycoon. As the first female streamer, Chunnan followed. Lin Yin'er naturally experienced a resurgence in fame. With her beauty and figure, as long as she had visibility, accumulating followers was merely a formality. After half a day of sending messages, Chunnan had yet to respond, causing Lin Yin'er to grow anxious. Images, images, images. With no other recourse, Lin Yin'er decided to employ her secret weapon, sending a stunning set of photos that rivaled those of Xia Yao. All right, contact me when you arrive for pickup, Chunnan replied, apologizing for the delayed response, as he had been lost in thought, not anticipating Lin Yin'er's directness. Had he been able to maintain such a close relationship with the campus Belle during their school days, he would have felt immensely fortunate. With Chunnan's affirmative reply, Lin Yin'er felt reassured. Indeed, being proactive was essential, as otherwise she would inevitably be eclipsed by other female streamers. Men have limited attention. Should he become involved with another woman, her chances would diminish. Just then, another piece of good news arrived. The owner of the cargo ship Chunnan had purchase called, informing him that a top-tier cruise ship was set to dock at Donghai Port. Reportedly, this Oriental Pearl cruise ship was constructed within the past 2 years, funded by a consortium of wealthy individuals from the island. Including the ship's lavish decorations, its total cost reached $50 billion, making it the most opulent cruise ship in the country. In just 2 years, the Oriental Pearl had already recouped a significant portion of its costs. Those who could board were all affluent. The minimum fee to embark on this ship was in the hundreds of thousands, while the highest-tier experiences could exceed 10 million. The cruise offered amenities beyond imagination, with suites more luxurious than presidential suites in 5-star hotels. Even the staff were former beauty pageant contestants, and the top suite butlers were champions in their own right. Whenever this cruise ship docked at a port, local tycoons would flock to it. Gaining entry to the Oriental Pearl was not merely a status symbol. It also provided opportunities to network with influential figures. Thus, when news of the cruise's impending arrival reached Chunnan, the ship's captain promptly informed him. After all, individuals of Chunnan's wealth are sought after as friends. The previous captain had sold a cargo ship to Chunnan at double the price and now willingly acted as an informant. He was aware of Chunnan's interest in acquiring a cruise ship, yet this was the Oriental Pearl, a premier luxury item even among the affluent on the island. There's a saying that the poor indulge in cars while the rich indulge in watches, but true wealth encompasses far more than that. The elite engage with private jets and yachts. The captain was skeptical of Chunnan's capabilities, not due to a lack of funds, but because, in the eyes of the affluent on the island, money alone does not guarantee access. Even with wealth, one may not secure a deal. However, given Chunnan's status, the captain hoped to forge connections with the influential figures behind a cruise ship. In this industry, the island is significantly more advanced than the mainland, and establishing such connections would only bring benefits. Yet, with his current standing, he lacked the means to directly reach out to the owner of the Oriental Pearl. Captain of the ship received a positive response from Chunnan and immediately began to contact influential figures in Donghai Port. Such matters necessitate the involvement of a prominent leader. Otherwise, one would not even be granted an audience. Chapter 25. Dongfang Mingzhu. How with nearly 2 months remaining until the impending cataclysmic flood, everything continued as usual. The warehouse rented by Chunnan saw a constant influx of goods daily, some of which were transferred onto the cargo ships at the port, hence attracting little attention. However, his personal space had already amassed countless resources, and under the influence of his financial prowess, enterprises surrounding Donghai City began operating frantically. It was said that some companies were working around the clock, with machines nearly overheating, all due to Chun Nan's substantial orders and generous pricing. Though he did impose certain requirements regarding delivery times. The ocean-going cargo ship was also undergoing modifications, while Chun Nan accumulated a vast supply of fuel resources, sufficient for the ship to traverse millions of kilometers. Moreover, these preparations were incessantly underway, granting Chun Nan ample time to get ready. The cruise ship was an essential component of his plan. Having been reborn, he certainly would not allow himself to endure the same hardships as in his previous life. After all, he was a man equipped with a system, and, as the apocalypse approached, not only did he intend to survive, but he also aspired to thrive beyond the ordinary. After a couple of days, Dongfang Mingzhu Hao finally arrived in Donghai City, drawing the attention of the city's affluent. However, the cruise ship was not yet open to the public, leaving most to observe from a distance. When Chun Nan's Rolls-Royce Phantom docked at the port, it instantly captivated many onlookers, as such luxury vehicles are always the center of attention. Simultaneously, another Maybach arrived and parked directly opposite the Rolls-Royce. Dressed impeccably in formal attire, Chun Nan was accompanied by Lu Yun, clad in a secretary's outfit, together exuding an aura of a golden couple. Behind them stood two tall bodyguards, a reward redeemed from his system. At that moment, two middle-aged men descended from the Maybach, one of whom was Zhang Li, the captain who sold the cargo ship to Chun Nan. Young Master Chun, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Li Yuntian, the king of ships in Donghai. Zhang Li stated with utmost respect. Both Chun Nan and Li Yuntian possessed power that far surpassed his own. Thus he maintained a low profile. An honor to meet you. Chun Nan politely shook his hand. The title of king of ships in Donghai was well known throughout the city. As a coastal city where port freight constituted a significant portion of its GDP, this individual was the largest ship owner in Donghai. In his previous life, Chun Nan had heard of this man who amassed a fleet during the apocalypse, reigning supreme at sea and living rather comfortably. Young Master Chun is indeed a person of temperament, conducting business accompanied by a beautiful woman, Li Yuntian remarked with a slight smile, glancing at the alluring Lu Yun. This is my personal driver, Chun Nan replied, dismissing the need for further explanation. Today, boarding the Dongfang Mingzhu Hao necessitated introductions. In the eyes of the tycoons from the island port, few in Donghai were deemed worthy of standing on equal footing with them. Li Yuntian, as the king of ships, held a certain prestige in Donghai, thus meriting the opportunity to visit the Dongfang Mingzhu Hao. Zhang Li merely acted as an intermediary. Without his facilitation, Chun Nan would not have had the chance to meet Li Yuntian. I hear young Master Chun is interested in purchasing a cruise ship? Li Yuntian inquired as they walked side by side at the forefront. Indeed, just for leisure, Chun Nan replied casually. In the presence of such moguls, he preferred to speak less to avoid revealing his true intentions. Naturally, such matters as the apocalypse were generally met with skepticism. Had he not experienced it firsthand, Chun Nan would not have believed it either. Li Yuntian did not linger on the topic, recognizing that many wealthy individuals indulged in yachts and private jets, making the acquisition of a cruise ship seem entirely plausible. May I ask where young Master Chun has previously conducted business? Li Yuntian suddenly inquired. Until now, he had not paid much attention to Chun Nan's presence, aside from a purchase of an ocean-going cargo ship, which, while not uncommon in Donghai, was still notable. However, upon hearing from Zhang Li about someone wishing to purchase the Dongfang Mingzhu Hao, he began to take Chun Nan seriously. Without substantial financial backing, one could not even dream of acquiring the Dongfang Mingzhu Hao, let alone a standard cruise ship. Moreover, Chun Nan had purchased an ocean-going cargo ship at double the price, instantly elevating his status in Li Yuntian's eyes. I have always been in Donghai, engaging in minor businesses elsewhere, nothing of significance, Chun Nan responded nonchalantly. Li Yuntian quickly grasped that Chun Nan was reluctant to divulge too much about himself, and he was wise enough to refrain from probing further. At that moment, individuals from the Dongfang Mingzhu Hao had already come out to greet them. Typically, ordinary individuals would lack the qualifications for such an audience, but Li Yuntian, as a titan of the Donghai shipping market, was a different story, with a net worth in the hundreds of billions. Young Master Chun, by chance, the grandson of King Bao Mingyuan from the island, is aboard the ship. I have the opportunity to introduce you, Li Yuntian stated. Generally, such significant figures rarely appeared on cruise ships, but Bao Shiai's had just concluded a major business deal, allowing him a brief respite aboard. In the island's context, lineage was of utmost importance. Typically, the eldest son or grandson held a high status within the family and wielded considerable influence. I have heard this cruise ship was jointly constructed by the 4 great ship kings of the island. Chun Nan looked up at the imposing vessel before him, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, however, the Bao family, as the initiators, holds half the shares, while the other families only participate in profit sharing without involvement in management, Li Yuntian explained. Under the guidance of the attendants, the group ascended the Dongfang Mingzhu Hao and soon discovered the grandeur of the vessel. The cruise ship spanned 5 levels, and while the interior remained unseen, a large outdoor swimming pool was visible. Within the pool, numerous women donned in bikinis frolicked, while a man in his 30s lounged nearby, being attended to by 2 models. At that moment, an assistant-like figure obstructed their path, stating, "Gentlemen, I apologize, but could you please cooperate with the inspection?" Several bodyguards equipped with instruments appeared, clearly ensuring the safety of Bao Shiai's, as such precautions were commonplace in the island context. Li Yuntian furrowed his brow slightly, but considering the family stature, he chose not to voice any objections. After all, the island had witnessed numerous cases of wealthy scions being kidnapped, and caution was never misplaced. Chun Nan smiled faintly, nodding toward the two bodyguards, who casually revealed their weapons, causing Li Yuntian's expression to shift. In the country, such items were strictly regulated, and even he would not dare to handle them carelessly. It was unexpected that Chun Nan's personal bodyguards were armed. Not far away, Bao Shiai's, who appeared relaxed, exhibited a peculiar expression, curious about this young man who stood on equal footing with Li Yuntian. "My apologies, gentlemen. Family rules require this precaution. Please do not take offense." Bao Shiai's greeted them with a composed demeanor. Chapter 26, 100 billion? Deal true to his background from a prominent family, Bao Shiai's words eased the atmosphere considerably, and his demeanor was notably humble. "It is an honor to meet the esteemed king of ships, Li Yuntian, here today." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Yuntian's irritation dissipated. "In the presence of the Bao family, how could I dare to claim the title of king of ships? Young Master Bao, it is indeed impolite of me to intrude during your rare moments of rest," Li Yuntian remarked, bowing slightly. Bao Shiai's waved his hand, signaling the nearby model-like women to withdraw, leaving only a few trusted confidants beside him. "King Li, you are too modest." Bao Shiai suddenly turned his gaze toward Chun Nan, inquiring, "And who might this be?" From the postures of the group, it was evident that Chun Nan stood on equal footing with Li Yuntian, while the others ranked lower. He was unaware of when such a young figure had emerged in the country, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Yuntian. In domestic circles, seniority often dictated standing. Sometimes, even those from wealthy families had to adopt a lower profile in the presence of their elders. "This is Chun Xiao. Today, I am audaciously visiting merely to make an introduction. Chun Xiao has a business proposition he wishes to discuss with Bao Xiao," Li Yuntian said with a smile. Typically, individuals of Li Yuntian's stature do not make introductions lightly unless the other party is also a prominent figure of the same caliber. This piqued Bao Shiai's interest even further. The fact that Li Yuntian personally stepped in to make an introduction indicated that the business at hand was certainly not trivial. It is well known that competition among the elite families on Gangdao is fierce. Many of the early wealthy families maintain multiple concubines, resulting in numerous descendants. Although Bao Shiai's is the eldest scion, there is no guarantee he will inherit the family fortune. A moment's negligence could see him usurped by his brothers. Thus, the prospect of a significant business opportunity excited Bao Shiai's, especially since he had just completed a major deal for his family. If he were to achieve further accomplishments, his position as the heir would be secured. "I wonder what kind of lucrative business Chun Xiao has in mind for collaboration?" Bao Shiai's inquired with a smile. Chun Nan did not beat around the bush. He stated directly, "I wish to purchase the Dongfang Mingzhu." Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Even Li Yuntian was taken aback by Chun Nan's directness. Bao Shiai's smile froze on his face. The cruise ship was a prestigious asset of the Bao family, constructed through a joint venture among the four great shipping families, and it was the foremost cruise ship of Gangdao. In fact, it could be deemed the finest cruise ship in Daxia, as the inland regions do not prioritize cruise ships, which are costly and slow to recoup investments. The Dongfang Mingzhu had only been operational for 2 years and was still in its profitable phase. Now, someone was audaciously offering to buy it, which could be perceived as a slight disrespect towards the shipping dynasty. "Does Chun Xiao even know the construction cost of this cruise ship?" Bao Shiai suddenly asked. Had it been anyone else, he would have ordered them out immediately, but seeing Chun Nan's earnest demeanor and recalling that his bodyguard was armed, it was evident that this individual was not ordinary. The elite families of Gangdao, though having navigated through treacherous paths, still held certain matters in reverence. "Money is not an issue. As long as Bao Xiao nods, a transfer can be made at any time," Chun Nan replied casually. Bao Shiai's exhaled heavily. The construction cost of the Dongfang Mingzhu was 50 billion. Although it had been in service for 2 years and had incurred some wear, it would not be considerably cheaper. He glanced at Li Yuntian, who was equally astonished. The ability to transfer funds immediately indicated that Chun Nan possessed substantial liquidity. Even someone of Li Yuntian's wealth, valued in the hundreds of billions, could not casually produce 50 billion in cash. Wealth does not equate to liquid assets, and only a select few from the domestic Forbes list could readily access such funds. To be candid, the Dongfang Mingzhu was constructed through a partnership of our 4 great shipping families. "I cannot make unilateral decisions," Bao Shiai said, seeking a diplomatic excuse to delay the conversation while he investigated Chun Nan's background. "Indeed, if Chun Xiao is interested in purchasing a cruise ship, I can recommend other luxurious options," Li Yuntian added, wishing to ease the tension as the introducer and not wanting matters to become overly awkward, especially since Bao Shiai's had clearly declined. However, Chun Nan remained unfazed, asserting that, with an appropriate price, nothing was impossible. If Bao Xiao cannot make the decision, perhaps you could discuss it with others. Price is not an issue, and surely other families would not turn down a profitable opportunity. Bao Xiai's expression shifted slightly, sensing Chun Nan's lack of respect. Did he believe that the Bao family was in need of funds? In terms of wealth, how many could truly compare to the shipping families of Guangdao? Most of these families had established their fortunes through industry, not by inflating stock values. Li Yuntian suddenly inquired, "May I ask how much Chun Xiao intends to offer?" The Dongfang Mingzhu was originally built for 50 billion. Chun Nan smiled gently, looking at Bao Xiai's 60 billion. Bao Xiai's remained unmoved. In terms of true value, the Dongfang Mingzhu had significantly depreciated. Not to mention 60 billion. Even its original price was questionable. This was their family's emblem. How could they simply sell it? A mere 10 billion premium for the shipping family to relinquish their facade was clearly unrealistic. 70 billion. Chun Nan raised the stakes. 80 billion. Bao Xiai's expression shifted. He wondered if Chun Nan was slightly insane. This was not merely a matter of 1 or 2 billion, but tens of billions. Even as the eldest son of the Bao family, he would require a family meeting to mobilize funds exceeding 10 billion. 90 billion. Bao Xiai's found himself swayed. 100 billion. Chun Nan continued to escalate the offer, as if money were merely a sequence of numbers in his mind. Upon hearing this figure, Li Yuntian could no longer remain composed. Few in the country could summon such vast funds, and his curiosity regarding Chun Nan's identity grew exponentially. Bao Xiai's abruptly interrupted Chun Nan, who was about to speak again, stating, "Can you truly produce 100 billion in cash? Money is not an issue. A transfer can be made right now." Chun Nan replied with a smile. Bao Xiai's furrowed his brow, seemingly making a decisive resolution, and declared deal. This was no longer merely a question of money. With 100 billion, he believed that other families would not have any objections. At worst, they could construct another vessel, taking merely 2 additional years to earn back billions. Anyone could comprehend the math. More importantly, Bao Xiai's had concluded that Chun Nan was backed by a formidable figure, one that even the 4 great shipping families would not dare to provoke. Few in the country could produce 100 billion in cash. Even if someone could, they would not purchase a cruise ship, let alone at double the price. Such a person was undoubtedly someone worth cultivating a relationship with, as they could potentially bring immense benefits to his family in the future. Li Yuntian also breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously elevating his perception of Chun Nan. It is worth noting that this was not Chun Nan's first acquisition of a vessel. He had previously purchased Zhang Li's cargo ship for 20 billion, again at double the original price. Chapter 27. The Devoted Wu Hao. Thus, the transaction of 100 billion was effortlessly concluded, a sum ample enough to acquire several publicly traded companies. Even Lu Yun, who accompanied Chun Nan, could not conceal her astonishment. While she was aware of Chun Nan's wealth, the extent of it was beyond her expectations. Xia Yao had limited knowledge of the operations within the company, only hearing from Qin Rongrong of the immense inheritance Chun Nan had received. Bao Xiai's, being astute, observed Chun Nan's persistent bidding, carefully assessing whether Chun Nan was jesting with him while simultaneously scrutinizing those around him. When both parties signed the transfer contract, Chun Nan promptly executed the transfer of 100 billion. Lu Yun, though surprised, did not show it, while the other 2 bodyguards remained expressionless. The bodyguards, obtained through the system, were utterly loyal to Chun Nan and would not question any of his actions. However, this entire scene appeared markedly different to Bao Xiai's and Li Yuntian. The notion of a 100 billion transaction being treated with such casual indifference by Chun Nan's entourage indicated that they perceived this event as a commonplace occurrence. Chun Xiao is indeed a straightforward individual. "I raise my glass to you," Bao Xiai's proclaimed, uncorking a bottle of premium red wine, a customary gesture among the elite. Li Yuntian also received special treatment. Had it not been for his introduction, Bao Xiai's would not have had the opportunity to earn such a substantial sum. "I have heard that there will be a banquet on this cruise ship in a few days. This news has been circulating throughout Donghai City," he remarked. Indeed, the Dongfang Mingzhu hosts such events at every port to consolidate resources among coastal cities. However, since Chun Xiao has purchased the Dongfang Mingzhu, the banquet can be cancelled. Bao Xiai's replied with a smile. Chun Nan shook his head, stating that since the announcement had already been made, it should proceed as planned, though the organizing responsibilities remained with Bao Xiai's. "I will also make time to attend," he added. Bao Xiai's nodded. Chun Nan was clearly considerate of his own interests, especially since the event had been promoted for quite some time. Moreover, aside from a portion of invited guests, a significant number had paid an entrance fee. Originally, Bao Xiai's intended to issue a full refund, which, though damaging to the Bao family's reputation, was a trivial loss compared to 100 billion. Afterward, Bao Xiai's invited Chun Nan to tour the Dongfang Mingzhu, which left Chun Nan in awe. Li Yuntian, the king of the East Sea, even declined all his social engagements to accompany them. If the outside world were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. as it is rare for anyone in the East Sea to have the privilege of the Ship King's company, and he maintained a humble demeanor throughout. The following day marked Lin Yinner's arrival in the East Sea, yet she remained oblivious to Chun Nan's true identity. This further underscored Lin Yinner's determination. Despite not knowing whether he was tall or short, fat or thin, she resolved to parachute into the East Sea. It is said that some female streamers have found themselves disappointed upon discovering their counterpart is an elderly gentleman. Yet they had no choice but to comply due to the other party's status as a top supporter. At the Donghai City Airport, Lin Yinner donned a stylish outfit, exuding youthful vibrance. Although she had graduated several years prior, one could easily mistake her for a current university student. Throughout her journey, she rejected numerous advances from handsome strangers. Today was the day she would meet her brother Haonan, and she would not allow any distractions. Last time, due to that fool Wu Hao, she nearly lost the chance to connect with him. Despite never having met Haonan, she could tell from his usual messages that he was certainly not a decrepit old man. Lin Yinner had resolved that as long as he wasn't exceedingly unattractive, she could accept him. Outside the airport, Lu Yun and Chun Nan awaited her arrival. However, Lu Yun was not in the driver's seat. Instead, she sat in the back, engrossed in a gaming session. It must be said that Lu Yun excelled not only in driving, but also in gaming. Meanwhile, in the airport reception hall, another individual had been waiting for quite some time. Dressed in high-end fashion, Wu Hao stood out remarkably among the crowd, holding a bouquet of roses. Although Lin Yinner had not disclosed her arrival date to him, being classmates allowed him to gather information from her close friends, leading him to believe she would arrive today. Though unaware of the specific flight details, there were only 2 flights from her city to Donghai, making it easy for him to wait for her. As Lin Yinner's striking figure appeared in the corridor, Wu Hao noticed her immediately. After all, Lin Yinner had once been the school belle, and today she had put extra effort into her appearance, making her particularly noticeable in the crowd. Lin Yinner, over here. Wu Hao waved his bouquet enthusiastically. Lin Yinner's expression shifted as she thought, how could he be here? This would certainly cause trouble if Haonan were to see him. With that thought, she chose to ignore Wu Hao and walk past him. Wu Hao quickly followed, assuming she preferred to keep a low profile. Yanya, you didn't even tell me you were coming back to the East Sea. Thankfully, I found out from other classmates, he said with an ingratiating smile. It is said that the eager admirer knows no social class or wealth. Before the goddess they adore, whether a rich second generation or a struggling young man, they will all behave similarly. I told him not to follow me. Lin Yin exclaimed impatiently. It's hard to get a taxi at the airport. I drove my Porsche and parked right outside, Wu Hao confidently asserted. In the past, his father had restricted his spending while in school, but now he drove luxury cars, believing it would impress Lin Yinner. No need, my brother Haonan will come and pick me up, Lin Yinner replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao's expression soured. He could dismiss others easily, but he felt overshadowed by Haonan. A person capable of showering millions on Douyin was not someone he could compete with. Even his father would pale in comparison, as no big shot would waste their time gifting millions to a female streamer. Lin Yinner, that Haonan looks like a playboy. He must have gifted hundreds of female streamers on Douyin. Don't be fooled by him. Wu Hao resorted to another tactic. And if he did, what of it? Haonan has gifted me millions, Lin Yinner replied with a smirk. I gifted you $1 million too, Wu Hao muttered, though his voice dropped significantly. If it weren't for him, Haonan wouldn't have gone to the twins to gift them. It wasn't that Chun Nan favored them, but rather that double the joy required double the expense. He could not show favoritism. I said not to follow me again, or I will call the police. Lin Yinner reiterated, shaking off Wu Hao's advances. This time, Wu Hao finally ceased his pursuit, not out of resignation, but rather to avoid an encounter with Haonan. After all, Chun Nan had previously called him out during a live stream. He dreaded the thought of facing punishment should he run into him, such as performing an embarrassing act at the airport entrance. Brother Haonan, I just got off the plane. Where are you? Lin Yinner sighed in relief as she saw Wu Hao depart and quickly messaged Chun Nan. The Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the airport entrance is mine, Chun Nan replied. Lin Yinner's eyes sparkled. Although she had anticipated this, receiving confirmation made her excited. This luxury vehicle was worth millions, far surpassing Wu Hao's Porsche. She was grateful to have distanced herself from that sycophant. When Chun Nan opened the car door, Lin Yinner was momentarily taken aback. Though they had not seen each other for years, she still recognized her classmate. Compared to their school days, Chun Nan had matured and gained a more refined aura. You are Haonan, Chun Nan? Lin Yinner asked, struggling to believe it. Many classmates knew that Chun Nan was an orphan. During school, he had worked while studying, which had instilled a sense of insecurity in him. He rarely participated in school activities, yet now he had transformed into a billionaire. What, can't believe it? Chun Nan chuckled. It wasn't disbelief, but rather a shock at such unexpected happiness. Despite Chun Nan's previous financial struggles, he had always been tall and handsome. Otherwise, Qin Rongrong would not have sought him as her scapegoat. Initially, she had imagined Haonan to be a greasy middle-aged man. Yet he turned out to be her classmate, and quite handsome at that. What could be more surprising? I thought you were married to Qin Rongrong? Lin Yin, or something inquired. Divorced, Chun Nan replied tersely, not wishing to delve into the matter. Lin Yin'er, understanding the sensitivity of the topic, acknowledged, "No wonder you know Wu Hao. Enough about them. Let's arrange your accommodation," Chen Nan said, ushering Lin Yin'er into the car. It was Lin Yin'er's first time riding in such a luxurious vehicle, and she felt a thrill as she saw Lu Yun in the driver's seat, further solidifying her resolve. If even the driver was not inferior to her, and in some aspects surpassed her, it was no wonder Chen Nan had not required her to parachute in. At this level, he certainly did not lack beautiful women. Lin Yin'er silently vowed to perform well and win over this man. Since they were long-lost classmates, the conversation flowed easily, and Lin Yin'er wisely refrained from inquiring into Chen Nan's affairs. Chen Nan did not take Lin Yin'er back to his home, as he already had 2 women there, and such an approach would seem too purposeful. He adhered to a principle of neither initiating nor rejecting, relishing the sense of achievement in having the school belle approach him willingly. Chen Nan booked a presidential suite, and Lin Yin'er was naturally thrilled. The cost for one night was tens of thousands, a price only a few could afford. "So, what do you think of the surroundings?" Chen Nan asked with a smile, admiring Lin Yin'er in her stylish uniform, reminiscent of their school days. "You are so generous. Of course, I'm satisfied," Lin Yin'er replied obediently. "You really are quite the rogue, pretending not to recognize me when you clearly have the prestige. It made me call you Haonan brother every day," she added, a hint of playful affection in her tone. This was a side of Lin Yin'er Chen Nan had never anticipated from the once exalted school belle. "I specifically came to Douyin for you," Chen Nan thought, but did not voice it, as he usually enjoyed free content. "So, will I call you Haonan brother or Nangu from now on?" Lin Yin'er asked, her tone laced with seduction. "Call me whatever you like. I'm fine with either," he replied. After enduring several hours on the plane, I summoned room service. The presidential suite indeed offers impeccable service. With just a phone call, anything can be delivered. Lin Yin'er nodded in agreement, expressing her intention to take a shower first. She opened her carry-on luggage and retrieved a delicate camisole before heading to the bathroom. Chen Nan contemplated that returning today was unfeasible, so he called Lu Yun to let her head home first. Lu Yun, understanding and considerate, did not inquire further and drove away. A few minutes later, Lin Yin'er emerged from the bathroom, her damp hair being gently dried. In her pursuit of marrying into a wealthy family, she had consistently maintained a fit physique devoid of any excess. "Nangu, could you assist me dry my hair?" Lin Yana asked SHY. As a gentleman, he could not refuse such a request. An hour later, Lin Yin'er lay tenderly in Chen Nan's embrace, enveloped in a dreamlike state. Had she known of Chen Nan's potential earlier, she would have pursued a relationship with him during their school days. "Nangu, are you attending tomorrow's class reunion?" she asked. "Of course, Wu Hao is keen to see you. You should go and indulge him," Chen Nan replied with a smile. Although he had little interest in the reunion, the previous incident where Qin Rongrong had been affectionate with Wu Hao in his presence warranted a form of retribution. That evening, Lin Yin'er changed into a new outfit, expressing her desire to relive the joys of their school days. The following day, Lin Yin'er rose at noon, and after a meticulous grooming session, her exquisite visage was truly captivating. "She is indeed my exclusive campus beauty," Chen Nan thought. "Nangu, do I look good in this outfit?" Lin Yan tfilled, though her movements were slightly stiff from fatigue the night before. "You look stunning in anything," Chen Nan replied candidly. Experiences can indeed transform a woman. The previous reunion had ended in discord due to the incident involving Chen Nan and Qin Rongrong. But this time, with Lin Yin'er present, nearly all classmates decided to attend. Wu Hao, being a local and affluent, had secured the venue, ensuring he would impress Lin Yin'er. "Classmates, the venue is set at the seaside restaurant near Donghai Port," Wu Hao boasted as he shared the location. Only Wu Xiao could manage to book a table at the seaside restaurant. "It's rumored that securing a reservation here is more challenging than at a 5-star hotel," Zhang Tai flattered. Others chimed in, as many had heard of the establishment during their years in Donghai. It was said that the restaurant's owner had a remarkable background. In dining, there was an exclusive affair, reliant on a membership system where only long-standing patrons could refer new members. Wu Hao relished the admiration from his peers, having negotiated for quite some time with his father for the reservation. What is this compared to the Dongfang Mingzhu? There will be a banquet aboard soon. A true gathering of the elite. I could bring a few people along, Wu Hao continued, keen to impress Lin Yin'er. His intentions were clear. Some things cannot be purchased with wealth alone, as status and identity require years to cultivate. Wu's family operated in the transportation sector and had gained a modest reputation in Donghai. Recently, Wu Hao had befriended a powerful young heir, resulting in his family's security being responsible for the Dongfang Mingzhu, which presented him with this unique opportunity. Is that true? Wu Xiao is truly impressive. I've heard the boarding fees for the Dongfang Mingzhu start in the hundreds of thousands, and he can bring guests, a female classmate exclaimed. This was indeed a rare opportunity, as the elite from the Hong Kong shipping magnates to the most influential figures in Donghai would be aboard. Establishing connections there could lead to immense success in life. Chapter 29. A lesson for the sycophant Chen Nan quietly observed the messages in the group chat without voicing his thoughts. Few were aware of his true circumstances, and thus, His presence was largely overlooked. Many understood the gathering was orchestrated by Wu Hao for Lin Yiner's benefit. During their school days, Wu Hao had persistently pursued Lin Yiner, yet she had not regarded him highly. This was due in part to her lack of attraction to him and the fact that Wu Hao's family background was not quite at the pinnacle of wealth, merely qualifying as a rich second generation. In recent years, Wu Hao's father had ascended to greater heights, their family wealth exceeding 10 billion, establishing them as affluent in Donghai. Those close to Wu Hao knew that inviting Lin Yiner was merely a playful endeavor, as Wu Hao's family had already arranged a marriage for him, a union of convenience. This was merely Wu Hao's attempt to fulfill a dream he harbored since school, to win over the one he idolized. Wu Hao's father-in-law was a business associate of his father, with a family background that could rival Wu Hao's, perhaps even slightly surpassing it, prompting Wu Hao to tread carefully with his wife. Perhaps we should not attend, Lin Yiner suggested, noticing Chun Nan fixated on his phone, her concern evident. After all, it was well known that Wu Hao's intentions were not pure. She feared Chun Nan might misconstrue the situation. We must go. Why not? You missed the last gathering, where he publicly humiliated me, Chun Nan retorted with a cold smile. Lin Yiner immediately understood. Chun Nan sought vengeance, and with that clarity, she felt reassured and even eager to assist him. Nan go, rest assured, I will help you teach him a lesson, Lin Yiner confidently declared. It's merely a matter of reprimanding a sycophant. How difficult could that be? Women possess an innate talent for this, she added, observing Lin Yiner's compliance. Chun Nan felt inclined to reward her once more. With some time remaining before the reunion, Chun Nan took Lin Yiner shopping, indulging in a spree that left her elated. She was aware that she was not the sole woman in Chun Nan's life, but as long as she could enjoy such days, nothing else mattered. In just one afternoon, Chun Nan spent several million on her. Cosmetics, handbags, jewelry, anything that caught her eye was purchased. All were top-tier luxury goods that left Lin Yiner dazzled. Had they not been pressed for time, she could have shopped all night. As the time for the reunion approached, many classmates had arrived early, with Wu Hao waiting eagerly at the restaurant entrance. Due to Lin Yiner's presence, he purposefully maintained his distance from Qin Rongrong, much to her discontent. Unfortunately for her, Wu Hao had always viewed her as a mere plaything, indifferent to her feelings. Only now did she realize her regret, not for parting with Chun Nan, but for missing out on his wealth. Had she held out a few more days before divorcing him, she could have claimed half of his assets. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up to the seaside restaurant, capturing everyone's attention. Such luxury vehicles were a rarity, and speculation abounded regarding the affluent owner. When Chun Nan emerged from the car in casual attire, astonishment spread through the crowd, especially when Lin Yiner stepped out alongside him, leaving many jaws agape. How could be Chun Nan, and why is Lin Yiner with him? The previous gathering had ended in discord, and everyone was aware of Chun Nan's divorce from Qin Rongrong. Just a month had passed, and now he was romantically involved with the campus beauty. Can he truly afford a Rolls-Royce? Surely, this must be a rental. Diangtai Smedeth. As a loyal follower of Wu Hao, he disapproved of Chun Nan's demeanor, unaware that his own brother had already suffered at Chun Nan's hands. Indeed, Qin Rongrong, it's fortunate you divorced him. Someone so vain must have rented this luxury car to save face. Another classmate, Wang Yan, scoffed. This woman, of average appearance, had once aspired to win Wu Hao's favor, only to be dismissed for her looks. Qin Rongrong wore a complicated expression, equally astonished by Lin Yiner's association with Chun Nan. When had he managed to win over the campus beauty? Could wealth truly alter one's fate? Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of relief. With Lin Yiner now with Chun Nan, Wu Hao's hopes were dashed, leaving him with no choice but to remain with her. I surmised that it could very well be Lin Yiner's vehicle, and, coincidentally, she encountered Chun Nan, bringing him along with her. The majority of the class shares this assumption. After all, it is highly plausible for a beauty like Lin Yiner to associate with a wealthy individual. Driving a Rolls-Royce is entirely conceivable. As for their relationship, people could hardly fathom them together, or perhaps they were reluctant to entertain the notion. Everyone is aware that Chun Nan is merely a struggling individual and knows Lin Yiner harbors aspirations of marrying into affluence. However, in the next moment, Lin Yiner's actions were a direct contradiction. She affectionately linked her arm with Chun Nan's, and they strolled towards the crowd like a couple in love. Could it be that Chun Nan has cast some spell upon the school beauty? Today, Lin Yiner is adorned in a sleeveless gown, her neck graced by a diamond necklace recently gifted by Chun Nan, exuding an air of opulence. Hello, classmates. It's been a while. The school beauty's charm is undeniable. Her mere words drew everyone closer with excitement. Linda, you've become even more beautiful since we last met. Indeed, you haven't changed a bit since our school days. Not all. I believe you look even more youthful than before. Yet, when it comes to Chun Nan, the crowd chooses to conveniently overlook him. Such is the reality of human relationships. Lin Yiner, is this the Rolls-Royce you purchased? A female classmate inquired enviously. Lin Yiner promptly shook her head, responding, this is bought by Nan Ge. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Chun Nan is now my boyfriend. Upon hearing this, everyone was left astounded. The school beauty has become involved with the class's impoverished individual. Lin Yinner, you haven't been deceived, have you? Chun Nan can afford a Rolls-Royce? Indeed, I believe the car is rented. I know the female driver, and she appears to be a saleswoman for Rolls-Royce, another local classmate chimed in. He recognized Lu Yun, likely from visiting a dealership. Beauties of Lu Yun's caliber are rare, thus leaving a lasting impression on him. Lin Yinner, however, remained unfazed. She is well aware of the truth. Lin Yinner, do not let him fool you. To my knowledge, he currently has at least 2 girlfriends, and his driver is likely involved with him as well, Wu Hao interjected. Presently, he exuded none of the qualities associated with a wealthy heir, merely embodying a lovesick admirer. His heart brimming with resentment upon seeing his goddess with another. So what? Nangu and I are genuinely in love, Lin Yinner declared confidently. Wu Hao still remained oblivious to the fact that Chun Nan is actually Hao Nangu, mistakenly believing that Chun Nan had only pursued Lin Yinner due to newfound wealth. At this point, the crowd fell silent. Each party involved seemed content with the arrangement. Chun Nan gestured for Lu Yun to depart, stating, "Why are you all standing at the door? Please come inside." Each person harbored their own thoughts. Qin Rongrong seized the opportunity to walk alongside Wu Hao, and this time he did not reject her. Without Lin Yinner, he could not afford to lose face. After all, Qin Rongrong is Chun Nan's ex-wife, serving as a form of retaliation for him. However, observing Lin Yinner's obedient demeanor next to Chun Nan, he found it impossible to feel happy. Chapter 30. A few bottles of Lafite for rinsing. The Haijing restaurant, though its name may seem casual, is among the most upscale dining establishments in Donghai City. Situated near the Donghai port, every private room offers a clear view of the vessels traversing the sea. Upon entering, the decor exudes an antique charm, with a beautiful hostess stationed every 10 meters or so, merely the restaurant's welcoming staff. "This is my first time dining in such a high-end place," someone whispered. "I've heard that only long-standing members who have accumulated a minimum expenditure of 1 million can introduce new members. Spending 1 million just on a meal is a rarity in Donghai City, as most individuals may never save that amount in a lifetime." Wu Xiao is truly impressive. The crowd began to flatter him again. Under the guidance of the waitstaff, they were ushered into a grand private room. Inside, there were 2 large round tables, each capable of seating approximately 20 individuals. With a total of 40 classmates, only a few were absent, leaving around 30 present. This private room rivals that of a 5-star hotel, someone marveled. At that moment, Wu Hao's chief sycophant, Zhang Tai, stood up, declaring, "You may not be aware, but Wu Xiao reserved the diamond private room. The Haijing restaurant is divided into 5 tiers. The first is the ordinary room, with a minimum expenditure of 10,000. The second is the golden room, starting at 50,000. The third, our current diamond room, begins at 100,000. The most exclusive is the earth room, requiring a minimum expenditure of 1 million. The crowd gasped. What does it mean to spend 1 million on a meal? You mentioned 4 categories. What is the last? The final category is the Tianzi private room, which is said to transcend the issue of expenditure and serves as a symbol of status. Only individuals with a net worth exceeding 10 billion are deemed worthy of entry, Zhang Tai boasted, almost as if he himself were a billionaire. At this point, Wu Hao began arranging seating, stating, "Lin Yinner, I've saved a special seat just for you." It is undeniable that Wu Hao was particularly thoughtful, reserving the prime position in the private room for Lin Yinner and specifically instructing that a bouquet of roses be placed before her seat. Yet, Lin Yinner did not even glance in his direction. Instead, she clung to Chun Nan, asking, "Nangu, where will you sit?" Chun Nan casually chose a spot. Although there were 2 tables in the private room, a clear hierarchy was evident. Chun Nan seated himself at the adjacent table, and Lin Yinner followed suit. Wu Hao's expression darkened, surprised at Lin Yinner's apparent lack of gratitude. In his eyes, Chun Nan was merely fortunate, having inherited an uncertain amount of wealth. Although they were unaware of the specifics, it was unlikely to be substantial, perhaps a few billion at most, or so Qin Rongrong had informed him. Wu Hao believed his own family wealth to be comparable to Chun Nan's. The difference lay in the fact that Chun Nan inherited actual cash, while he was still relying on his father. Wu Hao's father, a formidable figure in his own right, possessed assets exceeding 10 billion. Yet he maintained strict discipline over his children. Wu Hao worked in the family business, earning a salary and receiving only occasional allowances, as maintaining appearances within the wealthy elite was sometimes necessary. Today, everyone is free to choose their seats. To ease the awkwardness, Wu Hao could only chuckle, squeezing himself beside Lin Yinner. The others hurriedly followed suit, believing that wherever Wu Hao was seated marked the main position. Once everyone was settled, the waitstaff promptly began serving the dishes. The menu had been pre-ordered by Wu Hao. The prices were not exorbitant, but did meet the minimum expenditure for a diamond room, primarily because he had nearly exhausted his pocket money from recent expenditures. "Come, everyone, let's raise our glasses to thank Wu Xiao for his hospitality." Zhang Tai was the first to stand. "Indeed, Wu Xiao has truly gone overboard by treating us to a meal at the Haijing restaurant." Wang Yin added with a smile. Chun Nan raised his glass in a symbolic gesture, yet he remained engrossed in whispered conversations with Lin Yenner. This scene ignited Wu Hao's fury, but he refrained from expressing it. Zhang Tai, noting Wu Hao's expression, understood his thoughts. Chen Nan, what do you mean? Everyone is raising their glasses to thank Wu Xiao, and you are being rather dismissive. Diante retorted coldly. Am I expected to bow before him? Chen Nan shot back defiantly. Zhang Tai was immediately incensed. Don't think that just because you rented a Rolls-Royce, you can consider yourself a wealthy heir. Being able to dine here is a privilege. This meal likely exceeds your annual salary. Laughter erupted from the crowd, who presumably believed Chen Nan had rented the vehicle and deceived Lin Yenner in the process. You are not mistaken. I am indeed not a wealthy heir, but rather a wealthy individual, Chen Nan remarked, taking a sip of wine only to suddenly expel it. What kind of wine is this? It tastes like horse urine. It's utterly horrendous. Chen Nan, don't be ungrateful. This bottle of red wine is worth several thousand. It's worth more than your monthly salary. If you cannot appreciate fine things, do not tarnish them, Zhang Tai retorted angrily. Chen Nan, disdainful of the sycophant before him, simply clapped his hands to summon a waiter. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? The waiter greeted him with utmost respect. Bring me 2 cases of 82 Lafite for rinsing my mouth, Chen Nan replied nonchalantly. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. One must understand that a bottle of 82 Lafite has surged in the market to around 100,000 yuan, making 2 cases, or 12 bottles each, a staggering 1,200,000, nearly the price of a house. Most individuals present would find themselves utterly bankrupt if they sold everything they owned. Chen Nan, have you lost your mind? Today is Wu Xiao's treat. What are you pretending to be a big shot for? Dian Dai exclaimed angrily. Chen Nan, however, paid him no heed and merely gestured for the waiter to expedite the wine. The waiter, maintaining her composure, refrained from further comment. Being in a diamond private room, she had no fear of a lack of payment. Nevertheless, as per protocol, she had to report this, given the immense value of the wine involved. What I say, few bottles of wine. Wu Hao, if you cannot afford the bill, let Brother Nan cover it. It's merely over 1 million, Lin Yenner remarked with displeasure. Upon hearing her words, Wu Hao immediately adopted a nonchalant demeanor, affirming that it was indeed just a few bottles of wine and encouraging everyone to drink freely. Internally, however, he felt immense pain. Had it not been for the desire to maintain his image before his goddess, he would have exploded in anger. Ironically, his goddess was currently nestled in another's embrace. Yet, while Wu Hao was willing, others were not so accommodating. Qin Rongrong, who had silently endured throughout, finally spoke up. Chen Nan, how can you be so shameless? Others are treating, and you are ordering recklessly without a hint of embarrassment. Qin Rongrong sneered. Regardless of Chen Nan's wealth, she no longer cared, as she had no access to it. Her focus was firmly on clinging to Wu Hao's affluent status. I'm simply accustomed to indulging in Lafite, Chen Nan said casually. Don't think your petty wealth makes you exceptional. In terms of status and standing, how do you even compare to Wu Hao? Qin Rongrong scoffed. The onlookers appeared amused, as these two were once married, yet now each had new partners and were clashing over it. Chen Nan looked at her with disdain. Apologies, but I truly cannot drink this wine. If you lack the funds, don't pretend to be affluent. This wine is on me. Lin Yannia, having grasped the history between Qin Rongrong and Wu Hao, stood firmly by Chen Nan's side. Qin Rongrong, thank you for your divorce from Brother Nan. Otherwise, I would never have had the chance to reconnect with him. Upon hearing Lin Yenner's words, both Qin Rongrong and Wu Hao seethed with fury, especially considering Wu Hao had previously lavished 1 million on her. Lin Yenner, don't celebrate too soon. Chen Nan is merely lucky, having inherited a fortune. But with his reckless spending, he will inevitably end up penniless, Qin Rongrong retorted defiantly. Indeed, Lin Yannia, my Wu family is not one to be compared with such nouveau riche. Just like the diamond private room, no matter how wealthy Chen Nan is, he will never secure a reservation here, Wu Hao added arrogantly. The crowd soon realized that Chen Nan was not merely pretending, but had indeed come into considerable wealth, presumably through inheritance. Yet, they still looked down upon him. A nouveau riche remains a nouveau riche, unworthy of comparison to a family like Wu Hao's. At that moment, a waiter entered, apologizing for the interruption. I'm sorry to disturb, but Mr. Zhang from the adjacent room mentioned he knows you and would like to offer a toast. See? This is the grandeur that true affluent families possess. He must surely be a business partner of Wu Xiao, someone flattered. Qin Rongrong smugly linked her arm with Wu Hao's. Lin Yenner, take note. But judgment truly pales in comparison to mine. Although Wu Hao appeared perplexed, he assumed the visitor must know his father, hence the desire to toast. The waiter had come to confirm, ensuring the situation wouldn't be too abrupt. Let him come over, Wu Hao said with a smile. Instantly, flattery erupted anew, with some hoping Wu Hao could arrange jobs for them. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit approached, and Wu Hao quickly welcomed him. He recognized the man immediately. Uncle Zhang, how wonderful to see you here. I should have come over to toast you. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Li, the very individual who sold a cargo ship to Chen Nan, coincidentally dining in the same establishment. Noticing Chen Nan's Rolls-Royce earlier, He had made inquiries and discovered Chun Nan was hosting a reunion with classmates. However, upon entering, he was intercepted by Wu Hao, who seemed to recognize him and was aware he was Chun Nan's classmate, so he refrained from acting pretentious. No trouble at all. I merely came to take a look. Zhang Li casually clinked glasses with Wu Hao. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Zhang Li, the owner of Li Shipping, one of the leading enterprises in Eastern Sea maritime transport. Wu Hao excitedly introduced. Zhang Li owned several ocean-going cargo ships, the largest of which was purchased by Chun Nan, making him a significant figure in Eastern Sea City. While he still paled in comparison to Li Yuntian, in terms of scale, Zhang Li's company surpassed Wu Hao's Haoyu Group. Upon hearing Wu Hao's introduction, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Li Shipping was indeed a well-known enterprise in Eastern Sea. Zhang Li was a billionaire, and dining with such a prominent figure was an experience they would boast about for a lifetime. At that moment, Zhang Li finally spotted Chun Nan, who remained composed with Lin Yenner. It was impossible not to notice him. He swiftly approached Chun Nan, whispering, "Chun Xiao, I'd like to propose a toast to you." Lin Yenner, taken aback, had heard of Zhang Li's reputation. Initially, she thought him merely a business partner of Wu Hao's father. But to see him show such respect for Chun Nan was unexpected. It seemed she truly had stumbled upon a treasure. Wu Hao, in his arrogance, was oblivious to who truly held the power. "Mr. Zhang, what a surprise to see you here. Such a coincidence." Chun Nan casually clinked glasses. Zhang Li was unfazed. Having witnessed Chun Nan's grand gestures, he understood they were not on the same level. Not even Li Yuntian could hold a candle to Chun Nan, who effortlessly mingled with the family of the shipping tycoon and forcefully purchased the Dongfang Mingzhu. Such audacity was beyond mere impressive. It was extraordinary. Chen Xiao may not be aware, but this Haijing restaurant is owned by Mr. Li Yuntian. If he knew, he would likely come himself to toast you. Zhang Li explained that. The onlookers, standing at a distance, were astonished to witness Zhang Li toasting Chun Nan, who remained seated and motionless. Wu Hao, enraged, erupted, "Chun Nan, what do you mean by this? Mr. Zhang is toasting you out of respect for me, yet you remain so ungrateful. I see no need for you to attend this reunion any longer. Indeed, do you truly believe your modest wealth makes you impressive? You don't even regard Mr. Zhang." Qin Rongrong scoffed. Those who thrived in the shipping industry often had dubious backgrounds. If Chun Nan offended Zhang Li, he would certainly face dire consequences. Before Chun Nan could respond, Zhang Li's patience evaporated. Having finally found an opportunity to bond, he was taken aback by this fool ruining the atmosphere. Moreover, it seemed that this individual had a personal vendetta against Chun Nan. In light of this, Zhang Li swiftly turned and delivered a resounding slap to Wu Hao's face. "Who do you think you are? Do I need your permission to speak here?" Wu Hao was nearly knocked senseless by the blow, silenced, and too stunned to respond. The crowd fell into an eerie silence, bewildered by Zhang Li's sudden outburst. He should have directed his ire towards Chun Nan, yet he had struck Wu Hao, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. "Uncle Zhang, I am Wu Hao from Haoyu Group. My father is Wu Zhendong. It was this fool who disrespected you, and I merely wish to assist you in teaching him a lesson." Wu Hao whimpered, clutching his face. Zhang Li was certainly familiar with Wu Zhendong, though he was a tier below him. As for his son, Zhang Li recalled some vague memory of him. However, offending Chun Nan was not something even his father could rectify, so Zhang Li swiftly delivered another slap, bruising the opposite side of Wu Hao's face. "What kind of status do you have to call me uncle?" Zhang Li rubbed his hand, unable to deny the remarkable audacity of Wu Hao, who struck him with such force that it left him with a sting. Wu Hao dared not utter a sound. Even if his father were present, he would only be able to smile in compliance. At that moment, someone in the private room made a move, and the restaurant staff had already reported the incident. Although Zhang Li held a significant position, there were rules to abide by in this establishment. Shortly thereafter, a young man in his 30s entered the room. Li Xiao. Wu Hao was taken aback with joy. He only knew that Li Xiangqian had a close relationship with the ship king, and he never expected him to be the one in charge here. Had he known, he wouldn't have needed to ask his father for a reservation. "Wu Hao, what is going on?" The newcomer was indeed Li Xiangqian, the nephew of Li Yuntian, who had recently entrusted the management of this restaurant to him. Wu Hao glanced at Zhang Li, feeling a sense of helplessness. Even with Li Xiangqian's backing, Zhang Li was not someone he could afford to offend. Li Xiangqian observed Wu Hao and Zhang Li and immediately understood the situation. "Zhang Zong, although you are a distinguished guest here, disrupting the rules is not advisable," Li Xiangqian said coldly while looking at Zhang Li. Chapter 32. Disregard for face. Zhang Li's expression changed. The rules at Haijing Restaurant were indeed strict. Fighting was absolutely forbidden. These rules were established by Li Yuntian, and given the Li family status, they had significant influence over the entire Donghai port. As someone in the shipping industry, Zhang Li naturally relied on the Li family for his livelihood. Even though he was Li Yuntian's nephew, he could still be restrained. "Li Xiao, there's a reason for this. This brat has offended my friend Zhang Li," Wu Hao attempted to explain, but Li Xiangqian interrupted him. "Zhang Zong, we are no longer children. Rules are rules," he stated matter-of-factly. At this moment, Wu Hao chose to remain silent. After all, It was Li Xiangqian who had imposed the punishment, and it had nothing to do with him. Even if Zhang Li sought retribution in the future, he could use Li Xiangqian as a shield. Is this how Haijing Restaurant treats its guests? Chen Nan finally stood up at this juncture. Zhang Li wanted to say something, but after considering Chen Nan's stature, he felt he need not fear Li Yintian. Li Xiangqian was also getting into the spirit of the matter. Having just taken over Haijing Restaurant, he was in need of establishing authority, and Zhang Li was a fitting target. He had not expected someone to be audacious enough to speak out at this time. Who are you? My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you cannot lay a hand on Zhang Zong today, Chen Nan replied coolly. At that moment, a staff member whispered something in Li Xiangqian's ear, but he merely scoffed. Is it true that you won a 1982 law fight for rinsing your mouth? Do you really think that having a bit of money makes you a lord wherever you go? Everyone wore expressions of derision, and Wu Hao was quite elated. After having suffered a few losses at Chen Nan's hands, he was finally glad to see someone teach him a lesson. Zhang Zong, who is this guy? You are worth billions. Why should you fear him? Wu Hao questioned. However, Chen Nan ignored him and instead began to inquire about Zhang Li. Zhang Li smiled wryly. It was not that he feared Li Xiangqian, but rather that one must bow their head when under someone else's roof. He was Li Yuntian's own nephew, and the prohibition against fighting at Haijing Restaurant was also a rule set by Li Zong. Oh, why did Li Yuntian establish this rule? Chen Nan inquired with curiosity. It seemed unusual for a restaurant owner to enforce such regulations as if they were in a royal court. This relates to the history of Donghai Port. This area was once quite chaotic, frequently plagued by violent incidents. Haijing Restaurant was originally established to mediate among those involved. Zhang Li explained. Li Zong has stated that no matter the grievances that may arise within Haijing Restaurant, one must not resort to violence here. Otherwise, they will be thrown out, potentially with a broken leg. Zhang Li had intended to showcase his importance before Chen Nan, but he was surprised to find Li Xiangqian taking the matter so seriously. Chen Nan then patted Zhang Li on the shoulder. Rest assured, with me here, you will be fine. Zhang Li nodded and took out his phone to call Li Yintian, only to find that there was no answer. No need to call. My uncle is abroad for business and won't return until tomorrow. It's still dark there, and here, I am in control, Li Xiangqian declared with pride. Zhang Li shook his head helplessly. His concern was not for himself, but for Li Xiangqian. If he engaged in violence, it would be one thing, but if he harmed Chen Nan, the consequences would be dire. He had witnessed Chen Nan's subordinates carrying firearms, and even Li Yintian would not dare to flaunt such power. Chen Nan, will you not kneel and apologize to Li Xiao? Otherwise, don't blame me for not helping you as your classmate. Wu Hao sneered. At that moment, Li Xiangqian's men had already entered. With a single command from him, they could swiftly incapacitate several people. Lin Yin'er, terrified by the scene, clutched Chen Nan's arm tightly. Seeing this unfold, Wu Hao's anger intensified. Lin Yan'er, I told you he is merely a nouveau riche. I am giving you a chance. If you accompany me well tonight, I can persuade Li Xiao to spare you. Li Xiangqian's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Yin'er. He had not noticed before that among Wu Hao's classmates was such a stunning beauty. Zhang Li felt a cold sweat break out. These wealthy youths truly lacked discretion, daring to target any woman they desired. Li Xiangqian, in light of my relationship with your uncle, I advise you against this. You may have your way, but if you offend Chen Xiao, your uncle will not let you off easily, Zhang Li warned seriously. Just based on you? You think you have the right to speak of my uncle? Li Xiangqian retorted dismissively. Kid, if you leave your girlfriend here, I might consider sparing your life. As for Zhang Li, he will lose a leg as a lesson. Li Xiangqian was losing patience. Lin Yin'er was so frightened that she could not utter a word. Chen Nan gently embraced her, reassuring her that she had nothing to fear as long as he was present. They could not harm a single hair on her head. Li Xiangqian ceased to waste words and waved his hand, signaling the security personnel to rush forward. Zhang Li attempted to shield Chen Nan, but found that Chen Nan was quicker. The sound of fists colliding rang out, and before Zhang Li could react, the security personnel had all fallen to the ground. Chen Xiao is impressive. Zhang Li could not help but exclaim. He had not anticipated Chen Nan's skills. These individuals appeared to be security, yet they had all once been involved in the underworld. Though they were not numerous, they were far superior to ordinary fighters, and yet they had been defeated so swiftly. Such prowess, could it be that he grew up in a prestigious household? Zhang Li could not help but speculate, elevating his perception of Chen Nan's status. Zhang Zong, let us go. Chen Nan led the way out, and Zhang Li hastily followed. Li Xiangqian, on the other hand, was too terrified to move. With over a dozen agile men, Chen Nan had dispatched them with just a few punches and kicks. If he were to unleash his wrath upon Li Xiangqian, he would likely find himself at the receiving end of a beating. You should consider yourself fortunate that your uncle has done me a great favor. Today, I will let you off the hook, Chen Nan whispered as he passed by. Only after the three had departed did Li Xiangqian angrily kick over a chair in front of him. I will surely make him pay. He fumed. Just because he can fight? Can you take on 10 or even 100? Your fists may be powerful, but can they outpace a bullet? The Li family seldom resorted to firearms, but that did not mean they lacked them. Now that someone had broken Haijing Restaurant S rules, he was determined to regain his honor. As Chen Nan departed, the gathering continued, and Wu Hao naturally became the center of attention. Although he had been beaten by Zhang Li earlier, the fact that he knew Li Yuntian's nephew left everyone envious. That madman Qinan thinks he is impressive just because he can fight. Anyone who dares to challenge Li Yuntian will soon find themselves lifeless on the streets. Diang Toi remarqueth. Indeed, and that Lin Yin'er is nothing but a shameless woman. I spent over $1 million on gifts for her, and once I deal with Chun Nan, I will make her kneel before me, begging for my attention, Wu Hao sneered. After the feast, Wu Hao was feeling euphoric. Tomorrow, I will show you all what status truly means and what it is to possess influence. The Mingzhu, tomorrow's gala will be a grand affair, and I'll take you all there for free. Whether you seize the opportunity will depend on your own abilities. Wu Xiao is magnificent. Thank you, Wu Xiao. Wu Yi. You're truly impressive. May I have a word with you about life tonight? Wang Yin flirted, only to be pushed aside by Qin Rongrong. Tonight, Wu Hao belongs to her, and no one can take him away. She's also somewhat looking forward to tomorrow's banquet, if she can secure a powerful ally. What does Wu Hao matter? Chapter 33. No invitation upon leaving the restaurant. Zhang Li felt a bit embarrassed. He had intended to assist Chun Nan in venting his frustrations, yet it had escalated into such a situation. Chen Xiao, if Li Xiangqian had known your true identity, he would never have dared to treat you in such a manner. Zhang Li said, his voice tinged with indignation. After all, he was a notable figure in Donghai Port, and it was unexpected that Li Xiangqian would show such disrespect. The rules have always been set by the strong. Li Yuntian could establish the norms in Donghai Port precisely because of his strength, but only towards those weaker than himself. For instance, Bao Shiai's would not be subject to such constraints. Had he been the one here today, all rules would be rendered meaningless. In Zhang Li's mind, Chun Nan and Bao Shiai's were equals. No worries. Young people must endure some hardships to learn, Chun Nan remarked nonchalantly. The law of nature has always been survival of the fittest. These second-generation rich kids have grown accustomed to being arrogant, but one day, they will learn their lessons. Tomorrow, President Li should return, and he will provide you with an explanation, Zhang Li added. Zhang Li was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, Li Yuntian would not have facilitated connections for him. Chen Nan nodded. Although he was indifferent to these matters, he would certainly attend the banquet aboard the Dongfang Mingzhu tomorrow. Wu Hao was still waiting to slap his own face, and he would not miss such a splendid opportunity. Later, Chun Nan took Lin Yin'er out for dinner and shopping, once again showcasing his financial prowess. He purchased everything Lin Yin'er desired, leaving her utterly satisfied. Nangu, perhaps we shouldn't go tomorrow, Lin Yin'er expressed her concerns. One Wu Hao is manageable, but Li Xiangqian is the ship king's nephew. I fear these young men might act recklessly. With me around, no one can harm you. Chen Nan replied confidently. I just heard them mention that the security for tomorrow's banquet on the Dongfang Mingzhu is overseen by that Li Xiao. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Besides, I have little interest in the banquet, Lin Yin'er stated. Others board the ship to seek opportunities, but she had already found Chun Nan and felt no need to cling to anyone else. However, as the most luxurious cruise ship in the country, she felt a tinge of regret for not being able to board and take a look. Rest assured, I will not only attend, but will make them beg for my presence on board, Chen Nan chuckled. Lin Yin'er gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. From Zhang Li's words, she understood that Chun Nan must have a significant connection with the ship king, and their relationship seemed quite profound. Yet, with the powerful figures backing the Dongfang Mingzhu, she wondered if Chun Nan could truly navigate those waters. That evening, Chun Nan spent the night at a 5-star hotel. The transition from girlhood to womanhood was a gradual journey for the school belle. For the sake of his system's mission, Chun Nan exerted great effort daily to boost the birth rate. Lin Yin'er, a multi-talented live streamer with millions of fans, excelled in singing and dancing. Particularly with some challenging dance moves, she performed effortlessly while showcasing her melodious voice. Eventually, after an exhausting singing session, the two embraced and fell asleep contentedly. The next day, the banquet on the Dongfang Mingzhu was about to commence, with various celebrities from Donghai City preparing for the event. Even Wu Hao's father, Wu Zhendong, a renowned entrepreneur in Donghai City, received an invitation. Apart from a select few, others required a ticket to board the luxurious cruise. It was rumored that scalpers were selling tickets for hundreds of thousands, and they were hard to come by. From noon onward, Lin Yin'er busily prepared. While Chun Nan selected a magnificent gown for her, complemented by the jewelry he purchased the previous day. She looked every bit the affluent young lady. How do I look? Am I beautiful? Lin Yin'er unabashedly changed outfits in front of Chun Nan, asking several times in quick succession. It wasn't that she was picky. Rather, upon learning that Chun Nan would bring other women, she was determined not to be outdone. Chun Nan began to understand the pleasures of the wealthy. Initially concerned that Lin Yin'er might not accept the situation, he was surprised to learn that Wu Hao had already mentioned to her that Chun Nan had many women. To his astonishment, Lin Yin'er seemed unconcerned. She was well prepared and had even accepted the fact that her friend Hao Nan was older and less attractive. What more could she say about someone as handsome as Chun Nan? In the world of the affluent, she sought no titles. as long as Chun Nan treated her well. That was enough. As the banquet aboard the Dongfang Mingzhu was of such high caliber, Su Xiaoyu and others wanted to join in the excitement, prompting Chun Nan to invite them along. Additionally, Xia Yao and 4 women from the company also attended, as they had worked hard in recent days. When they set out, Chun Nan felt a bit of inconvenience. Rolls-Royce had been sent to pick up Su Xiaoyu, while Xia Yao drove a Ferrari, leaving Chun Nan without a vehicle. He recalled that the manager from the last car exhibition had left him a contact number. A quick phone call later, he arranged for a Porsche sports car to be delivered. As they exited the hotel, a sleek sports car awaited them at the entrance. Chun Xiao, here is the sports car you requested. Chun Nan nodded, pleased with the swift service. Nango, are you saying this car is for me? Lin Yinner exclaimed excitedly, having overheard his call. Indeed, all my other women have their own vehicles. I can't expect Lu Yin to chauffeur me every time. She is my dedicated driver, Chun Nan said with a smile. Although Lin Yinner had over $1 million, she hesitated to purchase such an extravagant car. Thank you, Nango, she said sweetly, planting a kiss on Chun Nan's cheek. No woman could resist a supercar, and Lin Yinner was no exception. If she remembered correctly, Wu Hao's vehicle was also a Porsche, albeit of a lower tier than this one. Now, she wondered if Wu Hao would still have the audacity to pursue her. Dressed in her gown and high heels, Lin Yinner found it somewhat inconvenient, and Chun Nan gallantly assumed the role of her chauffeur. Along the way, numerous luxury vehicles headed towards the port where the Dongfang Mingzhu was docked. Those who could afford tickets worth hundreds of thousands were certainly not short on cash. The entire Donghai port was filled with luxury cars, with many searching for parking spots even a kilometer away. However, Chun Nan drove straight to the front of the Dongfang Mingzhu. As Lin Yinner stepped out of the car in her gown, she instantly became the center of attention. Many speculated who could drive a car to such a prestigious location, as the designated parking spots were reserved for prominent figures. Meanwhile, Chun Nan, dressed casually, was overlooked, assumed to be merely the chauffeur. Miss, please show your invitation. A security guard approached them. These parking spots are reserved for those with invitations. Although you shine brightly, it seems no one recognizes you. Lin Yinner cast a glance at Chun Nan, who shrugged. I have no invitation. Chapter 34. A gathering of beauties. What? No invitation? The security guard's expression changed, having initially assumed they were someone significant. Without an invitation, you cannot park here. Please leave immediately. The surrounding crowd wore amused expressions. Surely these two didn't think they could park a Porsche anywhere they pleased. Had Lin Yinner not been so beautiful, the security might have forcibly removed them. Lin Yinner felt embarrassed. She had assumed Chun Nan had everything arranged, only to find themselves being turned away upon arrival. If you lack the power, don't force your way in. Some things cannot be achieved merely with wealth. Wu Hao approached with a mocking smile. He too drove a Porsche, but had parked in a reserved spot, clearly possessing an invitation. Beside him, Qin Rongrong was dressed extravagantly, accompanied by the classmates who had been flattering him all along. Chun Nan, did you see? This is the difference. Wu Xiao South car can park here, while you must park a kilometer away and walk over slowly, Qin Rongrong said with an air of superiority. Chun Nan remained unfazed, smiling as he glanced at Wu Hao. Do you believe I could have you thrown out? Wu Hao burst into laughter before coldly retorting. Chun Nan, you truly are oblivious to the dangers you face. Do you know who is in charge of security today? Let me tell you, the security at the venue is handled by the people of the Ship King, Li Yintian, and the overall supervisor is none other than Li Xiao. At that moment, Chun Nan understood the source of Wu Hao's arrogance. He had indeed found powerful allies. This was Donghai Port, where the Li family held significant sway. As the Ship King of Donghai, it was entirely reasonable for Bao Shi'ais to entrust Li Yintian with security. Naturally, Li Yintian would not take to the field himself, but would delegate to his nephew. This was precisely why Wu Hao felt entitled to bring along some classmates to flaunt. Regardless of tickets, the final word lay with Li Xiangqian. Wu Hao could simply arrange for a few young models to entertain him. Lin Yinner, I advise you to keep your distance from him. Otherwise, if Li Xiao seeks trouble with you, I cannot be held responsible. Wu Hao warned, fixing his gaze on Lin Yinner, who had meticulously prepared her appearance to compete with Chun Nan's other female acquaintances, showcasing all her attributes. Wu Hao nearly drooled at the sight, but the memory of Lin Yinner's gait from the previous day ignited a fire of rage within him. The prey he had long coveted had been snatched away by Chun Nan, fueling his desire for revenge. Who I associate with is none of your business. Look at this. It's a Porsche that Chun Nan just gifted me, far more expensive than your outdated model. What gives you the right to speak to me? Lin Yinner scoffed. In terms of sharp retorts, Wu Hao was no match for Lin Yinner, leaving him to direct his ire at Chun Nan. Move the car immediately. Don't block the way. A security guard barked. Just then, a red Ferrari approached, followed closely by a Maybach. Both were top-tier luxury vehicles worth several millions, and the crowd eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. The two cars halted before the onlookers, and from the red Ferrari emerged a stunningly beautiful woman with an icy demeanor. Her presence dimmed the allure of all other women, leaving only Lin Yinner as a feeble rival. The two were striking in their own rights. Lin Yinner exuded youthful vibrancy, while Xia Yao possessed an ethereal beauty that evoked a sense of pity. Indeed, it was Xia Yao who had stepped out of the Ferrari, and from the Maybach descended 4 equally captivating beauties. This Maybach was a reward from Chun Nan for them, for which he had even hired a driver. Nanye, we haven't seen you in days. It seems you have a stunning beauty by your side. The 4 ladies chimed as they gathered around. Xia Yao remained aloof, only smiling when she spotted Chun Nan. After a few days apart, Chun Nan's hand naturally wrapped around Xia Yao's slender waist. Would you care to introduce me to this young lady? Xia Yao inquired with a smile, astonished that Chun Nan had managed to find a beauty to rival her own. Lin Yenner shared in the surprise at the existence of such exquisite women. Fortunately, both had enough self-awareness to refrain from jealousy, primarily due to Chun Nan's formidable presence. Having engaged deeply with Chun Nan, they had both concluded that one alone could never satisfy him. This is Lin Yenner, my university classmate, Chun Nan introduced casually. And this is Xia Yao, my esteemed superior, he added with a playful grin. The 2 beauties nestled beside Chun Nan, eliciting ire from the onlookers. Chun Nan, have your people move the cars, or I will have them towed immediately, Wu Hao ground out through clenched teeth. However, as soon as he finished speaking, 2 more luxury vehicles arrived, the foremost being a Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by a Bentley. Su Xiaoyu and Lu Yun stepped out with smiles, well aware of Chun Nan's other female companions, having grown accustomed to them. The figure emerging from the Bentley was Zhang Li, who had been waiting outside for Chun Nan's arrival. Seeing the throng of beauties surrounding Chun Nan, he could not help but admire him. Truly, a model for our generation, he thought. Despite being wealthy himself, he recognized he could never manage to have so many women coexist peacefully. At that moment, Li Xiangqian finally arrived, noticing that Chun Nan's parked car had blocked the main thoroughfare, prompting him to investigate. What is going on? Why is everything blocked here? He demanded angrily, as today's assignment was of utmost importance, and failure would surely incur severe repercussions from his uncle. The previous day's incident at the restaurant was already on the back burner. He had just received news that Li Yuntian had landed and would soon be at the scene. If his uncle witnessed such a disorderly spectacle, it would be disastrous. Li Xiao, it's that insolent brat from yesterday. He has no invitation, but is blocking the way, Wu Hao was quick to point out. Knowing Chun Nan's prowess, he could only let Li Xiangqian take action. Li Xiangqian had already spotted Chun Nan, surrounded by a bevy of beauties. As Li Yuntian's nephew, he was never short of female companions. Yet he was momentarily captivated by the presence of Xia Yao and Lin Yenner. Having never encountered such exceptional beauties, especially 2 at once, he was unable to tear his gaze away. You little brat, you truly aren't afraid of death. After causing a scene at Haijing restaurant yesterday, you dare to show your face here today? Li Xiangqian threatened, his expression darkening. Why shouldn't I be here? Chun Nan retorted dismissively, for he had already noticed his bodyguards approaching. After purchasing the Dongfang Mingzhu, he had left 2 bodyguards behind to familiarize themselves with the situation. Given the vastness of the cruise ship, get out of here, Li Xiangqian commanded, and immediately dozens of individuals appeared around them. Suddenly, Zhang Li stepped forward, blocking their path. Everyone halt. I am an invited guest of Dongfang Mingzhu. Do you dare treat me with such disrespect? Mr. Zhang, I'm giving you face by not wanting to embarrass you. Since you have an invitation, you may board immediately. As for them, I suggest you refrain from meddling. Li Xiangqian replied coldly, not at all intimidated by Zhang Li. In Donghai Port, no one dared to challenge the Li family's authority. Wu Hao's father was among the lower tier of the wealthy elite at Donghai Port, and Zhang Li, though worth several billion, was still beneath the towering presence of Li Yuntian, whose fortunes surpassed hundreds of billions. Li Xiangqian, do you know who Chen Xiao is? Zhang Li began. But Chun Nan interrupted him. Revealing his identity at that moment would spoil the fun, and he was curious to see what tricks Li Xiangqian would employ next. Ha ha, yes, just a lucky fool who inherited a fortune. In your eyes, he may seem significant, but to me he is nothing but trash, Li Xiangqian sneered. Mr. Zhang, no need to pay him any mind. You should board now. Chun Nan encouraged, patting Zhang Li on the back. Zhang Li, sensing Chun Nan's intent to toy with them, fell silent, realizing that if Chun Nan revealed his true identity, no one would dare obstruct him. The entire Dongfang Mingzhu would belong to him. Zhang Li shot a fierce glare at Li Xiangqian. Despite being a billionaire, he felt humiliated by Li Xiangqian's arrogance today. What do you have left to rely on? Li Xiangqian taunted, watching Zhang Li leave. Wu Hao felt emboldened, as he was not as intimidated by Zhang Li as Li Xiangqian was. Chun Nan, if you were wise, you should yield the beautiful women around you, for perhaps our esteemed Li Xiao might show you mercy and allow you to board the ship. Wu Hao gazed at Lin Yenner with eager anticipation. He had come to understand that Lin Yenner was utterly unfazed by Chun Nan's entanglements with other women. She had been thoroughly brainwashed by him. To win her over, he needed to deal with Chun Nan first. Fortunately, Chun Nan was accompanied by 2 exquisite beauties. One could be given to Li Xiangqian, and Lin Yenner would then belong to him. At that point, he might even tire of her and opt for a change. Not to mention the 2 alluring women in the Rolls-Royce, each possessing her own charm. Li Xiangqian couldn't help but nod. Wu Hao, the sycophant, was indeed perceptive in guessing his intentions. Wu Hao, Take your people aboard first. It is inappropriate to gather so many here. Once everything is settled, I will arrange your position, Li Xianqian said with a smile. Although he held authority here, he was wary of the formidable figures behind the Dongfang Mingzhu ship, hailing from the affluent circles of Hong Kong, fearing a misstep. Wu Hao nodded and led a group of classmates aboard, while Qin Rongrong wore a victorious smile as she looked at Chen Nan. What did wealth matter when faced with the might of status? Indeed, Lin Yin'er, that wretched woman, thought she had secured a powerful ally, yet she lacked even the qualifications to board. Wang Yin echoed the mockery. People often delight in deriding others for what they lack. The two had long envied Lin Yin'er's beauty during their school days, and now they finally had the chance to overshadow her. Kid, what are you contemplating? I do not have time to indulge your antics. Li Xianqian's gaze remained fixated on the beauties. The crowd surrounding Chun Nan exchanged knowing smirks, apart from Lin Yin'er. Everyone else was aware that the Dongfang Mingzhu had long since changed hands. No matter how much Li Xianqian flailed about, he was merely a jester in the grand scheme. Nango, I am so frightened. Su Xiaoyu, this little enchantress, was clearly favored by Chun Nan, and at this moment, she even played along with the charade. Do not be afraid, dear sister. As long as you follow your brother, he will cherish you dearly. Li Xianqian laughed heartily. I fear you may create a scene that cannot be resolved. Su Xiaoyu giggled. Nango, perhaps we should forego this banquet. These people are simply intolerable, Lin Yin'er suggested. Although she did not doubt Chun Nan's capabilities, the sheer number of individuals present and the presence of significant figures from Hong Kong made her apprehensive about potential trouble. Do not worry, dear sister. We will certainly board this ship, and as for those unpleasant individuals, we shall have them all thrown overboard when the time comes. Xia Yao, ever composed, showcased her experience as a leader. Such was the allure of financial prowess. Xia Yao now commanded over 100 billion in cash, and she felt unafraid even in the presence of the wealthiest in Donghai, let alone Li Yuntian. Li Xianqian was filled with indignation and waved his hand, summoning his subordinates to surround him. Yet at that moment, two figures clad in black suddenly emerged from behind. Like wolves among sheep, they dispatched Li Xianqian's men in less than a minute. Who are you? Li Xianqian's expression changed. He had not anticipated Chun Nan's hidden reinforcements. They're my people. I warned you yesterday. Do you still wish to harm my women? Chun Nan advanced step by step. The two bodyguards restrained Li Xianqian, leaving the onlookers on the dock in shock. This was Li Yuntian's nephew, and it was rumored that Li Yuntian's children had long been arranged to develop abroad. The Donghai port would eventually fall into his hands. Give me reinforcements. To dare act against Li Xiao and Donghai port is simply courting death. Someone shouted. Despite being restrained, Li Xianqian remained audacious, stating, Indeed, I underestimated you, but this is Donghai port. If you lay a finger on me, do not expect to leave here alive. With a resounding slap, Chen Nan struck him without hesitation. You dare. Li Xianqian grimaced. Chen Nan possessed a physique 10 times that of an ordinary person, and even a casual slap knocked out 2 of his teeth. What do I have to fear? Yesterday, I showed your uncle respect, but now, even if a Yuntian were here, I would still strike you. Another slap followed. Damn it. It is bad enough to be humiliated. Now I must endure the scorn of women and endure the looks of others upon returning to my family's yacht. This is a grievance I cannot voice. At that moment, both Li Xianqian's subordinates and the guests preparing to board were taken aback. This was Li Yuntian's nephew, being openly slapped in the face. I shall see who dares to harm Li Yuntian's nephew. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. Li Yuntian had finally arrived. Initially, he had little interest in the banquet, but upon learning that Chun Nan had acquired the Dongfang Mingzhu, he decided to attend. He never anticipated that upon his return from abroad, someone would dare to strike his nephew in Donghai port, effectively slapping his face as the shipping king of Donghai. Chapter 36. Kneel and apologize in Donghai City. While Li Yuntian might not be the wealthiest within Donghai port, even the richest of Donghai would have to show him respect. Li Xianqian had not reported the incident at the Haijing Hotel to his uncle, as he had only just taken over the establishment and did not wish to appear incompetent. More importantly, he did not want to complicate matters at today's banquet, so Li Yuntian remained unaware of the conflict between Chun Nan and his nephew. Kid, you're finished. My uncle is back. Hurry and release me. Li Xianqian snarled. However, the two bodyguards remained steadfast, holding him firmly in place. Without Chen Nan's command, even a gun pointed at them would be futile. They were programmed to obey only his orders. What if your uncle returns? I shall still strike you before his very eyes. Chun Nan delivered another resounding slap. Chun Nan, do not kneel and beg me later, for it would be of no use. Li Xianqian shouted furiously, for in his heart, he had already condemned Chun Nan to death. At that moment, Li Yuntian finally stepped forward, and upon observing the rows of luxury cars blocking the way, he initially paid little heed. However, when his gaze landed on the conspicuous Rolls-Royce, his expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that his nephew had clashed with Chun Nan? Uncle, save me. This person does not abide by our rules and has injured my men. Li Xianqian immediately cried out upon seeing Li Yuntian. He was unconcerned about Chun Nan's abilities, for Li Yuntian himself was a formidable fighter, and his bodyguards were far more capable than Li Xiangqian. Moreover, being in Donghai port, Li Yuntian could summon hundreds or even thousands at any moment. Even if you were the legendary Yip Man, able to take on 10, could you truly contend with 100 or 1,000? What is happening? Contrary to his expected fury, Li Yuntian remained calm as he regarded Chen Nan. Chen Nan looked at Li Yuntian with a hint of amusement. Their relationship was not particularly close, and his tone bore an implicit questioning. Clearly, he was displeased that Chen Nan had shown him no deference, yet Chen Nan was unfazed. He owed Li Yuntian nothing, having paid a hefty sum merely for his introduction. Mr. Li, your nephew is quite remarkable. He claims I lack an invitation, forbids me from parking, and demands that my women accompany him if I am to be spared. Li Yuntian's expression darkened. He was well aware of his nephew's character, and this was entirely within the realm of possibility for him. He had previously introduced Li Xiangqian to various prominent figures in Donghai to prevent him from offending those one should not cross. However, Chen Nan, a newcomer to Donghai, was someone Li Xiangqian was unfamiliar with, having only known him for a couple of days. Uncle, this person caused a scene at the Haijing Hotel yesterday and now interrupts the banquet on the Dongfang Mingzhu. You must avenge me, Li Xiangqian pleaded. Chen Nan waved his hand, and the two bodyguards released Li Xiangqian, who immediately rushed to Li Yuntian, lamenting that no one had ever dared to treat him this way. With a sharp crack, Li Yuntian delivered a forceful slap to Li Xiangqian's face. Uncle, why did you hit me? Li Xiangqian questioned in confusion, suspecting that Li Yuntian was upset with him for failing to manage the situation. Kneel, Li Yuntian commanded coldly. Li Xiangqian, feeling compelled to obey, knelt before Li Yuntian, expressing his apologies. I am sorry. Uncle, I have failed to accomplish the task you entrusted to me. Kneel over there and plead for Chen Xiao as forgiveness. Li Yuntian commanded. What? Li Xiangqian was taken aback. Chen Xiao. Even his own uncle addressed the other party in such a manner. Had he truly offended a remarkable figure? Li Yuntian's words were not to be disregarded, so he knelt before Chen Nan. I apologize, Chen Xiao, please forgive me. Witnessing Li Yuntian's handling of the situation, Chen Nan felt somewhat satisfied. Although Li Xiangqian lacked skills, he was obedient and perceptive. I apologize, Chen Xiao. It is my failure to discipline him, Li Yuntian murmured. Li Xiangqian, kneeling on the ground, was utterly shocked. Apologizing was one thing, but his uncle had not humbled himself in such a way for many years. As the king of the East China Sea, even the wealthiest tycoon would find it challenging to make him bow. Even someone like Bao Shi'ai's, a prominent figure from the island, would be treated as an equal by Li Yuntian. However, Chen Nan's background was inscrutable to him, possessing vast resources and accompanied by bodyguards carrying controlled items. In his mind, Chen Nan was likely someone emerging from the influential circles. Yesterday, I spared him once for Li Zong's sake. He failed to seize the opportunity, Chen Nan stated coldly. Li Yuntian frowned. It appeared that Chen Nan had no intention of letting this matter slide. This was to be expected for a person like Chen Nan. Granting a favor was already a considerable concession, and Li Xiangqian's actions were excessively audacious, attempting to provoke Chen Nan's woman. At that moment, several individuals descended from the Dongfang Mingzhu, namely Zhang Li and Bao Shi'ai's. Initially, Zhang Li, following Chen Nan's instructions, intended to remain discreet, but when Bao Shi'ai's inquired, he had no choice but to tell the truth. Now, even Bao Shi'ai's was enraged. This banquet should have been cancelled. Yet Chen Nan had allowed it to continue on the Dongfang Mingzhu, only to be denied entry. Although it was Li Yuntian's nephew blocking him, the organizers were the Bao family, and he bore responsibility. Li Zong, what is the meaning of this? How dare your people insult Chen Xiao? Bao Shi'ai's questioned. Bao Xiao, it is all a misunderstanding. My nephew acted recklessly and offended Chen Xiao. I have made him kneel and apologize, Li Yuntian hurriedly explained. Although he was not afraid of Bao Shi'ai's, the Boat King's family was not easily trifled with. This time, Li Xiangqian had not only offended Chen Nan, but had also slapped Bao Shi'ai's in the face. Kneeling? That is not the custom in Hong Kong, Bao Shi'ai's replied coldly. If he were alone, he might not dare to confront Li Yuntian so boldly, but with Chen Nan present, his confidence naturally increased. Li Yuntian's expression darkened. Indeed, there were rules in the underworld, and had it been an ordinary person, he would have long since tossed them into the sea to feed the fish. He glanced at Chen Nan's two bodyguards. Even if they drew their weapons to eliminate Li Xiangqian, it was entirely possible. Someone, break one of his legs and confine him for half a year, Li Yuntian commanded. The expressions of those present at the East China Sea port shifted dramatically. But only Li Yuntian's trusted subordinate stepped forward, incapacitating Li Xiangqian's leg on the spot. Gentlemen, he is my only nephew. I hope you can show mercy and spare him. Li Yuntian spoke in a low voice. Li Zong, you are being too harsh, since you have already punished him. Let this matter rest, Chen Nan finally spoke. After all, Li Yuntian was a powerful figure straddling both the legitimate and the underworld, and it was best to avoid making enemies with him before the apocalypse arrived. Breaking Li Xiangqian's leg was a satisfactory resolution, and Li Yuntian breathed a sigh of relief. Bao Shiais personally accompanied Chun Nan and Li Yuntian aboard the ship, arousing curiosity among the onlookers about Chun Nan's true identity. Lin Yan was also thrilled, not expecting that it would be the young master of the Bao family who personally came to greet them. Nangu, you are truly impressive, Lin Yan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Perhaps Qin Rongrong and the others could never have anticipated this scene. I told you, not only could we go up, but we could also chase them down. Chapter 37, a mere 100 billion. What is that? Chun Nan was not particularly fond of such business events, and he found them entirely unnecessary. The impending apocalypse was approaching, and what was the point of forging these connections? Regardless of whether you were a noble or a commoner. When the time came, a single pack of instant noodles would suffice to teach you humility. After boarding the Dongfang Mingzhu, Chun Nan engaged in some polite conversation before taking a group of beautiful women to explore the ship. Both Bao Shiais and Li Yuntian became increasingly convinced that Chun Nan's background was extraordinary. Typically, individuals like him preferred not to be ostentatious. During his previous visit to purchase a cruise ship, Chun Nan had merely glanced around, and at that time, all services on the ship had been suspended, preventing him from truly experiencing its opulence. Today, the ship was bustling with over 1,000 guests, alongside the service staff, performers, and several young models. The entire ambience of the cruise ship was illuminated, resembling a castle upon the sea from a distance. The women were dazzled by the sights, as the ship's central hall hosted a cocktail party, and outside, there was an open-air swimming pool with numerous bikini-clad models enjoying themselves. Additionally, there were other exhibition halls and a small auction, drawing elites from various industries. Throughout the ship, the staff were all strikingly handsome and beautiful. The men were tall and exuded charm, while the women, all model-like, donned bikinis. It was indeed a paradise for the wealthy, Chun Nan mused, reflecting on how the affluent truly knew how to enjoy life. I would love to swim, but unfortunately, I didn't bring my swimsuit, Bei remarked, gazing at the luxurious outdoor pool. Chun Nan smiled slightly. If you wish to swim, just find a server. They can accommodate any request here. Under Chun Nan's suggestion, several girls wandered off to explore, as a large group gathered together was not particularly entertaining. Aside from Lin Yan, the others were aware that Chun Nan had purchased the Dongfang Mingzhu, and they would have plenty of opportunities to visit and enjoy it in the future. Soon, only Xia Yao, Lin Yan and Su Xiaoyu remained by Chun Nan's side. After casually exploring, they headed to the central hall, where the most people congregated, with elites from all walks of life engaging in discussions. The true top-tier figures, such as Li Yuntian and Bao Shiais, had already moved to a private cocktail party on the ship's upper deck. That was where the wealthiest individuals in Donghai City gathered. Even someone of Zhang Li's caliber was not qualified to attend, as entry required a net worth of at least 100 billion. When Chun Nan and his companions entered the cocktail party, they immediately attracted many curious gazes. The women were simply too stunning. Xia Yao and Lin Yan were both school beauty level, easily scoring 99 points, while Su Xiaoyu, though slightly less, still surpassed 85 points, mainly due to her long legs. Most attendees were dressed in elegant gowns, whereas Su Xiaoyu wore a short skirt that showcased her long, straight legs. Thankfully, the group was accustomed to such attention and casually found a spot to sit under Chun Nan's lead. Chun Nan, I don't quite understand. What is the purpose of buying this cruise ship? The costs are exorbitant, and the return on investment is slow. The ship kings of Hong Kong merely use it to maintain appearances. They have no intention of profiting from the cruise, Xia Yao suddenly inquired. She was well aware of Chun Nan's financial maneuvers, but had not previously had the chance to ask, as the money belonged to Chun Nan, and he could use it as he pleased. Before Chun Nan could respond, Lin Yan exclaimed in astonishment, having initially marveled at the ship's luxury. Nan Yi, is this true? Lin Yan asked, clearly in disbelief. Purchasing a cruise ship was not akin to buying jewelry or even a car. The Dongfang Mingzhu was rumored to be valued at over 5 billion, and few could afford to buy it outright in cash. Those who could afford it would not likely make such a purchase, as its utility was minimal and would take a long time to generate profit. What? Do you not believe me? Chun Nan chuckled. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just so sudden. Lin Yan shook her head. No wonder the women surrounding Chun Nan were so devoted. Had she known earlier, Lin Yan would not have waited until now. Sister Yao, it's merely 100 billion. Do you think I lack such funds? As for its purpose, you will understand in due time, Chun Nan remarked, glancing at Xia Yao. Xia Yao found herself at a loss for words. Yet when she recalled Chun Nan's maneuvers, she realized that with their current cash flow, their daily profits could easily exceed 10%. 100 billion was merely a matter of a single night. She truly could not fathom how Chun Nan managed to consistently purchase the most exceptional stocks with such precision. Sister Yao, you need not worry. Brother Nan has his own plans. We simply need to provide silent support from behind, Su Xiaoyu remarked, showcasing her unwavering loyalty as Chun Nan's devoted confidant. Goodness, is he really that boastful? A voice interjected from the sidelines. It turned out that their presence had drawn considerable attention, and several onlookers had approached them. Just then, a wealthy heir sauntered over, initially intending to strike up a conversation, but inadvertently overheard their discussion. He nearly spilled his glass of red wine in laughter, particularly at Chun Nan's comment about a mere 100 billion. Do you think this is a game? Even a tadpole must save for a month. The crowd, already envious of Chun Nan's exclusive company of beautiful women, was now astonished to discover he was merely a fraudulent braggart. He claims to have purchased the Dongfang Mingzhu. That is the funniest joke I've heard all year, another man chimed in. Beauty, I must confess, I am the head of the galaxy, the initial scoffer mocked. Xia Yao furrowed her brows. This group was truly insufferable, believing everyone shared their lack of merit. Chun Nan, let us leave. I do not wish to see these people, Xia Yao said, linking her arm with Chun Nan as they prepared to depart. The other two women closely followed, but just as they stood, a few young men blocked their path. Those who could board the Dongfang Mingzhu were either wealthy or influential. The individuals before them clearly belonged to the elite. Do not leave, ladies. Do not be deceived by this charlatan. I doubt he could even muster 1 million, let alone 100 billion. One exclaimed. Indeed, it will be far better to be with us. My father is the largest beverage magnate in Donghai, another boasted. My father is the king of food supplies in Donghai, worth over 100 billion. Being with me is far superior to being by the side of that fraud, laughed another wealthy scion. A third, claiming to be the son of a pharmaceutical company owner, joined the fray, all asserting their significant wealth. Their fathers were currently mingling with the elite on the top deck of the Dongfang Mingzhu, while these young heirs sought to impress women below. The gathering was a veritable showcase of Donghai's social elite, including socialites from neighboring cities. In their eyes, the appearance of Chun Nan with these beautiful women rendered all other females dim in comparison. The tension in the air was palpable as the women frowned. The remarks were particularly distasteful, reminiscent of past encounters where similar insults had led to violence. Is your surname Zhao? Chun Nan pointedly addressed the son of the beverage king. Indeed, I see you have heard of my father, he replied. And you are surnamed Wang? Zhang. Chun Nan continued, gesturing towards the others. Enough of this prattle. Who in Donghai does not know our names? Step aside and let us have these ladies, the Zhao heir demanded. Chun Nan nodded inwardly. Recognizing the individuals before him were indeed the sons of some of Donghai's most powerful figures. Have your fathers not taught you that some people are not to be trifled with? Chun Nan retorted with a cold smile. Though he himself lacked a substantial business presence or deep connections, no one in Donghai dared to challenge him. These three young men were among the city's wealthiest heirs. In fact, in certain circles, even Li Xiangqian could not compare to them, for he was merely the nephew of Li Yuntian, while these men were the direct descendants of prominent magnates. Chun Nan's smirk stemmed from his acquaintance with these young men's fathers. Perhaps he lacked connections, yet he was affluent, having placed exorbitant orders with various Donghai enterprises to prepare for the future. Whether it was food, drink, or medical supplies, he had spent lavishly. Such orders were typically reserved for company executives, as the value of his orders rivaled the entire worth of their respective businesses. Not only would these three heirs kneel before him, but their fathers would as well, for he was their financial benefactor. Trifle not with me. Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? Your bravado is misplaced. The son of the beverage king, Zhao Xiaochuan, chuckled mockingly. He is but a trivial figure who scoffs at 100 billion. Zhang Daming, the son of the food supply king, chimed in derisively. The last, Wang Fei, a young executive from a pharmaceutical company, grinned foolishly and moved closer to Xia Yao, intending to make a lewd advance. However, before he could lay a hand on her, Xia Yao swiftly slapped him across the face. The sound echoed, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints on Wang Fei's cheek. You dare strike me? You filthy wretch. Do you believe I would not expose your disgrace publicly? He seethed, his expression darkening. For men of their stature, attracting women was usually effortless, even the rare virtuous women, aware of their status, rarely dared respond as fiercely as Xia Yao had. What of it? My restraint is a kindness. Had my husband intervened, you would have found yourself with a broken leg, Xia Yao replied coldly. The term husband brought Chun Nan immense satisfaction. This was the joy of conquering a strong woman. Among the women by Chun Nan's side, Xia Yao undoubtedly possessed the most insight and tenacity. While she was unaware of his connections with these young men as fathers, she understood that with their current wealth, few dared to challenge them. I see you are courting death, Wang Fei roared, his anger overwhelming as he attempted to seize Xia Yao. Yet, Chun Nan swiftly intervened, delivering a decisive kick that sent Wang Fei sprawling, rendering him unconscious. Such audacity! To act out upon the Dongfang Mingzhu, Zhao Xiaochuan remarked coldly. He and Zhang Daming were no fools, having witnessed Chun Nan's prowess. They dared not approach, but opted to rely on the established rules aboard the vessel. What of it? Here, my rules prevail, Chun Nan scoffed. At that moment, the commotion attracted the attention of the security personnel aboard the cruise ship. Several men in black suits approached, their expressions icy. Who was responsible for the earlier altercation? Zhao Xiaochuan immediately stepped forward, pointing at Chun Nan. It was him. He struck my friend, he declared. The head of security scrutinized Chun Nan. When Chun Nan purchased the Dongfang Mingzhu, most of the crew had been on break. As a result, few recognized him, and none were aware that he was their new employer. Sir, physical altercations are prohibited aboard the Dongfang Mingzhu. You're in violation of the rules and must leave immediately. The head of security stated firmly. You demand I depart without inquiring into the circumstances? Chen Nan replied with a cold smile. Regardless of the reason, violence is not permitted. This is the rule, and even the king of Donheim must abide by it, the security chief insisted. The onlookers chuckled. This man truly lacked awareness. I suspect these individuals snuck aboard. Earlier, Li Xiao already expelled them from the premises. Wu Hao's voice chimed in, his tone ambiguous. He and Qin Rongrong had also been in the hall and, upon noticing the commotion, recognized Chen Nan and his companions. Although they were unsure how the group had managed aboard, they knew that Li Xiangqian would not allow them entry, hence their surreptitious arrival. Sir, please present your invitation or ticket. The head of security demanded sternly. If they could produce tickets, but had engaged in a fight, security would merely escort them off the ship. However, if they had indeed sneaked in, they would be forcibly removed. I possess neither invitation nor ticket, Chen Nan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, some individuals displayed disdainful expressions, particularly Zhao, Xiaochuan, and Zhang Daming. Indeed, this impudent fellow was merely bragging. It was one thing not to possess an invitation. He hadn't even purchased a ticket, lacking several 100,000, yet he boasted of a mere 100 billion. As far as I'm aware, none of them possessed such wealth either. Suddenly, Chen Nan pointed at Qin Rongrong and her entourage. Wu Hao's expression shifted. While he was unscathed, the others with Qin Rongrong had entered through his connections. Chen Nan refrained from dragging others into this. My father is Wu Zhendong. These are my friends, and Li Xiangqian, the young master, allowed us entry. Upon hearing his words, everyone quickly grasped the situation. However, this was inconsequential. After all, Li Xiangqian was the nephew of Li Yuntian, and allowing a few individuals in was hardly a breach of decorum. So, what more do you have to say? Kneel before me immediately and offer me the women beside you. Perhaps I might be lenient. Zhao Xiaochuan proclaimed arrogantly. Yet, as soon as his words fell, Chen Nan's fist struck his face, leaving Zhao Xiaochuan bloodied. Throw him out. Zhao Xiaochuan seethed. The security personnel prepared to act, but Zhang Li unexpectedly stepped forward, declaring, Stop. Mr. Zhang, please do not hinder our duties. The head of security recognized Zhang Li, having seen him converse with Bao Shi'ais previously. Before you take action, consult your superior and ascertain whether Qin Xiao is someone you can afford to provoke, Zhang Li said coldly. The head of security's countenance changed. Zhang Li would not make such a statement without cause. Realizing this, he promptly dispatched someone to inquire with Bao Shi'ai's steward. Chapter 39. Viciously assaulting the Wu father and son Zhao, Xiaochuan clearly doubted that Chen Nan had any backing. True individuals of strength would never resort to boasting. Mr. Zhang, I offer you a chance. Step aside immediately, or we shall not be polite. Zhao Xiaochuan's father was far more powerful than Zhang Li. Moreover, he had two other wealthy heirs backing him, and combined, they could make even the shipping magnate Li Yuntian wary, let alone someone of Zhang Li's caliber. Old Zhang, step aside. I wish to see what he can do to me, Chen Nan urged, pulling Zhang Li back. This individual had proven loyal, having assisted him several times, albeit primarily due to his awareness of Chen Nan's capabilities. Zhang Li nodded, understanding that Chen Nan had other intentions and thus was in no haste. He had witnessed Chen Nan's prowess. Typically, a dozen or so individuals stood no chance against him. Chen Nan, your audacity knows no bounds, even when exposed. You dare to linger here, Wu Hao mocked. Indeed, had I known you lacked a ticket, you should have sought our young master Wu to assist you. Given our past as classmates, he would surely oblige, Zhang Tai added disdainfully. At that moment, Chen Nan's former classmates bombarded him with scorn, expressing their utter disdain for his actions. However, their response was met with Chen Nan's swift slap, sending both Wu Hao and Zhang Tai flying before they could react. Chen Nan, you reckless fool. Who would have thought you so brazen? Striking while the security of the Dongfang Mingzhu was present. Qin Rongrong observed gleefully, relieved she had divorced him early. Otherwise, she might have been implicated. Sir, should you strike again, do not blame us for being impolite, the head of security warned, his expression darkening. In all his time aboard the Dongfang Mingzhu, no one had dared to act so arrogantly, especially given the reputation of the shipping magnate's family in Hong Kong. And who do you think you are, attempting to toss me aside without understanding the situation? Chen Nan retorted, delivering another resounding slap. This left not only Wu Hao and others speechless, but everyone present aghast. He had dared to strike not only them, but also the security personnel of the Dongfang Mingzhu. Throw him out. The head of security finally lost his temper. At this point, he cared little for backgrounds, knowing that striking here was tantamount to slapping the face of the shipping magnate's family. The Dongfang Mingzhu represented not merely the Bao family, but all four major shipping families of Hong Kong, their combined wealth nearing trillions. Even if Li Yuntian himself arrived, he could not save Chen Nan, who was unaware that Li Yuntian had just shattered his nephew's leg. However, two towering figures stood before Chen Nan. The security personnel of the Dongfang Mingzhu were formidable, yet they paled in comparison to the bodyguards acquired through the system. Within 10 seconds, the security personnel were incapacitated. The commotion drew nearly everyone in the hall, including Wu Hao's father, Wu Zhendong, who was engaged in conversation with other business magnates. Utterly taken aback by the chaos erupting nearby. Wu Hao, what is happening? Wu Zhendong fumed upon witnessing his son lying on the ground. Father, you must take my side. This man has gone mad. Not only did he sneak aboard, but he also dared to strike. His impression of Chun Nan was that of a parvenu inheriting billions. Perhaps he could not contend with Chun Nan for the moment, but his father was a self-made billionaire, easily able to subdue Chun Nan. Chun Nan recognized Wu Zhendong, memories from his previous life flooding back. In the past, they had been rescued by the Wu family, only to later learn that Qin Rongrong had birthed a grandson, prompting them to conspire to eliminate Chun Nan. Though Wu Hao and Qin Rongrong had acted, the mastermind behind it all was Wu Zhendong. Calling for your father now that you cannot prevail? Chun Nan smirked derisively. Wu Zhendong's expression darkened. All present were prominent figures. And if a wild young man were to humiliate him, how could he continue to operate in Donghai? Young man, if you kneel now, there may still be a chance for you. Otherwise, you will not leave Donghai Port today, Wu Zhendong warned coldly. The individuals present made their living in Donghai Port, essentially aligned with Li Yuntian. While he might not hold much sway before Li Yuntian, he certainly had the audacity to utter such threats to ordinary folk. Both Zhang Li and Wu Zhendong had shown deference to Li Yuntian in Donghai Port, effectively placing them under his command. Is that so? I offer you a chance as well. Take your son and kneel in supplication. Otherwise, you may well find yourselves departing Donghai Port on stretchers. Chun Nan retorted with a chilling smile. He had no intention of killing them just yet. After all, the apocalypse had not yet arrived, and killing would be too troublesome. Moreover, he could not allow them to escape so easily, as he intended to repay the suffering he endured in his past life tenfold. You young people truly know no bounds. Do you think defeating these few will render you untouchable? Wu Zhendong scoffed. Donghai Port was Li Yuntian's domain, and aboard the Dongfang Mingzhu, one could expect formidable allies. Chun Nan advanced step by step, causing Wu Zhendong's expression to shift. Did he intend to strike him as well? Yet, he could not afford to show weakness, merely fixing a cold glare on Chun Nan. In his youth, Wu Zhendong had also been a fierce individual. Otherwise, he would not have risen in such a place as Donghai Port. If it came to blows, a mere 3 or 5 individuals might not be able to subdue him. Blame your foolish son for being born. Chun Nan grinned, delivering a resounding slap that sent Wu Zhendong sprawling to the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. While disputes among the younger generation were one thing, even Wu Zhendong had not been spared. Those familiar with Wu Zhendong knew his prowess. Now, he had been struck before he could even react. Chun Nan, you are doomed. How dare you strike even Mr. Wu? Qin Rongrong rushed forward to assist Wu Zhendong, still clinging to her dreams of marrying into wealth, eager to curry favor with her future father-in-law. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Hao had long since held a wedding abroad and with his wife overseas. He had seized the opportunity to gather his classmates, secretly aiming to win over Lin Yenner. Just then, the head of security's messenger returned, accompanied by an elderly steward. Those who recognized him knew he was responsible for managing Bao Shiai's affairs aboard the cruise. He was the one who handled all matters related to the ship. What kind of person dares to cause a ruckus aboard the Dongfang Mingzhu? The steward inquired, his presence commanding respect. Mr. Bao, it is this man. He not only injured a guest, but also assaulted the security personnel aboard the Dongfang Mingzhu, Wu Zhendong quickly replied. The butler of Bao Shiai's originally sneaked into Hong Kong Island, later aligning himself with the previous generation of the Bao family, and was bestowed with the surname Bao, thus becoming a core member of the Ship King family. This is absurd. Butler Bao Datong Skop Gun Li. However, when his gaze fell upon Chun Nan, his once erect figure suddenly stooped. As Bao Shiai's butler, he was present when Chun Nan purchased the Dongfang Mingzhu, and he naturally recognized who this young master was. Look, even Butler Bao is so furious he can't stand straight. Zhao Xiaochuan jeered. Chun Nan is finished. I heard that over in Hong Kong. They simply toss people like him into the sea as shark bait. Wu Hao remarked with eager anticipation. I was blind back then. How could I have taken a liking to someone like him? Qin Rongrong gloatingly exclaimed. Yet, in the next moment, Butler Bao hastily approached Chun Nan, bowing deeply. Young Master Chun, I apologize. My subordinates were blind and have offended you. What? How is this possible? Butler Bao is bowing to Chun Nan? Surely this must be a joke, or perhaps this person is merely an actor hired by Chun Nan. Wu Zhendong's face darkened as he slapped his son. Shut your mouth. The younger generation was unaware of Bao Datong's true identity, but the older executives recognized him, ruling out any possibility of deception. However, it was perplexing why he would show such respect to Chun Nan, as only someone of Bao Shiai's caliber would warrant such a bow. All those who disrespected young Master Chun, throw them out. Bao Datong Goman Gun Li. The head of security hesitated. While he did not know Chun Nan's background, it was evident that he was not an ordinary individual. However, these young masters were no slouches either. Butler Bao. These individuals are among the elite second-generation wealthy in Donghai. Their fathers are upstairs mingling with the young master, he stammered. Smack. Do you not understand the rules of the household? Bao Datong rebuked. Within the Bao family, aside from the core relatives, the words of the butler were law. He represented the will of the young master. The head of security immediately took action, expelling not only the three young masters, but also the Wu father and son, along with Qin Rongrong and her companions. What are you doing? We are friends of young master Li Xiangqian. Qin Rongrong cried out. Zhao Xiaochuan raged. Who do you think you are, daring to lay hands on us? Zhang Daming, incensed, shouted. You think I call you Butler Bao out of respect for young master Bao? You are merely a dog servant. Summon your young master. As the elite second-generation wealthy in Donghai, they had never been treated this way. Even Bao Shiais would not dare to do so here in Donghai, not Hong Kong. Meanwhile, Wang Fei discreetly called his father, fearing the embarrassment of being thrown out and tarnishing his father's reputation. He wanted to see how Butler Bao could justify expelling them all for the sake of Chun Nan. At this moment, Chun Nan finally waved his hand. I will give you a chance. Summon your superiors here. However, it will not simply end with you being thrown off the ship. The security personnel released the grip on the young masters, who immediately called their fathers. You wait in Donghai. We cannot allow such a powerful presence to exist. Zhao Xiaochuan declare this. No matter who you are, even if Li Yuntian were here, my father would still demand respect. You will regret offending our families, they threatened. Chun Nan paid them no mind, settling down in a corner while several beautiful women attended to him. In an instant, envy and jealousy filled the hearts of those present, wishing they could take his place. Finally, commotion arose from the top deck of the Dongfang Mingzhu as a group of bigwigs descended slowly. Everyone turned to glance. These individuals were the pinnacle of Donghai's elite, each a leader in their respective industries. Each one was worth over 100 billion, and it was rare to see them all together. Leading the group was Bao Shiais, walking alongside Li Yuntian, with others following behind. What is happening? One of them exclaimed upon seeing his son bloodied. Dad, I was attacked, and now they want to throw me out. Wang Fei lamented. Bao Shiais was equally astonished. His people would not behave so rudely. He glanced over at Butler Bao Datong, who hurried forward to report the situation, while the other two young masters began to voice their grievances. The sons of three powerful figures had been assaulted and were now being expelled by Butler Bao. Was this not a slap in the face? Young Master Bao, we hope for an explanation, they demanded angrily. Although the Bao family was far beyond their reach, they were not local Donghai enterprises and thus felt little fear of offending them. It was a matter of public humiliation if they let slide. How could they continue to maintain their status in Donghai? Bao Shiais furrowed his brow. Although he recognized Chun Nan was no ordinary individual, there was no vested interest between him and these three. At that moment, Chun Nan had his back turned to them, obscuring his figure. Bao Shiais could only approach them. Young Master Chun, are you all right? What could happen to me? But they might not be so fortunate, Chun Nan replied with a smile. Bao see this I help Turning back to explain to the three powerful figures. To be frank, I have already sold the Dongfang Mingzhu to young Master Chun. I have clarified the situation, and indeed, it was a misunderstanding on the part of your sons. What? The Dongfang Mingzhu has changed hands? Everyone was taken aback. Zhao Xiaochuan was even more shocked. He had thought Chun Nan was boasting, but it turned out to be true. Young Master Bao, he claims to have purchased the Dongfang Mingzhu for 100 billion. How could that be? This cruise ship is only worth 50 billion. He protested, still unwilling to accept it. Indeed, young Master Chun spent 100 billion. This banquet is also hosted on his premises, Bao Shiais stated directly. At this, everyone's expressions changed. Even the bigwigs, though worth over 100 billion, could not possibly produce such a sum in cash. It was one thing to be wealthy, but cash flow was an entirely different matter. Spending 100 billion on a vessel worth 50 billion. Was he a prodigal rich man or a fool? Zhao Xiaochuan's father, realizing the implications, quickly shifted his tone, smiling. I never expected Donghai to have such a prominent figure. Young Master Bao, could you introduce us? Indeed, it seems this was all a misunderstanding. Another chimed in with a chuckle. Bao Shiais breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued to press the issue, it would be difficult to handle. He could not simply expel these bigwigs. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The Bao family could not afford to offend these $100 billion bosses in Donghai. To do so would tarnish the family's reputation. Misunderstanding? You think sending your wife to accompany me is a misunderstanding? Chun Nan's cold voice rang out. Hearing his words, everyone's expressions shifted. It seemed he had no intention of letting this go. The three young masters turned crimson. Even if he was wealthy, he could not be so arrogant. Speaking so to three prominent figures, Bao Shiais himself was not in a position to intercede. However, when Chun Nan turned around, the three executives fell silent, simultaneously casting glances at their rebellious sons. In the ensuing moment, all three wealthy tycoons simultaneously seized their sons and delivered a resounding slap. Everyone was left speechless, including the group of beauties surrounding Chun Nan. Bao Shiais and Li Yuntian were also taken aback. Clearly, these three recognized Chen Nan, or else they would not show such fear. Li Yuntian felt fortunate to have returned in time. Breaking one of Li Xianqian's legs was fortunate enough. He had no doubt that Chen and S bodyguards would have fed his nephew peanuts otherwise. You ungrateful wretches. They almost chorused Neil. You dare to lay hands on young Master Chen's woman? You must be tired of living. Zhao Xiaochuan's father, Zhao Dashan, could not restrain himself from kicking his son. The three young masters were left in tears, utterly bewildered by their father's sudden aggression. Moments ago, he was resolute, determined to stand up for himself. Yet upon seeing Chen Nan, he resembled a child meeting his long-lost father. Mr. Chen, I humbly apologize for my lax discipline and any offense caused. The wayward son is here. Please, impose any punishment you deem fit, declared Zhang Hu, the father of Zhang Daming. Indeed, these insolent youths are unaware of their own insignificance. If you were to cast them into the sea to feed the sharks, I would not utter a word of protest, Wang Gang, the father of Wang Fei, bitterly remarked. Children? What need have they for so many? There are plenty of offspring, but Chen Nan is their veritable god of wealth. He has placed orders exceeding hundreds of billions from each of their families. For this period, their machines have been working tirelessly to fulfill his demands. Should they complete their tasks, their standings will surely ascend to new heights. 100 billion spent on a luxury yacht, plus additional hundreds of billions in orders. Such a magnitude is beyond their capacity to bear, let alone that of the wealthiest in Donghai. It was mentioned earlier on the top floor that Li Yuntian had broken his nephew's legs for someone, and it now appeared that this lord was the reason. If even Li Yuntian dared not utter a word, what were they to do? Their own son had turned out to be such a scoundrel. Attempting to usurp Chen Nan's woman? Regret flooded them. This ungrateful son should have known his place from the beginning, sparing himself from such disgrace. Youthful arrogance is to be expected. It is fortunate you encounter me today. Had it been another, you might truly have found yourselves tossed into the sea to feed the sharks, Chen Nan said with a smile. A chill ran through the group. Despite his jovial tone, Chen Nan's demeanor was chillingly cold. Mr. Chen speaks true. We must administer a suitable lesson, they concurred. Indeed, a lesson is warranted. Chen Nan continued to gaze at them in silence. Zhao Dashan and the other suddenly understood. Bring that ungrateful wretch here. Break both his legs. The other two prominent figures echoed the sentiment. Li Yuntian's nephew had lost a leg. It was only fair that their son lose too. Screams filled the air, panic evident. Particularly from Wu Zhendong and his son. They were increasingly baffled by Chen Nan, who was revealed to be the owner of the Dongfang Mingzhu and whose worth compelled powerful figures to break their own kin's legs for him. At this moment, Chen Nan's gaze shifted towards them. Wu Hao trembled in fear, while Wu Zhendong wore a stoic countenance, lost in thought. Their son had offended someone, and now they were left to atone. Where could they find a father figure to intervene? Suddenly, Wu Zhendong's gaze landed on Li Yuntian, and Wu Hao appeared to grasp at a lifeline. Mr. Li, I'm a close brother to Li Xianqian. He was the one who allowed us aboard. Today's events are a misunderstanding. Please, assist us, Wu Hao pleaded. His words ignited Li Yuntian's fury. How could his nephew offend Chen Nan without cause? It was this foolish boy's doing. However, with Chen Nan present, he dared not intervene, regardless of how Chen Nan chose to act. In his heart, he believed Wu Zhendong was doomed. I warned you before. You chose not to listen, Zhang Li sneered. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhendong kicked his son away in frustration. Zhang Li's status exceeded his own. This son truly had no sense. Mr. Chen, I apologize. I was blind and misled by this wretch. From this day forth, I sever all ties with him. Do with him as you will, Wu Zhendong declared, revealing his cunning nature. Dad, please don't. Wu Hao panicked. Without his father, he was nothing. Chen Nan had not anticipated such a spectacle. Wu Zhendong was indeed a person of stature, or else he would not thrive so well during the apocalypse. Rest assured, old Wu, I have no intention of harming you or your son, nor should you fear for your lives, Chen Nan replied with a cold smile. Knowing the tactic of feigned cruelty would not work here. Mr. Chen, I shall immediately break this ungrateful wretch's limbs, Wu Zhendong hastily proclaimed. Wu Hao's complexion turned pale. At this point, nothing could change his fate. From the beginning, he had been but a fool. He could not fathom how Chen Nan had become so formidable, possessing immense wealth and commanding respect from the top figures in Donghai. Was it merely due to inheriting a small fortune? He had not heard of any super tycoons abroad passing away, nor could he fathom how he had come into hundreds of billions. No need. I have stated I do not wish to end your lives. Instead, you may jump from the yacht yourselves if you swim back to shore. We shall consider this matter resolved, Chen Nan said indifferently. You all, together now. He gestured towards Qin Rongrong and the others. Expressions changed dramatically among the crowd. Swimming was not the issue. They were near the coast, and the dock was merely a few dozen meters away. Most were locals, accustomed to the sea. Swimming was not a challenge. Yet the yacht was enormous, and jumping from such a height, over 10 meters, was akin to leaping from a 5-story building. If the jump were executed poorly, it would be no different than landing on concrete. Even with good fortune, they could end up severely injured. And then where would they find the strength to swim back? Chunnan, for the sake of our shared history as classmates, please spare us, someone implored. Indeed, we were misled by Wu Hao. It was all his fault, and Qin Rongrong, that vile woman. Qin Rongrong's expression changed. These individuals were still attempting to shift blame onto her. Jumping from here could easily lead to disaster. Realizing this, she could only lower her voice and plead, Chunnan, for the sake of our marriage, please let this slide. Qin Rongrong, your audacity is unparalleled. Where were you before? Lin Yana mocked. Qin Rongrong now deeply regretted her actions. It was only today that she realized Chunnan's true caliber. In his presence, Wu Hao was no more significant than an ant. She believed she should occupy Lin Yanner's position. Alas, everything was irretrievable, and she had irrevocably offended Chunnan. Will you jump, or shall I call for assistance? Chunnan sneered. Jump, Wu Zhendong commanded, seizing Wu Hao and forcefully kicking him off the yacht. This wretched boy has not only brought shame upon us, but now risks his life today. Chapter 42. The treatment of a top-class suite. Wu Hao's fortune was remarkable. Upon plunging into the sea, he was not knocked unconscious, merely experiencing some discomfort in his abdomen. Once he regained his bearings, he promptly began to swim towards the shore. Seeing Wu Hao emerge unscathed calmed the others, who began to jump one after another. The sea appeared to be filled with people, eventually leading even Qin Rongrong to shed her gown and leap in her undergarments. She had painstakingly prepared for the evening, donning a tight-fitting dress to accentuate her form. Bending down was already a challenge, let alone swimming. She had no choice but to prioritize her safety over her modesty. The other young women followed suit, and fortunately, none were harmed by the waves. They had discarded their gowns before jumping, creating a spectacular sight amidst the churning waters. Watching the group struggle to swim back to shore, Chunnan couldn't help but chuckle. Although he had not taken action against the Wu family, many would inevitably seek to suppress them after today. To say nothing of Li Xiangqian, who would not let them off easily. In Donghai, offending the Li family came with dire consequences. Yet, one remained unjumped. Chunnan suddenly turned his gaze toward the head of security. Bao Shiai's glanced at the old steward, who immediately understood. Several men moved to restrain the head of security. Throw him overboard, the steward commanded coldly. The head of security remained silent, knowing this fate was more favorable than what awaited him on the island, being tossed to the sharks. Well then, all troublesome individuals have been dealt with. The banquet shall continue. Bao Shiai's smiled slightly. The crowd dispersed, having witnessed such a spectacle. Their visit was not in vain. Conversations erupted regarding Chunnan's true origins. Adding to the intrigue was the earlier incident with Li Yuntian breaking his own nephew's leg. Now, with the involvement of 3 prominent figures, 4 top-tier elites in Donghai had shattered the limbs of their own descendants. The attitude of Bao Shiai's remains elusive. As one would expect the king of ships from the island to be indifferent to a few billion, yet he still sold the Dongfang Mingzhu to Chunnan. This speaks volumes. It is a consensus among all aboard that this individual must not be offended. Following this incident, Chunnan was invited into the exclusive circle on the top floor, where the individuals present were not yet worthy of standing on equal footing with him. Upon arrival, it became evident that not only were the 3 prominent figures present, but several others also had business dealings with Chunnan, and not trivial ones, but transactions worth billions. Li Yuntian and Bao Shiai's exchanged glances, astonished by the wealth present. The orders received by those in attendance alone exceeded 500 billion, not to mention the Dongfang Mingzhu. He was undoubtedly a cash king, even outshining the renowned cash flow-focused family of the island ship king. This banquet was destined to make Chunnan the center of attention, as influential figures approached him with their business cards. Although Chunnan was procuring everyday supplies, the sheer volume led everyone to believe that there must be substantial backing behind him. Unbeknownst to him, he had acquired a formidable support system, mistakenly attributing it to his financial prowess. Young Master Chen, tomorrow this cruise ship will be entirely under your command, aside from the core members of the Bao family. The other crew members will be under your authority. Bao Shiai's expressed with a sense of gratitude. Once again, I thank you, young Master Chen, for allowing me to host this banquet. The crowd raised their glasses in salute to Chunnan. After all, he had purchased the cruise ship at double the price and graciously lent it for the banquet, which nearly caused a scene. You flatter me, Bao Da Xiao. Chunnan replied with a gentle smile, aware that the purpose behind his acquisition would soon be revealed when the apocalypse arrived. While others would ponder survival, he would contemplate enjoyment. He was quite satisfied with Bao Shiai's arrangements. With so many positions on a ship, it would be challenging to gather sufficient talent in a short time if they were all dismissed. Of course, Chunnan was not coveting the youthful models or the beautiful attendants in the luxurious suites. With the crew of the Dongfang Mingzhu settled, he had also devised a plan for the distant cargo ship. Originally, that vessel, named Dali, belonged to Zhang Li, and after spending a few days together, Chunnan found him to be quite agreeable. Appointing him to helm the Dali would be the best choice as the end times approached. The original crew were his employees, and with a couple of bodyguards, He believed it would be sufficient to maintain order. Soon, Chen grew bored, as the discussions revolved around business matters. His only concern was ensuring his orders were fulfilled on time. Bao Shi'ai's noticed Chenan's lack of interest and promptly arranged for him to rest. Chenan thought little of it. After all, the cruise ship would be handed over to him the following day, and he would spend the night there. Xia Yao and the others did not join him on the top floor, as women should be aware of their positioning. Led by a statuesque beauty, Chenan arrived at the most luxurious suite on the cruise ship. Originally Bao Shi'ai's residence, it had been rearranged to accommodate Chenan following his acquisition of the Dongfang Mingzhu. The legacy of the Ship King's descendants was evident in the meticulous arrangements, providing not only the finest room, but also the largest and softest bed. Beside the bed lay the most beautiful and alluring woman, and Chenan found himself defenseless against such temptations. After all, why resist? He could not possibly bruise her pride. She had been so proactive, and he felt compelled to reciprocate. An hour later, with a glass of red wine in hand, he sat contentedly before a blushing young lady. Young Master Chen, your friends have been arranged. They are all staying in the finest suites. The girl, Jiang Ro, was genuinely gentle. Well done. You may choose a suite for yourself as well, Chen Nan remarked, reflecting on the talent of Bao Shi'ai's as he gazed at the brochure's vibrant red. Jiang Ro was taken aback, as she had come from a beauty pageant background and attempted a career in acting, only to be taken in by the Bao family after a failure. She had assumed that, given Chen Nan's numerous conquests, her night would merely be a fleeting encounter, and she would not hold any significance. However, the fact that Chen Nan allowed her to select a suite elevated her status, as she had previously lived in a communal dormitory despite her beauty. From this day forth, she would be considered one of Chen Nan's women, and with that thought, she cast aside her discomfort and showcased all she had learned. Jiang Ro was a considerate girl. She even prepared a midnight snack for Chen Nan, consisting of various seafood delicacies. Some were brought from other cities, while others were local specialties from the East China Sea, such as sea cucumbers and oysters, known for their health benefits. After indulging, it was only natural to digest, and Jiang Ro willingly took on this arduous task, leading to their embrace as they drifted into slumber after the banquet concluded. Chapter 43, The Eve of the Apocalypse. That night, Chen Nan slept soundly, the luxurious suite proving spacious and comfortable, befitting a top-tier cruise ship. Though he was not accustomed to breakfast, the attentive Jiang Ro prepared numerous supplements early in the morning. Stepping out of the room, a refreshing sea breeze greeted him. Who could have anticipated that in just over a month, the waters would rise several meters, submerging the entire city? Young Master Chen, up so early? Bao Shi'ai's had also risen early, accustomed to such a lifestyle. For him, the previous night bore no particular significance. The only disturbance had been the noise from next door, affecting his sleep quality. Without needing to articulate, they exchanged understanding glances as Bao Shi'ai's completed the handover and departed, leaving the entire vessel in Chen Nan's possession. In no time, the young models aboard could not help but flirt with Chen Nan. Yet upon the arrival of Xia Yao and her alluring companions, they instantly faded into the background. Nange, I was so frightened sleeping alone last night. Lin Yin'er playfully pouted. You will gradually acclimate. Chen Nan replied with subtle implications. Although the cruise ship boasted every luxury, some modifications were necessary. This task was familiar territory for Chen Nan. As the apocalypse loomed, this would serve as a sanctuary, and everything must adhere to the highest standards. Moreover, the number of personnel aboard was somewhat excessive. He desired this space to be his private retreat. Apart from few operators, he dismissed the majority of the service staff, retaining only a selection of beautiful young models. Primarily, this cruise ship was intended for his personal use, and such a multitude of attendants was unnecessary. In the following period, Chen Nan remained wholeheartedly focused on procuring supplies. He invited Lin Yin'er to stay at his residence, as Su Xiaoyu's pregnancy made certain matters inconvenient. Concurrently, he purchased the penthouse of an adjacent building, allowing Xia Yao and the others to move in. Initially, Xia Yao was curious, but understanding that Chen Nan had his own plans, she refrained from inquiring further. Recently, her daughter required surgery, leading her to frequent the hospital. Chen Nan had intended to visit, but Xia Yao consistently declined. She still harbored feelings of inadequacy. Compared to other women, she was older and had a child. She feared that Chen Nan might dislike children and worried that her child might not take to him. As for Aling, Bei Bei, Xiao Xin, and Xiao Na, they were thrilled, having already received considerable rewards from Chen Nan during this time. The prospect of residing in the penthouse brought them immense joy. With Xia Yao absent, Chen Nan, in order to fulfill the system's tasks, reluctantly accepted a few of them. His funds were now more than sufficient, and, in his leisure, he began bestowing gifts on Douyin. Once the apocalypse struck, even the most substantial wealth would become worthless, so it was more prudent to spend it to garner goodwill. However, contemplating the fate of these backup plans, he mused that should the apocalypse arrive and they starve, it would all be in vain. After some reflection, Chen Nan resumed his spending spree, ensuring that any attractive women who caught his eye were provided with rental apartments on higher floors. Additionally, He mandated that they stockpile substantial provisions and water, including power banks, all of which would prove invaluable in the future. Some streamers initially found it troublesome, but who could resist the allure of Chun Nan, the big brother? The direct reward for completing a task was a staggering 1 million, transferred directly rather than as gifts from fans. The platform's donations would be partially divided, while transfer income entirely belonged to the streamer. Brother Hao Nan truly knew how to play the game. One streamer jested that certain big brothers reveled in assigning tasks to streamers. These women yearned to rush to Donghai City at any moment, but alas, Chun Nan did not acquiesce. They believed Chun Nan was deliberately toying with them, as many wealthy individuals enjoyed such antics. For safety reasons, Chun Nan even insisted they install an additional iron door in their newly rented homes. In a world where one might kill for a packet of instant noodles, beautiful women were especially vulnerable to mistreatment. Thus, merely preparing supplies was insufficient. They also needed to ensure their safety. If not for his lack of energy, he genuinely wished to gather all of them aboard the Dongfang Mingzhu. Presently, he was preoccupied with gathering supplies while simultaneously constructing a helicopter landing pad on both the cruise ship and the cargo ship. Many were bewildered by his actions. Yet Chun Nan paid them no heed. Shortly thereafter, he purchased 2 helicopters and sent individuals to learn how to fly them. Fortunately, operating them was not overly complicated, and Chun Nan merely sought insurance, not intending for them to be of significant use. After attending to these matters, only a week remained before the apocalypse, and Xia Yao's daughter finally emerged from the hospital. Benefiting from the finest medical care, and after several days of recuperation, she was nearly restored to health. For so long, Xia Yao had refrained from allowing Chun Nan to meet her daughter, partly due to the inconvenience of her being in the intensive care unit, and partly out of a sense of inferiority. Now, surrounded by beautiful women, with Lin Yenner being no less than a top-tier beauty and even younger than herself, she felt anxious about introducing her daughter, fearing Chun Nan might not embrace her child. However, when Chun Nan first laid eyes on the delicate little girl, he immediately scooped her up. The child, recently recovering from serious illness, bore a slightly pale complexion, yet her exquisite features bore a resemblance to Xia Yao's. She would undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. "Mommy, is this my daddy?" the little girl asked with eager anticipation. Xia Yao was taken aback. Her father had passed away shortly after her birth, leaving her without a father figure throughout her life. Seeing Chun Nan and Xia Yao so close, it was natural for her to think this way. Just as Xia Yao was about to respond, Chun Nan interjected, "I am your daddy. Sorry, Xiao Yi, for not visiting you for so long. From now on, I will never leave you." Xia Yao trembled, while Yi joyfully embraced Chun Nan, saying she held no grudge against him. As her mother explained, he had been busy earning money for her treatment. Chun Nan couldn't help but stroke the little girl's head, feeling a pang of tenderness at her understanding. Yi's face glowed with happiness as Chun Nan had just utilized his extraordinary healing abilities to restore her health, erasing all traces of the surgical trauma. Now, Yi was just like any healthy girl, if not more so. "Thank you, Chun Nan." Xia Yao expressed her deep gratitude. Chun Nan had given her hope, providing her daughter with the best treatment and alleviating her greatest worry. It was only now that Xia Yao truly entrusted her heart to Chun Nan. "You should call me husband. I am now Yi's daddy," Chun Nan said with a smile. In their spacious abode, a little princess had joined, and Bei and the others doted on her immensely. To alleviate any psychological burden Xia Yao might feel, Chun Nan engaged in a profound conversation with her for quite some time. Outside the room, 4 beautiful women were entertaining a little princess, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled harmony. A few days later, Chun Nan arranged to meet Zhongli. Certain matters could not be articulated directly, but given his current status, Zhongli would heed any requests. "Old Zhong, I have a favor to ask," Chun Nan began, initially addressing him as Zhang Zong, but finding Old Zhong more convenient. "Chen Xiao, please go ahead. If there is anything you need, just ask," Zhongli assured him, thumping his chest. "I would like to invite you and your family to stay aboard the Delhi ship for a few days," Chun Nan stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li's expression shifted. It sounded somewhat like veiled language often used in abductions. "Chen Xiao, if I have offended you in any way, please say so. But do not involve my family," Zhang Li said, his concern palpable. Chun Nan's status was such that if he intended harm, Zhang Li would have no chance of resistance. "You're overthinking it. To be frank, I have insider information. A torrential downpour will soon occur, inundating most areas of Donghai City. I am inviting you aboard the Dali to oversee the situation," Chun Nan explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li finally relaxed. As long as it wasn't about him, he felt relieved. However, a thought struck him. There had always been speculation regarding Chun Nan's significant background, which had remained elusive, and it now seemed evident that he was not an ordinary individual. The weather forecast for Donghai City had not mentioned any impending storms. Just how catastrophic would the rainfall be to submerge the city? Zhang Li imagined only minor flooding, failing to grasp that Chun Nan was referring to a deluge that would submerge the city by dozens of meters. "This rain will persist for quite some time. If you trust me, Relocate your family to the Dali, Chen Nan urged. I naturally trust you. Thank you for the warning, Chen Xiao. Zhongli replied with a smile, feeling honored that Chen Nan had specifically warned him. Although he was puzzled about why it had to be the Dali, he refrained from questioning further, knowing he owned several vessels, including yachts that would be more suitable for living. Rest assured, the Dali has been renovated, with numerous accommodations added, and I have prepared ample resources, Chen Nan assured him. He understood Zhang Li's thoughts, but knew that the Dali was far superior to what it had been a few months prior. Initially, he intended to reside there himself, hence the luxurious suites he had constructed. Chen Xiao, you didn't purchase the Dali just for this occasion, did you? Zhang Li suddenly inquired. Chen Nan nodded, causing Zhang Li's expression to grow grave. Though he found it hard to believe, he dared not question Chen Nan's words, aware that certain knowledge only circulated among higher echelons. He felt fortunate to have allied himself with such a powerful figure. Little did he know, Chen Nan had no significant background. Everything stemmed from his rebirth. Several more days passed as Chen Nan made thorough preparations, awaiting the apocalypse. On the final night, the doorbell rang, leaving Chen Nan puzzled. Upon checking the surveillance, he discovered it was Qin Rongrong. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the door, finding Qin Rongrong impeccably dressed. Since realizing Chen Nan's status, she had abandoned any thoughts of revenge, instead plagued by regret, wishing she had never divorced him. What brings you here? Chen Nan inquired coldly. Chen Nan, I came to apologize today. I was wrong in the past, Qin Rongrong replied bashfully. Have you finished? Chen Nan asked. Not yet, Qin Rongrong hurriedly added, seeing Chen Nan about to shut the door. Chen Nan, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of grace. I have always held you in my heart. Listening to Qin Rongrong's insincere words made Chen Nan feel nauseated. Had it not been for his past experiences, he might have nearly believed her. In the face of the impending apocalypse, this woman was more malicious than he had anticipated. Suddenly, Chen Nan had a thought. Perhaps she was merely coveting his wealth. Since you mentioned it, I'm running low on food at home. Go back and see what you can bring me. And if I'm satisfied, I'll give you 100,000, he proposed. According to his memories, heavy rain would begin that night, coupled with a sudden rise in temperature, leading to the melting of polar ice caps. Chen Nan recalled that Qin Rongrong's family likely had an ample food supply, considering they were a large household with 2 elderly individuals and 2 children, who would surely keep some provisions on hand. In the previous life, I endured hunger daily, relinquishing my food to them. Unexpectedly, after finally being rescued, they expressed no gratitude and instead sought to harm me. Today, I shall teach them a lesson. Although it is impossible to have them bring all the rice and flour from their home, I believe the fish and meat in the refrigerator, as well as the snacks, should be fair game. Indeed, less than half an hour later, the doorbell rang again. Upon opening the door, Chen Nan was taken aback to see Qin Rongrong, who would go to any lengths for money. Outside stood Qin Rongrong, surrounded by bags filled with the snacks from their home, while behind her were the Qin father and son, holding the food from the refrigerator. Chen Nan was somewhat surprised. According to his memories from the previous life, Qin Wei was not at their home. It seemed that his divorce had altered many events. This former brother-in-law used to frequently visit to mooch off them, and now that he was divorced, he no longer needed to hide his intentions, practically living there every other day. Brother-in-law, is there anything else you would like to eat? I can still go buy it for you, Qin Wei offered, having come to terms with reality after being beaten previously. Unable to win in a fight and lacking money, he chose to submit, knowing that submission would still yield financial benefits. No need, it's already past midnight. It's unnecessary, Chen Nan replied indifferently. Originally, Qin Rongrong had hoped to charm Chen Nan under the cover of night, but was disheartened to find he wouldn't even glance at her. I've already transferred 1 million, Chen Nan coldly declared as he shut the door. 1 million. It would scarcely buy a bottle of mineral water when everyone was in dire need of resources. Previously, he had tolerated them, barely managing to sustain himself for a few days. Now, having depleted their food supplies, he estimated his pantry contained only a bit of rice and flour, perhaps a few vegetables. The upcoming days would require subsisting on thin rice porridge, especially with Qin Wei and his wife now added to the mix. It was likely they would be starving within 10 days to 2 weeks. In the dead of night, Chen Nan lay in the warm embrace of Lu Yun. After playing games with several lovely ladies, Lu Yun emerged victorious, and thus Chen Nan had to accompany his personal driver for the night. In terms of driving skills, Lu Yun was undoubtedly top-notch, and among the ladies, her figure provided Chen Nan with a sense of security. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed, and a torrential downpour began outside, with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters, as if the waters of the heavens were pouring down. This rain is truly excessive, Lu Yun exclaimed in astonishment, having never witnessed such a deluge in her decades of life. Chen Nan wore a peculiar smile. At first, people thought it was merely an ordinary storm. Chapter 45, Transformation of Water Abilities. The rain persisted throughout the night, yet the air remained stiflingly hot. Although it was not yet midsummer, temperatures had reached an alarming 40 degrees Celsius, a most unusual occurrence. The television broadcasted reports of flooding outside. with much of Donghai City submerged. It can't be. How could it rain so heavily in just one night? Lin Yin'er expressed her disbelief. I heard it was due to seawater intrusion. The entire sea level has risen significantly, Su Xiaoyu remarked, gazing out the window, where they could clearly see the coastline engulfed in water. At that moment, Chen Nan's phone rang. It was Zhang Li, startled by the previous night's rainfall. The weather forecast had given no warning, making the sudden storm all the more shocking. Chen Xiao, the sea level rose by a staggering 10 meters last night, and it is still rising at a visible rate, Zhang Li said, initially skeptical but now convinced. Given Chen Nan's preparations, the water level was expected to rise even further, reaching a terrifying height. Even the tall buildings of the city would be unable to avoid it. Only ships would find refuge. It seemed that not many would survive, for while the ships would ensure safety, survival would demand abundant resources. Stay safe on the ship. Rest well these days, as the future may not be peaceful, Chen Nan instructed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li's expression grew grave. If this continued, the entirety of Donghai City would be completely submerged. The ship would become a vital asset, and it was likely others would attempt to seize it, especially since the Dolly ship was filled with containers, undoubtedly containing ample supplies. These would become targets of envy, and even those aboard would need to be cautious. Chen Xiao, I still have several small boats. Would you like me to come pick you up? Zhang Li inquired. Chen Nan's community was not far from the coast, and the water level had already submerged the bottom floor. Large vessels could not navigate, but smaller rescue boats should be sufficient. No need, I'm relatively safe here. Once the water level rises sufficiently, I will arrange for the Dongfang Mingzhu to come and pick me up. Zhang Li was even more astonished to learn that Chen Nan had already made preparations, including the Dongfang Mingzhu for this very scenario. However, what kind of world would it become if the Dongfang Mingzhu were to venture inland? It was known that such large cruise ships and ocean freighters had a draft of over 10 meters, and there was a risk of colliding with submerged buildings. To navigate the ship inward would require a depth of at least several dozen meters, and that was with knowledge of the surrounding structures. If it were to be moved elsewhere, they might need to wait for the water level to approach 100 meters. After hanging up, Zhang Li reached out to several close relatives and friends, urging them to prepare as many supplies as possible. Although the duration of this calamity remained uncertain, it appeared that Chen Nan was ready for the long haul. Securing resources was no easy task, as the outside was flooded, with swimming being the only option. Brother Nan, did you plan for this all along? Lin Yin'er asked curiously. This flood is likely to persist for a long time. It might even submerge our area. Chen Nan stated plainly. There was no longer anything to conceal. Aside from being a reborn individual with a system, it mattered little whether others knew of his preparations. No wonder you have gathered so many supplies. It should be enough for us to last a year, Su Xiaoyu noted, her mindset relatively calm, though the concern of giving birth during such a time weighed on her. Chen Nan seemed to read her thoughts. Rest assured, we will only stay here for a month at most. Once the water level rises, the Dongfang Mingzhu will come to fetch us. Upon hearing the name, Dongfang Mingzhu, the women became excited again. Although they did not lack for food and drink, being cooped up in one room grew wearisome. However, aboard the Dongfang Mingzhu, boredom would be a thing of the past, as it boasted an array of facilities. Bars, swimming pools, gyms, cinemas, and game rooms. Everything one could desire. But Brother Nan, if the water truly rises to this level, wouldn't that signify the end of the world? Will the people on the ship still listen to you? Lu Yin expressed her concerns. She knew about the purchases of the Dongfang Mingzhu and Dolly ships. While Zhang Li was on the Dolly, the Dongfang Mingzhu was currently unattended. Do not worry. I have left 2 security guards aboard. No one will be able to touch that cruise ship, Chen Nan reassured with a smile. Additionally, there were bodyguards assigned to the Dolly ship, and while Zhang Li was reliable, the chaos of an apocalyptic scenario could alter people's loyalties. Furthermore, the 2 large ships had limited fuel. Even if they set sail, they wouldn't be able to travel far. Despite all the preparations, Chen Nan felt a sense of unease. In such an era, humanity would face tremendous trials, and he was merely a few months ahead of others in knowledge. The only advantage he had was the system. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a melodic chime echoed in Chen Nan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully impregnated Lu Yun. Reward, 10,000 points. This announcement was like a heavenly melody. Chen Nan was instantly filled with excitement. The system had never failed to deliver on its rewards. Given the onset of the apocalyptic flood, the points redemption would refresh once again, allowing him to choose other rewards. Indeed, as the apocalypse approached, the system had undergone changes, rendering previous cash rewards irrelevant. Open the redemption panel. Chen Nan could hardly contain his anticipation. The enhancement of physique to 20-fold, a reward of 10,000 points. A fully equipped bodyguard, a cost of 1,000 points. The host acquires a level 1 hydromancy ability, a value of 10,000 points. An armed super battleship, a staggering 1,000,000 points. Chen Nan was utterly astonished by the existence of a battleship option, as it was indeed a formidable weapon. However, at present, he found it utterly unnecessary. In the face of the impending apocalypse, merely securing sustenance was a pressing concern, leaving little room for thoughts of violence. Moreover, the requirement of 1 million points was no trivial matter. It would take bearing 100 children to amass such a fortune. Soon, Chun Nan made his decision. He chose the hydromancy ability. In a world plagued by cataclysmic floods, the ability to transform into water was an exhilarating prospect, truly akin to possessing an advantage beyond imagination. Even without a vessel, he could remain unharmed, significantly enhancing his survival capabilities. He exchanged for the hydromancy ability, and his hard-earned points promptly reset to 0. Subsequently, Chun Nan stealthily retreated to his room. With a mere thought, he observed his body becoming translucent. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld a figure of liquid form, seemingly capable of altering its shape at will. Contemplating further, he grasped a pen and thrust it through his form, feeling not the slightest sensation. This revelation implied he could disregard physical harm. Even if struck by a bullet, he would remain unscathed. Presently, in his normal state, he possessed tenfold the physique of an ordinary human, while in his empowered state, he could ignore physical attacks. His life was no longer a cause for concern. Chapter 46. Lin Yenner desires a child. At that moment, the system emitted another alert, announcing the commencement of the disaster relief mission. For each individual rescued, the host would earn 100 points. Previously, he had received a notification that bearing a child would yield 10,000 points, while saving a life garnered only 100 points. Clearly, procreation was the more lucrative option. Fortunately, Chun Nan had already identified numerous potential targets. The task of increasing the birth rate was not overly arduous. As for rescuing individuals, that would depend on his mood and their appeal, with safety as a paramount concern and preferably offering some benefit to him, such as the prospect of children or emotional value. By the way, he wondered, why is the hydromancy ability classified as level 1? Are there higher tiers? Chun Nan inquired. The system explained that the host currently possessed the most fundamental water manipulation skill, classified as level 1. Should it evolve to level 2, the ability to control water would be attained. At level 3, further states could be unlocked. So, if my ability continues to evolve, can I not control this deluge? Theoretically, yes, the system replied in a rather mechanical tone. This revelation invigorated Chun Nan. Such a terrifying disaster was tantamount to the advent of the apocalypse. If he could master such calamities, the world would be his to traverse. Yet, he had no desire to drift indefinitely on the ocean. Even with an abundance of beautiful companions, it would ultimately feel akin to imprisonment. A warm reminder, as the apocalypse unfolds, other humans may awaken abilities. The host must exercise caution. What? Such a development? Chun Nan's expression shifted. He had thought himself invincible, yet the apocalypse harbored many unforeseen variables. This flood had arisen due to the sun entering an active phase, causing surface temperatures to rise and the polar ice caps to melt. Simultaneously, the sun emitted X-rays, which could impact the human brain, leading some to awaken powers the system elaborated. Realizing this, Chun Nan felt a sense of relief. He had awakened his abilities ahead of time and possessed formidable survival skills. In this new world, survival alone was a beacon of hope. Moreover, with the system's advantages, he could continually progress, even if others awakened abilities. Having clarified the information from the system, Chun Nan felt a clearer vision of his future path. He then exited his room to check on Lu Yun's pulse, affirming the system's remarkable capabilities. To be recognized by the system as pregnant required evidence signs. At present, only Lin Yenner among the women could qualify. Nanye, allez-moi trou de prégnante? Lu Yun asked, her face alight with excitement. Women often feared that men might play with their affections and discard them once bored. Among the many beauties, Lu Yun's appearance was not the most striking, yet her ample figure was appealing. Now that she was pregnant, her status had undeniably shifted, marking Chun Nan's second child. They had witnessed Chun Nan's affection for children during his interactions with Xia Yi, and it was evident that he was equally thrilled by Lu Yun's pregnancy. Unbeknownst to them, Chun Nan's excitement stemmed primarily from the system's rewards. Nangu, I too desire a child, Lin Yenner expressed with envy. Most women share the mindset that having a child would bind a man to them. It seemed even the campus Belle was not immune to this notion, and Chun Nan, of course, would not refuse a request. After all, this matter concerned Lin Yenner's happiness and was also tied to Chun Nan's points. With points, he could exchange for more resources, and each point was a safeguard for his survival in the apocalypse. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour as Chun Nan diligently worked to fulfill the system's tasks. The television incessantly broadcast news of the flooding, a global deluge unprecedented in recorded history. Officials urged citizens to remain indoors and await the receding waters, yet chaos reigned in coastal areas. Only those near the shore truly understood the ramifications of the rising sea levels. It was far from the simplistic portrayal on television. Social media outlets also began disseminating news of the disaster. Initially, any improper comments could lead to account suspensions, but as the situation escalated, it became impossible to conceal. In a neighboring building, Xia Yao called. Chen Nan had prepared ample supplies, so they were not overly concerned. Yet, Xia Yao, being a shrewd woman, quickly discerned the gravity of the situation, realizing the flood would not recede swiftly. Truly, my exclusive superior, Chen Nan teased over the phone. So, you were aware of this flood all along? Xia Yao did not contest the title. After all, with so many women in his life, he had a dedicated caretaker, a campus Belle, and a personal driver, not to mention the exclusive steward, Jiang Ro, aboard the Dongfang Mingzhu. This was an apocalyptic flood that would inundate vast portions of the globe. As for when the waters would recede, Chen Nan truly did not know. In his past life, it had ended abruptly. Initially, he was enslaved, later starved due to insufficient supplies, and ultimately subjected to daily abuse, even cast into the sea to lure sharks. Xia Yao did not inquire how he knew, as he had experienced far too many extraordinary events. Fortunately, with such support, she felt more secure in raising a daughter amid the apocalypse. Do not worry too much. The supplies in your room will sustain you for a considerable time. Remember to secure the doors. I will come to fetch you in a few days, Chen Nan instructed. Rest assured, I know what to do. Xia Yao was a career woman who quickly grasped the potential consequences of their current environment. If Chen Nan's predictions held true, most would likely perish in the flood. Indeed, they might not even drown before starvation claimed them. At that point, societal norms would disintegrate, giving way to chaos and lawlessness. Chen Nan was not particularly concerned for their safety. The apocalypse had just begun, and humanity would still retain some semblance of moral integrity. Furthermore, he had already arranged for their protection. A bodyguard had taken residence in Xia Yao's building. Initially, when Su Xiaoyu became pregnant, Chen Nan had exchanged for 5 bodyguards. 2 stationed aboard the Dongfang Mingzhu, 2 on the Dali ship, and the last assigned to safeguard Xia Yao and the others. The primary issue was the sheer number of people. There was insufficient space to accommodate them all, and managing so many women alone proved challenging. However, he would soon be able to bring Xia Yao and the others over, as the waters would soon overwhelm their neighbors. This golden canary across the way would soon find herself firmly in his grasp. Such a woman rarely cooked and generally only stocked snacks, relying on takeout for most meals. As the apocalypse descends, it is no longer a matter of ordering takeout. Even venturing outside yields nothing. Should Xue Fu willingly offer herself, several more individuals could potentially occupy the neighboring residence. As for why Chen Nan does not take the initiative, is it in our nature to resort to such measures? We cannot forcibly seize a maiden, yet if a beauty presents herself voluntarily, that is an entirely different matter. Chapter 47. Chaos unfolds. Another day has passed. And while the rain has lessened, the water levels continue to rise. The water has reached the 2nd floor of our community, but fortunately, the first 2 levels were designated for commercial use and are typically uninhabited. However, from the 3rd floor upward, the buildings are residential. And should the water levels continue to ascend, those residing on the 3rd floor will have no choice but to relocate higher up. An increasing number of residents have begun to sense that the situation is extraordinary. This is not a mere urban flood, but the result of rising sea levels. Given past experiences, one would expect a multitude of rescue teams to have already mobilized, yet for 2 full days, not a single soul has been sighted outside. It is not that the authorities are neglectful, but rather that the flood struck with alarming swiftness, leaving most rescuers trapped in their own homes. What is truly happening remains a mystery, as the government has provided no information, only instructing us to remain indoors. Go outside? At this point, it seems impossible. Should we swim? Residents of the community group have finally reached their breaking point, inundating the chat with complaints. At this rate, it will be only a few days before my home is submerged, lamented a resident on the 6th floor. You think it will take that long? My home is already close to flooding, replied a 3rd floor occupant. We must evacuate today, otherwise we risk drowning in our sleep. The water is not merely rising incrementally, but surging by several meters, leaving those on the lower floors in a state of panic. Chen Nan reclined leisurely on his sofa, observing the messages on his phone with a sardonic smile, while Lin Yinner dutifully massaged his shoulders. Brother Nan, do you think those people will come to steal our supplies? She asked, her voice laced with concern. Chen Nan had yet to reveal the extent of his resources. His home was stocked with a substantial amount of supplies, well known to many. He had even prepared several refrigerators brimming with imported delicacies. If they dare to ascend, I shall ensure they cannot return, he replied coldly. He had not concealed his acquisitions from the others in the building. So many were aware of the abundance he possessed. Lin Yano had faith in Chen Nan's prowess, recalling how he had single-handedly dispatched everyone at the Haijing Hotel. He awaited the emergence of those with ill intent. Anyone harboring malevolent designs would be dealt with swiftly. Although he was tasked with disaster relief, the system did not compel him to rescue everyone. Those who complied posed no issue. But those who did not would face dire consequences. The chaos had already begun. Through the surveillance cameras in his home, Chen Nan observed as individuals smashed open a small shop on the 2nd floor. Outside the community lay a large supermarket, where only modest commerce occurred. Yet even this meager stock was entirely plundered. Such a lack of decency Is this not akin to robbery? Su Xiaoyu remarked as she watched the footage. Chun Nan smiled faintly. They were still too young, or perhaps unaware of the true challenges that awaited them. He recognized the individual vandalizing the store. Known to outsiders as Brother Hu, a man reputed to be a rogue. In his previous life, this same individual had looted supplies from small shops, banding together with hardened criminals to wreak havoc in their building. He had even exchanged a single packet of instant noodles for a woman. Suddenly, Chun Nan recalled that in his past life, Qin Rongrong had ventured out several times to barter for food, always returning with a packet of instant noodles. It dawned on him that this was likely connected to Brother Hu, for Qin Rongrong would do anything to survive. He lamented how he had nearly starved in his previous life, relinquishing all his supplies to her while she scavenged in the outside world. By the third day, the second floor had been completely submerged, and the third floor was beginning to flood, forcing residents to migrate to the hallways. Power was about to be cut off. Chun Nan gazed at the hazy sky. Given the severity of the weather, it was a miracle the power grid had lasted this long. Soon, gas and water supplies would also be severed. Although there was water outside, it was brackish seawater, unsuitable for consumption. The rainwater was equally suspect, tainted with a foul odor. As the water levels surged, panic ensued in the residents' group. What do we do? Are we going to drown? One resident fretted. My food supplies are nearly depleted. Does anyone have any spare? Lamented a young woman from the 8th floor. In these dire circumstances, aside from families with elderly and young children, most young people rarely cooked for themselves, relying on meager stocks of instant noodles and snacks. Now that their own supplies were insufficient, who could spare anything? Brother Hu from the 10th floor smashed the shop on the 2nd floor yesterday. He must have gathered quite a bit of food, remarked a 3rd floor resident, recalling the ruckus caused by Brother Hu's actions. Witnesses had seen him procure some supplies for emergencies. He should not even think about it. Who knows when the flood will recede? Regret began to seep in among some. Had they known, they would have acted sooner to seize supplies from the shop. At the onset of the apocalypse, people still held onto some moral boundaries. Aware of the limits they should not cross. Only individuals like Brother Hu could brazenly engage in looting. Someone proposed that there was a large mall outside the community, partially submerged but still likely to have some resources. Unfortunately, no one responded to this suggestion. Their community comprised numerous buildings, and the mall was several hundred meters away. It was implausible for ordinary individuals to swim such distances, especially with the perilous currents. Moreover, the residents had not yet reached a point of utter despair. They could still endure for a few days. However, as the floodwaters rose and supplies dwindled, the prospect of escape would soon be rendered moot. At that moment, Chun Nan received another message, a notification from the property management in the community group. The complex consisted of 18 buildings, each 26 stories high. Apart from the penthouses on the top floor, which housed 2 units, the remainder accommodated 4 units per floor. Each building contained nearly 100 households, and, previously, the chat had been confined to individual building groups. Now, it was a collective message from all 18 buildings. Dear residents, we are currently facing an unprecedented flood disaster. Please refrain from venturing outside and await official rescue efforts. Chen scoffed. Was this not mere drivel? The water had already reached the 3rd floor. How could they possibly go outside? Should they swim? Or perhaps fly? As for waiting for rescue, that was a jest. In his previous life, they indeed awaited assistance, but not from the authorities. Rather, it came from private boat owners. Their primary aim was to collect supplies or rescue individuals with connections. In retrospect, when he was rescued by Wu Hao's boat in his past life, it was likely due to Qin Rongrong's influence. Moreover, the Wu family had plundered the community supplies, leaving only a handful truly rescued. Most residents either drowned or succumbed to starvation. Chapter 48. The arrogant Shui Fuo. On the 5th day, the floodwaters had completely engulfed the 4th floor, and many began to despair. Power had been cut off the previous night, forcing everyone to conserve their phone batteries. As night fell, the entire community was shrouded in darkness, with no lights visible in the surrounding urban landscape. Only Chun Nan's and the adjacent building's Summer Yao remained illuminated. Long ago, he had prepared the most advanced generator, stocked with enough fuel to last a month. The television offered little beyond previously downloaded films, yet Chun Nan had prudently arranged a selection of cartoons, allowing Xia Yi to remain entertained at home without venturing out. I just spoke with a friend in an inland city. It's not just the coast. Other areas are also submerged, someone remarked in the group chat. Rising sea levels and encroaching tides have plunged the world into a terrifying deluge, ushering in an apocalyptic scenario. What should one do when life hangs in the balance? The public is engulfed in anxiety. According to recent reports, a handful of elevated cities remain unscathed. Yet for the majority, self-preservation appears futile, rendering the prospect of aiding other cities even more daunting. It is evident that the authorities possess contingency plans, perhaps reserving assistance for a select few while the ordinary populace is left to fend for themselves. On this fateful day, Qin Rongrong could no longer contain her distress. Their household had managed to retain some provisions, yet most had been given to Chun Nan. With only remnants of leftovers from a few days past, they were now reduced to consuming thin rice porridge. Chun-nan, do you have any food left? Could you spare me a little? She messaged him while her phone still held a charge. Apologies, my family is rather large, and we have little to eat. Chun-nan replied bluntly. In his spacious apartment, he savored a steak paired with fine lafite, having long since discarded the meager offerings Qin Rongrong had once brought. How absurd to think a billionaire would resort to such paltry fare. Presently, his household was stocked with the finest and most expensive supplies. He had no intention of compromising on his own comfort. I heard you bought a lot of supplies recently. If necessary, I could even pay for some, she insisted, emboldened by the 1 million yuan Chun-nan had provided her. Do you think I lack money? He retorted, leaving her speechless. Even a fool could discern that Chun-nan was deliberately toying with her. She suspected he had foreseen the impending flood and had hastily emptied his own stockpile. Within the Qin family, discontent brewed, particularly from Qin Wei, who had anticipated a leisurely existence here, but now found himself trapped. Sister, why don't we go to someone else's home and buy some food? He suggested suddenly. Given the current circumstances, whose supplies wouldn't be guarded like treasure? They would never sell to you. Qin Rongrong snapped back. Why not plead with Chun-nan again? Zhang Ho-hat, having subsisted on rice porridge for several days, was growing increasingly frail. Plead with him? I would rather starve. Qin Rongrong scoffed. She had already resolved that. If worst came to worst, she would seek out Hu Ge, even if it meant sacrificing her dignity. Meanwhile, Chun-nan remained unbothered atop his luxurious apartment, a smirk on his face, knowing that better days lay ahead. With an omniscient perspective, he had witnessed much ugliness in his previous life. Just then, the doorbell rang, prompting caution. He could not afford to open the door indiscriminately. A glance at the monitor revealed Shui Furong, his alluring neighbor, standing outside. Clad in a V-neck slip dress that accentuated her near-perfect figure, she exuded an audacious confidence, seemingly oblivious to the dangers of the current climate. Is there something you need? Chun-nan asked, casually opening the door, unfazed by her presence. Shui Furong, maintaining her haughty demeanor, sought entry under the pretense of charging her phone. I need to charge my phone. May I come in? She asserted, attempting to step inside. Chun-nan grasped the strap of her dress, pulling her back. What are you doing? She gasped, indignantly swatting his hand away as if it were tainted. I don't recall granting you permission, he replied coldly. Who do you think you are to approach me with such entitlement? Is it Liang Zuiping who emboldens you? Shui Furong appeared taken aback, unaccustomed to rejection. Throughout her life, she had been surrounded by admirers and sycophants, and now, with a wealthy patron, her sense of superiority had only intensified. Unbeknownst to her, Chun-nan had discreetly installed numerous cameras throughout the building, even on the rooftop. Are you not merely someone else's pet? He remarked with a knowing smile. Shui Furong's complexion paled, and as Chun-nan observed the bruises on her knees, he sensed her discomfort. Put away that haughty demeanor of yours. Not everyone is inclined to fawn over you, he continued, disregarding her astonished look as he firmly closed the door. Fishing requires patience. One cannot simply reel in the line at the slightest tug. It is essential to wait for the fish to fully bite before gradually leading it in, ensuring it is thoroughly exhausted before the final capture. Chun-nan was intent on gradually diminishing Shui Furong's arrogance, coaxing her to willingly seek his favor. Brother Nan, do you not wish to take her in? Su Xiaoyu inquired gently, leaning against him. I seek a compliant partner, not one who clings to their perceived importance amidst chaos. Chun-nan replied with a smile. Shui Furong was indeed captivating, yet he felt no urgency. You're truly wicked, Su Xiaoyu teased, well aware of the dynamics at play. As the floodwaters encroached, it seemed only a matter of time before they would engulf everything. On the seventh day, as Chun-nan lingered in slumber, he noted that Su Xiaoyu and Lu Yun were both pregnant, while Lin Yin'er clung to him incessantly. Outside, others struggled to secure sustenance. Yet Lin Yin'er was preoccupied with thoughts of conception. Fortunately, the current inundation had confined everyone indoors, leaving little to occupy their time. A knock echoed from the door, and upon checking the monitor, Chun-nan's demeanor shifted. It was Li Hao, a corporate executive known for his prior misdeeds. In his previous life, he had rallied everyone to consolidate supplies, only to later engage in thievery alongside Hu Ge. It appeared he was now eyeing Chun-nan's resources. Brother Nan, do not concern yourself with him. He surely seeks provisions. We should focus on our own survival, Lin Yin'er interjected, her irritation evident. Curiosity piqued. Chun-nan decided to confront him. The man had previously swindled him of supplies, disbursing a mere fraction of food while resorting to violence. Opening the door, Li Hao greeted him with a disarming smile. Hello, I am Li Hao from the 18th floor. May I speak with you? What is it? Chun-nan feigned impatience. Given our current predicament, we have decided to pool our resources for collective distribution. I have no interest. You are welcome to manage it yourselves, Chun-nan replied dismissively. Come now. We are neighbors. We should assist one another. I believe it won't be long before help arrives, Li Hao persisted, his eyes scanning Chun-nan's well-stocked kitchen, where an array of snacks and a hearty breakfast lay prepared. I require no assistance, nor do I need rescue, Chun Nan stated firmly, preparing to close the door once more. Li Hao, however, raised his hand to block the way. Brother, I have heard that you hoarded quite a bit of supplies a few days ago. I am willing to purchase them at 10 times the price. Do you think I am someone who lacks money? Chun Nan scoffed coldly. If it weren't for his towering stature, Li Hao might have resorted to violence. After contemplating some rumors about Chun Nan, especially given the uproar caused by Qin Rongrong, it was no surprise that the neighborhood had heard about their affairs. Living in a spacious flat and driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom indeed indicated wealth. To be frank, I have a wife and children at home, and my child hasn't had a full meal in 2 days. What can we negotiate for a slight transfer of supplies? I assure you, I will meet your demands as long as it is within my capacity. Li Hao resorted to playing the sympathy card. Yet Chun Nan could hardly muster the energy to respond. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut by Chun Nan. Li Hao intended to block it, but soon realized Chun Nan's strength was astonishing, rendering his efforts futile. He glared at Chun Nan's door, a flicker of malice crossing his face, oblivious to the fact that Chun Nan was watching his every move through surveillance. A hypocrite, Chun Nan sneered from the sofa. It seemed chaos was about to ensue. Su Xiaoyu and others gathered around. 7 days had passed, and while those who cooked at home were faring all right, there remained some supplies in the fridge. Those who did not prepare meals were nearing their limits. No matter how frugally they lived, their provisions were running out. It appeared they needed to acquire some means of self-defense, Chun Nan suddenly remarked. Although he had prepared some weapons in his space, they were primarily cold arms. The bodyguards acquired through the system, while fully armed, were occupied with other tasks. Both ships were laden with abundant supplies, undoubtedly making them prime targets. At present, most people had yet to comprehend or believe that the flood would completely submerge the city. Once the sea level rose by several meters, even the foolish would recognize the gravity of the situation. This would signify the true arrival of an apocalypse, where all societal rules would be shattered. Arson, murder, and looting would become the norm, with no one adhering to moral standards. The sole objective would be survival. Thus, safeguarding the 2 vessels became paramount. I will step out for a while. You all stay put at home. Under no circumstances should you open the door if I do not return. Chun Nan instructed. All right, Nangu, please be careful. The women expressed their concerns. In their view, it was best not to venture outside, especially since they had supplies. However, they could not alter Chun Nan's decision and could only urge him to exercise caution. Nodding, Chun Nan was confident that, given his current circumstances, an ordinary person could not harm him. His desire for weapons stemmed primarily from a concern for the safety of the women and the need to protect the 2 ships. Although most containers on the Li Hao were transformed into living quarters, many still house supplies, well known to everyone. Most cargo ships set sail once fully loaded. But Li Hao remained docked by the sea, overflowing with containers. Exiting his room, Chun Nan chose a less conspicuous floor and leaped out. Before he even touched the water, he activated his water transformation ability. His body swiftly became transparent, seamlessly merging with the sea. Truly, the system had bestowed upon him such a remarkable power during the apocalyptic flood. It was akin to a fish returning to water, enhancing his capabilities. Chun Nan propelled himself through the water, estimating his speed to be around 60 kilometers per hour, far exceeding that of an ordinary vessel. Moreover, as his ability was only at level 1, he anticipated that progression would further increase his speed. His destination was the armory in Donghai City. Now that the city was flooded, it was likely that the police station was deserted. The water transformation ability not only enabled Chun Nan to navigate through the water, but also afforded him sensory perception comparable to that of a person on land, allowing him to easily observe the underwater realm. The omnipresent water molecules seemed to serve as his eyes. He estimated that he could sense entities within a kilometer radius. Following the directions stored in his memory, Chun Nan effortlessly located his target. After some effort, he retrieved several large boxes from the depths. These items were relatively well preserved, with only a few weapons having taken on water, while many were securely packed in boxes, including sniper rifles and submachine guns. Fortunately, being underwater and with his considerable strength, he managed to carry them all. Subsequently, Chun Nan summoned a small speedboat from his storage space and loaded everything onto it. Apart from a few items, he intended to transport the rest to Dongfang Mingzhu. On the Li Hao cargo ship, Zhang Li felt fortunate for having left a good impression on Chun Nan earlier. With the city submerged, panic reigned, and some people were struggling for food and water. Zhang Li's wife and child were aboard the ship, and Chun Nan had prepared ample supplies. They could eat to their heart's content without fear of running out. The sailors aboard were also grateful to be in the company of a capable boss. Large vessels typically boasted substantial reserves, so the notion of robbery had yet to cross anyone's mind. However, none could predict how long the torrential rain would persist, and as time wore on, fear began to spread among the crew of other ships. At that moment, Zhang Li received a call from Chun Nan, instructing him to prepare the crane. Before Zhang Li could fully grasp the situation, he spotted a speedboat rapidly approaching from the sea. It was Chun Nan, and despite the pouring rain, he appeared entirely composed. "Young Master Chun, do you wish to come aboard?" Zhongli exclaimed with excitement. Although he had enjoyed a comfortable few days, he was also deeply concerned. The ship was laden with cargo that would inevitably draw attention, and he did not possess absolute confidence in protecting it all. Most who could navigate a ship were ruthless individuals, and Zhongli considered himself one of them. Long-distance shipping often encountered pirates, notorious for their brutality. Without a certain level of skill, one could not survive in this profession. Zhongli was aware that many ship captains secretly possessed firearms. "Old Zhang, secure these items. The ship's supplies depend on them," Chen Nan instructed, asking Zhongli to arrange for the crane to hoist the cargo aboard. He had already sent half of the weapons to Dongfang Mingzhu. Zhongli was puzzled, unsure of what Chen Nan had delivered. Upon opening the boxes, a line of brand-new weapons greeted his eyes. "Wow, worth billions. I can't contain my astonishment." Zhongli exclaimed, "Young Master Chun, where does he come from to acquire such an arsenal?" The crew was stunned. Those involved in long-distance transport had some exposure to firearms. While they may not have operated them personally, they were certainly more adept than the average person. Given the chance to handle them, they would quickly become proficient. Zhongli refrained from further commentary. He did not know Chen Nan's background, but acquiring such an arsenal was no feat for an ordinary person. Just then, 2 bodyguards appointed by Chen Nan began stacking the boxes together. "We will keep these for now and bring them out if danger arises," one bodyguard stated. Zhongli had no objections. He recognized that they were Chen Nan's personal bodyguards. Although he was the nominal captain, the true authority on the ship lay with them. Without a doubt, Zhongli was aware that they were armed, and who would dare contradict their decisions? With these weapons, Zhongli's final concerns dissipated, and he awaited the water level to rise, ready to retrieve Chen Nan along with Dongfang Mingzhu. As Chen Nan approached the neighborhood, he concealed the speedboat and activated his water transformation ability to vanish beneath the surface. Instead of returning home directly, he first visited Xia Yao, realizing it had been several days since they last met. Given the prevailing anxiety, it was time to offer some comfort to Xia Yao and the others. Upon entering, Xia Yi rushed to him. "Daddy, you're back." Chen Nan affectionately embraced the little girl. "Have you been a good girl at home?" "Yes, I have been very good," the little one replied, blissfully unaware of the chaos outside. "Then I shall reward you." Chen Nan selected a few small gifts from his storage. Xia Yi was instantly filled with excitement, taking various gifts to play by herself. Fortunately, there had been ample preparations, with a wide array of supplies on hand. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to entertain a child. "How'd you get here?" Xia Yao asked coyly. Having not seen Shannon for a week, she found herself missing him. "I swam over," Shannon replied with a smile. "I don't believe you." Although the 2 buildings were not far apart, Shannon's clothes remained completely dry. "It's true. Check for yourself." This inspection took an hour, and while Xia Yao found no dampness on Shannon, she ended up at a disadvantage. "I will go check on Yi," Xia Yao said as she adjusted her attire. Since there were still a few people watching the little girl, she naturally could not monopolize Shannon while others tended to the child. "I will take Yi to rest. You all keep Shannon company." Even though she was no longer at work, Xia Yao remained the leader among them. The 4 young ladies were quite understanding. Realizing they could not compete with Xia Yao, yet she did not neglect them. Everyone was considerate, serving Shannon tea, offering foot massages, and attending to his needs. The fatigue from his outing dissipated entirely, and as nightfall approached, Shannon decided to return home. He was untroubled by the bodyguard watching over him, and before leaving, he had provided Xia Yao with a weapon for protection. This ensured that everything was secure, and once he dealt with Shui Furong, he would bring Xia Yao and the others over. "Nangu, you have finally returned." Lin Yan'er and the others expressed their concern. They had been monitoring the surveillance cameras at home, keeping a watchful eye over the entire building. Within just 1 day, they witnessed several violent incidents. Liao had not fared well with Shannon and had moved on to other households. He systematically canvassed the building, persuading numerous individuals. This individual possessed a certain charisma. After all, he was a senior executive at a large company, and people typically held him in high regard. Even Sheen Rongrong's family had been swayed, contributing their remaining half-bag of rice. They had little to eat, and pooling resources might yield something, but this family was overly optimistic. Unbeknownst to them, in a few days, they would find themselves without even rice, left to starve. "Rest assured, I am fine," Shannon said with a smile. The women remained somewhat apprehensive. Their spacious flat had been fortified. The main door could not be breached without professional tools, ensuring their safety. "I have acquired some weapons, so there is no need for concern," Shannon proclaimed, displaying his spoils. The women were taken aback. Such items were rarely seen. Has the situation escalated to this extent? Lin Yan'er questioned, fear evident in her voice. With preparations for violence, it could lead to fatalities. In this apocalypse, who can afford such sentiments? If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But should one offend me, I shall respond with lethal force, Shannon remarked coldly. Regardless, itrus nanye. As long as he is here, we are safe, Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. By the way, Nangu, there are already individuals starting to loot. Those living in the stairwell got into a fight today, Liu Yin suddenly added. Shannon was not surprised. Everyone was in dire need of supplies. It would be manageable if people remained indoors, but the stairwell residents had no hiding places, leaving their possessions exposed for all to see. They likely could not sleep soundly, requiring someone to keep watch, lest their belongings be stolen. Chapter 51. Unable to withstand the test, Li Hao was indeed somewhat capable. Or perhaps he was merely adept at disguise. Initially, no one believed him, but as families involved in centralized resource management began receiving their supplies, more individuals slowly joined in. However, the floodwaters continued to rise. On the 10th day, seawater had already inundated the 8th floor. The stairwell was crowded with people, and some were even rushing to the upper levels, unsure of how high the water would rise. Does anyone have food? Can you sell me some? A box of instant noodles for 100,000. A wealthy heir exclaimed in the group. Qinan recognized him as Xu Feng, who had a bit of money and a flight attendant girlfriend. He was known for flaunting his wealth, often throwing parties at home, causing disturbances for those above and below. Complaints about him were frequent, yet he remained brazen, often boasting, "My father is so-and-so, and my mother is so-and-so." Although no one took him seriously, ordinary people found it difficult to contend with him. Naturally, no one in the group responded to his plea. 100,000 was worthless, and there was no chance of acquiring even a single pack of noodles. "Xu Feng, I heard your girlfriend is a flight attendant. Let her spend a night with me, and I will give you a box of instant noodles," Huga commented in the group after several hours. It was clear that power was limited, as the electricity had been out for days, and everyone's phones were dead, allowing only brief moments of connectivity. "No problem. I will call her right away." Xu Feng replied immediately. He often played games and had many power banks, so his phone remained operational. Observing the group's messages, many fell silent. In the apocalypse, human lives were worth less than dogs. Who could consider women? Why isn't she here yet? Hugo inquired after a considerable wait. This time, Xu Feng did not respond. In the spacious flat, Qinan watched the surveillance. In the 16th floor hallway, Xu Feng was tugging at his flight attendant girlfriend, whom Qinan recalled was named Lin Yan. "You spent so much money on me. Now you're expected to go accompany someone else?" Xu Feng slapped Lin Yan across the face. "I'm your girlfriend, not a call girl," Lin Yan retorted angrily. "There is no food left. You either go with Huga or starve." Xu Feng replied coldly. "I would rather starve," Lin Yan declared, unable to endure the thought of being with someone who resembled a pig. Within the flat, several women condemned Xu Feng for his inhumanity, demanding that he send his girlfriend to accompany another man merely for a box of instant noodles. Hugo was equally reprehensible, abusing his position to exploit others. "You will witness many such occurrences in the future. Do not be surprised," Qinan said calmly. Based on his memories from the previous life, Xu Feng, in his desperation for food, ultimately allowed Huga to violate Lin Yan. Left with no choice, she became Huga's plaything, but eventually, Huga was killed by others in the building. His high-profile actions had drawn the attention of those coveting his possessions, inciting conflict between buildings. Naturally, individuals like Huga were not well regarded, and his demise was unsurprising, though Lin Yan ultimately succumbed to despair and took her own life. Of course, these events belonged to a past life. This time would undoubtedly unfold differently. "Nangu, that Lin Yan is so pitiable. Why don't you take her in?" Su Xiaoyu could not help but suggest. "Do not let your compassion cloud your judgment. Such sentiments can be fatal in the apocalypse," Qinan replied, dismissing the idea. Moreover, Lin Yan was not at her breaking point, and he would not resort to force. A reluctant woman is no sweet fruit, and he was not in need of companionship. "Regardless, Nangu, you are far superior to that Huga," Lin Yan added with a smile. That night, many found it difficult to sleep. As Xu Feng had opened Pandora's box, the notion that women could exchange themselves for food began to take root in many minds. Qinan, however, remained awake. His robust physique required little rest, usually needing only an hour or two of sleep. As disorder escalated outside, he remained vigilant. The surveillance showed various floors settling into silence. Without electricity, everyone had to retire early. However, there was one exception. In the dark stairwell, Tong Wanner emerged, clad in a semi-transparent mesh outfit. Moving stealthily in the shadows, she ascended cautiously, wary of disturbing anyone else. Gradually, she climbed to the upper floors, where some levels had already been occupied. Nevertheless, Tong Wanner had clearly mapped out her route, skillfully avoiding all encounters. At times, she crawled on hands and feet to avoid alerting others. After nearly 10 minutes of effort, she finally reached the top floor, where Qinnan's spacious flat was located. Fortunately, no one had occupied this place yet. Tang Wanner let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though the brief moment had drained her of all her strength. She was now drenched in sweat, her tight-fitting net garment clinging to her body, accentuating her alluring figure. Unbeknownst to her, Chunnan was observing this entire scene through the surveillance cameras. The sensation was undeniably exhilarating for him. The reason he could witness such a sight was that Tang Wanner had added him on WeChat earlier that day, before the apocalypse struck. She had encountered Chun Nan a few times while he was purchasing supplies, leaving her somewhat puzzled at the time. It was only now that she recognized Chun Nan's foresight. Had she known to stock up on more supplies, she wouldn't be facing hunger now. After several days of consumption, her family's resources were nearly depleted. And this was a result of her frugal habits. Her husband, apart from abusing her, had shown no concern for her well-being, indulging himself while disregarding her plight. During the day, Tang Wanner had secretly added Chun Nan on WeChat through group information, arranging to discuss matters in the evening. Chun Nan did not expose her intentions. It was evident that she was seeking food for herself. Chun Nan lacked neither money nor women, and she was well aware of this. Therefore, what right did she have to request supplies from him? Previously, Chun Nan had discovered Tang Wanner as a little secret through surveillance. The couple often liked to exercise late at night. Who would have guessed that this typically gentle-natured woman would have such a side? Of course, it could also be attributed to her husband's coercion, but that was no longer important. What mattered was that Tang Wanner now stood at the entrance of the spacious apartment. In the stillness of the night, she did not ring the doorbell, but instead opened her phone to send a message to Chun Nan. "Nango, are you asleep? I'm at your door," she typed, her heart racing with anxiety. She feared that Chun Nan might ignore her. If he had fallen asleep, her efforts in the dead of night would be in vain. Although climbing up from downstairs had provided her with some psychological satisfaction, the growling of her stomach forced her back to reality. Chun Nan gently opened the door, testing the limits of tolerance. "Nango, could you spare me some food?" Tang Wanner hesitated to continue. Her attire spoke volumes, and Chun Nan couldn't help but wonder which man could withstand such a trial. Chapter 52. A calamity diverted. Chun Nan had been prepared. He initially intended for Tang Wanner to enter and eat, yet she declined. Reluctantly, he retrieved some food. "Shall we go to the rooftop?" he suggested. Tang Wanner's face flushed slightly. She devoured the food ravenously, clearly starved. She paid no heed to etiquette while eating, offering Chun Nan a unique spectacle. Chun Nan was uncertain why Tang Wanner wished to go to the rooftop. Perhaps she was fond of the outdoor view. Or maybe she desired to wash off the sweat with the rain. The two admired the distant sea view on a rainy night, which added a distinctive charm to the occasion. The rooftop railing was somewhat high, requiring Chun Nan to lift her to see outside at times. An hour passed, and Tang Wanner returned home with a slightly protruding belly. In the middle of the night, her husband, Chi Fei, awoke to use the restroom and was puzzled by her damp hair. "Why is your hair wet?" he inquired, his temper flaring. "It's too hot." "I just took a shower," Tang Wanner replied nervously, relieved that the power was out and Chi Fei couldn't see her clearly. He thought little of it and went to take a shower himself. Despite the incessant rain since the apocalypse, the temperature continued to rise, creating a stifling atmosphere. Early the next morning, Chun Nan, having slept only a few hours, was abruptly awakened. With Su Xiaoyu's special wake-up service, all traces of sleep vanished. "Nanga, something's happened." "What is it?" Chun Nan asked, confusion etched on his face. "There's a commotion downstairs. That Li Hao has taken someone else's supplies and now refuses to share." Chun Nan was already aware of this. He had played the same game in a previous life. He had initially feigned fair distribution to attract more people, only to swallow the supplies once they had contributed most of theirs. "Open the door and bring out our things." A crowd shouted outside Li Hao's door on the 18th floor. Scammer, even deceiving the elderly. Zhang Hohat angrily pounded on the door. However, having gone days without sufficient food, their anger lacked strength. The Qin family had arrived, along with many others who had been deceived, and some were prepared to break down the door. At that moment, Li Hao's door suddenly swung open, but it was not Li Hao who appeared. Instead, it was a tall man. "Who are you? Where's Li Hao? Call him out." Qin Wei shouted furiously. Previously, they had barely managed to fill their stomachs with diluted porridge, and now they had nothing left, which fueled their rage. "Everyone, my family has run out of supplies too. There's nothing I can do." Li Hao stood behind, wearing a distressed expression. "You're lying. You collected so many things before. How could you be out?" "Exactly, return our things." The man blocking the door coldly warned, "Shut up. Anyone who dares to speak again will face dire consequences." "Who do you think you are?" Qin Wei retorted, but fell silent as he saw the man brandishing a kitchen knife, exuding a menacing aura. This man was Li Hao's younger brother, Li Jun, who also resided in the same complex. Li Jun had never been particularly capable, except for his imposing stature. Since childhood, he had been known for fighting and causing trouble, having been arrested numerous times. Thankfully, he had an older brother to support him, allowing him to purchase a small apartment in the same complex. As the floodwaters rose, Li Hao had gathered everyone's supplies and called on his brother for assistance. The buildings in the complex were closely spaced, and someone with good swimming skills could easily traverse the distance. "I apologize. My brother just got out of jail and has a bit of a temper, so please bear with us," Li Hao explained awkwardly. This statement served as a warning, and Li Jun smirked coldly. "Big brother, why waste words with them? From today onwards, all your supplies belong to us. Anyone who disagrees can ask my knife." He brandished the kitchen knife menacingly, stepping forward. The crowd instinctively retreated. Logically, so many people should easily overpower him. However, as history has shown, the first to step forward often becomes the target. No one was willing to take the risk, knowing that the first to act would likely meet a grim fate. In terms of physicality, only Hu Ge could somewhat rival Li Jun, but Hu Ge had no need to engage in a deadly struggle, as he was not lacking in supplies. We truly have no food left, but I know others who still have plenty of supplies. Li Hao feigned helplessness. The crowd had no choice but to believe him, as they were powerless against Li Jun's imposing size. However, upon hearing Li Hao's words, some began to waver. We've been submerged for so many days. Who could still have anything left? Li Hao pointed upstairs. The spacious apartment on the top floor belongs to Chun Nan. You all know him, right? I visited him a few days ago. His supplies are piled high. Li Hao had never entered Chun Nan's home, nor could he have seen the supplies within. Everything was merely a ruse to divert attention, though the fact that Chun Nan had ample supplies was known to more than just him. Indeed, I saw it before. The items he bought were delivered right to his door. An elderly woman chimed in. The night before the flood, he even bought all my family supplies. I believe he did it intentionally. Zhang Hohat echoed. I suspect he knew about the impending disaster and prepared in advance. Some observations could not withstand scrutiny, and, upon reflection, Chun Nan's actions did indeed seem suspicious. However, one thing was certain. Chun Nan's home did possess a substantial amount of supplies. This revelation sparked renewed interest among the crowd. If they could obtain those supplies, they would no longer have to endure hunger. Everyone is a neighbor, yet Chun Nan, this cunning individual, is well aware of the impending flood, yet fails to alert anyone. We demand an explanation from him. Indeed, let him distribute the supplies from his home, Qin Wei incites. Observing the footage from the surveillance cameras, Chun Nan cannot suppress a cold smirk. These people certainly prey on the weak. It was clearly Li Hao who deceived them. Yet they dare not confront him and instead turn their ire towards him. I join the others. This fellow is truly unscrupulous. Li Jun also reveals a hint of disdain. He has only just arrived at Building 18, and the residents here are far too easy to manipulate. Nonetheless, it must be said that his older brother is quite clever, having secured supplies in advance. Yet he remains unsatisfied. Although there are some provisions at home, they consist of unpalatable items. Word has it that Chun Nan is stocked up on exquisite food and fine wine, and acquiring those would be sheer delight. Moreover, Chun Nan's abode conceals several stunning beauties. In such tumultuous times, moral boundaries have been disregarded, and many attractive women have become mere playthings for others. In Chapter 53, within the spacious apartment, Chun Nan and several women observe the throng ascending from the 18th floor. Initially, the crowd is sparse, but as whispers spread, more join the assembly. By the time they reach the top floor, nearly 100 people have gathered. Fortunately, the area outside the apartment is relatively ample. Otherwise, they will be unable to accommodate everyone. Chun Nan, come out. Open the door. The crowd clamors, some even attempting to break down the door, but it remains unyielding, nearly injuring their hands. Damn it, this door is solid. Someone exclaims angrily. They were prepared, knowing we would come looking for trouble. The crowd seethes. Little do they realize that Chun Nan had anticipated this from the moment he purchased the apartment, having made several modifications. This grand entrance is specially designed. Not even a heavy hammer would easily breach it. Of course, this was before he acquired extraordinary abilities. After gaining immense strength and powers, the door's significance diminished considerably. Across the spacious apartment, Shui Furong appears anxious. Although these individuals are not seeking her, the rising water levels compel many to seek refuge above, and she fears her home may be seized. Just when the crowd assumes Chun Nan will remain hidden, the door unexpectedly swings open, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Chun Nan, return my family's provisions. Zhang Hohat has somehow squeezed to the front. What do you mean yours? I paid $1 million for them. Chun Nan retorts coldly. The crowd realizes that this family is merely greedy, regretting their earlier decisions. You did this on purpose, knowing there would be a flood, yet you deliberately purchased our provisions. Zhang Hohat accuses angrily. And what of it? Chun Nan replies, unconcerned. Zhang Hohat is left speechless, her anger with no place to go. Cut the nonsense, Chun Nan. Hand over your supplies, and we won't hold you accountable. Someone from the back calls out. Li Jun, standing at the forefront, sneers, that is hardly sufficient. The flood has submerged the lower levels, leaving many without shelter. I believe your spacious apartment can accommodate quite a few people. As neighbors, I trust you wouldn't take refuse. Would you? Li Jun brandishes a kitchen knife, feeling the chill emanating from Chun Nan's residence. Damn it, everyone else has been without power for days. Yet Chun Nan's home is still air-conditioned. In this sweltering weather, he has long reached his limit. If he could stay in this apartment with air conditioning, it would be pure bliss. Is that so? Then have Li Hao relinquish his apartment for everyone to stay. I have no objections, Chun Nan replies nonchalantly. Stop playing coy. I'm demanding you vacate the premises, or don't blame me for the consequences of the knife in my hand. Li Yun shouts. The crowd falls silent. The apartment is desirable. But who would dare confront Li Jun? They merely seek Chun Nan's supplies, leaving the rest for Li Jun to handle. Meanwhile, inside the room, Lin Yin'er, dressed in a camisole, savors red wine at the table laden with top-tier steak, king crab, and Australian lobster. The sight of exquisite food and fine wine causes the crowd to salivate. This is hardly the visage of a world in collapse. It resembles a luxurious five-star dining experience. And it is remarkable that anyone still enjoys such indulgences. Most people could not even dream of such treatment before the apocalypse. Among the crowd, Chin Rongrong feels a mix of envy and resentment. They're all classmates, yet one is in the sky while the other is on the ground. She believes she should be the one enjoying all of this. Li Jun is driven by a desire to rush in and claim such splendid offerings. It is a waste for one person to enjoy them alone, and he wishes to assist. It is uncertain whether he refers to the food or the women. After expressing his intentions, he readies himself to charge inside, but is halted by Chun Nan at the door. It appears you have no intention of heeding advice. Li Jun raises the knife in his hand. The crowd watches with cold smiles directed at Chun Nan. If he were to remain hidden inside, that would be one thing. However, having opened the door, there is no hope for an easy resolution. Everyone awaits Li Jun's command. Once someone takes the lead, they will rush in to loot Chun Nan's provisions. Yet before the crowd can awaken from their fantasies, Chun Nan retrieves a gun from behind him. The sound of a gunshot silences the crowd instantly. In the forefront, Li Jun remains frozen, his disbelief evident. A bullet hole appears in his chest, blood gushing forth. This marks Chun Nan's first act of taking a life, yet it barely stirs a ripple within him. He has witnessed far more gruesome sights in his previous life, where cannibalism was commonplace. Having died once, he coldly observes the throng before him. "You've killed someone." Zhang Hohat shrieks, hastily retreating. The crowd erupts into chaos. But upon noticing Chun Nan does not fire again, they gradually regain their composure. "Chun Nan, do you dare to kill? Aren't you afraid the police will come for you later? The flood will eventually recede, and we will all be witnesses, someone from the back states, unable to be identified." Those in the front curse under their breath, urging the coward to step forward and speak. Should they provoke Chun Nan, a volley of bullets could spell doom for those at the forefront. "Whatever you wish to do, I shall oblige." Chun Nan sneers. "That Chun Nan, it's a misunderstanding. We were all misled by Li Hao's words. Please don't take it to heart. Several individuals in the front can no longer contain themselves. None of those at the front are virtuous. All are vying for an advantage to secure more supplies." Chun Nan raises his gun and points it at a few individuals. You, and you too." Before he can speak, they hastily drop to their knees. "Please spare my life. I have an elderly mother and younger siblings." Silence. Chun Nan interrupts impatiently. "You lot, dispose of his body and clean up the blood on the floor." Hearing Chun Nan's command, they feel a wave of relief and stealthily carry Li Jun's corpse to throw it out of the stairwell window. The crowd is left dumbfounded. This is no different from discarding a dead dog. Chun Nan, however, does not even blink. "I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. This is the first and I hope the last time." Chun Nan states coldly. Yes. The individuals, having nothing in their hands, hurriedly remove their shirts to wipe up the blood. Scram. Chun Nan huffs, shutting the door behind him. Those outside, seeing the door firmly shut, breathe a sigh of relief and disperse. Following this incident, it is likely no one will seek their doom again. In Chapter 54, Wu Daji intends to seize the spacious apartment. With the apocalypse upon them, this marks the first death in the community. Once the first occurs, the second will surely follow. The flood has only submerged the area for about 10 days, and everyone is barely managing to survive. As time progresses, the scarcity of resources will inevitably lead to an increase in conflict. Chun Nan has set a precedent. The hearts of the people are thrown into disarray. Murder, an act once deemed unthinkable, has now been brazenly committed by Chun Nan against Li Jun, and yet he faces no repercussions. Who can hold him accountable? Call the police? Is it even possible to reach them now? If a boundary remains untransgressed, all may adhere to it. However, once someone crosses that line without facing punishment, the boundary loses its significance. Was that the sound of a gunshot? Within the community group chat, messages begin to circulate. Despite several days of power outage, many still pay attention to the Group S updates. Those with larger families take turns charging their phones, and most possess power banks. During the flood's onset, everyone had prepared for the possibility of losing electricity. It seems to have originated from Building 18, someone remarks. Yet, none from Building 18 dare speak up. What a joke. Chun Nan is also in the group. Who would be foolish enough to draw attention to themselves at such a moment? However, some acquaintances from different buildings have begun to communicate privately. Soon, the news spreads throughout the large group, since they do not all reside in the same building. They are not overly concerned about Chun Nan's potential retaliation. It is indeed the sound of gunfire, and a life has been taken. Who would be so audacious? The crowd buzzes with discussion, and some anonymous individuals directly reveal Chun Nan's name. The owner of the penthouse in Building 18, a wealthy individual. It is no wonder he acts with such bravado, but to kill openly is exceedingly reckless. Many begin to deliberate, and some even leak information about the vast supplies in Chun Nan's possession. Pictures surface, seemingly taken by those who had gathered at Chun Nan's doorstep previously. Is this real? Are there indeed king crabs? Steaks, red wine. He certainly knows how to indulge. These images must have been secretly disseminated by residents of Building 18. Some harbor resentment towards Chun Nan, while others have ulterior motives, hoping someone will bring him to justice. Currently, most households have run out of supplies. Not even vegetables can be found, let alone meat. Many families subsist on mere snacks or watery porridge. Those who never cook fare even worse. Some have gone days without food, surviving solely on water. Meanwhile, in the home of Li Hao on the 18th floor, upon learning that his brother has been killed by Chun Nan, he is consumed by a desire for vengeance. Yet, he understands that rushing in would only lead to his demise. Without Li Jun's assistance, safeguarding their supplies would be a daunting task. The sight of Chun Nan committing murder has terrified the onlookers. By the time they gather their wits, they will likely turn their frustrations towards Li Hao. No, he must devise a plan to unite with others, Li Hao muses. In times like these, finding allies is relatively simple, requiring only a portion of one's resources. With this thought, Li Hao begins to discreetly reach out for help. Ensuring he has food to eat is paramount, even if it means relinquishing some supplies, as it is better than losing everything. In the penthouse, Chun Nan acts as if nothing has occurred, returning to the dining table to eat. Lin Yin bears an expression of dread. After all, a life has been extinguished by Chun Nan's hand. Are you afraid? Lin Yin nods, apologizing to Nan Gu, explaining that it is not him she fears, but the reality of death that terrifies her. Chun Nan understands her sentiment. Su Xiaoyu and Lu Yun also approach, their shock evident. You must grow accustomed to this. We are in an apocalyptic era. If I do not eliminate him, he will surely end my life. Chun Nan states matter-of-factly. The three women comprehend, though witnessing murder for the first time has left them shaken. Should I be killed, all that exists within this room will vanish, and you shall become mere playthings for others. Upon hearing this, their expressions shift from fear to resolve. Indeed, without Chun Nan's protection, they would not know where to hide, subsisting on watery porridge in some corner. Such living conditions are a luxury compared to what they would face, especially given their beauty. In a lawless world, being attractive becomes a sin, and they could face dire fates, much like Tang Wanner or Lin Yin. Nan Gu, we understand. We will support you unconditionally in all your endeavors, Lin Yinner declares. Moving closer. Following this day, the death toll will rise. Chun Nan scoffs. The floodwaters continue to rise, diminishing the space for survival and the availability of resources. This will inevitably lead to fierce conflicts over both living space and supplies. With Chun Nan as an example, others will no longer hesitate. As long as they eliminate their rivals, they can seize all that belongs to them, including shelter, food, and even women. While conflicts erupt in Building 18, similar events unfold in other buildings, albeit without immediate fatalities. In Building 17, where Xia Yao resides, there is also a bully, namely Wu Daji, the former manager of the real estate company where Qin Rongrong worked. Originally a thug, he leveraged connections to become a manager and coincidentally purchased a residence in Building 17. When the flood struck, several security guards from the community sought refuge with him. Unfortunately, once they took shelter, they could not leave as the water level continued to rise. Their supplies dwindled, prompting them to turn their attention to others. Wu Daji, along with the guards, could easily dominate the entire building, having endured oppression from the residents. The guards, now unrestrained, could retaliate more fiercely than Wu Daji himself. Damn, this little bit of food isn't enough for me to have a drink. Wu Daji had just robbed a family living in the stairwell. Please, return our belongings. This is our last food. A woman in her 40s cried out. Get lost. Wu Daji kicked her aside. Wu Ge, it seems we have no choice but to search each unit. One of the guards suggested. Recently, they have been robbing those without shelter, as the lower floors have been flooded, forcing families to live in stairwells. The units above, however, remained untouched primarily because others refused to open their doors, and forcibly breaking in would make too much noise. Exactly, Wu Ge, at this point, what is there to fear? People have already been killed in the neighboring building. We are merely seizing some supplies. Another guard chimed in. Wu Daji nodded. There was no turning back now. I heard that the penthouse has a few beautiful women. Why don't we take them? His words ignited excitement among the guards, who understood his intent. The penthouse, perched on the top floor, effectively prevents flooding and boasts spacious, luxurious decor. Most importantly, they had heard that the rooftop still had electricity. They did not realize that Xia Yao was Chun Nan's woman, assuming instead that the penthouse owner had installed a backup generator, a common practice in such situations. Wu Ge, there are 5 of us, and I've heard there are 5 stunning beauties in the penthouse. 1 for each of us. Wu Daji said with a self-satisfied grin, as if the beauties were already in his grasp. 1 for each? That one do. Once we're bored, we can swap. Another guard replied with a lewd smile. Without hesitation, the group set out, but to ensure Xia Yao would not refuse entry, they gathered an assortment of tools. At that very moment, Xia Yao and the others became aware that Chun Nan had killed someone in Building 18. However, being the capable woman she is, she held no objections. In this environment, if one does not kill, they will be killed. Yao Jia, Do you think our building will be in danger as well? The other girls expressed trepidation. Do not worry. What Chun Nan can achieve, I can achieve as well, Xia Yao replied calmly. Previously, Chun Nan had left weapons here, and with the two buildings in close proximity, they could summon him at any time. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door, causing several faces to change color. Although Chun Nan's building lacked surveillance cameras throughout, the stairwell and entrance were under watch. Xia Yao opened her phone to find several individuals dressed in security uniforms standing outside. They were from the property management. Bebe breathed a sigh of relief. Is anyone there? We are from the property management, here to deliver some supplies. Wu Daji attempted to soften his voice. No need, we have enough provisions. Xia Yao replied curtly. What a joke. Who would deliver supplies in such circumstances? Had their brains been kicked by a mule? Moreover, the meager offerings they presented were hardly worthy of her attention. These individuals are suspicious, Xiao Xin suddenly remarked, having spotted a weapon concealed behind one of them. They were not there to deliver supplies. They were clearly there to rob. Damn it, these women are quite cautious. In a typical situation, if someone were delivering something, the door would have been open long ago. They had no idea that Xia Yao's home was stocked with ample provisions, all of high quality, far superior to the decaying food these intruders offered. Wu Daji cleared his throat and continued. It's like this. I noticed you still have electricity and wanted to borrow some. Don't worry, we are the community property management, preparing to contact outside for rescue. But our phones are dead. Xia Yao scoffed. Such childish tricks were hardly believable, even to a 3-year-old. Mommy, don't open the door. It's the big bad wolf outside. Xia Yi chimed in with a cutting remark. Indeed, even a 3-year-old could not be deceived. The previously tense atmosphere lightened as laughter erupted at Xia Yi's comment. Yi is so clever. That's right, they're indeed the big bad wolves. Bebe couldn't help but lift little Yi for a kiss. Meanwhile, Wu Daji was losing his patience. These women were far too astute. Despite his threats, they showed no intention of opening the door, leaving him with no choice but to escalate his approach. Listen inside, open the door, and hand over your food. Or when we break it down, you won tea like the outcome. Upon hearing Wu Daji's fierce voice, Xia Yi began to cry. Yi wants daddy. Let daddy chase away the bad man. Bebe was about to call Chun Nan, but Xia Yao stopped her. It wasn't yet time for panic. With all that had happened, she didn't want to worry Chun Nan. Besides, a bodyguard assigned by Chun Nan was downstairs, and Xia Yao had already messaged him. If you don't want to die, get out of my way immediately, or you won get another chance, Xia Yao commanded coldly. Were it not for the number of assailants, she would have opened the door and dealt with them herself. You arrogant woman. Let us see if you can maintain that attitude when I break down the door, Wu Daji sneered. After that, the group brandished their weapons and began their assault. The door, though unmodified, was sturdier than those of ordinary residents, and after several attempts to pry it open, they resorted to smashing it down. Ladies, just wait for us to come in and comfort you, one security guard leered. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Yao remained remarkably calm because she had observed that the bodyguard downstairs had already rushed up. The banging outside ceased abruptly as Wu Daji and his group realized reinforcements were arriving. What? Are you here to be the hero? Wu Daji mocked. Although the bodyguard was large, he was unarmed, and the 5 robbers easily outnumbered him. Without hesitation, the bodyguard drew a gun, leaving the 5 intruders dumbfounded. What the hell is happening? Is this a movie? Why is everyone pulling out guns? Brother, let us talk this over. Wu Daji was the first to raise his hands. Despite his imposing stature, he was terrified. At that moment, Xia Yao stepped outside, instructing Bebe to take Xia Yi back into the room. Weren't you just so arrogant? Xia Yao stated, arms crossed, exuding a chilling beauty. Wu Daji was momentarily mesmerized. He had heard tales of the breathtaking women living on the top floor, but had not expected to encounter such beauty. The allure of her icy demeanor made him ponder what it would be like to win her over. However, upon meeting her frosty gaze, he shivered. Just a joke? A misunderstanding, Wu Daji stammered, at a loss for words. He still held the tool used for breaking down the door. There was no explaining his actions. My dear brother, my lady, I was wrong. Wu Daji fell to his knees. What shall we do with them, master? The bodyguard asked, his expression cold. At Xia Yao's command, he would swiftly send the intruders to their demise. Xia Yao hesitated. She had never faced such a decision before and felt conflicted about ordering killing. Resolving her thoughts, she initiated a video call with Chun Nan, who answered promptly. What's wrong? Missing me? Chun Nan teased. These individuals attempted to rob us and nearly destroyed our door. Xia Yao switched the camera to reveal the situation. Oh, isn't that Manager Wu? Chun Nan's expression turned icy. Wu Daji broke into a cold sweat. He had just learned there were guns involved and was now faced with the revelation that Xia Yao was Chun Nan's woman. Had he known, he would never have dared to approach. Brother Nan, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just joking with your sister-in-law. He hurriedly backtracked, having previously looked down upon Chun Nan, now referring to him as brother. Since you enjoy joking, I will indulge you, but beware if you play too recklessly. Chun Nan replied with a predatory smile. As for whom Chun Nan favored among the women, it was undoubtedly Xia Yao. He refrained from having her move in for two reasons. The space was too small, and there was Xia Yi, a child too young to witness the darker sides of life. Chun also intended to unleash a bloody rampage in that area, too gruesome to expose a child to. The audacity of others to target Xia Yao had undeniably crossed his line. Brother Nan, you have a generous heart. Spare my life. Wu Daji begged, bowing his head in desperation. Here is the deal. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Jump from here, and if you survive, I will let this matter go. What? Wu Daji's expression changed drastically. They were on the 26th floor. The floodwaters were only at the 8th or 9th floors. With a gap of over 50 meters, jumping down was akin to leaping off a building. The world record for high diving barely exceeded 52 meters, not to mention, only professional athletes had a chance at survival. Isn't that a death sentence? One of the security guards exclaimed. You all enjoy joking, don't you? What? Can't take the heat now? Chun Nan retorted coldly. Let us just fight it out, shouted another. But before he could finish, the bodyguard had already dealt with him swiftly. To eliminate any potential threats was Chun Nan's command. Another attempted to rush down the stairs. But no human could outrun a bullet. The bodyguard was a trained asset, possessing top-notch agility and marksmanship. 2 gunshots rang throughout the building, sending ripples of terror through the entire community. Wu Daji was nearly paralyzed with fear. As a petty thug, he had never encountered such a scene. In stark contrast, Xia Yao maintained her composure, earning Wu Daji's admiration. Indeed, she was a worthy partner of a formidable man. Little did he know, Xia Yao was merely feigning calmness. She had once been Chun Nan's superior and could not allow him to view her as weak. I've given you a chance. Do you accept or refuse? Chun Nan coldly scrutinized the remaining intruders through the screen. Jump! I'm jumping right now. Wu Daji crawled toward the window. The other 2 followed suit, realizing that jumping offered at least a slim chance of survival, while facing gunfire was certain death. Wait, throw down the 2 corpses first. Chun Nan commanded. Yes, Brother Nan. You see, was this not a futile sacrifice? Even in death, they had to leap once more. Had they known, they might as well have jumped directly. The 2 bodies, cast down, produced 2 resounding thuds, immediately capturing the attention of many. Not only from this building, but also from the neighboring ones, onlookers observed with clarity. Jump! Chun Nan gestured for the bodyguards to advance. Cold sweat streamed down Wu Daji and others' backs. Behind them lay the gun's barrel, while before them gaped the abyss. Brother, hurry! I feel the gun almost pressing against the back of my head. Urged a security guard. They dare not look back, terrified that turning around might mean facing a bullet. Ultimately, the 3, accompanied by screams of terror, leapt from the 26th floor. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 figures crashing into the water produced a tremendous noise, their cries echoing throughout the community. After a long while, the 3 figures surfaced from the depths, motionless, leaving observers uncertain whether they were dead or merely unconscious. Number 5, fire a few more shots. Chun Nan commanded. Yes, the bodyguards were unwaveringly obedient to their master's orders, even if the chances of survival for the 3 were less than 1 in 10. 3 more gunshots rang out, the bullets accurately striking their floating bodies, ensuring absolute certainty. With the task accomplished, bodyguard number 5 withdrew, while Xia Yao returned to her room, her complexion paling. Sister Yao, you truly are my esteemed superior. Such scenes do not faze you, Chun Nan jested. Sister Yao, you're making me feel old, Xia Yao retorted, feigning anger. Then I shall call you Yao Yao, as you wish. Xia Yao's cheeks flushed. No one had ever called her that before. Previously, she had always maintained an aloof, regal demeanor, but now, she was increasingly resembling a delicate woman. Today serves as a warning to others. Those on your side should be considerably more compliant now. Xia Yao nodded. Her adaptability was remarkable, understanding the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Had it not been for Chun Nan sending protection and lacking weapons themselves, the outcome would have been dire indeed. News of the incident quickly spread throughout Building 17. Although Wu Daji and his group had approached stealthily, some still overheard their discussions. 5 large men, coerced to leap from the top floor, coupled with the gunshots, made it evident to everyone the peril that lay on the rooftop. We are neighbors. Why resort to knives and guns for matters that could be discussed? Someone condemned. Indeed, we live in a society governed by law. Even in the face of a flood, one must act with decorum. There were many sanctimonious souls during such chaotic times, but Chun Nan was too indifferent to heed them. In a few days, the situation would only worsen. The flood would inevitably engulf these high rises, and the space for survival would dwindle. Nevertheless, there was a shared consensus. Those residing in expansive flats were not to be trifled with. The ability to afford properties worth millions often indicated substantial resources. Just look at buildings 17 and 18, where 2 groups had demonstrated the perils of recklessness. This incident alleviated many concerns for the owners of large flats in other buildings. With water levels rising daily, many began to covet the rooftops. No one knew when the waters would recede. The levels continued to surge at alarming rates. Those residing on the ground floor had moved entirely to the stairwell, while those on the mid-levels were equally anxious, fearing that one night they might awaken to find the waters rising. In Building 18, Qin Rongrong's family was filled with dread, astonished to discover that Chun Nan possessed firearms. This terrified them. If anyone bore a grudge against Chun Nan, it was undoubtedly them. Qin Rongrong not only betrayed Chun Nan, but also bore 2 children who were not his. Such actions were hardly tolerable. Furthermore, her parents had never treated Chun Nan with respect, often delegating household tasks to him. As for her brother-in-law, Qin Wei, he regarded Chun Nan as an ATM, even attempting to attack him post-divorce, though he was unsuccessful. "Sister, what should we do? Will he kill us?" Qin Wei fretted. Qin Rongrong was equally distraught. She had initially planned to join forces with others to trouble Chun Nan, but had not anticipated this turn of events. "I believe he won't. If he intended to harm us, he would have acted already," Qin Rongrong's father calmly assessed. "I suspect he may not have sufficient ammunition. He likely wants to reserve some for intimidation." Hearing his words, the group felt considerably reassured. His reasoning held merit. With so many eyeing their supplies, it was essential to have means of self-defense. "Had I known, I would never have divorced him," Zhang Ho-Hat began to regret. Qin Rongrong also felt remorse, but there is no remedy for regret. The fact that her children were not Chun Nan's was undeniable, and seeking his forgiveness was impossible. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Wei's wife, Chun Tingting, had remained silent, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Chapter 57. Qin Wei's wife, Qin Rongrong's sister-in-law, Chun Tingting, was also a person of vanity. The reason she married Qin Wei was largely due to Qin Rongrong's efforts. Otherwise, he could never have afforded a home on his own. These days, trapped and barely able to eat or sleep, the entire family was crammed into such a small space. During the day, when others went upstairs to confront Chun Nan, she trailed behind. Upon witnessing the opulent decor of the large flat and Lin Yinner feasting, she was instantly envious. "Why can I not reside there? Why must I suffer here, drinking thin porridge and facing uncertainty?" The crux was that soon, even the porridge would be in short supply, as most of their supplies had been swindled by Li Hao. The more she pondered, the more imbalance she felt. The women in Chun Nan's home were all younger than her. Though Chun Tingting could not rival them in beauty or figure, she was confident in her age. Moreover, as Chun Nan's former sister-in-law, she believed that he would derive greater satisfaction from conquering her. Late at night, when all was quiet, Chun Tingting covertly added Chun Nan on WeChat. At that moment, Chun Nan was still awake, primarily because Tang Wanner had promised to visit him nightly. It is often said that a wife cannot compare to a concubine, and a concubine cannot compare to a mistress. Tang Wanner had masterfully grasped the psychology of men. Even if Chun Nan wished to keep her, she was unwilling, unsure if it was out of fear of her husband or a deliberate ploy to tease Chun Nan. Undeniably, she had succeeded. Everyone has their desires, and Chun Nan was no exception. In a situation where he lacked for women, Tang Wanner's allure was undeniable. Yet today, before he could anticipate Tang Wanner's arrival, he found himself receiving a friend request from Chun Tingting. A cold smile crept across Chun Nan's face. This was becoming increasingly entertaining. Although he had no interest in Chun Tingting, humiliating the Qin family would be quite satisfying. "Brother-in-law, are you still awake at this hour?" Chun Tingting messaged. "What do you want?" Chun Nan replied, feigning indifference. "Brother-in-law, could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten properly in days." After sending the message, she added a pitiful emoji. Chun Nan scoffed. Now she sought his aid, when previously she had never given him a second glance. Under the influence of Qin Rongrong and her parents, Qin Wei and Chun Tingting had always regarded him with disdain. They frequently mocked him for lacking capability while spending his money. Yet, in his past life, he had endured everything for the sake of family and children. "I do have plenty of food," Chun Nan stated, deliberately sharing images. Steak, Australian lobster, bluefin tuna, king crab, and various top-shelf wines. Chun Tingting's mouth watered at the sight, nearly compelling her to rush to the rooftop. "But why should I give anything to you?" Chun Nan doused her hopes with cold water. "Brother-in-law, I can be your informant, reporting on the Qin family's every move." Chun Tingting had long been prepared, knowing that success could not be achieved instantaneously. "Is that all?" Chun Nan couldn't help but chuckle. What of interest did the Qin family possess for him to investigate? Noting Chun Nan's disregard, Chun Tingting finally made up her mind. Pictures, pictures, pictures. A collection of alluring images in this sweltering weather was enough to ignite desire. "Brother-in-law, I've long been dissatisfied with the Qin family. If they treat you this way, they will eventually do the same to me. I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time, and that worthless Qin Wei is simply incomparable to you." Chun Tingting scorned the Qin family, likening them to pigs and dogs, while Chun Nan merely chuckled in response. Perhaps the Qin family indeed falls short in their dealings with him, yet they treat Chun Tingting with a reverence befitting an empress. This individual is truly ungrateful, selling them out for a mere morsel of food. "I have no interest in you," Chun Nan retorted bluntly. In terms of physique and appearance, any woman by Chun Nan's side surpasses Chun Tingting by leaps and bounds. When it comes to allure, A single Tang Wanner could outshine 10 Chun Tingtings. Not to mention the captivating canary across the way, ready to be conquered at any moment. Chun Nan could hardly be bothered to even glance at the few photos Chun Tingting had sent. Are these supposed to test one's resolve? What official could withstand such trials? On the other end, Chun Tingting was growing anxious, not expecting Chun Nan to be so impervious to her advances. She had seriously underestimated the consequences of her past actions. If she failed to win over Chun Nan, she would face continued hunger. Those who have never experienced starvation can hardly fathom such a sensation, especially prolonged deprivation, which is akin to a fate worse than death. With steely resolve, Chun Tingting retreated to the restroom. Images. Images. Meanwhile, Chun Nan observed with keen interest. Now, this was somewhat entertaining. Although she paled in comparison to Xia Yao, the thought of Qin Wei's wife covertly sending him pictures pleased him nonetheless. In light of your apparent sincerity, I shall grant you an opportunity. Brother-in-law, you are truly wicked, Chun Tingting exclaimed excitedly, finally having stirred Chun Nan's interest. Indeed, all men are the same. No matter how many women you possess, you cannot escape the grasp of this young lady. Little did she realize that Chun Nan had no intention of pursuing her. Rather, he sought to humiliate her, and consequently, the Qin family as well. You have half an hour. Come up, or forever miss the chance. This was an inspiration Chun Nan had gleaned from Tang Wanner, who had set up surveillance throughout the entire corridor. When the time came, he would show these videos to Qin Wei, and that would be the ultimate humiliation. What? Chun Tingting suddenly panicked. Hiding in a restroom was one thing. Being summoned to step out like that would be tantamount to a death sentence. Moreover, the stairwell was bustling with people. If discovered, it would be disastrous. Yet, Chun Nan only granted her half an hour, and ultimately, hunger triumphed over reason. Half an hour later, Chun Tingting arrived at the entrance of the spacious flat, utterly exhausted, as though she had just emerged from a fierce battle. Perhaps it was due to her anxiety, or maybe sheer fatigue, or perhaps she felt some thrill. Her body was drenched in sweat. However, Chun Nan did not reveal himself. He merely left a small amount of slightly spoiled food at the door. Without a second thought for her dignity, Chun Tingting knelt at the entrance, devouring the food ravenously. This meager portion would barely suffice for one, and if she desired more, she would have to return tomorrow. Chun Tingting clearly understood Chun Nan's intentions, but the fact that he remained unmoved by her presence was a significant blow to her. After all I have done, is this all I receive? Yet at this moment, nothing was more critical to Chun Tingting than the satisfaction of her hunger. 10 minutes later, her belly full, she contentedly patted her stomach. However, fear soon crept back in. She had clawed her way up here solely to fill her stomach, but now that she was sated, returning posed a new dilemma. Yet, these were no longer matters for Chun Nan to ponder. Watching Chun Tingting depart cautiously, he stepped out, for Tang Wanner was soon to arrive. Chapter 58. The scramble for supplies. Tang Wanner presented an entirely different impression to Chun Nan, consistently bringing fresh experiences each day. Today, she wore a pair of rabbit ears atop her head, and, astonishingly, she sported high heels. Such audacity, given the throngs of people in the stairwell. Even at this late hour, one could not guarantee that no one was awake. The sound of high heels on the staircase was hardly subtle, especially in the empty corridor. Wearing heels while climbing the stairs was a wholly different endeavor than going barefoot. However, according to Tang Wanner, today Chun Nan had taken a life, instilling a sense of fear in everyone. Residents of the upper floors had fled downward, and Chun Nan felt a sense of relief. This woman truly knew how to read people. She could anticipate even this. Nan go, I haven't eaten all day. I am on the verge of starvation, Tang Wanner whined. After consuming the food Chun Nan had provided yesterday, she could hardly stomach the slightly spoiled provisions. With the rising temperature and a power outage, the refrigerator had long ceased to function. Even if food was available, it was difficult to preserve. Only packaged dry goods or snacks remained unaffected. Chun Nan promptly offered Tang Wanner a bountiful array of sustenance, and she wasted no time in indulging herself. Who could resist such a beautiful and considerate young woman? Back at home, Chun Nan relished the moment, monitoring Tang Wanner through surveillance. Today, she was a far cry from the timid individual she once was. Striding confidently in her high heels down the empty stairwell, she resembled a queen surveying her domain, only slipping off her shoes just before reaching her own residence. After all, she had sneaked out. Should her husband discover her absence, it would lead to a severe beating. Chun Nan had only recently learned that her husband was utterly inept, which explained her desperate attempts to spice things up. Initially, Tang Wanner had been somewhat resistant, but she had now grown accustomed to and even began to relish that sensation. 2 days later, the floodwaters had risen to the 10th floor, where Hugo resided. This posed a dilemma. With so many supplies in Hu Ji's possession, he could not possibly remain in the stairwell. Even if he had a few companions, he could not guarantee that the hungry crowd would not attempt to seize their provisions. In the stairwell, even the mightiest could not withstand sheer numbers, so finding a new residence became imperative. Hu Ge had initially contemplated this when he realized that the spacious flat on the top floor was occupied by Chun Nan, while the other side was home to Shui Furong. It was far too spacious for a solitary woman. Hu Ge was perfectly positioned to fill that void. However, now he hesitated, not because others had warned him against provoking the occupants of the flat, but out of fear of Chun Nan, a man armed and willing to kill. Although Hu Ge might have been bold enough to take risks given the current circumstances, he was unarmed. If a disturbance occurred above and angered Chun Nan, he could easily end up dead. How he wished he could acquire a firearm. His ambitions extended beyond Shui Furong. He coveted the women in Chun Nan's dwelling as well. One was Xia Yao, and the other was Shui Furong. Both were stunningly beautiful, and winning them over would be worth any calamity. Ultimately, Hu Ge opted for the 20th floor, a higher elevation where floodwaters would take longer to reach. Moreover, it was sufficiently distanced from the top floor, ensuring he would not provoke Chun Nan. Of course, the most crucial factor was that the 20th floor housed the wealthy heir Su Feng and his flight attendant girlfriend. Previously, Su Feng had attempted to barter his girlfriend for food, only to be rebuffed by her. Hu Ge had long coveted this opportunity. If not for the sudden flood, he would not have found such a golden chance. Typically, those flight attendants held themselves high above, rarely deigning to acknowledge those like them. Only affluent heirs or diamond bachelors would ever catch their eye. The thought of Lin Yan's tall frame and long legs made Hu Ge salivate. Under Hu Ji's direction, several underlings began moving supplies upstairs. Aside from these essentials, there was little worth holding onto. The flood's progression was uncertain. If it persisted, the building would surely be submerged within a month, and their demise would be inevitable unless someone came to their rescue. In the stairwell, onlookers watched as Hu Ge transported supplies. These were lifelines, and some gazed with greed, eager to snatch them all. And every one of his subordinates was armed. Caution was paramount in such times. Hu Ge, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please, I beg you for some food. Even a single pack of instant noodles. A man suddenly stepped forward, grasping Hu Ji's arm. Go to hell. How does it concern you if I have food? Hu Ge swatted him away with a slap. The man charged at him like a madman. You're stealing from a store? Everyone can eat. Upon hearing his words, the others stirred restlessly. With so many people joining in, Hu Ge and his companions could hardly hold him back. You dare say that again? Hu Ye Ruid, brandishing a kitchen knife and pointing at the man. Unfazed by death, the man thought he couldn't last long without food, and even if he died, he preferred to be a glutton in death. Everyone surged forward. With someone taking the lead, the others couldn't restrain themselves any longer, each wielding their own weapon and rushing forward. However, most merely sought courage. Few dared to truly strike. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the stairwell, and the residents above, alerted by the commotion, rushed down. The small shop supplies were already scarce, and after days of consumption by Hu Ge and his group, little remained. In the midst of the turmoil, everyone grabbed whatever they could. Even Xinwei dashed out to snatch a few packets of instant noodles. Damn it! Are you trying to rebel? Hu Ji's anger flared as he swung his knife, toppling the man who had caused the initial uproar. He killed someone. The crowd gasped. Indeed, fear of brutality spread. Upon witnessing a death, everyone scattered. Some fled to other floors, while others hurried back to their homes or clustered in small groups. Hu Ge was covered in blood, but it was all from others. Come on, bring it on. The crowd retreated, too fearful to approach him. His reputation for violence preceded him. Having just committed murder, no one dared provoke him. Yet Hu Ge, appearing mad, felt a sense of relief. If these people truly went berserk, his small group would be utterly outmatched. Whoever dares to raise a hand, I will slaughter their entire family, Hu Ge declared. His eyes bloodshot. The crowd fell silent. They had all managed to secure some food, enough to last them 2 meals. Only then did Hu Ge allow his men to gather their belongings and continue moving upstairs. As he surveyed the dwindling supplies, regret washed over him. He wished he had discreetly moved them at night. Once he settled upstairs, he vowed to reclaim what had been lost. However, by then, everyone would have consumed their fill. Could he really expect them to regurgitate it? Chapter 59. Lin Yan seeks help on the 20th floor. Hu Ge ascended, wielding his bloody knife, and no one dared approach. At last, they reached their destination, and Hu Ji's group breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, Hu Ge! Those bastards dare to lay hands on us. Once we set down our things, I'll go kill them, one of his subordinates declared. The group had sustained various injuries. Had it not been for their need to protect the food, they would have rampaged long ago. Let us settle in first. We'll deal with them in due time. Hu Yi replied darkly. He rapped sharply on Su Feng's door, and loud quarrels erupted from within. Don't open the door, Lin Yan shouted. She understood that if Hu Ge entered, the consequences would be dire, and she cursed herself for having such a boyfriend. Do you know whose house this is? Su Feng scoffed. You refused to accompany Hu Ge when he called for you. Now that others have come knocking, how will you refuse? Su Feng was dizzy from hunger. He would comply with any demand Hu Ge made. Women, of course, cannot resist men. Under Lin Yan's curses, Su Feng reluctantly opened the door. Upon seeing Hu Ge carrying a substantial amount of food, Su Feng nearly drooled. Hu Ge had already informed him that they would be staying in Su Feng's residence from now on. To Su Feng, as long as there was food, it sufficed. After all, there were empty rooms in his house. However, he underestimated the situation. Hu Ge was primarily interested in his girlfriend, and from the moment the door swung open, the house was no longer his. Hu Ge, can I have some food first? Su Feng asked, his expression ingratiating. Before the apocalypse, he had been a wealthy heir, dismissing Hu Ge and his gang of thugs. Now, he appeared as a frail figure, akin to a child next to Hu Ji's imposing stature. You can have food. But Hu Ge paused, his gaze appraising Lin Yan. Although she had been malnourished, Lin Yan still radiated beauty. Su Feng quickly understood. He glanced at Lin Yan. Hurry up and comply. If you behave, there will be food. Put on a flight attendant's uniform first, Hu Ge leered. With that lewd grin, Lin Yan felt nauseated. To accompany Hu Ge was worse than death. However, she suppressed her disgust and obediently walked into the room. Moments later, Lin Yan emerged in a flight attendant's attire, her face adorned with light makeup. Hu Ge, star for female company, was instantly captivated, tossing a packet of instant noodles to Su Feng. Su Feng tore it open like a ravenous wolf, devouring it without a thought for his girlfriend. Hu Ge could hardly wait to push Lin Yan down. She feigned coyness. Wait, let me put on high heels. Hu Ge, intrigued, relaxed his urgency. As long as she complied, there would be plenty of time. Lin Yan's high heels were conveniently placed at the entrance, so as she stepped outside, no one noticed. Unexpectedly, just as she reached the door, it swung open, and she bolted out, swiftly locking the door behind her. Hu Ge, she ran away. One of his subordinates shouted. Hu Yi, still seated on the couch, awaiting the return of the flight attendant, sprang to his feet at the alarming news. Damn it, she's playing me. Hu Ge charged after her, yet he was already too late. Lin Yan had ascended a floor. Infuriated, Hu Ge lamented the loss of his prize, while Su Feng continued to munch on his noodles. Eat your mother. Your girlfriend just fled. Hu Ge kicked him out. Hu Ge, their SA fled outside. Where could she run? Su Feng zipli non talen. Of course I know that, Hu Ge snapped. What he feared was that Lin Yan, in despair, might jump from the building. That would be disastrous. He was indifferent to her fate, but having not yet experienced her, it would be a waste for her to die so soon. With that thought, he led his men in pursuit, while Lin Yan had already reached the top floor. From a day, Su Feng had planned to sell her. She had prepared for this moment. Though not a paragon of virtue, she had standards. A man like Hu Ge, repulsive and vile, was someone she would never submit to. Even if it meant selling herself for food, she would prefer Chun Nan. Of course, these were her own thoughts, which she had not shared with Su Feng. She hadn't expected Hu Ge to show up at their home, and Su Feng had deliberately withheld communication. This led to their earlier quarrel, and she had feigned ignorance to escape unnoticed. As for why she had chosen to run to the top floor instead of a more populated area, Lin Yan had her reasons. Only Chun Nan could counter Hu Ge, for he had a gun. By ascending, she retained a glimmer of hope. If Chun Nan disregarded her, she would have no choice but to leap. The thought of Hu Ge and his men's fierce demeanor made her tremble. Falling into their hands would mean a fate worse than death. Chun Nan observed the unfolding scene closely until Lin Yan began pounding on the door, prompting him to slowly approach. Lin Yan stood outside, clad in her flight attendant uniform, wearing sheer stockings but barefoot, which left something lacking. She was still catching her breath from her frantic escape, her chest rising and falling. Chun Nan, help me. Lin Yan's voice trembled with desperation. This was her last lifeline. Though she was confident in her appearance and figure, none of Chun Nan's women were inferior to her. Her earlier efforts to beautify herself had been genuine, to distract Hu Ge and to attract Chun Nan's attention now. As she stood before him, her exquisite makeup complemented her frightened, yet pleading eyes. Chun Nan is not a person who would stand idly by in the face of death. On the contrary, he is exceedingly helpful, and the system still has rescue missions, which he believes contribute to the continuity of humanity. However, he has not yet agreed outright. He believes that Lin Yan must first feel despair before she can genuinely express her gratitude. When he opened the door earlier, he had already noticed Hu Ge and his companions pursuing them. As expected, before Chun Nan could utter a word, Hu Ji's group arrived at the top floor. Lin Yan's body suddenly went limp, and Chun Nan instinctively caught her, feeling her weight, soft yet heavy. Lin Yan, what are you doing? Hurry back. Hu Ge did not speak. But Su Feng shouted. At this moment, Hu Ge was like a benefactor to him. Without Lin Yan, how could he obtain food? Get away from me. I would rather die than return. Lin Yan shouted defiantly. Su Feng, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, did not realize this was not the time for him to interject. Hu Ji's face darkened. He had no intention of provoking Chun Nan, but found himself drawn into the confrontation. Chun Nan, let us keep our paths separate. Just hand her over to me, and I will leave immediately. Hand her over? On what grounds? Chun Nan scoffed. After all, his exclusive flight attendant had just been delivered to him, and he was not about to relinquish her. Chapter 60. A secret alliance. Hu Ji's expression shifted. He did not expect Chun Nan to show him no respect whatsoever. Yet, how many could resist the allure of someone like Lin Yan? At this moment, she lay weak and pitiful, stirring the protective instincts of men. On what grounds? She is my girlfriend. Bring her to me now. Su Feng, however, was oblivious to the danger. He had yet to recognize who held true power. Mistakenly believing Lin Yan was still the woman he could manipulate. Ask her if she is still your girlfriend, Chen Nan said, propping Lin Yan up with open palms. To his surprise, as soon as he released her, she immediately clung to him again. Su Feng, you still have the audacity to show your face? From today onward, I have nothing to do with you. She was still rattled. Had she not fled quickly, she would likely have faced humiliation at the hands of those repulsive men. Chen Nan, you have so many women in your home. One more or one less makes no difference. Do me a favor, Hugo said in a low voice. A favor? Chen Nan sneered. In his previous life, Hugo was the tyrant of the entire building. He seized supplies from small shops, commanding several brothers under him. Anyone who dared disobey faced dire consequences. As for women, they flocked to him willingly, though the time had not yet come for that. Reflecting on it now, Chen Nan recalled that later on, Qin Rongrong no longer complained of hunger, likely having made clandestine deals with Hugo. What favor do you have to offer? The items in your possession are worthless in my eyes, Chen Nan retorted disdainfully. The goods from that small shop were mostly snacks, utterly useless. He would not even accept them as gifts. Hu Ji's expression changed. He had not anticipated that Chen Nan would be so unyielding. He was well aware of the temptation Lin Yan posed. In her current state of vulnerability, she was a sight to behold, capable of stirring the protective instincts of any man. What do you mean? She is my girlfriend. Bring her to me now. Su Feng, still oblivious, was unaware that he had misjudged the situation. You can make all the noise you want below, but if you dare to step onto the top floor again, do not blame me for being rude, Chen Nan said coldly. Strength is the ultimate authority, regardless of whether they are known as Hu Gu or Bao Gu. In his presence, they are mere subordinates. With these few individuals, Chen Nan could easily defeat them without weapons. He simply preferred not to soil his hands. After much consideration, Hu Gu ultimately retreated, realizing that without proper preparation, confronting Chen Nan would be tantamount to seeking death. Though it was somewhat humiliating, it was clear that Chen Nan's firearm posed a significant threat. There's a saying, a gun is most effective at 7 paces, quick and precise at closer distances. He could not risk Chen Nan's marksmanship, for losing that bet could result in death. Back on the 20th floor, Hu Gu seethed with anger as he looked at Su Feng, who was still munching on instant noodles, and kicked him in frustration. Useless. You can't even manage a woman. Hu Gu scolded him. Su Feng looked aggrieved. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? Had he known, he would have opted to trade with Chen Nan. At least the provisions in Chen Nan's possession were far more abundant, and Lin Yan seemed more amenable to him. Su Feng, however, did not realize that it was his own bruised pride at play. Before the apocalypse, he had relied on his modest wealth to ensure Lin Yan's compliance. Now, stripped of everything, he could not afford to negotiate with Chen Nan, whose conditions of wealth and looks would soon render him powerless over Lin Yan. In contrast, Hu Ji's unattractive appearance would only leave Lin Yan feeling more degraded if he were to take advantage of her. At the entrance of the penthouse, Chen Nan did not allow Lin Yan to enter immediately, but instead scrutinized her intently. Now that Hu Ge had retreated, she released her grip on him. There is no longer any threat to your safety. You may leave, Chen Nan said deliberately. Lin Yan's expression changed. Who knew if Hu Ge would return? If they were to fall into their hands again, it would be a fate worse than death. Chen Nan, can I stay here? Lin Yan asked softly. The penthouse is over 200 square meters and has 5 or 6 rooms. With only 4 people currently in Chen Nan's household, there is certainly space. Why would I let you in? This is an apocalypse. Allowing an unfamiliar person into my home could lead to dire consequences, Chen Nan stated, his reasoning sound. They were not well acquainted, and an additional person only posed more danger. Lin Yan gritted her teeth and pointed to Lin Yanner and the others inside. I could be like them. What do you mean? It was clear that Chen Nan had been waiting for this moment. But who could guarantee that she was not merely pretending with Hu Ge? Did she carry any weapons? In a bid to prove her innocence, Lin Yan allowed Chen Nan to inspect her thoroughly. It seems you have not deceived me. Chen Nan nodded in satisfaction. Before coming, Lin Yan had already prepared herself. Upon seeing the treatment Lin Yanner and the others received, she felt much more at ease. Uniforms must be paired with high heels to look their best. Chen Nan produced a pair of black high heels with red soles from somewhere, and they surprisingly fit her perfectly. He had prepared them in advance. In an apocalypse, one must seek out some enjoyment. Otherwise, what difference is there between living like a pig? Lin Yan, already standing at 7 meters tall, now towered over Chen Nan in her high heels, her long legs surpassing those of Su Xiaoyu. Welcome to the new family, Lin Yanner greeted warmly. Lin Yan was taken aback by how generous the girls were, finding them far more agreeable than she had anticipated. As she gazed at the food on the table, her stomach growled. She had not eaten for 2 days and had survived solely on water. However, Chen Nan had warned her against consuming too much food after being starved for so long, advising her to replenish her protein intake. Chen Nan was quite generous in this regard, personally preparing a rich source of protein for Lin Yan. Perhaps due to her prolonged fasting, Lin Yan felt slightly nauseous. But adhering to the principle of not wasting food, She cleaned her plate. Inside the penthouse, harmony reigned. Having an additional woman was just enough to complete a game of mahjong. With food, drink, and men, life could not be more splendid. Little did they know, on the other side, there were already plans being hatched against Shennan. Hu Gu, having lost a woman, was naturally displeased, and Li Hao shared the same sentiment. He had witnessed the supplies in Chun Nan's possession, and his younger brother had been killed by Chun Nan. Such grievances must be avenged. Li Hao had been devising a plan until Hu Ji's conflict with Chun Nan unfolded before his eyes. That very night, he secretly contacted Hu Gu, and they quickly reached a consensus. Their agreement was to bring Chun Nan down, seize the penthouse, divide his women, and share the spoils. However, the gun in Chun Nan's hand posed a significant problem. Finding a solution was of utmost importance. Chapter 61. Li Hao's conspiracy, as the saying goes. A rogue is not to be feared, but a cultured rogue is truly formidable. Individuals like Hu Gu merely resort to bluster and threats. When faced with a stronger opponent, they wilt completely, as a single gun can shatter all their illusions. However, Li Hao is different. He is an executive with a commendable level of education. With his intellect combined with Hu Ji's brute force, he is convinced that they can subdue Chun Nan. The prerequisite, however, is to lure him out. If Chun Nan remains holed up at home, their efforts would be futile, unless they resort to overwhelming him with numbers. The crux of the situation is that, given the current circumstances, who would willingly sacrifice themselves for another? I heard that there are firearms in the adjacent building. Perhaps we should ally with the residents there to confront Chun Nan. Hu Gu and Li Hao communicate solely through WeChat. They do not dare to discuss matters openly. The presence of many eyes makes it risky. If news leaks out, Chun Nan could easily come knocking with a shotgun, and that would spell disaster. For what I know, the occupants of a neighboring building are also aligned with Chun Nan. Otherwise, what are the odds of such a coincidence? Li Hao had anticipated this and conducted his research. There are only 2 households in the entire community with electricity, ample supplies, and firearms. Such resources are not easily acquired in this country. Hu Gu was taken aback. Fortunately, he had not acted impulsively, or he might not have lived to tell the tale. At that moment, Su Feng had finished his instant noodles and pleaded, Hu Gu, could you spare me a bottle of milk? It's too dry. Upon seeing this imbecile, Hu Ji's anger flared. Milk? Go ask your mother for some. Get him out of here. Several of Hu Ji's subordinates seized Su Feng and dragged him out, not allowing him any chance to explain. Hu Gu, don't. This is my house. You all live here and owe me food. Consider it rent. Su Feng sao that put in. Rent? Have you lost your mind? Or has the flood seeped into your brain? One of the subordinates slapped him hard. What are you talking about? Is this house even yours? Su Feng, in pain, cried out as he was tossed out the door. Hu Gu, damn you. Once the flood recedes, I will have someone take you down. He had never faced such humiliation. His girlfriend was stolen, his house taken, and he had been beaten. Just then, the previously closed door swung open, and Hu Gu emerged with a cold smile. Su Feng's expression changed, and he quickly stammered, Hu Gu, I was just being foolish. Please spare me. He began to back away, slapping his own face in regret, but it was too late. I have already given you a chance at life. You brought this upon yourself? Hu Ye sneered. Throw him down. Su Feng scrambled to escape, but starved for days, he was no match for the others. Hu Gu, I was wrong. Please let me go. Su Feng cried out in terror. I have money. If you let me down, I will give you everything. However, no amount of pleading would save him. Hu Gu had made up his mind. What use was money now? It was only good for wiping one's behind. Accompanied by Su Feng's agonizing screams, a thud echoed as he was unceremoniously hurled for the 10th floor, a distance of approximately 30 meters. Perhaps had he jumped, there might have been a glimmer of hope, but being thrown down headfirst, without any professional training, he could not adjust his body mid-air. Unsurprisingly, Su Feng fell silent upon impact. Another life was extinguished, and unease began to permeate the group. Everyone wore expressions of wariness. No one knew who might stab them in the back next. With Su Feng dealt with, Hu Gu resumed communication with Li Hao. Having already killed 2 men in one day, he felt no qualms. Whether killing 1 or 2, the outcome remained the same. Eliminating Chun Nan meant he would become the boss of the building. At that point, he could take whatever he desired, food, drink, and women at his leisure. The thought of the beautiful women in Chun Nan's residence ignited a fervor within him. He longed to rush in and eliminate Chun Nan without delay. Leo, just tell me how to proceed. I lack the cleverness. I will follow your lead. Hu Gu messaged Li Hao. I have a plan to lure him out, but the execution depends on you, Li Hao replied. He had been contemplating this for a long time, but needed assistance. Today, having witnessed Hu Ji's humiliation at the hands of Chun Nan, he saw his opportunity. As for Chun Nan's firearms, as long as they prevented him from firing, he posed no threat. Li Hao had already made his calculations, having prepared several contingencies. Even if the plan failed, the ones to act would be Hu Gu and his men. In that scenario, Chun Nan would eliminate them, leaving no witnesses, allowing Li Hao to escape unscathed. Their conversation transpired solely through their phones, and apart from Li Hao and Hu Gu, no one was privy to their discussion. Chun Nan, naturally, could not uncover anyone's secrets. but he held an unshakable confidence in himself. The following day, Li Hao became increasingly active, yet he did not dare venture to the top floor, which was Chen Nan's domain. He had already warned that anyone daring to set foot on the top floor would face dire consequences. Dear neighbors, I have received news that the primary cause of this flooding is the melting of the polar ice caps. Li Hao began to employ his oratory skills. Although many had been deceived by him before, they were now drawn to his topic. This disaster had struck suddenly, without any warning, even if it rained. It could not have rained so heavily. This was a global phenomenon, not confined to a single city. The volume of water required was immense. Only now did people realize it was due to the melting glaciers. It was estimated that if all polar ice melted, sea levels would rise at least 60 to 70 meters. Furthermore, this was not accounting for the relentless downpour. At this rate, within a month, our building would be completely submerged. How could this be? A global sea level rise of 70 meters. This is no joke. Are we doomed? Some had already begun to weep. Faced with death, few could maintain their composure. Li Hao internally scoffed. Not only these individuals, but he himself had felt despair upon first learning of this news. Yet, there was still a glimmer of hope. Li Hao suddenly raised his voice. What other options do we have? Are we supposed to fly away? With the entire world submerged. We are finished. Nevertheless, a portion of the crowd remained hopeful, turning their eyes toward Li Hao. In that moment, everyone forgot that he was the very person who had deceived them out of their supplies. This man was indeed a master of persuasion. It was no wonder he had climbed the corporate ladder to become a senior executive. The flooding would undoubtedly engulf much of the globe, but many regions at higher elevations would remain habitable for humanity. Hearing his words sparked a flicker of hope among the people. Yes, with so many plateaus and mountains worldwide, even if sea levels rose 70 meters, complete submersion was improbable. But we have no means to leave here. The water outside is too deep, someone despaired. Who says we cannot leave? Li Hao flashed a mysterious smile, directing his gaze toward the former coastline, where the port of Donghai City was located, dotted with various vessels. Chapter 62. Qin Rongrong steps in the crowd followed his gaze, and in an instant, they appeared to grasp something. The community was not too far from the coast. The straight-line distance was merely a few hundred meters. As long as they could secure a boat, they would no longer need to fear the encroaching waters. However, that distance was formidable. An ordinary person could hardly swim so far, especially while carrying supplies. Moreover, without anyone to assist them on the other side, climbing aboard a vessel would be impossible. This is our only path to survival. Only by boarding a ship do we have a sliver of hope, Li Hao spoke solemnly. That distance is too great. Even swimming without supplies is unrealistic. Indeed, everyone has their families to consider. Even if we managed to board a ship, lacking provisions would lead to our demise. Although the residents lived by the sea and were not poor swimmers, they were not professional athletes. Swimming such a distance was improbable. One could only say that Li Hao's proposal offered them a glimmer of hope, albeit negligible. This is precisely the reason I have gathered everyone for discussion, Li Hao stated calmly. Swimming across is indeed unrealistic, but we can construct simple wooden rafts. While the sea has not yet engulfed us, let everyone dismantle their bedboards and wardrobes, binding them together to create a floating platform. This method is quite simple. It is just that no one had thought of escaping until now. After all, the outside world is flooded, making escape seem futile. The crowd's eyes lit up. Indeed, this was a feasible plan. By nailing together the bedboards and wardrobes from every household, they could build a massive platform. Even without vessels, they could drift on the sea for quite some time, though it would be less safe than being on a boat. As long as they could reach the shore, they could find a way to board a ship. With so many large vessels at the coastline, they had a glimmer of hope. However, while it is easy to speak of, executing the plan is challenging and requires careful planning. Those large ships are not so easily boarded, and without professional personnel, sailing them away is nearly impossible. Do not forget, this is Donghai Port. Just because you lack the skills does not mean others do. Liu Skufa, expressing his disdain for the ignorance of those who still did not grasp the situation. Countless individuals in Donghai Port depend on the sea for their livelihood and can operate a boat. This building may lack them, but others certainly have. And perhaps even ship owners reside here. The only thing lacking now is supplies, as what everyone possesses will not last more than a few days, Li Hao reiterated. The crowd's expressions changed. After finally seeing a glimmer of hope, they discovered this path was blocked. At this moment, Hugo stepped forward, declaring that he was willing to contribute all his supplies if there was a way to escape onto a ship. The crowd was filled with skepticism. When did this man become so generous? Just yesterday, he had killed 2 individuals over some food, and now he was willing to share his resources. Perhaps feeling embarrassed under their suspicious gazes, Hugo continued, stating that his aim was survival, and he was willing to pay any price to live. Indeed, even with supplies, what good would it do if they could not escape? They would merely be waiting for death, surviving on instant noodles for another month at best, which was hardly preferable to making a desperate attempt with a flicker of hope. We may lack supplies, but others may have plenty at home. Shunan. The crowd could not help but glance towards a rooftop. and this scene did not escape Chen Nan's notice. Li Hao's suggestion was indeed a path forward. With a stroke of luck, they could reach the plateau in a few days. The precondition was that they had enough fuel. But most of the ships still docked at the shore were small vessels. Generally, even when fully fueled, they could only travel a few hundred kilometers. The distance from Donghai City to the western plateau is several thousand kilometers, and most ships would break down before reaching halfway. They would require a large amount of supplies to survive the journey. With luck, they might encounter other vessels for rescue, but if fortune were against them, they could drift at sea forever, ultimately starving to death. Unbeknownst to them, one of the cargo ships floating on the sea was under Chen Nan's control. Large cargo vessels typically have a captain, while those smaller ones are often unattended. I have shared the method with everyone. Now, what is needed is to prepare especially food. Liuwam Fuzisa. As long as they could persuade Chen Nan, he likely did not wish to be stuck here waiting for death. Indeed, even if he had supplies, he would still perish if the flood came. They should invite Chen Nan to discuss. He would likely not refuse. The crowd began to murmur. But Li Hao chose not to speak further. He did not wish to be the one to take the lead. The goal was to coax Chen Nan out, though it could hardly be deemed deceitful. He genuinely harbored such thoughts, as it was the only means of escape. The prerequisite was securing sufficient supplies. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. Eventually, someone in the owner's group called for Chen Nan to join the meeting regarding their escape. At that moment, Chen Nan wore a cold smile. He could leave at any time without needing bedboards. However, today's events were somewhat unusual. Li Hao's proposal held merit. The issue was that Hu Ge had inexplicably agreed and was even willing to contribute all his resources. How intriguing. He was curious to see what tricks they were playing. Chen Nan, all the owners are participating. You wouldn't dare to act independently, would you? The number of participants in the owners group continued to grow, stimulating Chen Nan to emerge. He did not disappoint, bringing along Lin Yin and Lin Yin'er as he exited the spacious unit. Nan Yi, are you not afraid they will turn against you? Lin Yin had learned to be clever, addressing him as Nan Ge. She still felt trepidation towards Hu Ge, and Chen Nan's intention in bringing her out was to provoke him. Meanwhile, Lin Yin'er was simply bored and wanted to step outside for some fresh air. Additionally, she harbored a desire to see Qin Rongrong. This woman had never gotten along with her since her school days, often seizing opportunities to mock her. Now, she not only had taken her man, but was living so freely while Qin Rongrong starved daily. In the stairwell of the 18-story building, most residents had gathered. Once everyone agreed, they could commence work. Chen Nan, the plan has been approved by everyone. Now we only await your consent, Li Hao feigned inquiry. In reality, this was merely pressure on Chen Nan, as they dared not force him. Who knew whether he was armed? I am not in a hurry. After all, the flood will take a while to reach my home. Chen Nan shrugged. He had come down to see what Li Hao and Hu Ge were truly up to. Once the seawater reaches the rooftop, you will have no opportunity left, someone remarked. Chen Nan, please do us a favor. If you're willing to share your resources, we will all follow your lead, another added. Just then, Qin Rongrong, who had been standing nearby, rushed out. She suddenly knelt before Chen Nan, clutching his arms with both hands. Chen Nan, I beg you, please help us. My 2 children are on the brink of starvation. Even if they're not your biological offspring, we have lived together for so long. Qin Rongrong sobbed, tears streaming down her face as she clung to Chen Nan's arm. In the 63rd chapter, without a gun, Chen Nan secretly laughed. Now you regret it? How dare you mention the children? Qin Rongrong, do you have no shame? Using someone else's offspring to morally manipulate Ninga? Lin Yin, taunted. I know I was wrong. Just consider it a good deed and help everyone. Qin Rongrong pleaded incessantly, tugging at Chen Nan. At that moment, another person knelt down, grasping Chen Nan's other arm. Brother-in-law, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of kindness. Please forgive my sister. It turned out to be Qin Wei. Chen Nan's expression shifted. Had he not known this family too well, he might have been deceived. Claiming to have had a change of heart and come to apologize was something Chen Nan did not believe for a second. Just then, several burly figures suddenly approached, forcing Lin Yin and Lin Yin'er aside. Chen Nan's expression darkened. These men were coming for him, and as he attempted to raise his hand to block them, he found both his arms firmly grasped. It turned out that Qin Rongrong and Qin Wei were merely pawns of Li Hao. Besides contacting Hu Yi, he had also reached out to Qin Rongrong. In this building, aside from Li Hao and Chen Nan, who had a vendetta against each other, Hu Ge was also aggrieved over a woman being taken from him. Li Hao, however, knew that neither of them held any significance in Chen Nan's eyes. What Chen Nan truly detested was the Qin family. Now, as the floods threatened to consume the Qin household, Qin Rongrong had no choice but to ally with Li Hao. Indeed, faced with Qin Rongrong's remorse, Chen Nan was caught off guard. The 2 siblings seized the opportunity to grasp Chen Nan's arms, while several others rushed in, attempting to subdue him. However, before they could get close, Chen Nan forcefully shook them off, sending Qin Rongrong and Qin Wei flying. What a joke. His strength was tenfold that of an ordinary person now. How could he possibly be captured by these 2 weaklings? Hu Ge seized the chance to charge forward, quickly entangling himself with Chen Nan. Seizing the opportunity in a time of weakness, Chen Nan found himself unable to draw his gun amidst the struggle. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that Hu Ge would not let slip away. Hu Ge, I just checked him, and he didn't bring a gun with him at all. Qin Rongrong suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing her words, Hu Ge and the others felt a surge of joy, no longer fearing that Chen Nan would strike unexpectedly. They could now take their time to toy with him. Li Hao was also quite pleased, as he had initially tasked Qin Rongrong with restraining Chen Nan's arms. Little did he expect this woman to be so astute, not only performing her role well, but also taking the opportunity to ascertain that Chen Nan was unarmed. Chen Nan, you truly are foolish for daring to leave your shell without a weapon, Hu Ge sneered. At this moment, he felt no urgency. Without a gun, Chen Nan resembled a tiger with its teeth pulled. Chen Nan let out a cold laugh, offering no explanation. How could he possibly be unarmed when his gun was merely stored in his spatial compartment? I thought you could conjure some tricks, but it seems this is all you have, Chen Nan scoffed. As long as he wished, he could draw his gun and eliminate these few men in an instant. Yet, such an act would lack any thrill. Chen Nan, don't put on a brave front. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and perhaps Hu Ge will spare your life, Qin Rongrong taunted. The earlier tears and snot were long gone, replaced by derision. You and T think I regret it, would you? I want T kneel for nothing. Soon, you will kneel before me tenfold. Qin Rongrong's demeanor shifted back to arrogance, reminiscent of their first-class reunion. Chen Nan, you ungrateful wretch. We treated you so well, yet you give us nothing. Qin Wei altered his tone. Previously, he had sought to teach Chen Nan a lesson, but ended up on the receiving end of a beating. However, the situation was different now. Hu Ge and his cohorts were fierce and armed. They were after Chen Nan's very life. Lin Yenner, is this the man you admire? Now, let us see what pride remains, Qin Rongrong sneered. Yet, Lin Yenner remained unfazed, possessing unwavering confidence in Chen Nan. Meanwhile, Lin Yen felt anxious, fearing that something might happen to Chen Nan, causing her hard-earned support to vanish. I hope you won't cry too pitifully later, Lin Yen mocked. Chen Nan, will you jump out the window yourself, or shall I throw you out? Hu Ge declared with confidence, observing Chen Nan's nonchalant demeanor. Hu Ge could not help but mock him. Without a gun, what pretense could he maintain? You ought to learn from Li Hao. Refrain from being the one to stick your neck out. Chen Nan glanced at Li Hao in the crowd. Even now, he stood at the back, waiting for the dust to settle. Upon hearing Chen Nan call him out, Li Hao's expression grew serious. Chen Nan did not seem unprepared. Could the issue lie with those two women? He glanced at Lin Yenner and her companion. One wore a form-fitting dress, her wavy hair cascading beautifully, while the other donned a flight attendant's outfit, her stockings now emblazoned with letters. Li Hao had no mind to appreciate their appearances. The two women surely wouldn't be armed unless they concealed weapons in their pockets. I know you're skilled, but can you match the blade of my hand? Unarmed combat and wielding a weapon are entirely different. As the saying goes, even the mightiest martial artist fears a kitchen knife. Hu Ge and his companions were either brandishing kitchen knives or steel pipes, charging at Chen Nan. Even legendary martial artists would falter. I prefer to avoid confrontation when possible, so I apologize. Chen Nan flipped his palm and, like a magician, produced a handgun. You son a gun, are you kidding me? Hu Ge and his men could not help but curse, while Qin Rongrong looked utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, she had searched Chen Nan and found no gun. How did it suddenly appear? Bang, bang, bang. Hu Ge and the others reacted swiftly, diving behind a nearby table. This was their contingency plan, fearing that Chen Nan had indeed brought a weapon and that Qin Rongrong and her brother had failed to restrain him. Chen Nan, what does it matter that you have a gun? Just wait, Hu Ge shouted. Normally, tables would not stop bullets, but they had placed 2 layers of blankets on the tabletop. Moreover, the blankets were soaked, leading Chen Nan to initially believe they were merely wet blankets drying. Wet blankets can provide a level of bulletproof protection, and with the added table, the bullets would not harm them. Hu Ge had only gained the courage to boast after practical experience. This method was taught to him by Li Hao, whose scholarly intellect knew no bounds. Even considering such tactics, as the gunfire rang out, the others scattered, while Hu Ge and his group pressed forward. They cornered Chen Nan, and if they could close in just a bit more, they would overwhelm him before he could react. Li Hao hid in a corner, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Chen Nan, you dare to harm my brother. I will ensure you pay for your blood debts. Chen Nan paid him no mind, quickly exhausting his ammunition. After all, he had plenty at home, considering it practice. Upon seeing him out of bullets, Hu Ge leaped over the table. Time to die. Chapter 64. Sibling affection. Li Hao finally revealed his true colors, his gaze filled with hatred as he stared at Chen Nan, the outcome resting on this moment. Qin Rongrong exhibited a hint of madness. Unable to enjoy Chen Nan's wealth herself, she sought to ruin him instead. Hu Ge and his companions attacked simultaneously, without bullets. Chen Nan had lost his final support. Overestimating themselves, Chen Nan coldly smiled. He could have easily retrieved another gun from his spatial compartment at any moment. He could eliminate them in a heartbeat, but he chose not to reveal his secret for now. Without a trace of fear, He charged directly at Hu Ge and the others. Hu Ji's smile widened. He genuinely feared Chun Nan might have a backup plan. Should Chun Nan escape to reload, it would be they who would be in peril. However, before he could revel in that thought, a fist had already reached his face. How could it be so fast? Hu Ge was utterly bewildered. He had initiated the attack, yet Chun Nan seized the advantage, landing a blow on him before his kitchen knife had even descended fully. The onlookers felt as if they were watching a movie. Chun Nan seemed to embody Yuan, taking on 10 opponents. No, 10 wasn't enough. The scene resembled an adult storming into a kindergarten. Not a single person could withstand his might, and in mere moments, all lay incapacitated. Qin Rongrong's expression shifted, pulling Qin Wei to hide away. Was this truly the Chun Nan she knew? Although Qin Wei had previously been beaten when he sought to confront Chun Nan, this was Qin Rongrong's first encounter with his formidable strength, a side of him she had never experienced. As this realization dawned on her, her cheeks flushed, quickly replaced by fear. It was over. Although Li Hao was the mastermind and Hu Ge the enforcer, Qin Rongrong and Qin Wei were the most loathsome of all. Had Chun Nan not been so powerful, even armed, today would have been perilous. Thus, if one were to consider whom Chun Nan despised most, it would undoubtedly be the Qin siblings. Oh, where do you think you're going? Lin Yenner grinned and blocked Qin Rongrong's path. Qin Rongrong's face turned pale. Where could she flee? The outside was inundated with floodwaters, leaving her with no escape. Chun Nan, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It was Li Hao who pressured me. Qin Rongrong pleaded, dropping to her knees. Qin Wei also begged for mercy, but upon seeing Chun Nan's fierce glare, he quickly changed his tone. Nan Yi, I'm beneath a pig or dog. I wronged you. Please just let me go. At this moment, he could only describe Chun Nan with horror. A few knife-wielding brutes had been subdued with such ease. Even a special forces soldier could not achieve that. What kind of drug is Chun Nan on, to be so ferocious? Li Hao, come out. Chun Nan ignored them. Whether it was Hu Ge or Qin Rongrong, he could easily handle them. But Li Hao posed a genuine threat. He had anticipated bulletproof tactics, indeed a remarkable individual. Furthermore, his proposed escape plan was highly feasible, yet the opportunity had slipped away. To the victor belonged the spoils. Li Hao stepped out with an air of calmness. It seems you are prepared to meet your demise. Chun Nan sneered. I may accept death, but please spare my wife and child. You have no right to negotiate with me. Li Hao's despair intensified, yet Chun Nan's assertion was undeniable. He lacked the standing to bargain. And you all, how would you prefer to die? Chun Nan glanced at Hu Ge and his companions. With a single strike, Chun Nan had rendered them incapable of fighting back, leaving them struggling to rise. How could he be so fearsome? Even a professional boxer could not possess such might. Hu Ge thought in disbelief. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that your body has undergone mutation? Upon hearing this, Chun Nan paused. Mutation? Was it possible that others had also mastered supernatural abilities? What mutation? Chun Nan did not directly acknowledge it. Indeed, he had not displayed any powers of mutation. His strength was a result of the system's reward of tenfold physical prowess. I heard from others that a mutated individual appeared in another building. They initially had average physical capabilities, but after the apocalypse, their strength surged tremendously. It is rumored that this person has taken control of the entire building. While Chun Nan was unaware of the various types of supernatural powers, this certainly seemed to fall under the category of mutation. Chun Nan, grant me a chance, and I shall follow you unconditionally. Hu Ge suddenly exclaimed. Indeed, we are the same. Whatever direction you indicate, we shall follow without deviation, echoed several of his subordinates. At that moment, Lin Yin unexpectedly shouted for Chun Nan to refrain, asserting that these individuals were too dangerous and could betray him at any moment. Hu Ge had cast a long shadow over her, and she feared that if he were to eliminate Chun Nan, her own fate would be perilous. Did you hear that? My exclusive flight attendant disapproves. Lin Yan's cheeks flushed. She had blurted it out in a moment of desperation, not expecting Chun Nan to truly heed her counsel. Hu Ge and the others glared at Lin Yan with malicious intent, regretting allowing her to escape initially. What? Do you seem dissatisfied? Chun Nan produced a magazine from seemingly thin air and reloaded his weapon before their eyes. How did you treat Su Feng yesterday? Will you jump? Or shall I shoot you and toss you down? All right, we will jump. Hu Yi replied hostilely. What kind of joke is this? Jumping down offers a glimmer of hope, while not jumping guarantees death. If one peanut fails, there's always a second. Having said this, they leaped out one after another. Another day passed, the water level rising by several meters, granting them a sliver of hope for survival. Li Hao also jumped without hesitation. He had no other options left. The others regarded Chun Nan with fearful expressions, terrified that he might hold a grudge against them as well. Qin Rongrong, do you wish to perform a diving act as well? Lin Yin suddenly remarked. Qin Rongrong nearly lost her composure. If she jumped, would she ever return? Chun Nan, I beg you, I have elderly parents and young children to care for. Please spare my life. Chun Nan glanced at Qin Wei beside him and suddenly conceived an idea. You initially plotted against me, and death seemed inevitable. However, since you are siblings, here is the deal. If one of you jumps, the other may live. Upon hearing this, both Qin Rongrong and Qin Wei were taken aback. This was a call for them to turn against each other. Moreover, Chen Nan's reasoning was sound. He had shown great mercy. Initially, both were destined to die, yet now he offered them a chance to save one. Sister, you have always favored me. Our parents are aging and need care. As their only son, this responsibility must fall to me, Qin Wei declared without hesitation. Qin Rongrong felt a surge of anger, nearly delivering him a slap. You heartless wretch, I have always catered to your needs. After all these years, our parents have been with me. And you dare say that as a grown man, you should jump while there remains a chance of survival. The onlookers observed the sibling dynamics with disdain. Chapter 65, Such a Family. Chen Nan's tactic was truly a cruel psychological game. Neither Qin Rongrong nor her brother wished to die. Qin Rongrong, I am your brother. Cannot you concede to me? Qin Wei shouted. Concede? I am conceding to you by suggesting you jump. Qin Rongrong countered fiercely. At that moment, their parents intervened. Rongrong, we only have one son. If he is lost, the Qin family line will be extinguished. You must sacrifice yourself. Jumping does not guarantee death. They exchanged words, leaving Qin Rongrong pale with dread. Over the years, she and Chen Nan had supported the elderly, but in the end, they could not compete with her own son. For this unworthy child, her biological parents were willing to condemn her to death. Now, regret flooded her. She lamented her past treatment of Chen Nan. Her family had treated him as a servant, yet when calculated, he had been the only one truly caring for her. But now, regret was futile. Chen Nan was no longer the person he once was. Meanwhile, Chen Tingting, Qin Wei's wife, remained silent. Not out of remorse, but rather because she secretly wished for her husband Qin Wei to jump. If he perished, she would be free of any ties to this family and could openly ally with Chen Nan. She had completely abandoned her dignity, believing that if she could present herself in a more appealing manner, she would surely win Chen Nan's favor. Little did she know that Chen Nan had never held any interest in her. The humiliation she endured was not out of desire for her, but rather an act to belittle the Qin family. The crowd murmured, observing this family's peculiar dynamics. Many in the neighborhood were aware of Qin Rongrong's background. For years, she had been the sole support for her parents, while Qin Wei occasionally relied on her as well. In a moment of life and death, they unhesitatingly abandoned their daughter. A truly contemptible act. If you wish to jump, do it yourselves. I will certainly not be jumping. Qin Rongrong began to throw a tantrum. In truth, she was a pitiable woman, yet those who are pitiful often possess their own faults. Everything that transpired was a result of her own actions. Chen Nan smirked. He had long anticipated the family's nature, which was why he deliberately made such a request. At that moment, several individuals who had jumped earlier had fallen silent, possibly rendered unconscious. Fortunately, Li Hao and Hu Ge had managed to survive unexpectedly. The two swam frantically towards a nearby building, having never lacked food and water. Otherwise, they would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Have you made your decision? My patience is wearing thin, Chen Nan remarked with a hint of coldness. Observing the struggles of the two below, he unhesitatingly aimed his weapon at them. Bang! Bang! The gunfire reverberated throughout the community, sending tremors through the vicinity. Residents from nearby buildings witnessed the unfolding scene. With the system having significantly enhanced his physical abilities, Chen Nan's senses were acutely attuned. Despite the distance of several dozen meters, he accurately eliminated the two. Everyone was taken aback. They had not expected Chen Nan to be so ruthless. What are you staring at? I merely instructed them to jump. I never said I wouldn't kill them, Chen Nan stated nonchalantly. He was no fool. Releasing these individuals would only allow them to conspire against him elsewhere. Though he was unafraid, it was unwise to have adversaries lurking. Rather than dealing with them, he preferred to focus on fulfilling the system's tasks. With two women currently pregnant, he needed to intensify his efforts. The sudden gunfire sent Qin Rongrong into tears. I beg you, Chen Nan, I do not wish to die. She was no longer putting on a facade. Her face was now a mess of tears and snot. How about this? I admit, I failed to consider your actual circumstances. Chen Nan suddenly proposed. Qin Rongrong felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps Chen Nan still harbored some feelings for her. Otherwise, he would have treated her like Hu Ge and the others. I almost forgot about your parents. Such matters are best handled as a family. Upon hearing this, the two elderly individuals grew unsettled. What did he mean by as a family? This is a path to death. Why have you brought us along? Chen Nan, those two who just framed you have nothing to do with us. Zhang Hohat hastily interjected. How can you say that? As the saying goes, if you raise them, you must educate them. As parents, you must bear the consequences of not teaching your children properly. Chen Nan responded with a smile. Observing this family of four acting like a theatrical troupe, he couldn't help but reflect that in the past, he would have been the one abandoned. How about it? One of you should step forward as a representative. Chen Nan pointed at them. Oh dear, my old bones. Rongrong, Qin Wei, you youngsters are fit. Jumping down won't harm you, cried Qin Rongrong's mother. Mother, you shouldn't say that. You are more sprightly than us. Qin Wei couldn't help but retort. As the saying goes, it is better for a friend to die than for a priest Originally, with 2 candidates, there was only a 50% chance of survival. Now, with 2 more, the odds have increased to 75%. You rebellious brat. I should have thrown you against the wall back then. Qin Rongrong's father fumed. Yet, Qin Rongrong, being wise, chose to remain silent. After all, they were her parents. It wasn't that her heart was particularly kind, but she understood that if she spoke, all the fire would inevitably be directed at her. It was better to watch the family feud from a distance. Once they became too heated, she would have little to do with it. Father, you are getting on in years. You've enjoyed life while I am merely in my 20s, just married and without children. You wouldn't want the Qin family lineage to end, would you? With his son's probing question, Qin Gang was left speechless. The older generation indeed valued lineage. He could only turn his gaze back to Qin Rongrong. Rongrong, this trouble is of your making. If you hadn't wronged Chun Nan, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Qin Rongrong was instantly enraged. Don't you know how you've treated Chun Nan? Now, I'm left to bear the brunt of it. If I hadn't chosen such a naive man, would you have lived so comfortably these past few years? If you want to jump, then jump yourselves, letting women shoulder the blame in times of crisis. Are you still men? Qin Rongrong shouted. The family exchanged heated remarks, creating quite a commotion. Everyone watched in astonishment, never expecting such a family dynamic. This wave of antics shattered conventional expectations, and they even began to expose each other's secrets. The crowd completely forgot their situation, engrossed in the spectacle. They began to empathize with Chun Nan. It was clear he could not endure living in such a family. Just as the confrontation escalated, Qin Rongrong's parents appeared eager to push her off the balcony themselves. Enough, enough. I am weary today. I shall show mercy and grant you a path to escape. Chun Nan waved his hand. The performance had reached its climax, and what followed was entirely up to them. Chapter 66, Subduing Shui Furong. Chun Nan turned, one arm around his exclusive campus beauty and the other around his designated flight attendant, and ascended the stairs. This modest display of skill was truly admirable. Everyone continued to watch the unfolding drama. The Qin family stood momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of how to proceed. They resembled wild dogs barking behind a fence. Suddenly, when the barrier was removed, they fell silent. The air abruptly turned still, and the atmosphere became peculiar. The Qin family quietly retreated home, while the spectators wore expressions of disappointment. Even in the apocalypse, such a plot was more entertaining than a movie. However, the sensible ones had already stealthily made their way towards Li Hao and Hu Ji's residence. Both possessed ample supplies, and with their deaths, the bounty could be divided among them. Those who arrived first managed to acquire a fair amount of goods, though not substantial. It was enough to sustain them for a few days. Meanwhile, the slower ones rushed towards Li Hao's home. Despite his demise, there were still people guarding the place. Please, spare us. Li Hao's wife desperately shielded the food. With her husband just dead and now being robbed, she was at a loss for how to survive. Leave some for us. The mother and child clung to the last of their provisions. Spare you? Who spares us? These goods were originally deceived from Li Hao. Now, they merely returned to their rightful owner. The crowd grumbled, having seen the 3 of them well-fed these past few days while others starved. If blame were to be assigned, it ought to fall on your husband for provoking Chun Nan. Damn it, this is all that remains. Not even enough to cover what Li Hao deceived me of. Those who failed to see supplies were filled with rage, lamenting their sluggish reactions. The mistakes of the husband must be paid for by his wife. The onlookers studied Li Hao's wife. As a corporate executive, her spouse was naturally not of low quality. Though in her 30s, she still possessed a certain charm. In this lawless environment, who had the luxury to care about such matters? After some time, Li Hao's wife emerged from the house, her clothes tattered. She was devoid of hope. Her husband was dead, food was gone, and she had been violated by several men. In the surveillance footage, Chun Nan observed her leap from the building with her child. A person who willingly sought death would undoubtedly perish from such a fall. Many had already died over the past few days, not only in this building, but in others as well. Each day brought forth scenes of conflict and plunder. Resources were limited, and survival space was scant. It was a world where it was either you or me, in such apocalyptic times. Only the beautiful women had a slight advantage, while others relied on sheer luck. However, being beautiful was also a curse. At times, one had no choice but to grovel for a morsel of food, regardless of whether one was once a star or a wealthy dignitary. All must bow before the altar of survival. Just like now, Shui Furong had come to understand that hope for rescue was futile. Her status had always been shameful, and now she was completely forgotten. With her phone dead, she could only hide at home and endure. Thankfully, she had been dieting, eating little, and the meager supplies she had lasted her about 10 days. Now, however, there was nothing left to eat, no matter how resilient she was. She could not hold out much longer. Little did she know, had it not been for Chun Nan, a harbinger of doom, her kind would have already been reduced to mere playthings in other buildings. The entire community had come to a consensus. Do not provoke the owner of the penthouse. A malnourished camel is larger than a horse. Who knew if these wealthy families were hiding weapons like Chun Nan? Finally, Shui Furong could no longer resist knocking on the door across the hall. The entire building knew that Chen Nan's home was stocked with vast resources. She believed that, given her conditions, exchanging for sufficient food would not be an issue. Previously pampered by powerful figures, her horizons had broadened significantly. She had always considered herself above all. Otherwise, she would not have looked down upon someone like Chen Nan, a nouveau riche. Yet now she had no choice but to seek assistance from this very nouveau riche, and she must lower her pride. Having learned her lesson from the last time, she sought to borrow power from his home. Shui Furong made an effort to present herself attractively. Remembering Chen Nan's previous words, she could not help but tremble. Before leaving, she ultimately adorned herself with a collar. Attached to the collar was a chain of moderate length. As she rang the doorbell, Chen Nan, watching through the surveillance, smiled. Finally, she has come, he thought, his lips curling into a grin. The door swung open, and Shui Furong's alluring attire captured Chen Nan's attention. Although he had seen her on the monitor, this was the first time in reality. Chen Nan, my home has no food left. Can you help me? It must be said that Shui Furong was quite adept at manipulating emotions. Her attire, tone, and expression were all perfectly calibrated. There isn't much food left in my house, but there is some for the dog, Chen Nan replied nonchalantly. Shui Furong's face flushed with embarrassment. Suppressing her shame, she asked, then can I be your dog? That could be arranged, but I was just framed, and my temper is a bit heated. Shui Furong's voluntary submission was entirely within Chen Nan's expectations. This was indeed the best outcome for her. In her previous life, Shui Furong was usurped of her spacious residence and reduced to a mere plaything for others, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Now, by aligning herself with Chen Nan, her life had reverted to its former state, even surpassing it in comfort. Not only did she enjoy superior provisions, but perhaps more significantly, the influential figure who had previously visited her only a handful of times each month was now a constant presence. Being a woman, she yearned for the tender care of a man at all times. Previously, the powerful figure had merely toyed with her. In contrast, Chen Nan showered her with affection, a privilege that only the most esteemed elites could appreciate. Among Chen Nan's numerous companions, only Lin Yin'er and Xia Yao could rival Shui Furong in beauty and physique. However, unlike the two, Shui Furong possessed a higher degree of obedience and exceptional skills, making her adept at pleasing men. By accepting her, the expansive residence would also belong to Chen Nan, and it was time to bring Xia Yao and the others over. This task was relatively simple, as Chen Nan had a small speedboat in his possession, although it was quite noisy. After some contemplation, he decided to retrieve an inflatable valve that night and stealthily made his way to the adjacent building. On the other side, Xia Yao and the others were already prepared. Chen Nan gathered his belongings and returned to Building 18 with them. The entire family was finally reunited, and Shui Furong was taken aback by the unexpected addition of several people, especially Xia Yao, who was her equal in every regard and even possessed an added charm. The two women, one exuding a mature elegance and the other a more playful demeanor, each had their unique appeal. Naturally, the happiest among them was Xia Yi. After so many days apart, immediately clung to Chen Nan. Unfortunately, Chen Nan could only accompany Xia Yi to sleep that night, while Xia Yao quietly kept her company. It wasn't until they had lulled the little girl to sleep that they finally had the opportunity to indulge in their own desires. Chapter 67. Seeking help from Wu Hao. The Qin family, after Chen Nan's intervention, was engulfed in an atmosphere of awkwardness. Rong, mother was compelled to act as she did. Please do not take it to heart, Zhang Hohot comforted. Undoubtedly, the one who felt the most hurt was Qin Rong. Although she had no feelings for Chen Nan, her family was another matter entirely. The entire family relied on her and Chen Nan for their livelihood, and now, at the moment of life and death, they were the first to abandon her. Sister, it's all Chen Nan's fault. He wants to kill us. If you feel anger, direct it at him. Qin Wei added. Qin Rong scoffed. If they weren't counting on her to procure resources, they would have likely turned their backs on her long ago. Given the current situation, they could no longer seize anything. To acquire food, they could only trade. The only ones in the family with such capabilities were Qin Rong and Chen Tingting. Considering the Qin family's nature, they would certainly prioritize their daughter-in-law over their daughter. What they failed to realize was that the daughter-in-law they cherished had long been secretly involved with Chen Nan, although Chen Nan had not taken any overt actions towards her. Chen Tingting had already made up her mind to offer herself. At this moment, the only person Qin Rong could think of was Wu Hao. Despite Wu Hao treating her as a mere toy, she still held a trump card. Upon returning to her room, Qin Rong discreetly dialed Wu Hao's number. To her surprise, he answered promptly, indicating that his circumstances were relatively favorable. As a member of a wealthy family, his resource reserves were substantial, though they were currently trapped in their community and unable to venture outside. What is it? Wu Hao asked casually, bored from being confined at home. He would not have bothered to answer Qin Rong's call otherwise. Young Master Wu, are you doing well over there? Qin Rong inquired, adjusting her demeanor to display a self-assured, alluring smile. Indeed, Wu Hao seemed somewhat intrigued. Although Qin Rongrong could not compare to Lin Yenner, she still possessed a certain charm. Moreover, her openness in front of Wu Hao had always been unabashed. I live on the top floor of a spacious residence. I'm currently fine, just unable to go out, Wu Hao remarked, eyeing Qin Rongrong through the screen. He gestured for her to put on a show, and she complied, flaunting her most beautiful attributes for him. Damn, how seductive. Wu Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Ever since being ousted from the Dongfang Mingzhu, Wu Hao's family's business had suffered a significant decline. Nevertheless, in just over a month, they had not sustained devastating losses. With everyone trapped, money had become useless, and business matters were of little importance. Young Master Wu, I am in a dire situation. We have no food at home, and today I nearly fell victim to Chun Nan's wrath, Qin Rongrong lamented. What? Chun Nan has such audacity? Wu Hao exclaimed. Ever since the last incident, he had faced severe repercussions from his father, who had kept him confined for over a month. However, with the apocalypse now upon them, what did Chun Nan's wealth matter? It all boiled down to who had the most resources and whose subordinates were more obedient. Wu Hao's father still possessed some capabilities, having firmly maintained control over their vessels during these days. Additionally, they had recently received a shipment of supplies, allowing him to remain relatively comfortable. They were, after all, billionaires residing in a community of the affluent. Comparatively, their living conditions surpassed those of Chun Nan, and their stockpiled resources were more abundant. Thus far, there had been no bloodshed over food. Young Master Wu, I am in a pitiful state. I have been starving for days. Could you possibly come rescue me? Qin Rongrong pleaded. Wu Hao hesitated slightly, since offending Chun Nan. It seemed his father-in-law had also intended to sever ties with them. His wife returned from abroad and went directly to her parental home. And Wu Hao hadn't even seen her face. Even if he had, he couldn't act on his wife. Damn it, that wretched woman may have found a new man abroad. Why should I fear her? Wu Hao resolved, ultimately agreeing to aid Qin Rongrong. Initially, his wife's family was slightly more powerful than the Wu family, but under the current circumstances, strength and wealth were rendered meaningless. Possessing boats and supplies made one the true leader. Wu Hao had no intention of concerning himself with his haughty wife. Most importantly, they had been married for 2 years, and she had never allowed him to touch her, fearing it would become a laughingstock. They remained childless, and Wu Hao's father had begun to grow impatient. Qin Rongrong directly claimed that her eldest son was Wu Hao's. This revelation nearly left Wu Hao speechless. This woman was truly something else. No wonder Chun Nan harbored such animosity toward him. As for employing the family's vessels, Wu Hao still lacked the means, so he could only turn to his father. What did you say? You want to go fetch that woman? Wu Zhendong nearly leapt up in shock. Over the past 2 years, Wu Hao had dabbled in various affairs, and Wu Zhendong had turned a blind eye, for that daughter-in-law had looked down upon them. But what was Qin Rongrong? She had nearly brought their family to ruin. If not for this deluge, the Wu family might have been in even worse straits. Father, Qin Rongrong's child is mine. She became pregnant while we were in university. But I rejected her, so she sought Chun Nan as a scapegoat. Wu Hao confessed candidly. He had no desire for legacy. He simply needed a woman. Qin Rongrong just happened to fit the bill, and the child was merely a pretext for his father. Indeed, Wu Zhendong was intrigued. The older generation placed significant value on such matters. Wu Hao had been married for 2 years without ever having touched his wife, so naturally, he could not have any children. He was either on business trips or studying abroad, and with the Wu family's current predicament, he could not return. Now, suddenly having a grandson appear brought Wu Zhendong great joy. In this apocalypse, there was no hope from the in-laws, and everyone was on the same starting line. Who was to fear whom? Go ahead. That woman and the child can be brought back, but the other should be left behind. Wu Zhendong finally consented. His subordinates brought a yacht, manned by someone from Wu Zhendong's hometown who had worked alongside him for many years, thus remaining obedient even amidst the apocalypse. Third uncle, I appreciate your assistance, Wu Hao exclaimed excitedly as he boarded the yacht. Xiao Hao, the situation outside is rather precarious. It would be wise to act swiftly. The captain of the vessel is Wu Lao San. By kinship, Wu Hao ought to address him as uncle, as this yacht has always been entrusted to Wu Lao San and his son for management. Congratulations, Gad Vu Daoyong. The son of Wu Lao San said with a grin. Both father and son hail from rural origins, deeply entrenched in the ideology of carrying on the family lineage. They owe their improved circumstances to Wu Zhendong's benevolence, which has fostered their unwavering loyalty. Little do they realize that this journey may cost them their lives. Meanwhile, Wu Hao's thoughts are consumed by women, particularly knowing that Chun Nan resides in the same neighborhood. Lin Yenner is likely at his home as well. Not only could he rescue Qin Rongrong, but perhaps Lin Yenner could accompany them too. Chapter 68. Helping Wu Hao let go. Wu Hao, having forgotten his past wounds, is still eager to provoke Chun Nan. He perceives Chun Nan as merely a nouveau riche without support, just as he was before. Now, with ample resources and a vessel at his disposal, he feels no need to heed anyone's judgment. What does it matter if you possess the Dongfang Mingzhu? The water levels are insufficient, posing risks for large ships to navigate. Moreover, Wu Hao suspects that Chun Nan currently lacks the ability to command the Dongfang Mingzhu. In the face of an apocalypse, who would concern themselves with their employer's plight? Only a handful, driven by gratitude, would continue to heed their boss's commands under such circumstances. This is akin to the loyalty exhibited by Wu Lao San and Wu Deyong, reliant on their employer's charisma. Chun Nan has possessed the Dongfang Mingzhu for barely 2 months, and the crew largely comprises locals from Guangdao. Under normal circumstances, he would struggle to issue commands to them. Yet he remains oblivious to the fact that Chun Nan had already stationed his own people aboard. Additionally, not only does he have the Dongfang Mingzhu, but also the Dali Hao, which is nearby and laden with supplies. Upon learning that Wu Hao has set out, Qin Rongrong is instantly filled with joy. She merely intended to test the waters, never anticipating that Wu Hao would truly come. Deep down, she understands that Wu Hao sees her merely as a plaything. Otherwise, she would have made this call long ago. Little does she know of Wu Hao's current predicament, having been confined for over a month, and finally seizing a chance to escape. Moreover, Wu Hao's primary aim is still directed towards Lin Yin'er. Even if she refuses to leave with him, there is still Qin Rongrong. However, this time, Qin Rongrong is resolute. If she is to leave, she will not take her entire family with her. With this thought, she meticulously adorns herself in her most alluring attire, eagerly awaiting Wu Hao's arrival. Donghai, a port city, is bustling as many boat owners scramble back to their vessels in the wake of the flooding. Occasionally, boats can be seen traversing the waters, but this time, a yacht boldly enters the vicinity of Chun Nan's neighborhood. Chun Nan observes everything with keen clarity. He has installed surveillance cameras in the corridors and numerous others outside the building. Recalling his past life, he remembers that it took nearly a month for the Wu family to arrive with a large cargo ship after the floods. He had boarded that vessel thanks to Qin Rongrong's influence, only to discover that Wu Hao's true intention was to humiliate him. In fact, he even dallied with Qin Rongrong in front of him, only to abandon her when supplies ran low, leaving her to the mercy of the sea. To be precise, he treated her as bait, as the supplies aboard the ship dwindled, forcing them to replenish from the waters. Clearly, circumstances have shifted. Chun Nan gazes indifferently at the approaching yacht, spotting Wu Hao at the forefront, undoubtedly summoned by Qin Rongrong. Just then, Lin Yin'er rushes over, exclaiming, "Nanga, Wu Hao has contacted me again." Chun Nan can't help but chuckle. It seems he is truly devoted to you. "Nanga, you are so naughty. I belong to you alone," Lin Yin'er coyly replies. Wu Hao has sent Lin Yin'er a message indicating that he now has ample food and a large ship for escape. He has arrived at her neighborhood in the yacht, hoping she will join him in leaving. Otherwise, you could send him a voice message to dissuade him. Chun Nan suggests suddenly. Lin Yin'er obediently complies, sending Wu Hao a voice call request right in front of Chun Nan. On board the yacht, Wu Hao's spirits lift upon seeing the call request on his phone. "Lin Yin'er, I've arrived at your neighborhood. Come down, and I will take you away," he exclaims excitedly. At that moment, he has completely forgotten about Qin Rongrong, unconcerned about inciting her jealousy. Regardless, once aboard his yacht, Lin Yin'er will have no choice but to comply. However, on the other end of the line, there is no response. Wu Hao, perplexed, taps his phone. Could the signal tower be submerged, leaving him without a connection? Yet, just then a melodious voice emerges from the phone. Wu Hao's expression contorts in disbelief. This is clearly Chun Nan's cruel ploy to humiliate him. "Wu Hao, I am living quite comfortably in my luxurious apartment. What makes you think a pathetic loser like you is worthy of being with me?" Lin Yin'er adds with a sharp retort. "There is nothing here that compares to comfort. The conditions are no worse than before the apocalypse." Wu Hao abruptly terminates the call, his fury boiling over. Yet he remains oblivious to the many eyes now fixated on them. The yacht represents their hope for survival. However, Wu Lao San is astute. After all, it was no accident that Wu Zhendong assigned him this task. Qin Rongrong has already prepared with her 2 children, and upon seeing Wu Hao's yacht approach, she excitedly waves. At this juncture, Wu Hao's mind is solely focused on hoping Qin Rongrong can extinguish the flames of conflict. Wu Lao San anchors the yacht a good distance from the staircase, casting out an inflatable boat. "Row over yourself. This is a precaution to ensure safety. Should anyone attempt to seize the yacht as they approach, it could spell trouble." Just as Qin Rongrong, cradling her children, prepares to board the inflatable boat, an enraged voice rings out. "How dare you? I knew your extravagant appearance meant nothing good. You were planning to escape behind our backs." Zhang Hohat bursts forth, accompanied by other members of the Qin family, including Chun Tingting. Ironically, she had instigated this situation, initially believing Qin Rongrong was dressing up to entice Chun Nan, only to discover it was for Wu Hao. "Qin Rongrong, even if we are at fault, you cannot simply stand by and watch us perish." Qin Wei interjects angrily, abandoning his earlier terms of endearment. Faced with an opportunity for escape, she chooses to leave secretly, disregarding her own parents and siblings. "You force my hand," Qin Rongrong retorts coldly. "We will not hold this against you. Take us with you. You are still my daughter." Qin Rongrong's expression shifts in alarm. This could spell trouble, and she wonders if Wu Hao would agree. At that moment, Wu Lao San interjects, The boat cannot accommodate so many people, aside from you and the children. No one else is allowed aboard. Wu Hao does not argue. Taking Qin Rongrong is already a considerable concession from his father. If he were to take more burdens, he would surely face his father's wrath. Although the Wu family currently has sufficient supplies, they cannot afford to support so many dependents. Disregarding the rest, Qin Rongrong clutches her children and rushes onto the inflatable boat. Behind her, Zhang Hohat pursues relentlessly, gripping onto them. Let go of me, Qin Rongrong bellows. Realizing this is her only chance for survival. She cannot allow anyone to sabotage it, not even her own mother. Just then, Zhang Hohat jumps onto the inflatable boat as well. With the waves propelling them away from the window, the others, including Qin Wei, fail to catch up. Mother, come back. Qin Wei shouts desperately. However, as soon as he speaks, he witnesses Qin Rongrong shove Zhang Hohat overboard. Help! Zhang Hohat cries out, inadvertently dragging one of Qin Rongrong's children down with her. Chapter 69. Seizing the yacht. Zhang Hohat is not a local of Donghai. She married into the area and cannot swim. Help! Help! She cries, struggling in the water. Meanwhile, Qin Rongrong's child has already been swept away by the flood, and she contemplates jumping in to rescue the child, but she still has another to care for. Rongrong, save your mother! Zhang Hohat yells. Qin Rongrong did not spare her a glance, frantically searching for her child. Help me! Zhang Hohat began pleading with Qin Wei and others once more. Yet, in such perilous circumstances, even the most proficient swimmers hesitated to leap into the water, fearing entanglement would spell disaster. On board the yacht, Wu Hao urged haste, claiming that the child who had fallen was young and clearly not his offspring. Whether the child lived or died mattered little to him. His only concern was the safety of the older child. Wu Shao, save my child! Qin Rongrong cried out in anguish. Wu Hao, visibly impatient, ordered the yacht to draw closer. However, the torrent was too fierce. The child vanished the moment they hit the water, rendering any search futile. Qin Rongrong appeared utterly lost, ignoring Zhang Hohat's desperate cries. Eventually, as Zhang Hohat's voice faded beneath the surface, Qin Wei and Qin Gang continued their relentless tirade from within the building. You heartless wretch! You watch your mother perish without lifting a finger. Qin Rongrong, you are worse than a beast. Faced with such vitriol, Qin Rongrong felt her heart turn to ash. Her own mother had caused her child's demise, while her father and brother shifted all blame onto her. After a thorough search, she was reluctantly rescued by Wu Hao and brought aboard the yacht. Just then, several figures descended from above, landing directly on the yacht. Unbeknownst to them, the yacht had drifted perilously close to the building. The occupants of the yacht were wary of Qin Gang and Qin Wei, yet they were oblivious to the fact that the commotion had already attracted attention from above. Seizing the opportunity, individuals from the upper floor leapt through the windows. Li Hao's words had planted the seed of survival. To escape, one must possess a vessel. Although this yacht was not particularly large, it represented a glimmer of hope for leaving the compound. If they could board a larger ship, their chances of survival would significantly increase. Wu Laosan's expression shifted. He realized he had underestimated the situation. However, as a follower of Wu Zhendong, he was no weakling. In Donghai Port, brawling was commonplace, and Wu Laosan and his son were formidable adversaries. Get off my yacht, or I won't hold back, Wu Laosan warned, wielding a steel pipe. Wu Daong brandished a machete, ready for confrontation. Rescuing one person was one thing. Allowing others to board was another. The newcomers were not empty-handed. They had clearly come prepared to seize the yacht. You seek death, daring to rob the Wu family's yacht. Wu Hao bellowed in fury. The Wu family is nothing now. Do you think we are still in the past? Wu Laosan ordered Wu Hao to step back. It was a matter of survival. Either they killed their adversaries or awaited their own demise. Qin Rongrong could scarcely believe her misfortune. After finally boarding the yacht, she was thrust into this chaos. She cursed her family, knowing that had they not obstructed her, she would have left with her child long ago. Now, not only had she lost one child, but her life was also in jeopardy. A brawl erupted on the yacht, with Wu Laosan and his son, both rural-born and immensely strong, facing off against their opponents. Though outnumbered, they held their ground against four assailants. Damn it, do you treat me like air? Wu Hao seethed, seizing a weapon and charging into the fray. He was no fool. He understood that the longer they delayed, the more perilous their situation became, as more individuals could descend from above at any moment. However, as a privileged youth, his body, drained by excesses, faltered after a single exchange, leading to Wu Laosan rushing to assist him, only to receive a brutal blow. If you refuse to help us, then perish. Another figure leapt down from above, causing Wu Laosan to panic. Though skilled, they were still ordinary men, and facing two adversaries was already taxing. An additional opponent would spell disaster. Indeed, within moments, Wu Laosan and his son were battered and bruised, while Wu Hao and Qin Rongrong cowered in a corner. Damn it, I'll fight you. Wu Laosan's fury surged as he suddenly embraced two individuals and leapt into the water. Though all were wounded, the struggle continued in the water. Outnumbered, Wu Laosan could only grapple fiercely with his two foes. Ultimately, The three of them struggled on the surface before sinking beneath the waves. Third uncle, Wu Hao exclaimed in horror. Wu Daong, filled with rage, witnessed his father's sacrifice and fought fiercely in retaliation. However, outnumbered, he could only drag down one adversary with him. The yacht was left with only Wu Hao, Qin Rongrong, and a child, along with two battered men. Qin Rongrong's complexion turned pale, and Wu Hao was paralyzed by fear, no longer daring to move in the face of the two men. Qin Rongrong, this is the consequence of your selfishness, Qin Wei sneered from the stairwell. Qin Gang glared at his own daughter with contempt. They held no pity, wishing only for the two men to eliminate Qin Rongrong. What use was a daughter so devoid of conscience, one who could watch her own mother die without offering aid? Brothers, my father is Wu Zhendong. We have ample supplies. If you spare my life, I can take you with me, Wu Hao pleaded on his knees. Even in the presence of Chun Nan, he had never felt such trepidation. At least then, he understood that Chun Nan would not dare harm him, given the constraints of society. But now, in this apocalyptic reality, no such restraints existed. They could kill him without consequence. Now you plead for mercy? Too late. One of the men scoffed. The yacht was small, and they had families to consider. An additional person was merely an extra burden. Bringing Wu Hao to seek his father was tantamount to seeking death. Who knew what hidden cards these powerful men possessed? To end up like Chun Nan would be a fool's errand. Wu Hao crumbled, suddenly turning to slap Qin Rongrong. You wretch, it's all your fault. Had it not been for you, none of this would have happened. Qin Rongrong's face drained of color. She had not anticipated Wu Hao's betrayal. Yet, she could not deny the truth of his words. It was indeed due to her actions. What are you getting angry for? One of the men retaliated with a powerful slap to Wu Hao's face. The woman can stay. As for you, will you jump yourself, or shall we throw you overboard? Indeed, at that moment, a beautiful woman still held a certain advantage. Qin Rongrong, dressed provocatively and meticulously styled, naturally drew the attention of the two men. Wu Hao felt despair wash over him. In the end, Qin Rongrong emerged unscathed while he faced annihilation. Just then, he spotted Chun Nan in the stairwell. Smiling down at them, Chun Nan, please save me. I beg you. If you can rescue me, my father will offer many supplies in exchange. In desperation, he turned to Chun Nan for help. Upon hearing Wu Hao's plea, the two men on the yacht exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. In this community, who did not fear Chun Nan? Even fierce figures like Hu Ge had fallen to him. Chun Nan, we mean you no harm. If you wish to leave, we can reserve a few spots for you on this yacht. Chun Nan shook his head, uninterested in the yacht, as he had ample resources in his own space. He intervened only because he did not want Wu Hao and Qin Rongrong to die so easily. Let them go. I have no interest in your yacht. Chun Nan glanced at Wu Hao and the others. Upon hearing his words, Wu Hao nearly leaped for joy, astonished that it had actually worked. Regardless of the reasons, at least he would not meet his end today. No problem. The two men replied without hesitation. Whether they killed Wu Hao was of no consequence to them. As for Qin Rongrong, she was merely a woman. It was unnecessary to offend Chun Nan over her. Otherwise, it would take little to send them to their demise. Only Qin Rongrong wore a complex expression, astonished that Chun Nan had come to her aid. Did he still harbor feelings for her? A glimmer of hope arose within her. Surely, Chun Nan must have noticed her alluring appearance today and felt compelled to save her. Lost in her thoughts, she remained oblivious until someone pushed her overboard as the yacht approached the shore. You unfilial daughter. Qin Gang approached with a slap. How can you still have the audacity to say that if it weren't for you, I would have left this place long ago? Qin Rongrong retorted angrily. Not only had she failed to escape, but she had also lost a child, and her hope in the Qin family was utterly extinguished. Chun Nan, were you not just struggling to find topics to discuss with Wu Hao? I can do as I please. Who are you to speak? Chun Nan scoffed disdainfully. Wu Hao's expression darkened further. My goddess, you are free to indulge at any time. Chun Nan's words were deliberately provocative, a means of exacting revenge for a past life. Rest assured, as long as I call my father, he will ensure that supplies are sent. You will not be disappointed. Wu Hao continued to flaunt his wealth before Chun Nan, unaware that Chun Nan's intention to save him was not motivated by resources, but rather a desire for him to endure more suffering. As Qin Rongrong had lost all supplies, the two were left to starve. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the yacht outside. A medium-sized vessel could accommodate barely a dozen people. With hundreds in the building, not everyone could board. Only the ultimate victor would gain passage. Chun Nan, do you not desire the yacht? Once we reach the Dongfang Mingzhu, there will be supplies aplenty. Qin Rongrong suddenly exclaimed. We? Chun Nan chuckled mockingly, finding her self-assuredness rather amusing. Qin Rongrong shyly nodded, acknowledging her past mistakes. I know you despise me, but I assure you, I will devote myself entirely to you henceforth. Qin Rongrong, are you overestimating your significance? The reason I saved you was not out of affection, but because I wish to witness your suffering firsthand. Chun Nan's words struck like thunder, changing Qin Rongrong's expression. It's impossible. You must be deceiving me. I know you still harbor feelings for me. I can fulfill any desire you have. Qin Rongrong's desperation was palpable. Chun Nan regarded her with disdain. He had Xia Yao, Lin Yin'er, and Shui Furong. This level of beauty did not captivate him. That day, nearly 40 individuals perished in building E, all for the sake of seizing the yacht. Despite knowing that capturing the yacht did not guarantee survival, it represented a glimmer of hope. Chun Nan observed the unfolding events with a detached demeanor. His rebirth had altered many outcomes, such as Wu Hao's premature arrival. In his past life, the flood had nearly engulfed the entire community before Wu Hao appeared. That time, a massive cargo ship, reportedly belonging to Wu Hao's father-in-law, had come to their rescue. At that time, Wu Hao was still with his wife, which explained the father-in-law's benevolence. However, later, the two conspired to seize control of the vessel, ultimately leading to the demise of their own kin. Wu Hao could seek other women openly now, and his reason for rescuing Qin Rongrong likely stemmed from her revelation about the child. Having dealt with Wu Hao, Chun Nan returned home to continue his unfinished business. Perhaps sensing the anxiety permeating the atmosphere, Lin Yin'er felt particularly insecure and wished to conceive Chun Nan's child sooner. Meanwhile, the tragic Qin Rongrong and Wu Hao found themselves devoid of food and shelter. Qin Gang had banished her from their home, forcing them to seek refuge in a stairwell. Wu Xiao, what shall we do? Qin Rongrong, now devoid of support, could only rely on Wu Hao. I will call my father to pick me up, Wu Hao declared, retrieving his phone. It had been difficult to speak freely amidst the crowd. The call connected swiftly, and Wu Zhendong had been waiting for it. Why are you still not back? Dad, something has happened. Third uncle and Daong have been killed, and I am trapped here. You must come quickly to rescue me. Wu Hao's voice trembled with urgency. Wu Zhendong, upon grasping the situation, cursed under his breath, but ultimately recognized Wu Hao as his son. Stay put. I will come to rescue you once darkness falls, he instructed. Learning that Chun Nan possessed a firearm, he proceeded with caution, remaining unaware of the man's background. Unbeknownst to Wu Hao, every one of his actions was under Chun Nan's watchful eye. Wu Zhendong was no ordinary individual. His stature had allowed him to dominate a vessel in his past life. Although Wu Hao and Qin Rongrong had plotted against him previously, Wu Zhendong was complicit in their schemes. If you wish to come, I will not mind sending you off early, Chun Nan mused quietly, observing Wu Hao through the surveillance. In the dead of night, Chun Tingting, having endured a day of hunger, stealthily crept upstairs after the Qin family had drifted into slumber. The events of the day had solidified her belief that Chun Nan would be capable of escaping once the flood engulfed the community. However, despite her scant clothing, she found no sign of Chun Nan, only some basic food left at the entrance. Disappointment washed over her as she dutifully followed Chun Nan's instruction and knelt to eat. Not long after, another small stray cat appeared in the surveillance footage. Tang Wanner's husband had also perished that day in the struggle for the yacht. She felt no sorrow. Her fear of him had only intensified, and now she was free to pursue Chun Nan without restraint. This time, emboldened by her newfound liberation, she appeared without her usual attire, barefoot and confidently striding forward. On a night shrouded in darkness, it is wise to warm up before the main event, Chun Nan remarked with satisfaction. Chapter 71. Wu Zhendong's plans. The absence of electricity made the wait unbearable. Wu Hao simmered with suppressed rage, yet the circumstances restrained him. Not only was he in the company of others, but he also had a child to consider. Just a little longer, he reassured himself. His animosity towards Chun Nan escalated to a boiling point, vowing to return with reinforcements once he escaped. He yearned to eliminate Chun Nan and humiliate Lin Yin'er before him, making him taste the bitterness of witnessing his goddess being insulted. Finally, the clock struck midnight when Wu Hao's phone screen illuminated unexpectedly. They've arrived. He felt a wave of elation as he stealthily led Qin Rongrong and her child downward. Fortunately, the incessant rain outside muffled many sounds. On the rooftop, Chun Nan and Tang Wanner were together, observing the small boat approaching the community, necessitating Tang Wanner to return first. She remained reluctant to accompany Chun Nan home, asserting that he lacked a deficiency of women and that she wished to offer him a unique experience. Thus, Chun Nan had no choice but to carry her downstairs, and after ensuring her safe return, he ascended to the floor nearly submerged by water. The community lay in utter darkness, and the approaching boat concealed its lights deliberately. It was only upon nearing Wu Hao that he realized the arrival was not his father, but rather one of his subordinates. Wu Zhendong, fearful for his life, had sent a lackey instead of coming himself. Wu Xiao, the boss sent me to fetch you. Hurry aboard. The subordinate whispered urgently. Is it just you? Wu Hao felt disappointment creeping in. He had hoped to bring several others along, contemplating a surprise attack on Chun Nan under the cover of night. If successful, Lin Yin'er would be at his mercy. The boss instructed not to provoke Chun Nan for now. We will discuss it later. It was evident that Wu Zhendong feared Wu Hao's recklessness. Reluctantly, Wu Hao complied and boarded the boat. Fortunately, following the earlier chaos, many had departed from Building E, and the remaining individuals were resting. In times of hunger, sleep became a means of conserving energy. As Wu Hao and Qin Rongrong finally boarded the small vessel, they were met with an unexpected sight. The pilot stood frozen in place. What's wrong? Start the boat. Wu Hao urged impatiently. The memories of the day's turmoil loomed large in his mind. If they were discovered, another violent clash was inevitable. Yet the pilot remained motionless, prompting Wu Hao's anger to flare. Just as he was about to explode, he heard Qin Rongrong's voice, which froze him in his tracks. Chen Nan had appeared on the boat without anyone noticing. Why bother? I can spare your lives, but escaping is out of the question. Wu Zhendong's absence left Chen Nan somewhat disheartened. However, his son was present, and it was only a matter of time before their paths would cross. The boatman was also a skilled individual, yet at this moment, he dared not act, as Chen Nan's prowess evidently surpassed his own significantly. Chen Nan, I beseech you, just let me go. Wu Hao was also adaptable. He recognized Chen Nan's strength, knowing that a dozen ordinary individuals would not pose a challenge for him. Moreover, armed with a firearm, confronting him would be far less promising than merely leaping into the water to find a chance at survival. Just obediently return. It would be better if your father came personally. The boatman could no longer restrain himself and seize the opportunity to strike. However, Chen Nan was in no mood to indulge him. With a casual motion, he deflected the boatman's punch and delivered a swift kick, sending the boatman crashing into the water. Without a glance back, Chen Nan knew that this kick had effectively sealed the boatman's fate, leaving no hope for survival amidst the floodwaters. Witnessing this, Wu Hao scurried back into the building in a frenzied retreat. Chen Nan, please do not mock us. If you intend to kill us, then do so. Qin Rongrong had become numb to the situation. With family betrayal, a missing child, and a lack of resources, hope for escape had vanished. She had lost her will to live. If escape was impossible, it seemed better to simply embrace death. I have stated that I will not kill you. Just remain here quietly. Perhaps Wu Zhendong will come to your rescue. Chen Nan scoffed. Without further regard for Qin Rongrong, he unceremoniously threw her and her child outside. As for the vessel, Chen Nan had no interest in it and certainly could not leave it behind. After a moment's thought, he ignited the fuel tank and, immediately, flames erupted into the sky. Wu Hao's face fell into despair. Would he truly remain trapped here forever? Why did Chen Nan insist on his father coming? Did he not find killing him sufficient? Observing that Chen Nan disregarded them entirely and returned, Wu Hao dialed Wu Zhendong once more. What is the situation? Have you boarded the ship? Wu Zhendong inquired, calculating that the time should be nearly right. Father, the ship has been set ablaze by Chen Nan, and the boatman has been killed. Chen Nan insists you come personally, Wu Hao reported. What? Wu Zhendong's expression changed drastically. He reflected on his relationship with Chen Nan. They had not held a significant grudge against one another, the worst incident being the affair with the Dongfang Mingzhu. Yet he never intended to wipe out Chen Nan completely. Since he has not killed you, there should be no immediate danger. Wait for me. I will find a way to rescue you, Wu Zhendong replied solemnly. Although his son was important, his own life took precedence. Aware that Chen Nan was likely trying to bait him, he was even less inclined to walk into a trap. Unless he had absolute certainty, he began reaching out to old acquaintances. Donghai Port had long been a chaotic place, virtually unregulated by authorities, until Li Yuntian unified it. Many who had risen to prominence over the years bore some dark connections, while Wu Zhendong had only recently made his fortune, leaving him relatively unscathed. The older generation of boatmen often had complicated backgrounds. He knew that his father-in-law possessed a firearm, albeit kept hidden from the prying eyes of the public. To eliminate Chen Nan, sheer numbers would not suffice. He had learned from Wu Hao that Chen Nan was quite capable and armed. Thus, he too needed to acquire weapons to stand a chance against Chen Nan. One weapon would be inadequate. He needed to prepare several to increase his odds. Yet, in this day and age, who could lend out such lethal instruments? Even family connections would not suffice, unless there were sufficient incentives to unite them. It had to be specifically against Chen Nan. Contemplating this, Wu Zhendong formulated a plan. Aside from the Dongfang Mingzhu, Chen Nan also possessed a cargo ship. This was the very vessel Zhang Li had sold him, and according to reliable information, it was currently fully laden. This meant that it held thousands of containers, each worth a fortune even before the apocalypse. Now, with the world in turmoil, the resources contained within would elevate them to the pinnacle of power. However, thus far, he only knew that Zhang Li was guarding the ship. This was no secret in Donghai. Zhang Li was considered a big shot in the port. With the flood's onset, these prominent figures had begun to communicate discreetly, each with their own plans and resources. While they had yet to reach a critical point, open conflict among them had been avoided. But when vast interests were involved, who could resist? Especially when someone facilitated connections that ignited their ambitions. Chapter 72. The school Belle is pregnant. The Daliheo floated alone upon the sea, maintaining a distance from other vessels. This was primarily due to the considerable cargo aboard, making it a target for those with ill intentions. Zhang Li was a competent captain, having once navigated the vast oceans, facing countless challenges. Even when confronted by pirates, his experience shone through, and now he merely faced a group of ordinary individuals. In addition, the two bodyguards arranged by Chen Nan took turns keeping watch, and numerous cameras monitored the ship, ensuring that no approaching vessels could elude their scrutiny. Since the floodwaters began to engulf the city, over 10 days had elapsed. Initially, people believed it was a sudden crisis. Many paid little attention. However, as time progressed and the water level rose, all began to confront the reality of the situation. This was no localized flood, it was a global catastrophe. At first, most ships in the harbor were unattended, with only a few large vessels manned, while smaller boats floated aimlessly. Yet, increasingly, individuals sought ways to return to their ships, as floodwaters now reached beyond 10 stories high, far surpassing the height of many city structures. The Dalaheo was surrounded by numerous vessels, causing Zhongli to feel immense pressure. Chen Nen entrusted him with this crucial task. Signifying his trust, he could not afford to falter. Fortunately, most crew members were his loyal subordinates, making command manageable. As Wu Zhendong began to ally with others, many ship captains were stirred by ambition. Normally, a cargo ship would set sail as soon as it was loaded. Yet the Dalaheo had lingered in Donghai port for an extended period. It was piled high with containers, a treasure trove in the apocalypse. While Zhongli held some status in Donghai port, many powerful figures stood on equal footing with him. Even without resorting to force, they could negotiate, demanding a share of the cargo as compensation. These individuals included Wu Zhendong's father-in-law, Nie Yuan, whose clan was even more formidable than Wu's. Furthermore, Nie Yuan possessed weapons, which Wu Zhendong had initially intended to acquire, but the Nie family had effectively ignored him since the onset of the apocalypse. Had Wu Zhendong's proposal not been so alluring, Nie Yuan would have been reluctant to engage with him. All of this could be traced back to Chen Nan. Had it not been for him, the powerful figures of Donghai City would not have ostracized the Wu family. A conspiracy was brewing. All seemed normal aboard the Dalaheo, and with the weapons provided by Chen Nan, Zhongli felt considerably more at ease. Meanwhile, in the 18-story building, the floodwaters climbed higher with each passing moment, leaving Wu Hao and Qin Rongrong hiding in the stairwell, devoid of any supplies. In a desperate bid for food, Wu Hao was nearly on his knees begging, even promising to repay tenfold. Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind. Those in similar predicaments recognized him as a mere captive, left by Chen Nan to endure torment. Who would dare offend Chen Nan at such a time? That would be courting death. Chen Nan, I implore you, grant me some food. Qin Rongrong, who typically refrained from using her phone, occasionally turned it on to send messages to Chen Nan. Do you not have your young master Wu? Let him find a way. Chen Nan replied indifferently. He monitored their every move, and after days of starvation, Wu Hao had lost all energy. Even with Qin Rongrong dressed so alluringly, he felt no desire. Eventually, Qin Rongrong, disregarding her modesty, sent some enticing photographs to Chen Nan, hoping to pique his interest. It must be said that Qin Rongrong possesses a remarkable ability to manipulate men. Although they are bound by the ties of marriage, she usually treats Chen Nan with nonchalance. The demeanor she now portrays is entirely unfamiliar to him. Had it been in a previous life, Chen Nan would have been ecstatic. But now, he merely scoffs in derision. Is this all? Not only does Tong want to surpass her in audacity, but even Shen Tingting exhibits more boldness than she does. He swiftly shares it in the 18th building group chat, provoking a wave of disdain. Qin Rongrong is left utterly ashamed, unable to face anyone. For the group chat includes not just neighbors, but also her father. The thought of him discovering this is mortifying. Vile woman, you are clandestinely courting Chen Nan behind my back. Wu Hao seethes with rage upon discovering this. While Lin Yin'er may have found solace in Chen Nan's embrace, Qin Rongrong is nothing more than a mere plaything to him, and now she dares to secretly pursue Chen Nan. Wu Hao, Chen Nan is my ex-husband. What has he not seen? It is you who has no right to dictate my actions. Qin Rongrong now turns her back on him, having lost all hope in Wu Hao. For 2 days, Wu Zhendong has not sent anyone to rescue them, perhaps having given up on Wu Hao altogether. Naturally, Wu Hao does not indulge her, and a quarrel ensues in the stairwell. For Chen Nan, this has become an enjoyable pastime. There is food, drink, beautiful companions, and a splendid spectacle to behold. However, Wu Zhendong's inaction surprises him. As far as he knows, Wu Zhendong holds this son in high regard. Just then, a notification from the system chimes. Congratulations, host. Lin Yin'er has successfully conceived. Reward, 20,000 points. Chen Nan is elated. The time for reaping the fruits of his labor has finally arrived. Wait, why only 20,000? 20 million points means he can exchange for numerous valuable items. Nango, what brings you such joy? Lin Yin'er smiles, snuggling against him. Chen Nan casually checks her pulse and immediately comprehends the situation. I have splendid news for you. You are pregnant, and with twins no less. Really? Lin Yin'er leaps with excitement, but then recalls her condition and gently touches her belly. With the apocalypse looming, she has been clinging to Chen Nan, and among the 3 women in the previous penthouse, the other 2 were already pregnant. During this time, Chen Nan has invested considerable effort in her, and she has longed to bear his child, hoping to secure a more significant place in his heart. Nango at last. I carry your child. Lin Yin'er feels immense satisfaction. As for Qin Rongrong, with such a splendid husband, She bears children of another man, truly blind to her fortune. Indeed, she is my exclusive campus Belle. To conceive twins so effortlessly is quite remarkable. Qianan reflects with satisfaction. The 20,000 points have been credited, allowing him to acquire many valuable items. Just as he contemplates how to utilize these points, his phone suddenly rings. Qin Xiao, I just received word that someone intends to target the Dalaheo. Zhang Li's voice lacks urgency. What nonsense! With those weapons, I fear no one unless they are regular troops. Nevertheless, I must report this to Qianan. Oh, do you know who is behind this? Qianan sneers. It is said to be Wu Jindong orchestrating this, along with other ship captains, aiming for the supplies aboard the Dalaheo. Zhang Li, having navigated the waters of Donghai City for many years, values loyalty. And this time Wu Jindong has rallied numerous supporters, though some have declined his invitation. According to Zhang Li, after spending so much money and maintaining so many people in Donghai for years, he is not one to let it all go to waste. Of course, Wu Jindong had no expectation that the news would remain concealed. Even if Zhang Li learns of it, what difference does it make? The circumstances have changed since the pre-apocalypse. Zhang Li now possesses vast resources and has become a target. He merely acts as the catalyst, articulating what others dare not voice. The question then arises of who supports this endeavor and who opposes it, with the majority leaning towards support being evident. Qin Xiao, one of my brothers has expressed a desire to ally with me, Zhang Li hesitantly mentions. No matter. We shall discuss this matter later. Qianan responds nonchalantly, as he intends to use the two large ships to save lives. It is no burden to give Zhang Li a favor during such times. Standing by him also reflects a sense of loyalty. Thank you, Qin Xiao. Zhang Li breathes a sigh of relief. Qianan suddenly recalls a pressing matter and inquires about Li Yuntian's situation. As the king of ships in Donghai, Li Yuntian commands a fleet of over several hundred vessels. This does not account for the smaller bosses who ally with him. Such figures would not remain inconspicuous during the apocalypse. It is rumored that Li Yuntian has received an official summons, prompting most of his ships to head inland for rescue efforts. Oh, that is not particularly surprising. However, in his previous life, Qianan heard that the Li family amassed vast resources and dominated the seas after the apocalypse. A few individuals remained in Donghai, reportedly under Li Xiangqian's charge. Zhang Li continues. Qianan then realizes that in his past life, he was merely a minor character with limited information. It now appears that while Li Yuntian accepted the official summons, he also instructed his nephew to safeguard their stronghold. Although there is little of value left to protect under the floodwaters, the Li family's reputation in Donghai is resplendent, rendering every endeavor somewhat more convenient. What is Li Xiangqian's current status? Qin Xiao. There has been no response from the Li family. Li Yuntian likely left instructions before departing. Zhang Li has already uncovered this information. Qianan scoffs. Li Yuntian is indeed a cunning old fox, yet whether his nephew will remain so compliant is uncertain. After inflicting such suffering upon him, Li Xiangqian is unlikely to let this matter rest. Of course, this hinges on whether he comprehends his identity. Otherwise, he would not dare to act recklessly. Patience is key. Nevertheless, Qianan remains vigilant and promptly exchanges for 10 bodyguards. Having just contemplated how to utilize the 20,000 points, this opportunity aligns perfectly. 10 fully armed bodyguards equate to 10 special forces operatives, and given their past achievements, they could easily overpower an entire regiment. He names them from number 6 to number 15 and arranges for them to discreetly depart that very night. Zhang Li has already been informed and will assist them in boarding the ship. Upon seeing these 10 imposing bodyguards with exceptional qualities, Zhang Li feels increasingly assured of his decision to align with the right people. Now he has manpower and weapons. It will be a challenge to fail. That evening, Wu Hao secretly makes a phone call, learning that his father plans to seize the Dalaheo the next day, filling him with excitement. Securing the Dalaheo would grant them a super ocean-going freighter laden with supplies. At that point, Qianan would be devoid of support. What could he possibly achieve with merely a firearm? Furthermore, he has heard that his father-in-law is also involved, suggesting that the big shots at Donghai port will not be lacking in powerful cards. Qianan watches Wu Hao on the surveillance monitor, smirking. Today he is elated. But tomorrow he will learn the true meaning of disappointment. Qin Rongrong, daring to shout at me. Just wait until my father arrives to rescue me. Then we shall see how you plead. Wu Hao glares coldly at Qin Rongrong. This woman is exceedingly pragmatic. However, since his father-in-law has taken action, he can no longer keep her. Comparatively, Wu Hao's wife is far superior to Qin Rongrong, though she holds him in contempt. He is wise enough not to disclose any information to Qin Rongrong at this juncture. Otherwise, she might betray him at any moment. On the 15th day of the flood, the seawater has risen to the 13th floor, prompting more people to relocate upward. Yet no one dares to ascend to the 26th floor. That place is deemed forbidden. Today, Wu Hao feels particularly different. After days of hunger, he has nearly lost all strength, yet the thought of imminent salvation exhilarates him. At this moment, Qianan approaches, with Lin Yin'er beside him, elegantly dressed and intimately linking her arm with his. Wu Daxiao, what troubles you? Lin Yin'er cannot help but laugh, observing Wu Hao, who appears both faint from hunger and brimming with excitement. Lin Yin'er, do you not wish for me to plead for mercy? Rest assured, even if I were to starve, I shall remain silent. Wu Hao feigned a display of determination. Chen Ning could not help but scoff, truly believing that Wu Zhendong could succeed. Here lies half a loaf of bread. I initially intended to offer it to you out of pity, but since you refuse it, I shall bestow it upon Qin Rongrong. Chen Nan produced a half-moldy piece of bread from seemingly nowhere. Qin Rongrong's eyes brightened as she hastily snatched the bread and began to devour it. Afterward, as if recalling something, she tore off a small piece and handed it to her son. Wu Hao watched, swallowing hard, ultimately unable to bear it any longer, diverting his gaze elsewhere. However, Qin Rongrong relished the bread with such gusto that the sounds were unbearable. Qin Rongrong, be cautious of poison. Those two would not be so kind as to offer you food. Wu Hao could not resist the urge to mock. Qin Rongrong, however, cared little for such warnings. She prioritized satiating her hunger above all else. Wu Hao, you are overthinking things. I had initially intended to share some food with you, but your lack of gratitude is quite disheartening. Lin Yin'er feigned regret as she spoke. I believe you not. Wu Hao thought to himself, convinced they wished for his demise through starvation, rather than offering him sustenance. To be honest, I just discovered my pregnancy yesterday. My spirits are high, so consider this a celebratory sweet. Nevertheless, I thought sweets would not suffice, thus I opted for bread instead, Lin Yin'er remarked with a smile. This revelation struck Wu Hao like a bolt from the blue. His idol was pregnant with another child. This not only humiliated Wu Hao, but also served as a slap to Qin Rongrong's face. The position Lin Yin'er occupied should have belonged to Qin Rongrong, had she only cherished it. By the way, it appears I'm expecting twins, Lin Yin'er added once more. Wu Hao's complexion darkened to the utmost degree, and Qin Rongrong ceased her actions, finding the bread unappetizing now. I shall endure. Wu Hao silently pinched his thigh. It would not be long before news would arrive from that direction, and then we shall see if Chen Nan retains his smugness. Do not be overly agitated. There is still ample time. I have heard your wife is also a goddess-level figure. Perhaps you could introduce us. Chen Nan smiled faintly. Wu Hao could no longer contain his frustration. It turned out Chen Nan had designs on his wife, though she did not regard him highly. Her reputation was still his pride. Chapter 74. Firmly anchored at the fishing platform above Donghai Port, the Da Li Hao remained serenely anchored in place. However, since midnight yesterday, the number of vessels surrounding the Da Li Hao had noticeably increased. Gradually, they drew closer until dawn, when several large ships arrived. Though they could not rival the Da Li Hao, they were nonetheless well known in Donghai Port. Zhongli observed these ships with a cold smile. Had he not been prepared, he might have been caught off guard. The newcomers were old acquaintances, many of whom had navigated the waters of Donghai Port for years. As noon approached, the ships slowly approached. Surrounding vessels, please maintain your distance. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite, Zhongli instructed his sailors through a loudspeaker. Is he under the illusion that his ship is armed with cannons? How rude, someone chuckled. However, the leading vessels did not attempt to collide. A clash between ships of this caliber would surely result in mutual destruction. Given the differing sizes of the vessels, it was likely that they would suffer the greater loss. The ocean freighters far exceeded ordinary cargo ships in both size and construction materials. Zhang Laoda, come out, someone shouted. Those who could call out to Zhang Laoda were certainly seasoned veterans of Donghai Port. In earlier years, before anyone had struck it rich, Zhang Li had been known by that moniker, back when he only had a few small boats. Now, years later, some old friends had exited the scene, while those who remained had risen to prominence. Although few could rival Zhang Li, their combined power was not to be underestimated. Had it been before the apocalypse, Zhang Li might not have been able to withstand so many adversaries alone. Wang Laowu, what do you mean by this? Zhang Li said with a cold smile, standing at the bow of the ship. Zhang Laoda, do not misunderstand. We are not here to trouble you today, merely seeking some supplies. Wang Laowu replied with a grin. Indeed, we are all in dire straits. Unlike you, Zhang Laoda, who guard such a large freighter, your supplies are surely more than sufficient. Another chimed in. Wu Zhendong and Ye Yuan stood on a ship, remaining silent. In terms of seniority, they were newcomers to Donghai Port, and there was a discernible difference compared to Zhang Li. Old Han, you are here to join the fray as well? Zhang Li eyed another individual. While their words sounded pleasant, their true intention was to seize resources. Old Zhang, I shall not beat around the bush. Grant me 10 containers of goods, and I will leave immediately, the man referred to as Old Han stated. He was of the same standing as Zhang Li. But recently his family's ships had been dispatched, leaving him somewhat short on supplies. You must be aware that I have already sold this ocean freighter. Ultimately, I am merely an employee. The items aboard are beyond my authority, so do not harbor any foolish thoughts, Zhang Li replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, the crowd stirred. They had long heard of the Da Li Hao changing ownership, yet few knew to whom it had been sold. Zhang Laoda, you jest. We are all aware of the current situation, and there is no distinction as to who is the ship's owner. You're on board now. And everyone recognizes you as the boss, Wang Lao laughed. Indeed, this freighter carries countless containers. A mere fraction would not cause you any discomfort. With a few big shots leading the way, more and more ships drew near. Even some ship captains who had not prepared beforehand joined the fray. Such a massive freighter had long captured everyone's attention, but previously, no one dared to challenge Zhongli. Given our past acquaintance, do not blame me for not warning you. The ship's owner is not someone you can afford to offend, Zhongli stated earnestly. At that moment, Wu Zhendong finally spoke up, Zhang Laoda. There's no need to intimidate us. We are all aware that lacking supplies leads to a dead end. Regardless of how powerful your backers may be, this is Donghai, and in this apocalypse, even the mightiest must heed the will of the people here. Zhongli was fully aware that Wu Zhendong was orchestrating this, but he could not be bothered to expose the ruse. The Dali Hao could not remain anchored indefinitely. It would inevitably attract greed. A confrontation was destined to unfold. Thus, it would be wiser to clear the obstacles sooner rather than later. I have made my position clear, since you all refuse to heed my warnings. Let us settle this with our actions. Zamli snurtakuldli. Old Zhang, why go this route? Alone, you're no match for so many of us. Old Han shook his head, yet his actions did not cease. With a wave of his hand, the ship beneath him began to inch closer, and the others gradually surrounded them. To avoid collisions, they proceeded at a slow pace, and it was evident that many armed individuals were emerging from each vessel. As soon as the ships drew near enough, they would charge forward. Meanwhile, atop the 18th building, Chen had set up a rain shelter on the rooftop. He sat in a wrought-tan chair, peering through binoculars at the movements on the sea. A considerable number of vessels were approaching. Xia Yao stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Are you not going to make a move? Xia Yao smiled faintly, as if everything was under control. In front of the two, a large sniper rifle was mounted. The distance to the Dali Hao was a mere kilometer, well within range. There is no rush. Let them make the first move. I wish to practice my marksmanship, lest I miss the target later. Chan Nen casually pulled Xia Yao closer. On the sea, the surrounding vessels drew nearer, while Zhongli remained firmly anchored at the fishing platform. His calm demeanor stemmed from his desire for them to approach even closer. It was not that he feared missing the target due to distance. Rather, he wanted to prevent them from fleeing too swiftly once they got closer. Zhang Laoda, I suggest you surrender the Dali Hao to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, someone taunted. What do you amount to? Zamli raturta kuldli. Do not feign strength. You know how many people are aboard your ship. We are all aware of the situation, Wang Lao added. While I was mingling at Donghai port, you had no idea where you were. Dare to underestimate me. Zhongli sneered coldly and suddenly waved his hand. In the next moment, a group of people surged out from the cabin of the Dali's ship, and to everyone's astonishment, each of them was armed with heavy firepower. What on earth is this? Submachine guns? Wang Laowu, who was closest, exclaimed in shock. Retreat, quickly fall back. Damn it, what are we doing? Should we just offer ourselves as targets? The people in front retreated, while those behind rushed forward in a panic. In an instant, the entire sea became chaotic, with many cursing and some clueless individuals desperately pushing forward. No wonder Zhongli was completely unperturbed. Where on earth did he acquire such weapons? Lao Han also began to withdraw. Now, they regretted their decisions, feeling a newfound respect for the elusive boss Zhongli spoke of. Chapter 75. Elusive Lao Han was also quite cunning and had a good understanding of Zhongli, so he did not rush to the front. Wu Zhendong was equally astute. Although he initiated the plan, he remained far behind the crowd. No one expected Zhongli's firepower to be so fierce. This was no ordinary ship owner. It would not be an exaggeration to label him a terrorist. Had he exposed such weaponry before the apocalypse, he would have faced execution 10 times over. In fact, armed forces could have been mobilized against him. Damn it, Zhongli, you have no sense of martial ethics. Wang Laowu was infuriated. He was not equipped with such weaponry. He believed that in a confrontation, the bravest would triumph. But Zhongli was truly engaging in a gunfight from the outset. Martial ethics? You brought this upon yourselves. I have warned you many times, Zhongli retorted with a cold laugh. Though he was currently serving as Chun Nan's subordinate, he was still a renowned ship captain at Donghai port. If you belittle me today, you will only have less respect for me in the future. Following Chun Nan's orders, anyone who dared to trespass must be eliminated. At this moment, those on the opposing side realized the gravity of the situation, and some with firearms began to retaliate. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, who still cared about the rules? They had merely hoarded their weapons discreetly, with limited ammunition, unlike those on the Dali ship, whose bullets seemed endless. Damn it, are we being treated as free targets? It was evident that Zhang Li's men were still somewhat uncoordinated with their weapons. However, as time passed, their accuracy improved significantly. The sounds of battle on the sea did not carry far. The incessant rain masked much of the noise. On the rooftop, Chen Nan observed everything quietly. That old dog Wu Zhendong was indeed hiding far away, Chen Nan sneered. Although Zhang Li's men were of average strength, the bodyguards sent by Chen Nan were formidable, with each bullet capable of taking down a person. The nearby ships were mostly annihilated. Where are you running? Don't you want supplies? Zhang Li, with a submachine gun in hand, kept firing at his old acquaintances. Zhang Li, we are all from Donghai. Let's leave a way out for each other for future encounters. Lao Han called from the cabin. Where's this sentiment before? You dare to steal Chun Xiao's goods. Truly overestimating yourselves. This is nonsense. Had we known there were such weapons on board, we would never have dared to come. Lao Han regretted deeply, blaming Wu Zhendong for this predicament. It seemed there was reason behind the exclusion from the other Donghai bigwigs. If they could escape, they would not let Wu Zhendong off the hook. Unfortunately, there were too many ships, leaving them in a dilemma with no viable escape route. The ships ahead were mostly lifeless, while those behind could not move. Some individuals at the port, unaware of the circumstances, prepared to take advantage of the chaos and loot the Dali ship. Yet unexpectedly, everyone was now being pursued and killed by the Dali ship, with only those armed able to resist. At that moment, on one of the ships where resistance was fiercest, 2 gunmen were firing incessantly. Suddenly, one of the gunmen was shot in the head and collapsed. However, the bullet did not come from the Dali ship, but from the side. There's a sniper, the other gunman exclaimed. He was closest to his fallen comrade and knew that the angle was impossible for a bullet to come from that direction. More importantly, the wound was clearly not caused by a standard bullet, but rather a high-caliber sniper rifle. Unfortunately, his voice was too soft, or perhaps the chaotic gunfire drowned it out. Other ships were too far apart to discern the situation. Thus, one by one, gunmen were taken down, and only then did everyone realize the problem. The sniper was from a residential area. Damn it, was Wu Zhendong doing this on purpose? Someone cursed. With sniper rifles in play, how could their inferior handguns withstand such firepower? They are fleeing. Someone noticed that Wu Zhendong had already retreated from the encirclement. Nie Yuan and Wu Zhendong were on the same ship. Although they were far apart, Zhang Li was particularly considerate of them. The mastermind behind this attack was Wu Zhendong. Most of Zhang Li's bullets were supplied to their ship. Chun Nan witnessed all this, but did not take lethal action. Wu Zhendong's demise would be too convenient for him. Soon, he observed an intriguing scene. Wu Zhendong, that old dog, seized the gun from Nie Yuan amidst the chaos. Without hesitation, he eliminated his own relative, and with a gun in hand, he casually took over all of Nie Yuan's possessions. Indeed, he was ruthless. Chun Nan chuckled coldly. Nie Yuan and Wu Zhendong bore no deep-seated grudge. They had even had a decent relationship before. However, Wu's family had offended Chun Nan, leading all major players to ostracize the Wu family. Naturally, Nie Yuan had distanced himself. Little did they expect that this would earn Wu Zhendong's resentment, especially since Wu Zhendong had his eyes on Nie Yuan's wealth. With a gun in hand, Wu Zhendong felt emboldened, at least now having the qualifications to negotiate with Chun Nan. Ultimately, this action proved inconclusive. The Dali ship easily repelled the attackers, and all at Donghai port recognized the Dali ship's renown. A few prominent figures were even more astonished by Chun Nan's background, despite having highly regarded him before. They were taken aback by the array of weapons he possessed in the wake of the apocalypse. Others who harbored intentions towards the Dongfang Mingzhu ship immediately abandoned those thoughts. What joke! With submachine guns and sniper rifles, who would dare to seize Chun Nan's belongings? Following Chun Nan's instructions, Zhang Li began to consolidate the ships. Although he had no use for them himself, he could accommodate many people. Once he returned to his ship, he could rescue more individuals and gain additional points. At the other end of Donghai port lay the stronghold of the Li family. As the king of the Donghai seas, Li Yunqian's fleet occupied the best location in the port. They too had noticed the commotion from the Dali ship, but chose not to intervene. On a large yacht, Li Xiangqian sat in a wheelchair. Having suffered severe injuries, he would need at least another month to recover. How is the battle going? Li Xiangqian squinted. Young master, the Dali ship achieved a complete victory. It is said they possess numerous high-end weapons, replied Li Yunqian's assistant. A glimmer of light flashed in Li Xiangqian's eyes. Although Chun Nan was powerful, most young people were driven by vendettas. Before the apocalypse, even if he had ambitions, he would not dare to voice them. Otherwise, his uncle would be the first to silence him. But now, in this apocalyptic world, regardless of one's wealth or background, everyone starts from the same line. Victory lies in the number of followers and the superiority of weapons. It seems this fellow truly has some substance. Li Xiangqian's expression turned grave. During this time, he had dispatched people to investigate Chun Nan's background thoroughly. They found nothing out of the ordinary. Chun Nan's past records were clear. If he were indeed a descendant of a major figure, he would not have faced so much hardship. The only possibility was that he was leveraging a facade to elevate his status. Yet now, with the sudden emergence of so many weapons, it left Li Xiangqian perplexed. Chapter 76. The twins' plea for help. The Dalaheo, brimming with an arsenal of weapons, rendered Li Xiangqian hesitant to make any moves. Although the Li family was not lacking in armaments, engaging in conflict with Chun Nan at this juncture was undeniably imprudent. The news of the battle at the harbor swiftly spread throughout Donghai City, reaching the ears of both ordinary citizens and influential figures alike, all of whom were aware of a cargo ship laden with substantial resources docked at Donghai port. However, most only knew the captain was Zhang Li, with few privy to Chun Nan's true identity. As the instigator of this conflict, Wu Zhendong fled faster than anyone else, taking advantage of the misfortunes that befell certain bigwigs to commandeer several vessels. In a short span of time, he had established himself as a formidable force at the harbor. That scoundrel Wu Zhendong has brought us nothing but ruin, lamented old Han, one of the fortunate few to have escaped. I believe he deliberately led us to our doom. Someone seethed with indignation. The influential figures operated within their own circles, exchanging information amongst themselves. In truth, they had wrongfully accused Wu Zhendong. While he was aware of Chun Nan's possession of weapons, he had not anticipated such overwhelming firepower. Such might could only be rivaled by official forces. Otherwise, Li and Tian would not dare to confront him. I heard that bastard even took down Ye Yuan. He truly is despicable, someone remarked, recalling their proximity to Wu Zhendong's vessel during the chaos. Wu Zhendong had been left with no choice. When the battle erupted, Ye Yuan, like other powerful figures, was furious and lambasted Wu Zhendong, though he refrained from physical confrontation, which fostered resentment in Wu Zhendong. Additionally, he had long coveted the treasures in Ye Yuan's possession, leading him to eliminate Ye Yuan altogether. It was a pity for Ye Yuan's daughter, whose father had met a tragic fate at the hands of her father-in-law. Wu Zhendong's actions were undoubtedly regarded as disgraceful, yet now he had become a significant player, and despite any grievances, no one dared to confront him. The battle at Donghai port had left everyone with considerable losses, and they could not afford further depletion. Otherwise, they might find their own resources coveted. In Building 18, Wu Hao awaited news from his father with bated breath. However, as time passed with no word from Wu Zhendong, his stomach began to grumble, compelling him to extend his hand to catch raindrops to stave off hunger. Regrettably, the more he drank, the hungrier he felt, and he lamented not having saved some bread from Qin Rongrong. Are you waiting for Wu Zhendong to rescue you? Chun Nan's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Wu Hao was startled, yet he feigned composure, saying, Chun Nan, we were once classmates. Although I have wronged you, you have avenged yourself. Shall we consider our matters settled? While he was uncertain of his father's situation, Wu Hao did not intend to provoke danger at this moment. It would be most advantageous if Chun Nan were to release him voluntarily. Even if that failed, he must not allow Chun Nan to harm him. Classmates? A glint of coldness flickered in Chun Nan's eyes. Throughout, Wu Hao and Qin Rongrong had merely believed that Chun Nan's retaliation stemmed from their previous provocations, unaware that Chun Nan was a reincarnated being with memories of his former life. In his past existence, he had endured inhumane torment at their hands, meeting a tragic end. Such enmity was insurmountable. Had it not been so, Chun Nan would have long since eliminated them. He had spared them solely to allow them to experience the suffering he once endured. Wu Hao, you are likely unaware that your father has killed your father-in-law. What? Wu Hao exclaimed in shock. Although his wife was somewhat indifferent, she was undeniably a goddess in his eyes, and he had hoped to win her heart amidst the apocalypse. You conspired with numerous forces to seize the resources aboard the Dalaheo, only to face utter defeat. Now, every shipmaster in Donghai City longs to tear Wu Zhendong apart. Regardless of their involvement, they harbor resentment towards him. Even those who did not participate are contemplating that Wu Zhendong intended to lead them to their doom to seize their assets. How could this happen? Wu Hao's face paled, and he fell into despair. Though the battleground was not far from the community, the torrential rain masked the sounds of gunfire, leaving him oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Stay put. Wu Zhendong is now in dire straits himself. Do not entertain notions of rescue, Chun Nan said, patting Wu Hao's shoulder with a smile before returning to his room. Wu Hao felt a wave of hopelessness wash over him. The last glimmer of salvation had vanished. Brother Nan, how do you plan to deal with them? Ling Yenna inquired, her curiosity piqued. In her view, it would suffice to let them fend for themselves. Without food, they would inevitably perish. Even if they survived by drinking water, they would face certain death once the flood arrived. A few days of meager rations would suffice to let them experience the pangs of hunger. At that moment, Chun Nan's phone buzzed with a message. Brother Hao Nan, I am so scared. The outside is in chaos, and people are starting to seize resources. It was Zileen and Ziki, the twin sisters, who had moved to a higher floor as per Chun Nan's instructions. They had stocked up on abundance of provisions, including food, drink, and entertainment, as well as medical supplies and power banks. For added security, Chun Nan had even arranged for an iron gate to be installed outside their residence. After all, their beauty in an apocalyptic world was akin to a curse. Once order broke down, not only would resources be at risk, but so too would women, with violence and arson becoming commonplace. Fortunately, the sisters generally kept a low profile and spent most of their time indoors. Moreover, as they had only recently relocated, few knew them, thus sparing them from unwanted attention. Initially, the sisters had been curious about Chun Nan's demands, but with the outbreak of the flood, they recognized the wisdom of his foresight. In the early days, chaos had not yet ensued, but as the waters continued to rise, the sisters increasingly understood Chun Nan's concerns. For a time, they remained vigilant, refusing to venture out or welcome any visitors, as Chunnan had previously warned. However, as time passed and the floodwaters expanded, individuals began to take notice of the high-rise residents. In recent days, they had experienced harassment, yet they were well prepared. It was difficult for outsiders to breach their defenses for the time being. Still, the sisters were frightened. The iron gate provided some security, though it was not absolute. Had anyone possessed suitable tools, the gate could have been easily breached. Compared to the twins' abode, other homes were significantly more vulnerable. This was an eventuality that Chunnan had anticipated. In every locale, bullies would emerge, and when faced with the threat of life and death, all semblance of order would disintegrate. Is it those twins? Lin Yinner remarked, a tinge of jealousy in her tone. However, through their time together, she had come to understand Chunnan's character, which did not favor petty rivalries. Chapter 77. A sudden arrival. Chunnan showed no inclination to evade Lin Yinner's comment, for it was indeed through her that he had come to know the twin sisters. The situation had escalated in that vicinity. The sisters, possessing beauty and resources, had become the focus of others' desires. Chunnan furrowed his brow. He had believed he had accounted for every detail, yet as a man, he had not experienced the predicaments faced by women in his previous life. Brother Nan, you must hurry to save them. What a lovely pair of sisters they are. It would be a tragedy if they fell victim to others. Lin Yinner expressed her genuine concern. She truly worried for the sisters, though they had occasionally sparred online. They were in essence friends. Most importantly, Chunnan had feelings for them, and she felt no jealousy as long as she held a place in his heart. A wise woman knows when to advance and when to retreat. They won't seek help unless they are in grave danger. With matters here concluding, I am not overly concerned, Chunnan replied. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety, he arranged for a few bodyguards to accompany him. However, now it is imperative to rescue the twin sisters. The large ship cannot navigate through, and time is of the essence. For the safety of the two sisters, Chunnan has decided to take a helicopter. This is precisely why he had procured a helicopter in advance. In emergencies, aircraft are far swifter than boats. Uncertain of how long this endeavor might take, Chunnan entrusted command to Xia Yao before his departure. Among the many women in the flat, only Xia Yao possesses the fortitude required to assume the role of Chunnan's exclusive superior. The others are self-aware enough to recognize that Xia Yao undoubtedly ranks first in Chunnan's esteem, while the likes of Lin Yinner and Su Xiaoyu can only aspire to the second tier. Additionally, Chunnan made arrangements for Tang Wan'er, lest she suffer from a lack of provisions during his absence. As for Chun Tingting, she can be left to her own devices. After all, a few days without sustenance would not be fatal. Moreover, she has Qin Wei, her devoted admirer, to rely on. Shortly thereafter, a small boat arrived from Donghai Port, bringing several bodyguards, who subsequently took Chunnan away. The residents of Building 18 had long since become accustomed to his presence, as it was evident that Chunnan was a concealed heavyweight. Previously, there had been attempts to seize his yacht, but now no one dared approach. They could only watch helplessly as he departed. Chunnan then returned to the Dongfang Mingzhu, having not been back since the onset of the apocalypse. Fortunately, he had stationed bodyguards aboard, so everything was under control. At his behest, Jiang Rou was appointed as the temporary supervisor of the Dongfang Mingzhu, as she is, after all, Chunnan's woman. Yet, the atmosphere aboard had become somewhat unsettled over recent days, primarily because most on board were from Hong Kong Island and were yearning for home. Were it not for Chunnan's arrangements, they might have fled long ago. Once the Dali ship came under attack, the restless spirits of the crew were calmed. They witnessed Chunnan's prowess and understood why Bao Shiai's would show him respect. Meanwhile, Hong Kong Island had also succumbed to flooding, despite the presence of numerous mountains. The island's population was far too great to be accommodated. Only the affluent residing in hillside villas could escape disaster. Chunnan was satisfied with the situation aboard the Dongfang Mingzhu, considering it was managed by the formidable Wang family from Hong Kong Island. He remained unaware that the majority had only become docile following the conflict aboard the Dali. Jiang Rou was eager to report recent developments to Chunnan. Although he was anxious, he was unable to depart immediately. The helicopter had remained idle on the ship for an extended period and required thorough inspection prior to takeoff. For safety's sake, a test flight was also necessary. Such matters were left to the flight crew, and Chunnan did not need to involve himself directly. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Rou led Chunnan back to the luxurious suite on the top floor, where she would brief him on the work that had transpired during their separation. To please her boss, Jiang Rou had even changed into a beautiful outfit. Once Chunnan had gathered his weapons, he boarded the helicopter. Fortunately, the city where the sisters resided was located merely a couple of 100 kilometers from Donghai City. Otherwise, he would have truly worried about the helicopter's ability to reach them directly. Relying on a boat would have consumed an inordinate amount of time. An hour later, the helicopter arrived in Dongxing City, which was the location of the twin sisters. Chunnan had secured their address long before the apocalypse, and locating them was not difficult, given that they lived in a high-rise apartment complex. As they made their way, the devastation wrought by the flood was evident. with numerous buildings submerged and corpses floating on the surface, indicating the chaos that prevailed. As the helicopter soared overhead, many people craned their necks to glimpse it, some even climbing onto rooftops to wave for help. Alas, helicopters are not boats, and rescuing a handful of individuals was impossible. Xin Xiao, we have reached the destination. The pilot's voice crackled in Chun Nan's headset. Let me down, and then you may return. Chun Nan gestured with his hand. There was no suitable place to land, and he was wary of potential theft. He produced a prepared rope ladder and descended from the aircraft, which then flew back to Donghai City. At that moment, the residents of the complex where the twins lived were astonished, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a helicopter. Although the area housed many wealthy individuals, none possessed the means to summon a helicopter, especially not in the midst of an apocalypse. The onlookers could only watch in confusion as the helicopter arrived and left in a flash. The speed was so brisk that they failed to notice anyone descending from the aircraft. Meanwhile, within the building inhabited by the twins, chaos had already begun to unfold the previous day, with individuals scrambling for supplies. Most people had tightly shut their doors, while a few resided in the stairwell, having been stripped of their resources. The source of this turmoil was a young man known as Crow, infamous from the television series as the adversary of Chun Haonan. His name alone hinted at his unruly nature. Initially, he had attempted to steal, but was met with violence. However, starting 2 days prior, he inexplicably fell into a deep slumber for half a day, and upon awakening, he possessed immense strength. Yesterday, he had thrown the very person who had beaten him into the water, and those who initially scorned him soon found themselves in the same predicament. He brazenly raided any household with food, kicking down doors with ease. After 2 days of such behavior, the residents were filled with resentment. While some cunning individuals chose to align themselves with Crow, enjoying the benefits of his protection while exerting their own influence. Amidst the cries of Brother Crow from his minions, he became increasingly intoxicated by his newfound power, believing himself invincible. As the saying goes, those who are well-fed become lustful, and Crow, having secured his basic needs, soon began to crave companionship. Following suggestions from his followers, he quickly set his sights on the sisters residing on the top floor. Chapter 78. Dongxing's Crow. Fortunately, the sisters were timid. Upon hearing the sounds of smashing from outside, they immediately called for Chun Nan's help. Initially, Crow had dismissed the existence of the twin sisters, but when someone opened Douyin and shared a video of them, his interest was piqued. Those who venture into the world do so primarily for wealth and women. While money had lost its significance in the apocalypse, women remained a coveted prize. Come, follow me upstairs, Crow commanded, leading the way. Before long, they reached the rooftop, where the twins resided. Brother Crow, you're moving too fast, one of his followers huffed, struggling to keep pace. It's over 20 floors. If the elevator weren't out due to the power outage, only a fool would run up here. Crow, however, showed no signs of fatigue, not even breaking a sweat. Ladies, open the door. Your brother has brought you food. He struck a pose he deemed charismatic. Such tactics are typical among ruffians seeking to woo women. And Crow was no novice in this arena. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without a response, Crow grew increasingly frustrated. Open the door, or I shall break it down. His followers echoed. Inside, Zilin and Ziqi were terrified, covering their mouths in silence. Only when the sounds of door bashing echoed from outside did they muster the courage to speak. What do you want? We do not need food, Zilin shouted. I can tell from your voice that you are a beauty. Crow laughed heartily. I have something here that you won't find at home. Fresh bananas. How do you like that? His followers joined in the raucous laughter. Regardless of their taunts, the sisters remained resolute in their refusal to open the door. Do not act recklessly. My brother Haonan will come to rescue us soon. Ziqi summoned her courage to declare. Outside, there are also those playing Douyin, including fans of the twins. You might as well forget about Haonan. You should know that Brother Crow here has a lot to offer. That's right, follow Brother Crow, and you'll live in luxury. The crude remarks from the group persisted, yet after much ado, they were unable to breach the iron door. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. Let me handle this. Crow, already on edge, was growing impatient. The crowd quickly dispersed, and one could see the Crow brother retreating a few steps before launching a powerful kick. With a resounding bang, the iron door caved in significantly, and the door frames on either side threatened to collapse. Crow brother was truly formidable. His lackeys began to flatter him, marveling that he must have consumed the essence of a great strength king. Even an ordinary person wielding a heavy hammer could not achieve such an effect. Two lovely ladies, I shall grant you another chance. Open the door voluntarily, Crow brother proclaimed with great satisfaction. Little did he know that this sudden surge of might was merely a manifestation of his awakening abilities, a basic level of power at that. While it might prove useful against ordinary folks, he was merely a novice when faced with true practitioners of extraordinary abilities. Inside the room, the two sisters were frightened to tears. At just 20, they had never encountered such malevolence. As the Crow prepared to break down the door, Zilin hastily pulled out her phone to contact Chun Nan. Just then, A ringtone echoed from both her phone and outside the door. Chen Nan answered casually, and the frantic voice of Zi Lin emerged. Brother Hao Nan, hurry and save us. Someone is trying to break in. I see them, Chen Nan replied, noticing the group before him, who had just now begun to notice his presence, bewildered as to when he had appeared. Kid, what are you staring at? Which family do you belong to? One of them shouted. Chen Nan ignored him and focused on comforting the two sisters on the phone. Upon hearing that Chen Nan had arrived at the door, the sisters were filled with joy, surprised that he had arrived so swiftly since their plea for help hours earlier. However, their relief was soon replaced by worry. The crow outside was too fierce for an ordinary person to handle. Kid, are you looking to follow me? Crow brother said confidently, having had several individuals express their desire to join him in recent days. What are you even worth? Chen Nin scoffed. If he had arrived, even a moment later, the sisters would have been in real danger. He would not allow anyone to lay a hand on his woman. What a death wish. Haven't you heard of the East Xing Crow's name? Where do you come from? Crow brother was enraged. Chen Nan paused momentarily. This fellow called himself Crow, and they were in Dongxing City, which felt oddly serendipitous. I am Do Yin Hao Nan, Chen Nan replied, mimicking his tone. Do Yin Hao Nan? What kind of nonsense is that? Crow was momentarily taken aback, mainly because the name Hao Nan sounded rather unappealing. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Crow brother, I think I've heard that name before. Those familiar with Do Yin recalled a super wealthy individual who had recently surpassed a significant milestone and garnered attention for following only the most stunning beauties, one of whom was the very twin sister in front of him. After a brief explanation from his subordinate, Crow began to grasp who Chen Nan was. A wealthy man? Money means nothing now. It is resources that truly define a leader, he sneered. Kid, I find your name quite displeasing. Why not bow to me, and I shall accept you as my underling? Crow remained confident, believing that taking in a wealthy individual as a subordinate would grant him prestige, especially with the name Hao Nan attached. Get lost if you wish to live, Chen Nan replied coolly. Crow was unfazed. He relished the challenge posed by those who were rebellious, relishing the prospect of conquering them. This is the apocalypse. Do you still think you're the number one on Douyin? He derided. Do not take it personally. I doubt those two lovely ladies inside would even recognize you. Chen Nan paid him no mind and walked directly to the door, calling out, Zi Lin, Zi Qi, open the door. Crow and his gang laughed derisively, thinking him insignificant. In the past, he might have been a top player, but now, he was merely a blip on the radar. Yet to their astonishment, as soon as Chen Nan finished speaking, the door swung open. Before them stood two stunning ladies in yoga attire with their hair styled in twin ponytails. Wow, twin ponytails. Long legs. Yoga outfits. They are even more striking than in the videos. Crow was taken aback, recognizing that the beauties on Douyin were often enhanced by filters, making it rare to encounter such exquisite individuals in reality. The two before him were nearly identical to their online personas, and witnessing their beauty in person struck a powerful visual impact. Even more infuriating for Crow was the fact that the moment Chen Nan called, the door had opened. Was this an indication that he, the East Xing Crow, was inferior to Do Yin Hao Nan? Since awakening his powers, he had never endured such humiliation. Brother Hao Nan, you scared us to death. The two beauties exclaimed in unison, rushing into Chen Nan's embrace. Relishing the softness against him, Chen Nan felt a sense of satisfaction. It was worth the long journey by helicopter. However, the throng outside remained, dampening the moment. Zi Lin and Zi Qi were among the first streamers Chen Nan had followed. And in terms of attractiveness, they stood out among numerous others. Individually, they might not rival Lin Yin'er, but together, their beauty was unparalleled and diminished any such comparison. Despite the apocalypse, both young ladies maintained their impeccable appearances, as they had no concerns about food and drink and sufficient power banks to enjoy games and meals daily. Fear not, for I am here, Chen Nan reassured the sisters with a comforting pat. Having already become familiar with Chen Nan through video calls, they felt no embarrassment. Yet, the difference between visual and tactile experiences remained stark. Crow felt as though he had just ingested something foul. The slap in the face came too swiftly. Chen Nan regarded him with disdain, as if to say, do you see the disparity? The gap between East Xing Crow and Do Yin Hao Nan is vast, regardless of whether in film or reality. Crow observed the trio, realizing that were he not present, they would undoubtedly be eager to celebrate their affection. However, Crow brother was known for his possessiveness. If he couldn't have them, no one could, and he was quick to anger. Hao Nan, you have some nerve, but this is Dongxing, not Douyin. Your cash means little here. He waved his hand dismissively. When no one moved after a moment, Crow's frustration boiled over, and he slapped his subordinates. Can't you see I'm signaling you to act? You've embarrassed me. You've all lost face. These newcomers were clueless about the intricacies of such confrontations. Hearing Crow's command, his followers surged forward, some wielding the tools they had used to pry open the door. The sisters gasped in horror and tugged at Chen Nan, wanting to retreat. Do not fear. Chen Nan turned, and before the crowd could comprehend the situation, they began to fly backward. Wow, he has something else. Crow was astounded. Chun Nan's prowess surpassed even that of his former boss, exhibiting a level of skill akin to a seasoned fighter. Yet Crow was confident, having secretly trained at home. He believed he could lift several hundred pounds, far surpassing any world champion in weightlifting. Now it's your turn. Chun Nan fixed his gaze on Crow. He had witnessed Crow's earlier display of strength, which had influenced his decision not to intervene immediately. The seemingly frail figure before him possessed an alarming level of power. Today, you shall witness the might of the East Xing Crow. Crow charged forward. Chun Nan, unwilling to back down, met him head-on, and both men simultaneously thought, "What the hell?" Crow's strength was astounding, and Chun Nan was shocked to discover that despite receiving a tenfold enhancement of his own power, his opponent was not at all inferior. It felt as though he was striking a solid wall. No, a normal person cannot possess such strength. Even someone extraordinarily gifted would struggle to match it. If someone were truly that powerful, they would not be unknown. At the very least, they would have achieved world champion status. Could he be an awakened one? Chun Nan pondered this question. While he was uncertain about the multitude of abilities that existed in the world, it was evident that Crow's strength surpassed the realm of normality. Regarding the enhancement of one's physical prowess, although it bears certain distinctions from the abilities of supernatural practitioners, it also shares similarities with those who possess enhancement-type abilities. A notification resonated. Ding. The host has encountered an enhancement-type supernatural practitioner for the first time. Eliminate the opponent to receive a reward of 10,000 points. The system's voice confirmed Chun Nan's thoughts. This individual possessed strength comparable to his own. To defeat him, Chun Nan would need to either grow stronger or resort to firearms. Points are always welcome. This thought brought a smile to Chun Nan's face. Across from him, Wuya felt a shiver run down his spine. The gaze of this man was unsettling, reminiscent of a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. Could he possibly be a formidable adversary? Wuya felt a twinge of anxiety. Truly, Hao Nan was impressive, able to stand toe-to-toe with the esteemed Wuya of Dongxing. It seemed this person was living in a drama. Yet Chun Nan had no interest in idle chatter. After all, there were two enchanting sisters awaiting his comfort. Swift resolution was key. I hear you excel at flipping tables. I possess a unique skill as well, and I would like to engage in a friendly spar, Chun Nan said with a mischievous smile. The chill returned to Wuya. Surely, this man did not intend to engage in a knife fight. Just then, Chun Nan continued, I am proficient with firearms. Upon hearing this, Wuya turned to flee. Indeed, his prediction was correct. A rival of equal strength is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is when they have designs on your very life. Abandoning two stunning women for the sake of a gunfight seemed absurd. Chun Nan was taken aback. This man reacted far too swiftly. He had yet to even draw his weapon. Yet Wuya was already in a state of panic. Where was the demeanor of a true expert? Nevertheless, Chun Nan was not about to let this opportunity slip away. 10,000 points were at stake, a sum that would take immense effort to accumulate otherwise. Reflecting on the arduous journey he had undertaken, it had taken months of hard work for 3 women to conceive. Now, with a mere flick of his wrist, 10,000 points could be his. With that in mind, Chun Nan fired a shot at Wuya, fortuitously striking him in the rear. Alas, he had been caught off guard and would suffer greatly. The pain rendered Wuya momentarily disoriented. Heaven has forsaken me. Why is it that in both television and reality, I cannot best Hao Nan? Wuya lamented, ultimately falling to Chun Nan's gunfire. Ding. Congratulations to the host for eliminating the first supernatural practitioner, awarding 10,000 points. The current point balance is 20,000. Would the host like to redeem? No need. Chun Nan replied without hesitation. What could possibly be more important than comforting the twin sisters? Wow, Brother Hao Nan is so impressive. The sisters exclaimed with excitement, evidently unaware of the nature of Wu Ya's character. He was a genuine enhancement-type supernatural practitioner. Had Chun Nan not possessed his own abilities, even the true Chun, Hao Nan would have met a bitter end. This is what true prowess looks like. You have yet to witness my full potential. Chun Nan chuckled. Wu Ya's misfortune was evident. Had he not set his sights on the two sisters, he would not have crossed paths with Chun Nan. With his strength as a supernatural practitioner, he could have ruled this building with ease. Oh dear brother, please come inside. The sisters finally realized they had yet to invite Chun Nan into their abode. Upon entering, the entire space was adorned with pink wallpaper, reminiscent of what he had seen in videos. However, as soon as they stepped inside, the sisters each retreated to their respective rooms. System, do you have any technique for creating clones available for redemption? Chun Nan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. No, the system responded decisively, clearly unimpressed with his intentions. Chapter 80, Triple Happiness? The sisters were quite understanding, neither vying nor competing for Chun Nan's attention. The fact that he had traversed such perilous circumstances to rescue them was a debt of gratitude they held in the highest regard. They were determined not to disappoint him. In this apocalyptic world, merely surviving was a blessing. Hours later, Chun Nan sat on the living room sofa, fatigue evident on his face. The journey had been exhausting, compounded by his confrontation with Wu Ya, which had drained considerable energy. Brother Hao Nan, are you hungry? Allow me to prepare something for you. Zilin, being the eldest, offered after having rested for an hour. Before long, the sisters returned with a sumptuous spread. Oysters, leeks, and savory kidneys, all of Chunnan's favorites, were laid out. Replenishing the energy he had expended, it seemed time to enhance his physical condition. The challenges posed by the apocalypse were numerous, and his recent encounter with Wu Ye had nearly resulted in defeat. Chunnan mused to himself. His physical capabilities were not lacking. He had merely been focused on fulfilling his system's tasks. With that thought, he opened the system's redemption panel to exchange for 20-fold physical prowess. Ding! Deducting 10,000 points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20-fold physical enhancement. Instantly, Chunnan felt an invigorating surge of strength, as if the recent exertion had been entirely negated. He even felt confident that should he encounter Wu Ye again, a single punch would suffice to send him flying. One must consider Wu Ye's misfortune. He had persistently misunderstood Chunnan's intentions. Had he realized the truth, even with his abilities, evading the gunfire would not have been so easily achievable. As supernatural practitioners reach a certain threshold, their enhancements extend beyond mere strength, significantly amplifying their perception and speed as well. After dining, Chunnan began to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. The 20-fold enhancement elevated his capabilities to new heights. In this dire world, every additional ounce of strength translated to a greater chance of survival. Not only had he saved the two sisters, but he had also accrued a significant point reward, truly a worthwhile endeavor. As 2 hours passed, Zilin and Ziqi began to gather their belongings. They could no longer remain here. It was time to follow Chunnan. With Wu Ye's demise, the building returned to its usual state, and the previously brazen rogues dared not show their faces. After all, who would provoke someone as ruthless as Chunnan, who would draw his weapon at the slightest provocation? By day's end, Chunnan had experienced the benefits of his enhanced physical condition, and he no longer needed to worry excessively about the sisters. Dongxing City had captivated him. Its elevation was slightly higher than Donghai City, though the water level had similarly risen to the 7th or 8th floors. Along the way, he had spotted various vessels, some private, others likely belonging to official rescue operations. Brother Haonan, I haven't yet asked how you arrived here so swiftly, the sisters inquired, their eyes filled with admiration. I took a helicopter, Chunnan replied casually. Their admiration intensified. In the midst of an apocalypse, Chunnan was able to summon a helicopter at will. Truly, he was a formidable figure, shrouded in an aura of mystery in their eyes. When shall we depart? The sisters suddenly asked. With a helicopter at their disposal, everything became remarkably convenient, yet it seemed they harbored ulterior motives. There are still some complications in Donghai. I must return swiftly, Chunnan stated, despite relishing the current moment. However, there was still Wu Zhendong to consider. Brother Haonan, we have a request, the sisters spoke in unison. Chunnan affectionately ruffled their hair, assuring them, speak freely. Anything within my power, I shall fulfill. Actually, we have an older sister who is also trapped in Dongxing City, though her location is somewhat distant from ours. Zilin admitted somewhat bashfully. After all, Chunnan's journey to rescue them was already a monumental favor. Asking him for more seemed a touch excessive. Chunnan paused, slightly taken aback. Such a modest request was far from what he had anticipated. The sisters were being overly formal. Sensing his silence, Zilin grew anxious. Fear not, brother. My sister is also a great beauty, even more so than us. Indeed, brother, if you rescue her, we will certainly obey you and persuade her to join you as well, Ziqi added. They then produced several photos of their sister, and the woman in the images bore a striking resemblance to the two sisters. However, compared to them, the woman in the photographs appeared more mature, exuding a unique charm. In terms of beauty, she surpassed her younger siblings, which was quite difficult to bear. Hearing the sisters speak thus, Chunnan felt an awkward flush. Their words made him sound like a lecherous man. Rest assured, since she is your sister, I shall hasten to rescue her. One cannot overlook the heroic act of saving a damsel in distress. Chunnan silently reassured himself that his concern was solely for the emotional well-being of the two sisters, rather than any notion of trifling joy. However, it seemed that the elder sister's phone had run out of battery. They had not heard from her since their last communication 2 days prior. It's all right, as long as you know where she resides, Chunnan replied nonchalantly. He subsequently contacted Jiang Ro to arrange for a helicopter. As the sun began to set, Chunnan, unwilling to waste any time, prepared everything and boarded the aircraft with the two sisters. Fortunately, since Chunnan had previously dealt with the crow, no one dared to approach the building to gawk at them. What kind of big shot arrives by helicopter to fetch someone? The crowd murmured. You know nothing. I heard he is here for the pair of twin sisters on the rooftop. He even killed the crow, others clarified. The onlookers then comprehended the adage that while all may share the same fate, beauty can indeed be an advantage. On the other side of Dongxing City, at the Dongxing City People's Hospital, the elder sister, Zi Xian, a former intern doctor, found herself in dire straits. During the flood, she had been on night duty, and unexpectedly, she was unable to return. The hospital, overwhelmed with patients yet lacking in supplies, had seen a number of fatalities in recent days. Dishearteningly, the doctors were now indifferent to the patients' lives. In a desperate bid for survival, they hoarded critical medications, denying patients access. The head of her department, Godaba, a rotund man with a receding hairline, spearheaded this callousness. In the absence of food, the medical staff could have sustained their bodily functions with glucose and other pharmaceuticals. Initially, Godaba had shown concern for the patients, but as the floodwaters rose, his true nature emerged. He not only restricted access to medications, but also coerced all medical personnel, dictating that only by obeying him could they survive. Otherwise, they would simply await death. As the most beautiful flower in the hospital, Zixian had long been the object of Godaba's lascivious desires. Initially, he feigned affection, allowing her to use any beneficial resources. Yet, when Zixian remained unmoved, he resorted to threats, and several nurses, unable to resist, had succumbed to his advances. Chapter 81. Drugging. Zixian scorned these developments, even if it meant starving. She could not tolerate someone like Godaba. Her disappointment grew as her boyfriend, who had also been an intern, succumbed after being isolated by Godaba. In a bid to gain Godaba's favor and trust, he betrayed Zixian, attempting to lure her into his clutches. Fortunately, Zixian was cautious and had the support of a few patients. Otherwise, she would have already fallen prey to Godaba's machinations. Now, after enduring for over 10 days, Zixian was nearing her breaking point. The only source of solace was the knowledge that her two sisters were safely hidden in a high-rise, well stocked with provisions. Before their relocation, they had lived together, but Chunnan had insisted they move to the high-rise, leading to their separation. This was primarily due to their original residence being in close proximity to the hospital. Of course, the more significant factor was that they had come into wealth. Previously, their live-streaming income was barely comparable to a regular job. It was only after Chunnan's generous tipping and private transfers that they had the means to move. It is noteworthy that Chunnan had expended over 100 million just for the relocation of the cherished streamer he protected. Zixian was curious about her sister's benefactor. It was evident he had foreknowledge of the impending flood. Regrettably, her lack of vigilance had led to her current predicament. Meanwhile, Godaba was preoccupied with devising a plan to claim Zixian for himself. He had ascertained from her boyfriend that she had yet to lose her virginity, which made her all the more enticing. The thought thrilled him. While doctors are accustomed to human anatomy, the allure of a stunning beauty remains irresistible. Director Gua, I've heard that the authorities will soon send someone for our rescue, asked Li Fei, Zixian's boyfriend, though he should now be referred to as her ex. You're quite well informed. Indeed, it should be today, Godaba replied with a grin. In times of disaster, the authorities prioritize preserving valuable personnel, including doctors, alongside scientists, engineers, and dignitaries. Director Gua, you must take me with you. Li Fei Bleada Iajarli. As a renowned surgical expert in Dongxing City, Godaba was among those the authorities sought to protect. If you can help me secure Zixian, I shall ensure everything else falls into place, he leered. While the nurses of the hospital were decent, he had long grown weary of them. None could compare to Zixian. Hearing Godaba's words, Li Fei understood and hurried off to find Zixian. To prevent any unrest among the patients, Godaba had relocated his base to the surgical area, which was tightly secured and far more favorable than the patient ward. Zixian, seeking to evade them, could only mingle with the patients outside. Zixian, come out. I need to talk to you. Li Fei Abruaka Kautiosli. Several patients had already perished, and he feared their wrath. Hearing Li Fei's voice, Zixian had no desire to engage. I have something important to discuss with you. Seeing Li Fei's persistence, she reluctantly stepped out, hoping he might have a change of heart. Speak, she said coolly. Li Fei Siga. Zixian, I know I've wronged you, but there is no other way. In no more than half a month, this place will be completely submerged. If you do not heed Director Gua's advice, you will be left to perish here. Zixian scoffed. Do you think obeying him will guarantee your survival? Can he fly or dive? To be frank, today a rescue boat will arrive. Intended to evacuate Director Gua, Li Fei stated directly. There are limited spots on the boat. As a surgical expert, he is allowed to take a few assistants with him. Upon hearing this, Zixian fell into contemplation, not pondering whether to comply, but rather what scheme Li Fei was concocting. Zixian, trust me, if you agree to Director Gua's terms, we might have a chance to escape. Once we are free, we can be together. He added reassuringly, rest assured, I will never look down on you. Zixian's expression darkened. Li Fei, get out immediately. I would rather die than agree to Godaba. She continued, you have no right to disdain me. It is I who now looks down on you. Her words severed any retreat for Li Fei, and his countenance soured. You'll regret this. When the boat arrives, I hope you want to seek me out. He spat angrily before storming off. At that moment, a loudspeaker announced, Director Gua, where are you? We are the official rescue vessel. Please contact us immediately. Inside the operating room, Godaba felt a surge of joy. The rescue boat had arrived, and he wondered if Li Fei had successfully persuaded Zixian. He and his entourage made their way outside, where the remaining survivors erupted in excitement. Director, she still refuses. Li Fei reported dejectedly. No matter. Here is a box of glucose. We were colleagues after all. Before we leave, let us extend her some assistance. Guadaba said with a feigned smile. At that moment, Zixuan arrived, for this was indeed their only chance to escape. Zixuan, you must be starving after several days. We are about to depart. Take this. I hope you take care of yourself. Guadaba feigned concern. It was evident that this was her last opportunity, and Zixuan felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had indeed gone several days without food and was nearly devoid of energy. Upon receiving the glucose, she opened and drank a small vial. Zixuan, want to reconsider? If you agree to my terms, I can have you on the boat immediately. Guadaba's smile turned lecherous. No thanks. Zixuan replied coldly. At that moment, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and Guadaba stepped forward to catch her as she swayed precariously. There was something amiss with the glucose. Zixuan felt utterly weak, her body radiating an unsettling heat. You are a doctor, yet you lack any caution, Guadaba exclaimed with excitement. The glucose had already been tampered with. For them, this was a mere trifle. You despicable fiend, Zixuan weakly protested, but her struggles proved futile. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed from above, startling everyone. On the hospital rooftop, Chunnan had already escorted the two sisters down. Larger hospitals typically possess dedicated helipads, which provided convenience for Chunnan. Do you know where your sister is? Chunnan surveyed the surroundings. I don't know. It seems she's in surgery, Zeline replied, unfamiliar with the place. There's a rescue boat down there. Let us go take a look. Chunnan had already noticed the vessel below. The reason for his keen interest was that the boat seemed familiar. Judging by the number, it likely belonged to Li Yuntian from Donghai City. According to prior information, it was probable that this vessel was manned by Li Yuntian's subordinates, who had been officially invited to assist in the rescue. Their sudden appearance at the hospital likely aimed at extracting the doctors. As for the other patients, they were of little concern. In this apocalypse, the value of talented individuals far surpassed that of others. Chunnan had seen through this in his previous life, recalling how the Wu family had once saved a doctor, who happened to be the lover of Qin Rongrong and the biological father of another child. Inside the hospital, Guadaba identified himself to the crew aboard the ship and arranged for his subordinates to transport medical supplies from the pharmacy. Thankfully, he had previously ensured that all medications were secured on the upper floors. Guadaba felt a sense of relief knowing that the rescue vessel's arrival was partly due to him, and partly for the hospital's medical supplies. Seizing the opportunity while others were busy moving supplies, he intended to relish the thrill of having Zixuan, the most beautiful flower of the hospital, in his arms. Despicable. Zixuan was entirely feeble, allowing Guadaba to hold her against her will. Do as you please. Once you become my woman, you'll have no say in the matter. Guadaba leered. Beside him, Li Fei wore a sycophantic expression. Once Guadaba claimed Zixuan, he could escape alongside him. Observing her ex-boyfriend's demeanor, Zixuan felt her heart sink. At that moment, she was engulfed in despair. Under the influence of the drug, her body burned with heat, and her vision began to blur. Li Fei, lend me a hand. Guadaba, as cumbersome as a hefty pig, could only rely on Li Fei to assist in guiding Zixuan toward the office. Just then, in her dazed state, Zixuan seemed to perceive two familiar figures. Zilin Ziki, she murmured, questioning whether she was hallucinating. Indeed, it was Chunnan and the sisters who had descended and immediately spotted their sister. What are you doing here? Li Fei asked, bewildered. As Zixuan's boyfriend, he had met the sisters once. Their striking beauty made them easily recognizable. Guadaba also appeared puzzled, gazing at the pair who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zixuan. Director Gua, these two are Zixuan's sisters. I have no idea how they ended up here, Li Fei hastily explained. Who are you? Let go of my sister, Zilin exclaimed, alarmed at the sight of her sister being embraced by such a corpulent figure. Zixuan despised greasy, overweight men. Otherwise, with her looks, she would have long attracted the attention of wealthy patrons, rather than enduring indignities in this wretched hospital. She has been drugged, Chunnan announced. He immediately recognized that something was amiss. Zixuan's eyes were glazed, her body limp, yet it was clear she was not willing. Get away. The sisters dashed forward, pulling Zixuan away. Guadaba, caught off guard, nearly toppled over, but did not grow angry. Instead, he chuckled. So you are Zixuan's sisters. I am her supervisor. And she inadvertently ingested some medication. I am merely assisting in her detoxification. The sisters were no fools and could discern the situation. They ignored Guadaba and directed their ire at Li Fei. Are you even a man? While my sister is being assaulted, you choose to assist her assailant. Li Fei, feeling embarrassed, replied, I'm doing this for your sister's benefit. As long as she is with Director Gua, we can escape on the rescue boat. At this revelation, the three understood the circumstances. Li Fei had betrayed his girlfriend for the sake of survival. Young ladies, let me be frank. This place is about to be submerged. Only by following me can you hope to survive, Guadaba sneered. One is fine, but two will double the pleasure. These sisters are even younger. The boat is right outside. If you comply with me, I can take all three of you with me. You, of all people, dare to call yourself a doctor." Chen Nen scoffed. Some individuals may appear dignified in everyday life, but their true nature is revealed in critical moments. "You little brat, do you know who you're speaking to? Do you think I won't have the rescue team dispose of you?" Guo Daba glared at Chen Nan, evidently viewing him as the trio's backbone, perhaps having already won over the sisters. As long as he eliminated Chen Nan, he had no fear of the sisters resisting. The rescue team was equipped with weapons, as they were now official personnel. Chen Nan regarded him with disdain. Before he could speak, Zilin interjected, "Brother Hao Nan, a person like this is a menace to society." If they hadn't arrived in time, Zishuan would have been defiled by this beast. With that thought, the sisters became infuriated, having followed Chen Nan. They were now resolute in their decisions. In this apocalypse, there was no room for niceties. If you sought to harm me, do not expect mercy in return. "Oh, the little girl has quite the fiery temperament. I wonder if you'll still have such a personality once you're in bed with me," Guodaba mocked. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Nan lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the over 200-pound man flying. "Cough, cough," Guodaba spluttered, nearly retching his stomach out. It had been years since anyone dared to treat him this way. As the head of surgery, he was always met with deference from doctors, nurses, and even patients' families. Now, he was publicly assaulted, igniting a furious rage within him. "You little brat, you'll pay for this. I'll toss you into the sea to feed the sharks." How ironic. In his previous life, Chen Nan had indeed been thrown into the sea to meet a grisly fate at the jaws of sharks. "Let us see who ends up being tossed." Chen Nan sneered, advancing to seize Guodaba by the collar, delivering slap after slap. In mere moments, Guodaba's already ample face swelled even further. Meanwhile, Li Fei, terrified, had dashed off to summon help. He knew Chen Nan's brutality was far beyond his capacity as a meek scholar. Just then, quick, as Guodaba was nearly beaten to a pulp, Li Fei returned with several individuals. "Who dares to injure Director Gua?" they demanded, brandishing weapons. Chen Nan studied them. Their dark skin and rugged demeanor indicated they were seasoned sailors. "Are you men of Li Yintian?" Chen Nan inquired coolly. The group paused. Dongxing City was not Donghai, and their identities were known only to officials. "Who are you?" the leader questioned. "Chen Nan, owner of the Dongfang Mingzhu." The men were taken aback. "Was it your helicopter that brought you here?" Chen Nan nodded, and Guodaba realized the source of the earlier noise. Worry creased his face as he became aware of the formidable presence before him. In this apocalypse, one could still command a helicopter. This was far beyond the capabilities of a mere surgical expert, and he had never heard of Zishuan having such a powerful ally. However, the times have changed. In the past, Li Yuntian would show some respect to Chen Nan, but now, in this apocalyptic era, Chen Nan possesses merely 2 large ships, whereas the Li family commands hundreds. The leader of the group laughed and said, "So it's young Master Chen. It seems there's been a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Chen Nan shot him a cold glance, as if to suggest he ought to reconsider his words. Undeterred, the man continued, "Since she is young Master Chen's woman, you may take her, but she is wanted by our superiors. We have come with a mission, and we hope you can show some leniency." Chen Nan suddenly chuckled coldly, realizing that Li Yuntian's subordinates were quite blind. Perhaps they believed that in this apocalyptic world, they need not regard themselves with caution. As the king of the East Sea, Li Yuntian's status is now more illustrious than ever. Even the authorities depend on him, and most importantly, it seems he has uncovered Chen Nan's true identity. Li Yuntian had long harbored doubts about Chen Nan's background. After all, Donghai City is not vast, and it is improbable for a significant figure to emerge without reason. Investigating Chen Nan's past is not a challenge for someone of Li Yuntian's stature. Chen Nan's life history is laid bare, and it is evident that he did not hail from a prestigious family. This implies that at best, he is merely a nouveau riche. If the apocalypse had not occurred, Li Yuntian would still regard him with some respect due to his wealth. However, now, not only does he not fear Chen Nan, but he would not even be intimidated by true second-generation elites from affluent families. Donghai City lies within Linhai Province, and the authorities have appointed Li Yuntian as the overall commander for rescue operations throughout the province. This means that he now wields considerable power over Linhai Province, akin to a feudal lord from ancient times. "Face, were you to demand respect from me?" Chen Nan scoffed. After saying this, he disregarded the crowd's attempts to stop him and directly lifted Guodaba's hefty body of over 200 pounds, striding to the window. "You like feeding fish, don't you? I'll indulge you." Chen Nan promptly tossed him out of the window. Before the rescue team could react, they could only watch helplessly as Guodabeos plunged into the water. "Quick, save him!" the rescue team shouted urgently. "Who dares to move will join him." Chen Nan bellowed. The rescue team members froze, recalling how effortlessly Chen Nan had handled Guodabeos, and none dared to act. "Young Master Chen, this is the Ship King's command," the rescue team leader reiterated. Upon hearing the term Ship King, the team members began to stir. However, Chen Nan was resolute. He swiftly blocked them, kicking each one out in succession. Fortunately, They were all good swimmers, but Guadabeos was not so lucky, struggling helplessly in the water. Others hesitated to rescue him, fearing that if they were caught by his hefty form, they would meet a similar fate. There's another one. Chun Nan turned to look at Li Fei. No, I know I was wrong. Spare my life. Li Fei quickly knelt down. Unfortunately for him, Chun Nan was not a man of mercy. One who could betray his own girlfriend held no value in living. Another was sent tumbling into the water, and Li Fei was swiftly knocked unconscious, sinking beneath the surface. My task is complete. You may continue with yours, Chun Nan remarked, watching as Guadabeos disappeared into the depths. The rescue team members were left seething with anger, unable to confront him, and ultimately had no choice but to evacuate all medical supplies and take away any usable doctors. Though they lost Guadabeos, these doctors would serve as a valuable resource. Chun Nan lifted Zi Xian effortlessly, his 20-fold physique making it a trivial task to carry a woman. At this moment, Zi Xian was completely dazed, feeling herself enveloped by a strong, powerful body. Chun Nan sensed her feverish warmth and immediately understood what Guadabeos had attempted. Brother Haonan, will my sister be all right? Zi Lin asked anxiously. Chun Nan was at a loss for words. I know what happened to her. Only Brother Haonan can help her. Zi Qi teased with a mischievous grin. This isn't right. Chun Nan replied uneasily. He prided himself on being a gentleman and could never take advantage of a vulnerable situation, especially when it involved a twin sister. Don't worry, Brother Haonan. She won't hold it against you. Besides, you're only trying to save her, Zi Qi said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Zi Lin soon grasped the situation and agreed with her sister. Brother Haonan, you can rest assured. Our sister listens to us the most. She won't be angry. Chun Nan remained skeptical. Are you two serious? Clearly, your sister is a top student at the medical school. How can you two underachievers sway her decisions? Brother Haonan, please save our sister. She seems to be in grave danger, the sisters implored, their expressions filled with concern as they gazed at Zi Xian. Noticing Zi Xian's rising temperature, Chun Nan knew he had to find a way to cool her down. An hour later, a helicopter descended upon the Dongfang Mingzhu. Chun Nan carried the unconscious Zi Xian down. After an hour of treatment, her fever had subsided. Chun Nan placed her in a luxurious suite, ensuring Jiang Ro would take good care of her. The Dongfang Mingzhu boasted top-tier medical facilities, and he believed Zi Xian would be fine. Meanwhile, the twin sisters had forgotten about their older sister, excitedly exploring every corner of the cruise ship. Brother Haonan, will we be living here from now on? They asked, unable to believe their luck. Although they had some money, the ticket to the Dongfang Mingzhu cost hundreds of thousands. They had only heard tales of this legendary cruise ship and never imagined that their benefactor would be its owner. Reflecting on their earlier candid conversation on WeChat, they now felt it was a wise decision. You two stay here for now. I will bring the others over in a few days, Chun Nan said, satisfied with the high-altitude operation he had just conducted. With water levels rising, it seemed the community could not hold out much longer, and everyone had grown weary of their current living conditions. The sisters were well aware of Chun Nan's other romantic interests. They were familiar with Lin Yinner and the others. They had hastily come over after seeing Lin Yinner arrive in Donghai City. Brother Haonan, you go attend to your business. We can take care of ourselves, the sisters said, brimming with excitement as they explored the cruise ship. Jiang Ro kindly guided them, and seeing their youthful exuberance, she finally felt the cruise ship come alive with energy. Chapter 84. Li Yuntian's reaction. Zi Xian slept deeply for an extended period, partly due to prolonged malnutrition and partly due to the effects of the medication. When she awoke, it was already the afternoon of the second day. Feeling the softness of the bed beneath her, a wave of confusion washed over her. Soon, the events of the previous day flooded her mind. Guadabeos had drugged her, and then her two younger sisters had appeared. There was also a man, yes. She distinctly remembered a robust man carrying her away. The subsequent events were a blur, but she vaguely recalled feeling an intense heat. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt some discomfort in her body, a lingering effect from Chun Nan's treatment. Just then, Jiang Ro walked in. Sister Zi Xian, you're awake. Jiang Ro carried some food, having been instructed by Chun Nan to take good care of her. As Chun Nan's dedicated housekeeper, Jiang Ro was clear about her role. She had no intention of competing with other women. Simply managing the Dongfang Mingzhu was sufficient for her. Where's this? Zi Xian touched her head, still feeling a bit dizzy despite the medication wearing off. This is the Dongfang Mingzhu. Your two sisters are here, and you can stay comfortably. Jiang Ro replied with a smile. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Jiang Ro's attentiveness, Zi Xian quickly ate a little and then went off to find her sisters. Until she stepped out of the room, she had no idea how grand this cruise ship was, nor who the man was that had rescued her yesterday. In this apocalyptic world, it was astonishing to possess such a luxurious vessel. Soon, she finally found Zi Lin and Zi Qi at the top of the ship. Sister, you're awake. The two sisters were savoring an exquisite afternoon tea. Zi Xian, overwhelmed with emotion after surviving, felt grateful for her sisters. The three of them relied on one another, and after enduring so much hardship, they never expected to face another disaster like the flood. Sister, it's all right now. We can live well from here on. The two younger sisters comforted Zixian, almost as if they were the older siblings. Since the city was submerged, Zixian had been filled with worry, unaware that her sisters had already prepared for this calamity. Who is this? Zixian finally noticed Chun Nan beside her. The man exuded a familiar aura, instantly reminding her of yesterday's events. Sister, this is Brother Hao Nan. He the one who saved you. Zilin, Kinli Pula Zisuan, Tu Sid Beside Kinnan. Are you feeling all right? Chun Nan inquired with concern. It must be said that the sight of the three sisters together was indeed a delightful one. Thank you for saving us. Zixian expressed her gratitude. Having heard of this prominent figure on Douyin, she was astonished by his capabilities, managing to mobilize such resources even amidst the apocalypse. Not to mention, this cruise ship alone was enough to overshadow everyone else. Sister, no need to be so polite. We are all family now, Ziqi playfully smiled. Zixian was momentarily taken aback, only to remember the events of yesterday. Sister, don't forget, you were drugged by that scoundrel. And it was Brother Hao Nan who helped you detoxify. Zixian's face flushed. She was aware that Hao Nan followed many female streamers, and there was no way he could be limited to a few women. She felt a bit awkward, sensing that her sisters seemed to have some ambiguous connection with him. Sister, you can't deny it. You were the one who initiated it, and I have evidence, Zilin teased with a mischievous smile. When she pulled out her phone to show Zixian, the latter immediately ran away, blushing. Although she was no longer young, she had always maintained her boundaries. Unexpectedly revealing a side to this man, Shannon also felt a bit awkward, as he was aware of the implications of taking advantage of someone in such a vulnerable state. The twins had exchanged a few words, and soon, Zixian felt less uncomfortable. In these apocalyptic times, there was no room for such considerations. What mattered was that the three sisters lived well. Unknown to Chunnan, despite being the eldest, Zixian had always listened to her younger sisters. Their mother had passed away early, and their father had also died 2 years prior. The journey to become a doctor was a long one that an ordinary family could hardly afford. For the past few years, her two sisters had dropped out of school and worked to support her education, leaving her with a deep sense of indebtedness towards them. Having reassured Zixian, Chunnan felt relieved, unaware that his actions in Dongxing City had already caught the attention of certain individuals. When the rescue team reported back, the news of Chunnan killing Guadebo sparked dissatisfaction among some. In this era, all systems had become mere formalities, and power was consolidated within the temporary command center. Li Yuntian, the chief commander of the rescue operations, had also heard of the incident. Is Chunnan truly just a nouveau riche? He pondered, filled with uncertainty. Neither his investigations nor the resources at his disposal as commander had clarified Chunnan's situation. All information indicated that he was an ordinary person who had suddenly become affluent. However, reports from Xianxian left him perplexed, revealing that Chunnan possessed an extensive arsenal. In these times, who but the authorities would dare to be so formidable? Suppress this matter for now. Li Yuntian kumanda. Those unfamiliar with Chunnan might still have doubts, but Li Yuntian merely scoffed. Did they truly believe that the apocalypse granted them unrestrained freedom? His achievements were not merely the result of luck, but rather his keen ability to assess the situation. Floods were indeed terrifying, but the power of the authorities should not be underestimated. Although the water had already raised sea levels by several meters, the world was not completely submerged. As far as he knew, most official forces had begun to relocate to the southwestern plateau. This conveyed two messages. First, the flooding would persist for an extended period, and second, the current water levels had yet to reach their peak. Even with his position as the chief commander of rescue efforts in the coastal province and access to numerous weapons, he still hesitated to confront Chunnan. The main reason was that many were eyeing his position. Any slip-up on his part could result in immediate repercussions. This was also why he chose to retain a portion of his strength in Donghai City. On board the Oriental Pearl, the three sisters had grown accustomed to the ship's luxuries. This grand vessel boasted everything imaginable: swimming pools, bars, restaurants, gyms, game rooms, and cinemas. There was nothing they could not do. Moreover, with the ship primarily staffed by service personnel, they were free to pursue whatever they desired, a far more comfortable existence than before. Chunnan was also preparing to return to Building 18. Knowing that the city would soon be entirely submerged, he intended to relocate everyone to the Oriental Pearl. It was at this moment that he received a message from Wu Zhendong, who wished to exchange his son for something, after which they would go their separate ways. Wu Zhendong's intentions were quite simple: to trade a certain price for his son's return, hoping to never encounter Chunnan again. Little did he know that their enmity ran far deeper than mere matters of the present. It was rooted in issues from their previous lives. Unfortunately, they would never grasp this reality, and if Chunnan had wished to eliminate them, he could have devised a plan long before the apocalypse. He had chosen to wait until now to let them fully experience the suffering he had endured in his past life. Upon returning to Building 18, Chunnan specifically sought out Wu Hao, who was utterly famished after another day. "Chunnan, I beg you, please give me something to eat," Wu Hao pleaded. Once a wealthy heir with family assets exceeding $1 billion, he had never encountered such hardship. Chun Nan scoffed. This was merely the beginning. Far from the trials he had faced. Kneel and beg me. I might consider it. Wu Hao hesitated for a moment, but then knelt without a second thought. Dignity meant little when hunger was at stake. Witnessing Wu Hao's abject submission, Qin Rongrong displayed a hint of disdain. Women often admired strength, and she had once considered marrying Wu Hao for his wealth. Now, however, she looked down upon him. Without his father, he was nothing but a useless man. On the contrary, Chun Nan filled her with regret, as he now surrounded himself with various beautiful women who had no need for her. Brother Nan, doesn't he resemble a dog? Lin Yan could not help but laugh. Indeed, Lin Yan proved to be the perfect accomplice in dealing with the duo. Wu Hao's face flushed crimson, trembling in embarrassment at being seen in such a pitiful state by his goddess, while he was utterly at a loss for how to respond. Here, a piece of bread for you, Chun Nan offered, handing him a nearly moldy slice. Wu Hao devoured it ravenously, finishing it in mere moments. Wu Hao, are you even human? You don't share any of your food with your son? Qin Rongrong scolded, her patience wearing thin. Wu Hao paid little heed to her complaints, nearly choking as he stuffed the entire slice into his mouth. By the way, I have good news for you. Your father contacted me and wants to negotiate your return. Chun Nan suddenly announced. Really? That's wonderful. Wu Hao exclaimed, exhilarated. Returning would restore his status as a wealthy heir, ensuring he would never go hungry again. I haven't made my decision yet. Do you really think your father has anything worth my attention? Chun Nan's words extinguished Wu Hao's hopes. Wu Hao's face fell. Realizing the harsh truth, in this apocalypse, resources were scarce, and Chun Nan commanded a vast cargo ship. Little did they know that the supplies on the ship were limited, with Chun Nan's true wealth lying in his spatial abilities. Chun Nan had indeed not yet made up his mind, and Wu Zhendong surely understood his own circumstances. What could possibly instill such confidence in him that he would wish to reclaim Wu Hao? If there was nothing compelling enough to sway Chun Nan, then it was merely a fanciful notion. Another day passed, and Wu Zhendong called directly. Obtaining Chun Nan's contact information was not a challenge. Qin Rongrong and Zhang Li both had it. Chun Nan, how have you been considering this matter? We bear no deep-seated enmity. As long as I can have my son back, you may propose any conditions. I'm afraid I have no demands. Or do you truly believe you possess something that could entice me? Chun Nan retorted disdainfully. Wu Zhendong fell into silence for a moment before leisurely saying, I will exchange a person for you. Which person? Chun Nan asked, puzzled, as he believed he had no weaknesses. Nie Qingqing, Wu Hao's wife. Wu Zhendong replied in a low voice. Following this, he sent a photograph, revealing Nie Qingqing in a secretary's attire, a white blouse paired with a black form-fitting skirt. Her long, elegant legs were clad in black stockings, accentuated by 10-centimeter heels, exuding a charm that rivaled Xia Yao. Chun Nan certainly recognized Nie Qingqing. In his past life, the Wu family had eliminated Nie Yuan to seize control of the ships. Previously, Nie Qingqing had looked down upon Wu Hao, but without her backing. She was left to endure Wu Hao's humiliation. Although she was his wife, Nie Qingqing had never allowed Wu Hao any liberties. They were both victims of circumstance. Yet she was undeniably a stunning beauty, enjoying a status far superior to his own. Chun Nan thought to himself, how despicable of Wu Zhendong to sell his own daughter-in-law. Simultaneously, he could not help but touch his nose, questioning whether Wu Zhendong perceived him as merely a lustful man. In truth, Wu Zhendong had not given it much thought. In this era, capable individuals naturally attracted many women. Despite his age and several affairs, he knew Chun Nan was not one to be trifled with. His confidence in exchanging Nie Qingqing for Wu Hao stemmed from his understanding of the relationship between Wu Hao and Chun Nan. In his view, Chun Nan's disdain for Wu Hao was entirely due to Wu Hao's treatment of his wife. By offering Wu Hao's wife in return, he believed Chun Nan could exact his revenge. Moreover, a beauty of Nie Qingqing's caliber was incomparable to Qin Rongrong. Another reason was that Wu Zhendong had killed Nie Yuan, leading to Nie Qingqing's resentment towards him. Though Nie Qingqing was incredibly alluring, she was still his nominal daughter-in-law, with his son unable to possess her. He found it more pragmatic to trade her for Wu Hao's return. How are your considerations progressing? One had to admit that Wu Zhendong's ability to navigate the intricacies of human emotions was impressive, earning Chun Nan's respect. Agreed, Chun Nan was certainly not a lustful man. He was merely seeking vengeance against Wu Hao. Very well, in half a day, we will meet at Donghai Port for the exchange. Wu Zhendong hung up the phone. In the spacious flat, Xia Yao looked at Chun Nan with a smile, her expression lighting up at the sight of him. You don't actually think I'm a lustful man, do you? Chun Nan feigned innocence. Aren't you? Xia Yao replied with a mock-serious tone. Forget it if that's the label I must bear. So be it. After all, I have the means. Before Xia Yao could react, Chun Nan swept her into his arms, exclaiming, for you to say such things, I must do something to honor this reputation. Only Xia Yao dared to jest with Chun Nan, causing envy among the other women present. It was evident that Chun Nan held a particular fondness for Xia Yao. Her innate charm was undeniably captivating. Upon learning that Chun Nan had agreed to release him, Wu Hao was instantly elated. He had long since cast aside Qin Rongrong. Now, he was merely focused on his own survival, indifferent to her plight, as provoking Chun Nan might jeopardize his own chances. However, when he discovered that Wu Zhendong intended to exchange his wife, he became frantic. If Lin Yin'er was his cherished ideal, then Nie Qingqing represented the unattainable. Rumors suggested that Nie Qingqing was exceedingly proud and rarely allowed Wu Hao any liberties. Yet only they knew the truth. He had never touched her. Their marriage had originally been a political arrangement. Wu Hao had persistently begged his father to propose. At that time, Nie Yuan required Wu Zhendong's assistance for a project, which led to the agreement. Nie Qingqing had reluctantly married him, and, subsequently, she had never allowed him any liberties. Wu Hao had Lin Yin'er to thank for his current predicament, as she had fostered his subservient tendencies. Despite Nie Qingqing's refusal to grant him any intimacy, he still yearned for her affection. Even in his escapades with other women, he remained clandestine, oblivious to the fact that Nie Qingqing was indifferent to his actions. She had always remained at Nie Yuan's company to assist. Hence, the secretary photograph sent by Wu Zhendong was merely a work-related image. If a mere work photograph could leave Chun Nan in awe, it was easy to imagine how stunning she would appear if she were to dress up intentionally. Wu Hao, you are truly pathetic, willing to sacrifice your own wife. Qin Rongrong couldn't help but scoff. She had long lost all hope for Wu Hao, and upon discovering he already had a wife, her anger intensified. This scoundrel had manipulated her into a divorce with Chun Nan, or else she would be comfortably residing in the spacious flat. She failed to recognize her own flaws, blaming others instead. Wu Hao, already filled with regret, was enraged by Qin Rongrong's mockery. You shameless woman, if it weren't for you, I would never have been captured by Chun Nan. He slapped her in anger. The thought of his beloved Lin Yin'er bearing Chun Nan's child while his own wife was about to be defiled by him made him seethe with rage. How dare you hit me? Qin Rongrong was no pushover either. The two engaged in a fierce struggle in the stairwell, providing Chun Nan with quite the spectacle. Half an hour later, a speedboat appeared at Donghai Port, with only a driver and a cold-faced beauty aboard. However, her hands and feet were bound. It was none other than Wu Hao's wife, Nie Qingqing. Through his binoculars, Chun Nan caught sight of Nie Qingqing, but Wu Zhendong, that cunning old fox, was nowhere to be seen. Shortly thereafter, he tossed a dinghy to Wu Hao and instructed him to paddle over. This was also Wu Zhendong's directive. He was wary of letting Chun Nan handle the exchange directly, having learned of Chun Nan's formidable skills from Wu Hao. Were Wu Hao to change his mind, he would not be able to return. As for whether Wu Zhendong would have the audacity to renege on their agreement upon retrieving Wu Hao, Chun Nan doubted he would dare. He had no desire to entangle himself further with Chun Nan. Wu Hao, having gone days without food, was exhausted from having to paddle himself. After an arduous effort, he finally arrived at the speedboat. Young Master Wu, hurry aboard. The driver, who was a trusted aide of Wu Zhendong, untied Nie Qingqing's ropes, allowing her to board the dinghy. Wu Hao gazed at Nie Qingqing, his eyes filled with hatred, instinctively shrinking his shoulders. Qingqing, rest assured, I will find a way to rescue you, he said weakly. At that moment, he lacked the courage to take her with him. Fearing that Chun Nan might change his mind, it was important to remember that Chun Nan was armed with a sniper rifle, and they were still within range. Get lost. Nie Qingqing responded carefully, faire du disdain palpable. She wished nothing more than to devour the flesh and drink the blood of the father and son duo who had wronged her. Not only had they killed her father, but now they were selling her off for their own safety. She felt utterly despondent, and, once Wu Hao departed, she contemplated jumping into the sea to end her life. This was precisely why Wu Zhendong had kept her captive. If she were to die, what would he have to bargain with Chun Nan? She intended to wait until they left, as jumping in prematurely would likely result in her being rescued. Wu Hao, rendered speechless, simply urged the driver to leave quickly. Without hesitation, the driver accelerated. He understood that they were still in a precarious situation. Once they had departed, Nie Qingqing turned and leapt into the sea. Chun Nan was left in shock, utterly bewildered by her drastic decision. Fortunately, he was alone on the rooftop. Unperturbed by the shocking nature of his actions, he leapt from the building. As he neared the water's surface, he swiftly employed his extraordinary abilities, transforming into a mass of water. He then rapidly retrieved a speedboat from his storage space, directing it towards Donghai Port. When Chun Nan arrived at the inflatable boat, he was taken aback to see a drenched beauty floating on the sea, weeping inconsolably. After a moment of confusion, he recalled that Nie Qingqing had grown up by the sea and surely possessed good swimming skills. Typically, those who can swim would find it difficult to contemplate self-destruction, as the instinct for survival is inherent. When submerged underwater and struggling to breathe, one instinctively desires to resurface. Despite her efforts, Nie Qingqing could only cry out in frustration, finding even the thought of death elusive. She remained unaware of what kind of person Chun Nan was, and whether she would suffer in his grasp. Silly girl, why must you? Chen Nan sighed, pulling her back from the brink of despair. Come on up. He extended a hand. Sensing his benevolence, Nie Qingqing instinctively reached out. She felt a powerful force lift her from the water and gently place her onto the speedboat. Indeed, it was as if she had been lifted. For Chen Nan's strength was such that she hardly exerted any effort to ascend. Perhaps fatigue or the torment of recent events had left her mentally shattered. And upon seeing Chen Nan's relatively kind smile, she fainted. As Chen Nan felt her delicate body in his arms, he smiled wryly. She was completely drenched, revealing a faint, alluring silhouette. However, this was not the moment for such thoughts. Holding Nie Qingqing with one arm, he navigated the speedboat back to Building 18. Meanwhile, several kilometers away on the sea, Wu Hao was exhilarated, finally free from the clutches of that devil, Chen Nan. Yet his elation was short-lived as several speedboats suddenly emerged, encircling them from all directions. Despair washed over him as he noticed the drivers, each armed with a firearm, coldly scrutinizing them. Chen Nan, you scoundrel, you are not keeping your word. Indeed, these were the bodyguards arranged by Chen Nan, who had long awaited their arrival at sea. He would not easily let the Wu father and son escape, not even in exchange for Nie Qingqing. Am I untrustworthy? Wasn't the transaction completed? Besides, if anyone is at a loss here, it's me. Nie Qingqing nearly took her own life. Wu Zhendong had traded a woman of no utility to reclaim his son, thus benefiting greatly. In his eyes, capturing Wu Hao again was merely a restoration of order, not a breach of trust. In another maritime zone, Wu Zhendong, having waited for an extended period without sight of Wu Hao's return, could no longer restrain himself and called the driver, only to find the phone switched off. Naturally, Wu Zhendong's men had been disposed of by the bodyguards and thrown into the sea. Whether they survived, now, depended on their ability to find a rescue vessel amidst the vast ocean. Chapter 87. All beautiful women. Wu Hao had initially called his father the moment he was rescued, but no one anticipated Chen Nan would pull such a stunt. What? You say I'm untrustworthy? A deal is a deal, and besides, Wu Hao's already left on high port. After several hours, Wu Zhendong confirmed that Wu Hao had indeed been captured once more, his fury erupting like a volcano. Chen Nan, you better not fall in my hands. Following this transaction, Wu Zhendong had completely given up hope of rescuing Wu Hao. He could only blame himself for provoking the wrong person, continuing on this path. He feared for his own life. Ultimately, Wu Zhendong led his men away from Donghai City. It was no longer a suitable place for him. Li Yuntian of Donghai had claimed half the territory, with the remainder belonging to Chen Nan. Following the Battle of Dali, where Chen Nan had risen to prominence, many had secretly aligned themselves with him. Although most ordinary people were unaware that Chen Nan was behind Dali, the resources were tangible. Remaining in Donghai City would eventually lead to his demise. It would be wiser to seek new opportunities. Given Wu Zhendong's current strength, he was insignificant in Donghai City, but he could certainly reap benefits in inland cities. Once he had amassed sufficient power and ascended to the highlands, he could stage a comeback. He might even establish a foothold on land ahead of Chen Nan and Li Yuntian, rendering them unable to contend with him. When Wu Hao learned that his father had abandoned him, he wept uncontrollably, prompting Qin Rongrong to move to another floor in disgust. In the spacious apartment of Building 18, Nie Qingqing, having slept for half a day, finally regained consciousness. It was now dark outside, and rain poured heavily. Chen Nan quietly gazed at the exquisite woman lying on the bed. Wu Hao had indeed struck it lucky, marrying such a beautiful woman, yet still thinking of frolicking outside. Where's this? Nie Qingqing looked at the man before her, visibly anxious. She noticed her attire had been changed. Her previous professional outfit was gone, replaced by a silk camisole. Any sudden movement could inadvertently reveal more than intended. Do not be alarmed. Someone else helped you change, Chen Nan replied with a smile. Only then did Nie Qingqing feel reassured, though she hesitantly asked, Are you Chen Nan? Chen Nan nodded. It was understandable that she did not recognize him. When Chen Nan rose to prominence, she was abroad. Shortly after her return, she encountered a catastrophic flood, and everyone was preoccupied with survival. Although she had heard of Chen Nan's name, she had not paid much attention. In a post-apocalyptic world, who cared about identity or background? She had initially presumed Chen Nan to be a mere thug at Donghai Port who had seized power amidst the chaos. However, upon closer observation, she realized he was distinctly different from the ship captain she had encountered. Thank you for saving me. At a loss for words, Nie Qingqing expressed her gratitude. In truth, she felt like a mere trophy in Chen Nan's possession. Had anyone else seen such a stunning beauty, they would have surely succumbed to temptation. However, Chen Nan had not considered this. Perhaps he had initially intended to claim Nie Qingqing merely to humiliate Wu Hao. Yet today, he found his perspective altered. This girl was remarkably strong-willed, willing to leap into the sea rather than become a trophy. Though she had not succeeded in her suicide attempt, it was enough to earn Chen Nan's respect, considering how many people resorted to unscrupulous means for survival in the apocalypse. It was worth noting that Nie Qingqing had her own tragic backstory. In her previous life, her father had been schemed against by the Wu family. leading her to become Wu Hao's plaything. Enduring daily humiliation at the hands of her father's murderer was akin to a living hell. Let's eat something first. Chen Nin gestured towards the food nearby. During her days of captivity under Wu Zhendong, she had not eaten properly, primarily due to the emotional toll of her father's murder. Otherwise, she would not have entertained thoughts of ending her life. Now, Chen Nan's reminder made her realize she was indeed hungry. Without minding Chen Nan's curious gaze, she began to eat voraciously. As her hunger subsided, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. You pity me. Chen Nan shook his head. Nie Qingqing's presence reminded him of many things from his previous life. However, at that moment, his gaze towards her had noticeably intensified. I know Wu Zhendong used me as a bargaining chip. Now, I am your trophy. Do as you please, Nie Qingqing remarked with a hint of coldness. She had thought Chen Nin would be different, but it was merely a case of seduction through restraint. Ultimately, she was aware of her beauty. Now that she had fallen into Chen Nan's hands, she could only submit to his will. The only solace she found was that Chen Nan was not entirely unappealing. Chen Nan displayed a hint of awkwardness, suddenly producing a small mirror from somewhere. Nie Qingqing gasped as she glanced into the mirror, quickly covering her body with the blanket. She had been so eager to eat that she had not noticed her attire had become disheveled. It was no wonder Chen Nan's expression had seemed odd. If he had not noticed, it would have been quite unmanly. I shall not compel you to do anything unless you willingly choose to. Chen Nan has always maintained a nonchalant and aloof demeanor. What a jest it would be to think otherwise. With a fortune of billions at his disposal, what manner of woman could he possibly lack? He is surrounded by several beauties of Nie Qingqing's caliber. Nie Qingqing, aware of her misunderstanding regarding Chen Nan, felt a tinge of embarrassment and asked, could you find me a set of clothes? The memory of the earlier scene made her cheeks flush, and she attributed her discomfort to that little vixen, Su Xiaoyu. However, Chen Nan appreciated the thoughtful arrangements made by the nanny. He nodded in approval and instructed Su Xiaoyu to prepare something for her, noting that Nie Qingqing's figure was quite similar to Su Xiaoyu's. He figured it would suffice to borrow her attire, as Su Xiaoyu had previously worked in sales and her style bore a resemblance to Nie Qingqing's. In truth, Chen Nan possessed an array of exquisite garments within his storage space, yet it seemed rather implausible for a man to carry numerous women's outfits without raising questions. Soon, Nie Qingqing emerged clad in a professional secretary's outfit, leaving Chen Nan uncertain whether Su Xiaoyu had intended this or if those were only garments. To his surprise, Nie Qingqing's attire closely mirrored the photos sent by Wu Zhendong, featuring a chic secretary ensemble paired with black stockings and heels. Chen Nan silently commended Su Xiaoyu, indeed. As his devoted nanny, she understood his preferences exceptionally well. It appeared he would have to find a way to reward her today. As Nie Qingqing stood there, still flustered, she was taken aback by the lively chatter of a multitude of women within the room. Was this a beauty pageant? Each woman seemed more enchanting than the last. And even the ever-confident Nie Qingqing felt slightly overshadowed. Having been confined for several days, she appeared somewhat weakened, her complexion pale. In contrast, the other women had been well-fed and well-rested, devoting their days to grooming themselves. Women have an innate desire to be beautiful, especially in the presence of their beloved man. Thus, Nie Qingqing felt comparatively lacking. She began to comprehend why Chen Nan had not been drawn to her, for with such a plethora of beauties surrounding him, her presence seemed superfluous. The arrival of Nie Qingqing elicited no surprise among the others. Rather, they eagerly introduced themselves to her, perceiving her as a future confidant. In terms of appearance, only Xia Yao, Shui Furong, and Lin Yin'er could rival her beauty. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, her figure was akin to that of Su Xiaoyu, and such a captivating physique sparked envy among the other women. Xia Yi innocently exclaimed, "Daddy, does this mean I will have another mommy?" Chen Nan found himself at a loss for words. This little girl seemed to address every woman as mommy. Given that the room was soon to be filled with mothers, the women all adored Xia Yi. Meanwhile, Nie Qingqing's face flushed with embarrassment as she pondered Chen Nan's undeniable allure, surrounded by women who appeared genuinely content and without any sense of rivalry. All right, everyone, do not overwhelm her. Miss Nie and Chen Nan have matters to discuss, so please entertain yourselves, Xia Yao asserted, effortlessly commanding the room's attention. The women dispersed, some resuming their games of mahjong, others enjoying films, while others engaged in gaming, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Thank you, Nie Qingqing thought to herself, impressed by Xia Yao's commanding presence. She couldn't help but compare herself to Xia Yao. Both women were equally stunning, and although Xia Yao was slightly older, it was hardly noticeable. Holding Xia Yi added a maternal glow to Xia Yao, but her commanding aura was cultivated through years of leadership. Most striking was the innate charisma of a woman who had never been widowed. It was an essence that could not be replicated. Were this the era of the Three Kingdoms, she would undoubtedly be Cao Cao's beloved Jin Fu, for Chen Nan possessed the heart of Mengda. Through this comparison, Nie Qingqing realized she was utterly outmatched, her face burning with shame. Why did she feel compelled to compare herself to her? Was there a flicker of expectation within her? I shall take you to meet someone. Chen Nan's voice suddenly roused her from her thoughts. She blinked in confusion, wondering whom he meant. After her father's passing, she felt she had no family left. Despite her curiosity, she obediently followed Chen Nan, intrigued by how he managed to thrive amid the chaos of the apocalypse. While others faced power outages, his domain was abundant. Even when her father was alive, life aboard the ship had not been this comfortable. The flood had struck suddenly, leaving little time for preparation. Although some supplies were available, they merely sufficed for basic survival. As they descended the stairs, she encountered various individuals. Yet none dared to show Chen Nan any disrespect. After nearly 20 days of the apocalypse, Nie Qingqing understood the harshness of the outside world. Yet her experience with Wu Zhendong had not been overly harsh. She even spotted a corpse on one of the floors, causing her to nearly lose her footing in shock. Chen Nan quickly steadied her, resulting in an unavoidable moment of contact. Nie Qingqing clutched Chen Nan's arm tightly, her fear evident. As a woman, encountering death was understandably terrifying. Chen Nan felt the softness of her grip and couldn't help but be stirred by her proximity. "Where are you taking me?" she asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Are you going to cast me out? If I must reside here, I might as well be dead." As a pampered heiress, she could endure slightly harsher conditions, but not the sight of dead bodies. She regretted not seizing the moment earlier to claim Chen Nan for herself, but now she was at a loss for words. "To do what you desire most," Chen Nan replied with a smile. Nie Qingqing tightened her hold on him, perplexed by his meaning. Did he intend to frighten her, or was he aware of her current thoughts? Surely such actions would require them to return upstairs. As this thought crossed her mind, she gripped Chen Nan's arm even more tightly. Although she had come to terms with reality, a trace of nervousness lingered within her. After all, at 20-some years of age, she had yet to experience intimacy, and such a rapid progression felt somewhat hasty. Amidst her swirling thoughts, they finally arrived on the 18th floor. Following nearly 20 days of torrential rain and the melting of polar ice, the waters were nearly engulfing this area. Upon reaching this floor, Nie Qingqing immediately noticed Wu Hao cowering in a corner. It was at this moment that she grasped the meaning behind Chen Nan's earlier words regarding her desires. Prior to this, her greatest wish had been to avenge her father by eliminating the Wu family. Initially, she had believed Chen Nan would exchange Wu Hao for her freedom, as Wu Hao had already been assigned to Wu Zhendong's vessel. To her astonishment, Chen Nan had managed to bring him back. Qingqing. The sound of high heels roused Wu Hao from his stupor. At this moment, the only woman who could wear heels was undoubtedly one of Chen Nan's companions. He presumed Chen Nan had come to confront him once more, but upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of his beloved, the Ice Queen he had longed for. What astonished him further was that the usually aloof Nie Qingqing was adorned in a Balenciaga ensemble. A sensual white blouse paired with a fitted skirt, and she was firmly gripping Chen Nan's arm, as if he were her husband. This was all Su Xiaoyu's doing. The outfits had been meticulously prepared for Chen Nan, and unexpectedly, they were now donned by Nie Qingqing. "Chen Nan, did you not let him go?" Nie Qingqing queried, perplexed, for she had witnessed Wu Hao's departure on a speedboat. "If you did release him, how can you take your revenge?" Chen Nan feigned a mysterious smile, secretly admiring his own cleverness for not only capturing Wu Hao, but also winning the admiration of the beautiful woman. Upon hearing Chen Nan's words, Nie Qingqing was deeply moved. Chen Nan had defied his agreement with Wu Zhendong for her sake. If Wu Hao were aware of the emotional turmoil between them, he would surely wish for their ruin, questioning whether they ever considered his feelings amidst their affection. "Qingqing, please allow me to explain. I had no knowledge of your father's situation. I was trapped here," Wu Hao implored anxiously. Then he glanced at Chen Nan. "Qingqing, my father certainly did not mean for this to happen. It was all because of him." Nie Qingqing coldly laughed. "Does that even matter? I have never held Wu Hao in high regard, especially since your father is responsible for my father's death. This enmity is irreconcilable. Wu Hao, is there any point in saying this? Although your father escaped, I will eventually bring him to justice." Wu Hao realized that nothing he could say would change the situation. Nie Qingqing had always looked down on him. Now, with the added burden of his father's crime, and the fact that they had previously used Nie Qingqing as a bargaining chip for his own safety, he understood that a man like him was utterly reprehensible. Nie Qingqing turned to Chen Nan. "Thank you, I must avenge my father." Chen Nan had given her the hope of survival and aided her in seeking retribution against her father's murderer. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao panicked further, kneeling and begging, "Qingqing, please do not kill me. My father will never give up on me. If I perish, you will never find him." Nie Qingqing remained unmoved. He then turned to Chen Nan. "Although I am not a monster, my crimes do not warrant death. I beg you, spare my life." Chen Nan looked at Wu Hao in disbelief. This man would betray even his own father to save himself. Nonetheless, he respected Nie Qingqing's wishes. "Qingqing, do you wish to kill him?" Nie Qingqing nodded fiercely. Despite her desire to maintain a facade before Chen Nan, the desire for vengeance was paramount. She needed Wu Hao to die, making Wu Zhendong regret his actions. "You kill my father, so I shall take your only son. Do you not think killing him would be too merciful? Chen Nan remarked with a devilish smile. Observing Wu Hao's state, Nie Qingqing began to see the validity in Chen Nan's words. Although Wu Hao had previously been unremarkable, he now appeared somewhat deranged from the torment he had endured. Furthermore, having Wu Hao in her grasp could potentially draw Wu Zhendong out, given that he was the principal architect of her father's demise. I will heed your counsel. Wu Hao sighed in relief, but witnessing Nie Qingqing's submissive demeanor before Chen Nan filled him with anguish. Even if he were not to be killed, he could be subjected to torment. In this apocalyptic world, without resources, the daily pangs of hunger would serve as his greatest punishment. Chen Nan added, indeed, it is far easier to kill a man than to make him wish for death. Nie Qingqing's eyes brightened. This was indeed a clever strategy. It was easy to extinguish a life, yet to make someone wish for their end was a far more challenging endeavor. Moreover, she detected a hint of jealousy in Wu Hao's gaze. He was envious of Chen Nan, and Nie Qingqing was acutely aware of Wu Hao's feelings for her. Had he not been captured by Chen Nan, he would have surely forced himself upon her, without hesitation, after her father's death. Now, he could only helplessly watch as she embraced another man. With this thought in mind, Nie Qingqing unexpectedly kissed Chen Nan on the lips. The sudden act caught Chen Nan off guard, but it was undeniably soft and fragrant. Blushing fiercely, Nie Qingqing felt embarrassed. After all these years, she had not even shared a simple kiss with a man. Meanwhile, Wu Hao's breathing quickened as he glared at the scene, on the verge of confronting Chen Nan. Qingqing, even if you do not harbor feelings for me, do not be fooled by this man, Wu Hao shouted. Do you know how many women he has? He is nothing but a heartless scoundrel. Witnessing Wu Hao's agitation, Nie Qingqing realized she had made the right choice. What does it matter to me whether I am deceived by him or not? She retorted coldly. At least Chen Nan will not harm my father, and he has saved my life. You are my wife. Wu Hao shouted in a frenzy. Chen Nan promptly kicked him. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you wish to die? Wu Hao felt as if cold water had been poured over him. He had been too impulsive. If Chen Nan were to act out of anger, it would not end well for him. Seeing Wu Hao's pitiful state, Nie Qingqing regarded him with disdain, realizing that he only understood the essence of a true man at such a crucial moment. Upon descending from the penthouse, she had witnessed the harsh realities of life. To survive in this apocalypse, one needed a strong ally. Chen Nan was an excellent choice. Although their interactions had been brief, she sensed his lack of malice toward her. Chen Nan had not anticipated Wu Hao's role as an unwitting ally. His intention in bringing Nie Qingqing down was merely to enhance his favorability. He had not expected it to escalate to this level. Considering this, he moved to embrace Nie Qingqing's slim waist. She stiffened, her breath quickening. Her attire was already quite revealing, and this close contact heightened her awareness of his warmth. Wu Hao's expression was a mix of jealousy, hatred, regret, and disappointment. Wu Hao, did you ever consider that this day would come? Chen Nan felt a surge of satisfaction. Previously, his vengeance against Wu Hao had been physical or superficial. Today, however, he had achieved true revenge. Although he no longer felt anything for Qin Rongrong, he had been a scapegoat for years. And the public display of affection with Nie Qingqing had undoubtedly struck a blow to Wu Hao's pride. Nie Qingqing, unaware of their history, could see Wu Hao's expression and reflected on the character of the Wu family. It was evident that Chen Nan was the victim. With this realization, she stepped forward, turned, and embraced Chen Nan. Then, before Wu Hao's eyes, she kissed Chen Nan deeply, intensifying the scene. Although Nie Qingqing's actions were somewhat awkward, Chen Nan was experienced and handled it with finesse. He suspected that had they been in a less crowded space, Nie Qingqing would have eagerly thrown herself at him. To do so before Wu Hao was likely more painful than death itself. Yet, he remained unaware that even Wu Hao had never seen Nie Qingqing's body. While he sought revenge, Nie Qingqing would never allow him to gain that advantage. Having achieved his goal, Chen Nan was thoroughly satisfied as he escorted Nie Qingqing back, leaving Wu Hao to wallow in his sorrow. Earlier, Nie Qingqing seemed to want to explain something but couldn't find the words. Was it truly only for the sake of revenge against Wu Hao? Or had she subconsciously accepted the man before her? Earlier, it was quite sweet. Chen Nan smirked mischievously. Nie Qingqing, oblivious to the fact that Chen Nan's arm remained around her waist, felt her cheeks flush further. Noticing her embarrassment, Chen Nan ceased his teasing and instead shared his experiences with her. Upon hearing his tale, Nie Qingqing's anger flared. She had not anticipated Wu Hao's vile behavior. She had never contemplated that despite being married, she had never allowed Wu Hao to touch her. Could she really blame him? May I discuss something with you? Nie Qingqing stammered. Speak freely. I am listening, Chen Nan replied, puzzled. With a bashful expression, Nie Qingqing steeled herself and said, Could I possibly stay at your home? Please do not force me to leave. In her mind, she believed that her relationship with Chen Nan was tenuous, merely a means to retaliate against the Wu family. With the apocalypse upon them, every resource was crucial. This meant that Chen Nan had no obligation to support her. After all, she was not his woman, and he had no reason to take her in. Chen Nan was taken aback by Nie Qingqing's request, having completely overlooked his ample resources. What was easily attainable for him was something others could only dream of. Noticing Chun Nan's prolonged silence, Nie Qingqing began to feel anxious. If it is impossible, I am willing to become your woman. As the words faded into near silence, it was evident how deeply Nie Qingqing feared departing from Chun Nan's abode. Chapter 90, Arrival of Visitors. Nie Qingqing clearly perceived the external environment. Without Chun Nan, she was nothing. Not only would sustenance become a challenge, but even her own well-being was precarious. Under the pressures of the apocalypse, individuals might resort to desperate measures. It was far better to remain as Chun Nan's woman. At least he was someone she did not despise and could ensure her survival. Having experienced the struggle for life once, Nie Qingqing now understood the value of existence. Although her voice was barely audible, Chun Nan, with his extraordinary physique, heard her clearly. His physical capabilities had significantly enhanced, augmenting both strength and other attributes. Rest assured, I have no intention of casting you out. Such a beautiful woman deserves to be cherished, Chun Nan remarked with a smile. This girl was indeed intriguing. He found himself genuinely fond of her, feeling a romantic inclination that he had only previously experienced with Xia Yao. Hearing Chun Nan's words, Nie Qingqing felt reassured. Once a pampered heiress, she had never faced hardship. Witnessing Wu Hao's silence had prompted her overthinking. Wu Hao was indeed a failure, entirely dependent on his father. Yet she too was in a similar predicament, unable to survive without compromising herself. Chun Nan, do you like me? Nie Qingqing boldly inquired. Of course. Who could resist such beauty? That would be sheer folly, Chun Nan replied playfully. Nie Qingqing took pride in her appearance, despite the many beauties in Chun Nan's household. She did not believe herself inferior. You need not belittle yourself. Consider this. Even if you choose not to be my woman, I will still provide for you, Chun Nan stated earnestly. He expressed this to avoid any misunderstandings, given their unique circumstances, one being the ex-husband of Qin Rongrong and the other Wu Hao's wife. Should he claim her outright, it might lead her to believe he sought revenge on Wu Hao by taking his wife. In truth, he had long since dismissed any feelings regarding Wu Hao and Qin Rongrong's affair, as he harbored no emotional investment. His desire for retribution stemmed from the memories of his past life, where he had suffered at their hands, an experience he would never forget. Moved, Nie Qingqing leaned closer once more. However, Chun Nan refrained from advancing further, understanding that patience was essential. Thus, another woman joined the expansive residence in Building 18, or rather, two women. With the rising water levels, Tang Wanner's home had also succumbed to flooding, and Chun Nan, unwilling to let her suffer in the stairwell, insisted she move in with them. The other women were already aware, but upon meeting Tang Wanner, they were taken aback. Her attire was audacious, and following Chun Nan's influence, every inch of Tang Wanner radiated allure, making it difficult for even the women to remain unaffected. It became clear that Chun Nan had a particular preference. Consequently, the women's fashions became increasingly revealing, and Chun Nan found himself busier than ever. After a period of diligent effort, good news finally arrived. Ling and Xiao Xian were both pregnant. Congratulations, host. You have earned 20,000 points. Current balance, 30,000 points. The system's melodious voice chimed, lifting Chun Nan's spirits. Sitting at home, he could accrue points. What could be better? However, with several women now inhabiting the space, it had grown somewhat cramped, with some sharing rooms. This arrangement alleviated some of Chun Nan's burdens, sparing him the need to traverse multiple rooms. Nevertheless, he resolved to move to the Dongfang Mingzhu soon. For the current quarters were too confined. Living with a dozen individuals in two large apartments might seem spacious, but remaining in such a limited space became monotonous. Even the young girl, Xia Yi, was restless. She could not be confined indoors perpetually. Just as Chun Nan planned to relocate, another vessel arrived in a different area of the East China Sea. This ship docked at the large vessel where Li Xiangqian was, and he personally came to greet the arrival. Few could overshadow Li Yuntian in Donghai City, and Li Xiangqian was similarly formidable. Following the apocalypse, Li Yuntian's status had risen, and so too had Li Xiangqian's. The individual who warranted his personal welcome must hold considerable stature. Mr. Chun, your arrival is an honor. I apologize for the lack of formal greeting, Li Xiangqian said, accompanying him aboard. Though somewhat comical with a limp, Mr. Chun paid it no mind. Xiangqian, I frequently hear your uncle speak of you. You are talented and destined for greatness, Mr. Chun remarked with a smile. Your praise is unwarranted. I merely seek to make a living, Li Xiangqian replied, feigning modesty. He was cautious in the presence of Mr. Chun, who, according to his uncle Li Yuntian, was named Chun Jiqiang and possessed significant influence, previously a leader in a state-owned enterprise. Now, amidst the apocalypse, he held an important position, reportedly overseeing grain reserves, a critical resource during these times. Even Li Yuntian required his support to execute his duties. More importantly, his connections were formidable. His powerful brother-in-law contributed to Mr. Chen's ascension. Your uncle has likely informed you that I have come to Donghai to retrieve someone, Chun Jiqiang said with a smile. Rest assured, as long as the person is alive, I will ensure their retrieval, Li Xiangqian pledged confidently. Li Yuntian had instructed him to extend hospitality to Chen Jiqiang, who was reportedly in search of a woman he had been supporting. His wife had been exceedingly domineering, and Chen Jiqiang had tread carefully, only visiting his mistress during business trips. However, his wife had unexpectedly passed away recently, reportedly due to a pre-existing condition exacerbated by the harsh environment of the apocalypse and inadequate medical care. The specifics remained unclear to Li Yuntian. He merely instructed Li Xiangqian to treat Chen Jiqiang well. This individual not only wielded significant influence, but also commanded vast resources, retaining a status equal to or greater than before the apocalypse. It is said that heroes often falter in the face of beauty. One wonders what kind of woman has captured Mr. Chen's fancy, Li Xiangqian mused. When Chen Jiqiang handed over the address to Li Xiangqian, he was taken aback. Originally, Chen Jiqiang had intended to fetch the individual himself, but due to the flooding, he had lost his bearings and sought Li Xiangqian's assistance. Isn't this the neighborhood where Chunnan resides? Li Xiangqian furrowed his brow. Chapter 91, A Treacherous Plot. A woman in Chunnan's neighborhood? Li Xiangqian's bro furuba depoli. Chunnan's reputation as a lecher had long circulated, and Li Xiangqian had first-hand experience, having once been injured while attempting to claim a woman from him. Is there a problem? Shen Ziqiang inquirat, noticing Li Xiangqian's frown. Li Xiangqian shook his head. The location was indeed easily found, but it was Chunnan's territory. Moreover, it was rumored that Mr. Chen's golden canary was a rare beauty. Considering Chunnan's disposition, it was imperative to ascertain the situation first. Perhaps the woman did not even reside in the same building. Please hold on, Mr. Chun. I will make some inquiries, he replied, opting not to disclose his concerns to Chen Jiqiang. Otherwise, he would appear incompetent. The compact nature of Donghai City made investigations relatively straightforward. Li Xiangqian had previously learned of Chunnan's residence from Li Yuntian, who had cautioned him to avoid that area. Li Xiao, we have clarified the situation. Chunnan also resides in Building 18, directly across from that woman, his subordinate reported. Trouble has now arisen. Residing across the hall is an exceptionally stunning beauty. Not to mention Chunnan. Even Li Xiangqian doubts whether he could resist her allure. He now faces a dilemma. Should he directly inform General Chun, or should he take the initiative to gauge Chunnan's intentions? After much contemplation, Li Xiangqian resolved to call Chunnan. While he harbored thoughts of eliminating Chunnan, Li Yuntian had expressly instructed him to avoid provoking the adversary unless absolutely necessary. Li Xiangqian, unafraid of the heavens or the earth, feared only his uncle. Thus he opted for a path of peace. If all else fails, he would inform General Chun, allowing him to devise a solution. Although Li Xiangqian felt incapable of handling Chunnan, it did not imply that General Chun was equally powerless. After all, he had formidable figures backing him. When Chunnan was preparing to relocate, his phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number, which he answered without hesitation. Young Master Chun, this is Li Xiangqian, came a courteous tone from the other end. Chunnan was taken aback, not expecting Li Xiangqian to reach out to him. Could it be that Li Yuntian was displeased with him for previously eliminating Wadaba? What brings you to contact me, young Master Li? Chunnan inquired, feigning a smile. I wish to inquire about an individual, Li Xiangqian replied. Oh, the Li family is a prominent clan in Donghai City, with far more connections than I. What is it you wish to know? Chunnan questioned, puzzled. After a brief silence, Li Xiangqian stated, I seek information about a woman named Shui Furong. I have heard she resides across from you. Are you familiar with her, young Master Chen? Shui Furong? Chunnan pondered how Li Xiangqian learned of this name and her residence. It soon dawned on him that only the powerful figure who had once kept Shui Furong as a mistress could possess such knowledge. What is your interest in her? Chunnan asked, his tone indifferent. Li Xiangqian's brow furrowed. The moment was critical, and Chunnan clearly knew Shui Furong. It seemed he had already taken her into his harem, making it difficult for Li Xiangqian to broach the subject. Young Master Chun, I am merely acting on behalf of someone else. Shui Furong is his girlfriend, and I have been tasked with assisting in her departure, Li Xiangqian asserted, attempting to assert his position. Regardless of whether you have secured Shui Furong, there is a precedence to be respected. Chunnan scoffed, while Li Xiangqian was adept at conversation. Relinquishing Shui Furong was out of the question. She was now his exclusive pet, a canary that could not be replaced. Since you are acting on behalf of another, inform him that Shui Furong is now my woman, and I shall take good care of her. Chunnan firmly declined Li Xiangqian's request. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangqian's expression darkened. It was merely a woman, yet Chunnan showed him such blatant disrespect. Young Master Chun, I must be candid. The individual I represent is a person of considerable stature, and I am following orders. Furthermore, if you require, I can procure several other women for you. However, I wonder if you could extend a favor regarding the Shui Furong. One cannot deny that Li Xiangqian was somewhat capable, his words carefully chosen. It was no wonder Li Yuntian had designated him as his successor. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely capitulated to Li Xiangqian's request. Yet, Chunnan remained unfazed. Li Xiangqian's eloquence seemed merely a means to appease the influential figure, seeking to reclaim Shui Furong before addressing other matters. Chun Nan understood that the canary of such a powerful figure could not be touched by another. He feared that repercussions would soon follow, and Li Xiangqian would be in a position to eliminate him without consequence. I shall reiterate, Shui Furong is my woman. If not, perhaps you could offer your wife to that so-called influential figure. Who knows, it might elevate your standing. The moment those words escaped his lips, Li Xiangqian's fury ignited. What nonsense is this? I extend you courtesy, yet you dare to humiliate me. He could not fathom how a mere kept woman could be compared to a wife. Chun Nan, do not overstep. I call to offer you a chance. Offending him could lead to dire consequences. Li Xiangqian raturtakudli. As a young man, his temper flared, and he had already attempted to lower his stance. Yet Chun Nan showed him no respect. Is that so? I await your decision. Chun Nan replied, promptly ending the call. Li Xiangqian's anger intensified. Chun Nan had audaciously hung up on him. Since he refused to cooperate, do not blame me for being impolite. Li Xiangqian was no longer the same as before. With Li Yuntian now at the helm of the disaster relief operations in Linhai province, his authority was formidable. He could easily amass resources with a mere flick of his wrist. Li Xiangqian's cohort was well equipped, rendering him unafraid of a direct confrontation with Chun Nan. General Chun, based on the information you provided, we have gathered details regarding Miss Shui Furong's current situation. Li Xiangqian prepared to use others to eliminate his rival. Even if he would take action, he would not lead. He would let Qin Jiqiang take the lead. Speak, I am mentally prepared. Qin Jiqiang, seasoned by numerous trials, sensed urgency in Li Xiangqian's tone. Otherwise, given the Li family's influence in Donghai, they would have long since retrieved her. We have located the individual, but she remains in the same place. However, Miss Shui Furong's circumstances have worsened. It appears she's been taken captive. Li Xiangqian stated directly. Upon hearing this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Qin Jiqiang's eyes. She was his cherished possession, and even amidst an apocalypse, he would not abandon her. Otherwise, he would not have sought out Shui Furong in the first place. To have his beloved taken from him was akin to plucking the fur from tiger. Chapter 92. From a position of power. Observing Qin Jiqiang's sinister expression, Li Xiangqian knew he had succeeded, although his words contained a degree of exaggeration. The fact remained that Chun Nan had indeed claimed Shui Furong as his own, and Qin Jiqiang would not simply let this slide. What was the background of this individual? Qin Jiqiang inquired directly. Li Yuntian was the king of the sea in Donghai. While he may have been respected in the past, amidst the current disaster, he held unparalleled authority in Donghai City. Yet, it was evident that Li Xiangqian had not brought her back, indicating he faced significant challenges. To be honest, this leg of mine is a result of his actions. Li Xiangqian admitted with a hint of bitterness. Initially, this was a source of shame, one he wished to keep concealed, but to emphasize Chun Nan's tyranny, he cast aside his pride. He did not elaborate on the details, yet his limp spoke volumes. This was an adversary not to be underestimated. Is there truly such a formidable presence in Donghai City? Qin Jiqiang questioned, incredulous. For this was the nephew of the illustrious Li Yuntian. Although he did not reside permanently in Donghai City, he was well acquainted with the region, frequently visiting for business. He had a clear understanding of Donghai City's elite. Without a doubt, Li Yuntian's status before the apocalypse was already formidable, and post-apocalypse, he undoubtedly reigned supreme. Qin Jiqiang mused that if not for the backing of powerful allies, Li Yuntian likely would not have regarded him highly. In this environment, possessing vessels, resources, and weaponry defines true power, and Li Yuntian met all these criteria. Otherwise, how can a mere businessman assume the role of the chief relief commander of Linhai province? My uncle instructed me to avoid provoking him. Hence, I was unable to retrieve Miss Shui Furong, Li Xiangqian conveyed directly. Qin Jiqiang's expression hardened. He was well aware of Li Yuntian's stature. If even he exercised caution, it was evident that the opponent's strength was formidable. Nevertheless, Shui Furong was his prized possession. He must retrieve her at all costs. Have someone escort me. I shall speak with him personally, Qin Jiqiang declared, extending an olive branch by offering to take action himself. Upon hearing his words, Li Xiangqian felt a surge of delight within. Given Chun Nan's character, he would undoubtedly not yield, and a thrilling spectacle was imminent. However, Qin Jiqiang was not one to be arrogant or reckless. He had brought along over a dozen bodyguards, each armed to the teeth. If diplomacy failed, force would be the only recourse. Such a formidable presence could wreak havoc in either the pre-apocalyptic or post-apocalyptic world, and it would soon become evident just how much weight Chun Nan carried. Early the next morning, Li Xiangqian dispatched a yacht to ferry Qin Jiqiang. As for himself, he feigned a physical limitation to avoid accompanying them, knowing well that Chun Nan was unpredictable and could be lethal. To ensure safety, he reported the proceedings to Li Yuntian, who surprisingly mirrored his sentiments, allowing Qin Jiqiang to confront Chun Nan. Li Yuntian was equally curious about Chun Nan's hidden strengths. If he was indeed merely bluffing, it might compel Li Yuntian to intervene personally. Not to mention, the yacht, Dongfang Mingzhu, was of immense value, along with the resources aboard the Dolly. Following the banquet on the Dongfang Mingzhu, Li Yuntian had inquired with other influential figures and learned that Chunnan had procured substantial supplies, including food and medical necessities. If the containers on the dolly were filled with these provisions, it would indeed represent an astronomical fortune. Outside Building 18, as Chun Jiqiang's yacht approached the community, residents watched with keen interest. The water level had risen alarmingly, nearing the 20th floor, and fatalities were rampant. Life-sustaining supplies had been nearly depleted, with many falling victim to violent skirmishes over resources, while others succumbed to injuries without access to medicine. In this desperate climate, anything capable of facilitating an escape would incite frenzy. Recently, some had even attempted to construct makeshift rafts from dismantled furniture. But the overwhelming rush had resulted in several drowning before they could embark. Ultimately, when they managed to leave the community, they found that all the boats had been claimed by others, leaving them with no opportunity to board any vessel. At this juncture, Li Xiangxian relayed a message to Chun Nan, informing him that someone sought a negotiation. Chun Nan had already noticed the yacht outside. Any vessel daring to enter the community at this moment was either courting death or possessed of formidable self-defense capabilities. It was clear that Chun Jiqiang belonged to the latter category, as the surveillance footage revealed a dozen burly bodyguards on deck, visibly armed. With the water reaching nearly the 20th floor and Chun Nan residing on the 26th, he found no need to descend for dialogue. He could communicate directly from his elevated position. The sense of superiority was undeniably exhilarating for him, though it naturally displeased others, such as Chun Jiqiang. Once a high-ranking executive in a state-owned enterprise, he had never before encountered such disrespect. Now, despite his retained stature, he was addressed from a lofty perch, with the speaker too indolent to descend. "Speak quickly. Do not impede my morning exercise," Chun Nan remarked nonchalantly. Chun Jiqiang's expression darkened. It was no wonder Li Xiangxian was reluctant to engage with Chun Nan. Was there substance behind these words, or merely bravado? "Bring Shui Furong to see me," he stated bluntly, cutting to the chase. Chun Nan nearly laughed aloud at the audacity. "You must be accustomed to giving orders. Why not have your wife summon me?" He retorted disdainfully. "What audacity you possess. Do you know who I am?" Chun Jiqiang huffed coldly. "But your matters not to me. Shui Furong is now my pet. If you have no business, then be gone. I have a dog to walk shortly." This declaration undoubtedly provoked Chun Jiqiang, for it implied that something once his was now in the possession of Chun Nan. Even an ordinary man would not tolerate such an affront to his partner, let alone someone of Chun Jiqiang's stature. "You insolent brat, I have extended you an opportunity. Do not blame me for being ruthless," Chun Jiqiang declared before retreating to the yacht's cabin. Prior to arriving, he had gathered intelligence on Chun Nan's capabilities and was aware of his weaponry, opting for caution. The yacht gradually approached the building, and Chun Jiqiang's men prepared to storm the premises. Meanwhile, Chun Nan couldn't help but smirk. Such a meager contingent believed they could contend with him. Truly laughable. Yet, as he prepared to take action, another matter captured his attention. Behind Building 18, a figure moved swiftly through the floodwaters, approaching with astonishing speed. Even a champion swimmer would struggle to match such velocity. Maintaining such speed in these floodwaters, Chun Nan surmised, could only be the work of a mutated individual with extraordinary abilities. He had long heard tales of power-type mutants in other buildings, but had never witnessed one until today. It appeared that this individual was also seeking an escape, recognizing the threat posed by the prolonged deluge, which had risen significantly. This global phenomenon of rising sea levels was unprecedented. Had anyone suggested such a scenario before the apocalypse, they would have been deemed insane. Yet, the catastrophe had indeed unfolded. Despite having employed numerous small boats and speedboats, the entire community was aware that Chun Nan wielded firearms. Under ordinary circumstances, no one dare provoke him, for he had taken lives without hesitation. Faced with the relentless pressure of the flood, even those unwilling to leave were compelled to find a means of escape. Otherwise, within a week, the community would be entirely submerged, and all would perish within the waters. The mutant's predicament mirrored this urgency, prompting a desperate quest for a means out. Initially, he had considered taking the risk of approaching Chun Nan for discussion, but Chun Jiqiang's arrival offered a glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to him, however, the yacht was not only equipped with firearms, but multiple weapons as well. It was precisely this knowledge that had spurred him to stealthily approach, despite his newfound strength. He recognized that modern weaponry could spell his doom. Chun Jiqiang was astute and seasoned, understanding that capturing Chun Nan was essential, yet he must also ensure his own safety. One could never predict whether the desperate populace might take the opportunity to attack the yacht. Thus, he dispatched only half of his men to ascend the building. Inside Building 18, many residents overheard the exchange between Chun Jiqiang and Chun Nan. Only extraordinary individuals would dare confront Chun Nan at such a perilous time. Most chose to retreat, with those on the upper floors hastily descending. It was a grave joke. Each of these men was armed, and a stray bullet could spell certain death. "Be cautious, brothers. Chun Nan possesses firearms and has 2 bodyguards, all with considerable firepower," warned one man. "It seems this fellow is not well liked. Many wish for his demise, he added with a sardonic smile. The speaker was Qin Wei, who had just exhausted his last rations and had gone several days without food. He realized that seeking forgiveness from Chun Nan was futile. It was better to take a risk. If he could eliminate Chun Nan, an opportunity would arise. Otherwise, lead us there, the leader of the group insisted. They were no naive souls and recognized the potential danger posed by the numerous firearms. Suddenly, Qin Wei found himself bewildered. He had intended to offer them a helpful warning. Yet it had morphed into a death sentence for him. Brothers, have mercy. I still have an elderly father to care for. Send someone else. He pleaded. Go or die. A gun was pressed firmly against Qin Wei's forehead. He nearly lost control of his bladder. It was his first encounter with such a threat. Reluctantly, he stepped forward, unaware that Chun Nan was observing the entire scene. The corridor was lined with surveillance cameras he had installed, rendering any expendable pawn inconsequential to his judgment. Thus, with trepidation, Qin Wei ascended to the top floor, only to be astonished by the absence of any opposition. Did Chun Nan fear confrontation and choose to hide? Such thoughts raced through his mind. The individuals trailing behind were equally perplexed, and eventually, one person tentatively decided to follow. However, as two of them peeked out, 2 bullets shot in from an unknown angle, sending them straight to their demise. Help! Qin Wei cried out in terror, disregarding everything else as he bolted down the stairs in a frenzy. The corridor erupted into a storm of gunfire, and after an indeterminate amount of time, Chun Nan gently opened the door. There was no need for him to intervene. 2 bodyguards were more than sufficient to handle the situation. For the bodyguards exchanged through the system were all of at least Special Forces caliber. Although Chun Jiqiang's bodyguards were formidable, they were not accustomed to handling such weaponry, rendering them somewhat inept. More importantly, Chun Nan possessed a god's eye view, allowing him to monitor everything through the surveillance cameras. He was acutely aware of the number of adversaries and their precise locations, making it inconceivable for him to envision defeat. At that moment, the yacht below suddenly came under attack. Chun Jiqiang, despite his caution, had his bodyguards underestimate the threat. Perhaps their sense of superiority led them to believe that no one in such a remote locale could pose a danger to them. When a hidden ability user beneath the water struck, they instantly eliminated 1 bodyguard. Who is that? Gasped the onlookers in astonishment. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of the assailant as shadow. It was utterly terrifying. Just then, another individual was attacked, but managed to react at the critical moment. Kill him, Chun Jiqiang commanded coldly. Showing no concern for the fact that one of their own was in danger, the other bodyguards opened fire. Clearly, the adversaries were taken aback by Chun Jiqiang's ruthlessness. The presence of firearms exceeded their expectations, even disregarding their own men. While the ability user was indeed powerful, such novice-awakened individuals could not withstand conventional firearms without training. Ultimately, 2 bullets struck him. Had he not swiftly jumped into the water, he would have surely met his end. Chun Jiqiang let out a cold laugh, scoffing at the notion that such a level of incompetence could seize the yacht. At this juncture, the upper floor had fallen silent. Chun Jiqiang called through the intercom, but there was no response for quite some time. Were you calling for me? Chun Nan's disdainful voice suddenly echoed. Upon hearing his words, Chun Jiqiang's expression changed. The fact that so many gunmen had been sent up only to be annihilated suggested that this young man indeed possessed some skill. Chun Nan, I recognize your capabilities, but opposing me is tantamount to courting death. All this commotion for merely a woman is hardly worth it. Is that so? Are you not also stirring up trouble for a woman? Chun Nan retorted with a cold smile. At this moment, he had returned to the grand flat, gazing down at Chun Jiqiang through the window. Just then, a sultry voice interjected. Mr. Chun, I am already his. Please do not waste any more time. It was Shui Furong's voice emanating from the grand flat, and upon hearing her words, Chun Jiqiang became agitated. The woman he had painstakingly trained had now become someone else's plaything. This was a slap in the face. With this thought, he shot at the upper floor, only to find that the glass did not shatter. Chun Nan had long since replaced the flat's windows with bulletproof glass, rendering standard handguns ineffective. Inside the room, Shui Furong was startled, as Chun Jiqiang's intimidation still held some sway over her. Fear not. With me here, he cannot harm you. Chun Nan reassured the canary in his arms. Yes, master. Shui Furong obediently replied, a sight that would surely infuriate Chun Jiqiang if he were to witness it. Chapter 94. Mission triggered. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. If Chun Jiqiang were to retreat now, I would have no desire to pursue matters further. However, the enmity has already been established, and thus I shall not hold back. Since you seek my demise, do not leave, commanded Chun Nan, as 2 bodyguards swiftly descended. While he prepared his sniper rifle, Chun Nan, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Surrender Shui Furong, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, all the occupants of this building shall perish. Chun Jiqiang was on the verge of losing control. A man of his stature should not have been so unhinged over a woman. Yet, Shui Furong's earlier words had provoked him. After all, she was merely a dog, now daring to betray him. His fondness for Shui Furong stemmed not only from her beauty, but also from the satisfaction she provided him psychologically. Despite his high status, much of his standing was reliant on his wife's family. While he appeared grand in public, he was still beholden to the whims of a woman at home. Shui Ferong offered him immense gratification, both physically and emotionally, which is why he had always regarded her as his prized possession. Even amidst the apocalypse, he had not forgotten her. He simply lacked the audacity to be overt about it. Now that his wife had unexpectedly passed, he had rushed to Donghai City at once. Should he return empty-handed, the gossip would be relentless. How could the logistics chief of Linghai province fail to secure a mere woman? Spare your life? You could talk about that once you return alive, Chun Nan scoffed. No sooner had he spoken than gunfire erupted outside. The two bodyguards had reached the ground floor and were engaged in fierce combat with the gunmen on the yacht. Chen Jiqiang, frightened, took refuge in the cabin. Not anticipating the tenacity of his foes, his initial contingent of over 10 gunmen had dwindled to less than half. The individuals on the yacht had the advantage of cover, exchanging fire with the two in the corridor. However, they had overlooked the high ground. Chen Nan's sniper rifle was already aimed at them, with a resounding shot. One gunman was struck in the head. "Watch out, sniper!" The gunman panicked. What they had initially thought to be a simple game of dominance had escalated to the presence of sniper rifle. Chun Jiqiang's bodyguards were unaccustomed to such an array of firepower. In mere minutes, 2 more fell. Now, apart from Chun Jiqiang, only 1 gunman remained on the yacht. "Flee! Quickly!" Chun Jiqiang bellowed from the cockpit. The driver had been assigned by Lin Tian. Just then, a figure appeared in the cockpit and swiftly dispatched the driver. "Who are you?" Chun Jiqiang exclaimed in shock. The individual before him was none other than the assailant who had attacked the yacht earlier, now bleeding profusely. A normal person would likely have succumbed after taking 2 bullets, yet this individual persevered, stealthily boarding the vessel. This exemplified the horror of the mutated. Despite severe injuries, they could still unleash astonishing strength for a brief period. "Plapavadai," the assailant declared, effortlessly snapping Chun Jiqiang's neck. How ironic it was that a provincial logistics chief met his end over a woman in the ocean. Such a fate would surely be a source of mockery. After eliminating Chun Jiqiang, the mutated individual finally succumbed to their injuries, fainting from blood loss. Meanwhile, the last gunman outside was also neutralized. For a moment, the yacht was enveloped in silence, floating quietly on the water. None of the occupants of the nearby buildings dared to approach. This was a real-life gun battle, and no one wished to court death. After a considerable time, Chun Nan finally boarded the battered yacht, and upon seeing Chun Jiqiang's lifeless body, he nodded in satisfaction. As for the mutated individual nearby, although unconscious, they were not yet dead. Mission triggered. Rescue and subdue the ability user for additional rewards. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Chun Nan was elated. The system consistently delivered exceptional outcomes. Previously, he had received 10,000 points for eliminating the crow, and he was curious about the reward this time. With that thought in mind, he immediately began assessing the individual's injuries. He had exchanged for powerful medical skills through the system, though he had yet to apply them in practice. After a thorough examination, Chun Nan furrowed his brow. A typical person would have perished from such injuries long ago. This individual possessed a physical resilience far exceeding that of an average person, based on Chun Nan's assessment. They likely had a physique 10 times that of an ordinary individual, which explained their remarkable speed. Presently, they were relying entirely on their superior physical capabilities. If the shrapnel were not removed promptly, they would soon succumb to blood loss. Upon contemplating this, he immediately connected with Dongfang Mingzhu. For Zixian was indeed a skilled surgeon. Shortly thereafter, under Jiang Ro's arrangement, someone brought Zixian over. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she was taken aback by the women present in Chun Nan's household. Much like Nie Qingqing, the stunning beauties in Chun Nan's abode were numerous, with several even surpassing her in appearance. However, she soon came to terms with the reality that, in such an environment, women could only seek refuge with a powerful figure like Chun Nan to secure their survival. "He has been shot. Do you think he can handle it?" Chun Nan had prepared surgical tools in advance, as a storage space contained everything one might need. Zixian furrowed her brow. Although she was indeed a surgeon, she was merely an intern. She had participated in a few surgeries before, but mostly as an observer or an assistant. "I have yet to handle a gunshot wound, and the environment here seems unsuitable," she expressed, concern etched across her face. Surgical procedures require a sterile environment to prevent infections, and any inflammation of the wound could lead to troublesome complications. However, Chun Nan nonchalantly urged her, "Just proceed. I will take care of the rest." With a physique 10 times stronger than average, the concerns Zixian harbored were unfounded. At worst, if the surgery failed, Chun Nan would incur no significant loss. It would merely serve as an experiment. Zixian nodded, changing into a fresh set of clothes before commencing her work. Fortunately, the medical supplies Chun Nan had prepared were ample. Otherwise, she would have hesitated to proceed. Half an hour passed, and Zixian was drenched in sweat. Typically, surgeries involve several individuals working together, but now she was solely responsible for everything, creating immense pressure. Thankfully, her professional skills proved exceptional, and she swiftly extracted the bullet and sutured the wound. Exhausted, she felt as though she had been drained of all energy. Chen Nan promptly carried her back to his room to rest. "You have worked hard. Rest well," he said. Zixian blushed and nodded, feeling more nervous than fatigued. Later, Chen Nan checked the man's injury again. The bullet had been removed, the bleeding had ceased, and vital signs were stable. "It appears there are no issues," Chen Nan remarked with a slight smile, applying gentle pressure to the wound. A unique force began to mend the injury. Given the innate healing abilities of an ability user, it likely would not be long before he fully recovered. Chapter 95, Loyalty Recognition due to excessive blood loss, coupled with anesthesia. The man remained unconscious for an entire day and night before awakening. Upon realizing his surroundings, he was taken aback, recalling that he had been on a yacht. "Now that you are awake, speak." Chen Nan had people monitoring him, as this related to his rewards. Moreover, Chen Nan was uncertain about the man's character. What if he awoke and attempted to harm him? "You are Chen Nan." The man's expression changed, and he hunched over, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Rumors had already circulated within the community that Chen Nan was a murderous fiend, with countless lives claimed in Building 18. Observing the man's condition, Chen Nan reassured him. "You need not be nervous. If I wished to kill you, I would not have saved you." The man glanced at the bandages on his body and quickly grasped the situation. "Let us discuss your circumstances first. What is your name?" Although there were system tasks involved, Chen Nan knew nothing about him. If he were a nefarious villain, there would be no reason to spare him. Fortunately, during the day, Chen Nan had gathered some information, as they lived in the same community, making it easy to catch wind of news. "I am Yuan Fei, the owner of Building 13. After some conversation, Chen Nan gained a preliminary understanding of the man. Originally a crew member at Donghai Port, Yuan Fei had returned home for a brief respite, only to encounter a devastating flood. Initially, the situation was manageable, but as resources dwindled, people began to resort to theft. Yuan Fei, a fundamentally honest man, had managed to sustain his family of 3, but when they were robbed, he retaliated in anger, unexpectedly discovering an increase in his strength. An ordinary man suddenly endowed with extraordinary power, especially in an apocalyptic scenario, naturally positioned Yuan Fei as the leader of his building. Under his leadership, Building 13 fared relatively well during this tumultuous time. Although resources were scarce, they managed to get by. While a few troublemakers had arisen, Yuan Fei dealt with them decisively. Knowing that in chaotic times one must be firm, he had previously refrained from attacking Chen Jiqiang, as that individual represented their hope for survival, necessitating a calculated gamble. "Chen Nan, I am aware you possess ample supplies. Might I borrow some medicine for my son, who is suffering from fever?" Yuan Fei suddenly pleaded. Chen Nan, already aware of the necessity of rewards, found himself in a position where the other party sought his assistance. "I do have considerable supplies, but why should I give them to you? What benefit do I gain from this?" Chen Nan could not appear too eager, lest he lose the opportunity to win Yuan Fei over. Yuan Fei paused, realizing the truth. "Why should anyone help you? Saving your life is already a monumental favor. This is an apocalypse, not the past. Every grain of food is invaluable." What to do? He could not overpower them. Was he destined to leave his fate to chance? With this thought, he fell to his knees. "I beg you, if you can save my son, I am willing to work tirelessly for you. I still possess strength." Witnessing Yuan Fei's desperation, Chen Nan began to understand his character. His willingness to kneel for his family revealed a sense of loyalty and honor. "Since you have said so, it would be unkind of me to refuse any further," Chen Nan replied with a gentle smile. Yuan Fei sighed in relief, and Chen Nan instructed him to bring his child to him. Not only were there medicines here, but also a skilled doctor. Although Zixian specialized in surgery, her foundational medical knowledge surpassed that of the average person. During her studies, she had been exposed to various pathologies, and with the right medicines, treating common ailments posed no challenge. Yuan Fei's child had no significant issues, merely a prolonged fever leading to some weakness. Zixian administered antipyretics and antiviral treatment, and soon the child's temperature began to normalize. Thank you both," Yuan Fei expressed, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Very well, remember your promise. I will send a boat to retrieve you soon," Chen Nan replied with a smile. Yuan Fei's face lit up with joy. Not only had his son been saved, but they would also receive a boat for their escape, a true stroke of fortune that deepened his gratitude towards Chen Nan. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have been rewarded with the ability to recognize loyalty. The host can now gauge each person's loyalty or affection towards him. This is extraordinary. Such a function exists." Chen Nan exclaimed in astonishment. This was akin to a form of mind reading. While he could not discern individuals' precise thoughts, he could ascertain their sentiments towards him. This ability would undoubtedly serve as a crucial asset in the apocalypse, allowing him to sidestep unnecessary risks and make informed judgments. With this in mind, he could not resist testing it out and turned to Zixian. "Loyalty, 75. Is that high or low?" Chen Nan found himself momentarily puzzled. He then glanced at his bodyguard, who exhibited a perfect loyalty rating of 100%, a testament to the system's obedience. Next, he assessed Yuan Fei, who registered a loyalty score of 60. Fair enough, he mused, considering his conduct. A score of 60 was already commendable. As for Zixian's 75, that was even higher, particularly given their limited time spent together thus far. All right, you may return for now. I will contact you later, Chen Nan instructed Yuan Fei, acknowledging his loyalty. In the future, he could assist Zhang Li in managing the crew aboard the Li. As per his plan, the Li would accommodate many individuals, and Zhang Li alone would struggle with management. With these matters resolved, another individual required attention. The previous day, Chen Jiqiang had launched an attack, and Qin Wei had betrayed him on the spot. As for why Chen Nan had not eliminated him with a single shot afterward, that was a deliberate decision on his part. Such a person is far too cheap to kill easily. At this very moment, Qin Wei is cowering in the stairwell, trembling with fear. Betraying Chen Nan has led to no favorable outcome. He has been anxious for an entire day and night. Just as he begins to relax, Chen Nan suddenly appears, startling him into a jump. Chen Nan, I did not intend to betray you. They forced me to do it, holding a gun to my head. Qin Wei is so frightened that he stutters, even pulling a bystander to vouch for him. The nearby crowd immediately disperses, fearing the bloodshed that might ensue. At this moment, only Qin Gang and Chen Tingting remain. Tingting, you are the only one who stands by me in this critical time, Qin Wei says, his face filled with emotion. Upon hearing his words, Chen Nan cannot help but display a hint of ridicule, skillfully playing the role of a victim. Chen Tingting, your husband has betrayed me, and I am quite furious. What do you suggest we do? Chen Nan gazes meaningfully at the few individuals before him. Qin Wei watches in shock as Chen Tingting's next actions unfold, feeling as if the sky has collapsed upon him. Qin Wei, you're a useless fool. If not for Brother Nan's help, I would have likely starved to death. Being with you is truly a stroke of bad luck, Chen Tingting mocks. See? This is the wife you've been treating like a deity, Chen Nan coldly remarks. In his previous life, Qin Wei's family adored Chen Tingting, while he had been subservient to them. Now, the roles had reversed entirely, eliminating any middleman as prophet. You forced her into this. You are a demon. Qin Wei screams in a frenzy, unable to believe his wife could be so despicable. However, the scene unfolding before his eyes compels him to accept the truth. This woman dares to wear a crown of shame in front of him. Is that so? Chen Nan scoffed. Then take a look at this. He retrieves his phone and opens the chat history with Chen Tingting, revealing some unsightly words. There are also private photos that Chen Tingting sent to Chen Nan, showing a side of his wife that Qin Wei had never witnessed. Furthermore, there are surveillance videos showing Chen Tingting kneeling at the entrance of the luxury apartment, pleading for food in such attire, causing Qin Wei to nearly explode with rage. No wonder Chen Tingting had not complained of hunger in the past few days, even giving her food to him and his son, which had touched them for quite some time. It turns out she had secretly filled her belly. But wait, is this merely about being full? She had become Chen Nan's obedient servant, fulfilling every demand he made. Qin Gang nearly collapses as well. He had believed that their family treated Chen Tingting well, only to discover she is such a person. With her pretense shattered, Chen Tingting no longer hides her disdain. Qin Wei, you useless man. You have nothing to eat. What is wrong with me seeking help from Brother Nan? Should I starve to death alongside you? You shameless woman. How dare you speak to me like that? Qin Wei roars in fury, incredulous that she is the one casting blame when she is the one without dignity. What? Did I say something wrong? If it weren't for me, you would have been a corpse by now, Chen Tingting retorts defiantly. The thought of her words ignites Qin Wei's rage further. She claims to be pleasing Chen Nan for everyone's survival, but in reality, it is for her own benefit. With the weight of a green hat upon his head, Qin Wei can no longer contain himself and strikes Chen Tingting across the face. You worthless creature. How dare you hit me? I will fight you to the end. Chen Tingting exclaims angrily. For so long, the Qin family had treated her like royalty. How could they dare to raise a hand against her? Although Qin Wei is male, he has been weakened by days of hunger, while Chen Tingting has acquired some food from Chen Nan, maintaining her strength. In a surprising turn of events, the two engage in a fierce fight, leaving onlookers astounded. As they exchange blows, both end up bruised and battered, oblivious to the fact that Chen Nan has long since departed. This family will tear themselves apart, and only later will Chen Nan be astonished by the surveillance footage, revealing that Chen Tingting, a woman, had reduced Qin Wei to tears. Indeed, when a woman becomes resolute, men have no place in the matter. Reflecting on his past life, it seems that Qin Rongrong had treated him similarly. Perhaps this is a case of karma. Upon returning home, Chen Nan is suddenly struck by inspiration and decides to check the loyalty levels of the women around him. Those who had followed him before the apocalypse generally possess loyalty ratings above 90. As for the later arrivals, air hostess Lin Yin and Shui Furong, their ratings are not high, only reaching 60. Both had joined Chen Nan out of necessity, and though feelings have developed, they remain shallow. Chun Nan muses that their interactions require further deepening to strengthen their bonds. The only surprise is Tang Wanner, whose loyalty level has soared to an impressive 95, making her one of the top contenders among the women. Only Xia Yao surpasses her. This woman remains elusive. Perhaps she had inherent tendencies that Chun Nan has managed to unearth, leading her to become utterly devoted. Since ancient times, it has been difficult to discern a person's heart through their exterior. With the ability to gauge loyalty, Chun Nan no longer needs to fear betrayal, thereby eliminating considerable trouble. The floods outside have reached the 20th floor. It is time to relocate, and Chun Nan instructs his people to prepare. Meanwhile, Li Xianqian has been anxiously awaiting a response from his subordinates. After a day and night pass, he is nearly certain that Chun Jiqiang has met his demise. He is astonished by Chun Nan's audacity in eliminating Chun Jiqiang, displaying a blatant disregard for consequences. Although the apocalypse has diminished the authority of the government, Chun Jiqiang still holds a significant position. After conducting some investigations, he has pieced together the situation. Numerous witnesses observe the confrontation in the neighborhood, and he has even acquired several video clips. Uncle, Chun Jiqiang is dead. He was killed at Chun Nan's building, Li Xianqian reports. Li Yuntian frowns, surprised that Chun Nan acted so decisively, leaving no room for the opposition. He is unaware that Chun Nan never contemplated such concerns. It is a life-or-death struggle. If he does not kill, is he to seek his own demise? What should we do, uncle? Li Xianqian asked solemnly. Remain still and await my orders. Li Yuntian replies with indifference. The death of Chun Jiqiang could lead to significant implications. He is the logistics chief of Linhai province, holding a rank equal to Li Yuntian's as the chief of rescue operations. Reporting this incident will ensure it is addressed. Whether it escalates into a major issue or results in revenge is beyond Li Yuntian's concern. In the span of a day, Chun Nan empties the entire luxury apartment, including the generator and other resources. In the apocalypse, conservation is paramount. Every resource is precious. However, the primary headache arises from a multitude of women. There is simply too much chaos. On the 23rd day of the flood, Chun Nan finally abandons his luxury apartment and relocates to the Dongfang Mingzhu ship. At Donghai port, the two large vessels finally converge, in addition to Chun Nan's women. He also brings Qin Rongrong and Wu Hao aboard. However, they are not permitted to board the Dongfang Mingzhu. Chun Nan casually assigns them a shipping container on the Dali ship. Having not seen Qin Rongrong for several days, she has become significantly quieter, perhaps even despondent. In these days, her other child has also succumbed to illness, passing away suddenly from a high fever overnight, leaving no time for rescue. Wu Hao shows no reaction upon hearing the news, as if the deceased child were not his own. Chun Nan then inspects the Dali ship, where the containers are neatly arranged. Unbeknownst to outsiders, most of these containers are empty, while the true resources are secured within Chun Nan's space. Even Zhang Li is somewhat perplexed. It is evident that Chun Nan had anticipated the flood's arrival, yet he has left so many empty containers. If they were filled with supplies, it would constitute a tremendous fortune. He has heard that prices in the plateau region have skyrocketed. Money holds no value anymore. All transactions are conducted through bartering goods. Just imagine how much could be acquired with a ship full of supplies. Chapter 97. The call from Li Yuntian regarding Zhang Li's capabilities. Chun Nan was quite satisfied, as order still prevailed aboard the ship despite the apocalyptic circumstances. This was largely attributable to Zhang Li's prior benevolence toward his crew. Now, amidst the chaos of the end times, while others suffered from hunger, they enjoyed an abundance of food and drink. More importantly, they all held a sense of reverence for Chun Nan. Initially, they had failed to comprehend his actions and had even ridiculed him, believing that the new boss was merely a source of amusement. The ship, which had once been a fine cargo vessel, had been transformed into what resembled a construction site dormitory. Now, however, they understood that this new boss had anticipated the impending deluge. What appeared to be random modifications were, in fact, preparations for the apocalypse. The ship was not only well stocked with provisions, but also equipped with purified water and a functional power system. It had everything one could need. Even those captains of other vessels with ample supplies could not rival their comfort, living more lavishly than in the pre-apocalyptic world. Chun Nan checked the loyalty ratings among the crew of the Dali Hao, discovering that Zhang Li's rating had reached an impressive 70. The loyalty of the other crew members also surpassed 50, which reassured Chun Nan in entrusting the Dali Hao to their care. At that moment, he noticed Wu Hao and Qin Rongrong, who were being held nearby. A sudden thought crossed his mind. He was uncertain of their attitudes towards him. Qin Rongrong, loyalty 100 Wu Hao, loyalty 100 Chun Nan, was a loss for words. However, it was understandable that they would harbor such intense animosity towards him. A loyalty rating of 100 did not signify their utmost limits, but rather indicated a constant desire to see him dead, as determined by the system. Chun Xiao, how should we deal with these two? Zhang Li inquired, familiar with the relationship between Chun Nan and the pair. Let them handle the arduous labor aboard the ship, providing them with 1 meal a day. As long as they do not starve, that will suffice, Chun Nan replied with a cold smile. Chun Xiao, you are merciful. Zhang Li remarked with amusement. Merciful? Perhaps, but in this environment of the apocalypse, surviving is already a considerable achievement. Providing them with a meal each day is a luxury for many. As for what they would eat, Chen entrusted Zhang Li to manage it, adhering to his standards to ensure they did not starve. The only regret was that Wu Jindong had escaped. However, amidst the vast ocean, where could he flee? He would likely end up in the southwestern highlands. Capturing him would be a matter of time. He could even post a bounty for assistance without needing to lift a finger. Old Zhang, send people to East Sea City to rescue individuals over the next few days. Chen Nan suddenly suggested. Sailing a large vessel there posed risks, but smaller boats could navigate without issue, as long as they did not travel too quickly or collide with substantial structures. The city was largely submerged, but the residential area where they were located was relatively safe due to its height. Those on the lower floors, however, had likely perished. The coastal areas were lower in elevation, while moving inland provided higher altitudes. Chen Xiao, how many people should we rescue? Zhang Li hesitated, unable to grasp Chen Nan's rationale. In this apocalyptic reality, self-preservation was already a challenge. Though supplies aboard were plentiful, a greater number of people would lead to increased consumption. Most crucially, managing such a crowd was difficult. A riot could easily overwhelm them. Chen Nan understood his concerns, while he too desired to remain carefree and unburdened. This was a task mandated by the system. What if the situation escalated? Moreover, rescuing people would earn them points. The more points they accumulated, the greater the rewards they would receive. Only by growing stronger could they endure in such an environment. This ship can accommodate 10,000 people without issue. You handle the arrangements. Just ensure that those dispatched are cautious and carry weapons, Chen Nan instructed. Previously, Chen Jiqiang had fallen victim to carelessness, leading to murder and the loss of the vessel. Rest assured, Chen Xiao. Currently, no one in East Sea City dares to disrespect us, except for Li Xiangqian. Zhang Li confidently replied. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Li had inadvertently consolidated considerable strength on Chen Nan's behalf, nearing a level that could rival Li Xiangqian. At that moment, Chen Nan's phone rang, an occurrence that felt almost prophetic. Ah, it appears that you speak of the devil, and he arrives, Chen Nan remarked with a smile. Zhang Li, however, wore a serious expression, for the caller was not the devil, but rather Li Yuntian, the uncle of the devil. Li Zong, what brings you to call me? Chen Nan answered the call with a cheerful tone. As expected, this call was likely to inquire about Chen Jiqiang. Chen Xiao, I have heard that you killed Chen Jiqiang? Li Yuntian feigned ignorance, as this matter had already been reported by Li Xiangqian. Is there a problem? Chen Nan responded coolly. Naturally, there's a problem, and a significant one, Li Yuntian claimed, feigning concern. In truth, he was orchestrating the entire situation, had Li Xiangqian taken a lead. Perhaps Chen Nan would have reconsidered his actions regarding Chen Jiqiang. Chen Jiqiang was the logistics chief of the entire Linhai province. His death in EC has incited anger from above, and they demand an explanation, Li Yuntian stated leisurely. In reality, the situation was not as dire as he portrayed. Death in the apocalypse was commonplace. Chen Jiqiang's connections, however, had elevated the matter's importance. The previous norms had long since become irrelevant in this new world. Or else Li Yuntian would not have been appointed as the head of rescue operations. What kind of explanation does Li Zong seek? Chen Nan inquired, remaining utterly calm. Unless the other party resorted to missiles, he truly had nothing to fear. Li Yuntian was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a modicum of fear from Chen Nan, compelling him to cooperate. Instead, he detected a hint of disdain in Chen Nan's tone. Indeed, it was disdain. He could not fathom the source of Chen Nan's confidence. I will find a way to suppress this matter, but I have a question I wish to ask, Li Yuntian conceded, shifting the topic. I wish to know if you were aware of this calamity in advance and made preparations beforehand, Li Yuntian inquired earnestly. This question held significant implications for his assessment of Chen Nan. If true, he would have to reconsider how to interact with him. Li Zong, Yumiist. Such a monumental disaster could not be foreseen, even by the authorities. How could I possibly predict it? Chen Nan laughed lightly. Even if he denied it, Li Yuntian would still harbor such thoughts, rendering his response inconsequential. What mattered was that Li Yuntian was not a person worthy of deep trust. Every move he made was calculated, revealing his profound cunning. The two exchanged pleasantries for a few moments before ending the call, with Zhang Li attentively listening throughout. Old Zhang, what is your perspective? Chen Nan suddenly asked. Given Zhang Li's extensive experience in EC port, he undoubtedly possessed greater insight into Li Yuntian. It is likely that the Li family is preparing to take action against us, Zhang Li replied in a grave tone.